Texas studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ready. Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on back. It is another edition of our Big 12 Media Days right here in Frisco, Texas. Day number 2, sitting on the sidelines of the Star in Frisco. Speaking of the Stars in Frisco, Hans Olsen, PK, hanging out. Gentlemen, did you guys did the voices recover yesterday? Everybody good? Everybody reset? Did you have a Subway sandwich last night?
I didn't have anything.
Hey, Stone, throw this headset on, man. It's 7 o'clock in the morning back home.
My wife called and I said, I can't talk, got no voice.
Okay, listen, I know there was some of that. I was shocked that I actually still had a voice, but then I was like, I gotta preserve this thing. Stone is our tech who's on site. First of all, who's probably the superstar of the broadcast, and you don't even see or hear him. So
Stone, tell me. Okay, so we all come down, and Alex goes, "Hey, what'd you guys do for dinner?" And I said, "Oh, it was this bull crap stuff. I had a garbage dinner. It ended up being bad."
You got a bad recommendation at somebody, and you're relying on recommendations, and they ruin it.
And then you were like, "Oh, I went to a Brazilian steakhouse." I was like, "Holy cow!" So that's going to be fun expensing $145. Good luck on that. But
you just say that you brought a bunch of media and you take turns.
Yeah, that's it.
Most of it was alcohol. I mean, to be fair, most of my bill is alcohol. It's fine.
PK pulled a John Lund and disappeared. Don't know. He was just gone. John Lund and I used to go to Vegas for Mountain West Conference media days.
See him.
He'd be gone for 3 days. I'm like, hey, I thought John was supposed to be here. Oh, he is. But
what'd you do last night? Don't ask.
Just gone. So PK is doing his thing. So Stone comes in, and we're like, Stone, how'd it go last night? Oh, man, it was crazy. I had Subway, but they did something weird with the sandwich. I was like, and Alex goes, you come to Dallas, like the king of all food, and you go to Subway?
It wasn't just Subway.
I was tired.
It was a combo 7-Eleven Subway.
Tell me what happened at
Well,
it was.
I got avocado, and normally they get the knife and smear it. This guy it was a gloved hand. I will say it wasn't.
Don't qualify it.
Well, I got to do it a little bit.
He did put a glove on. Okay.
Yeah, he just smeared the avocado with his glove, his hand.
Like in the little tub, he scooped it and then stared you down and did 12 inches of
Well, you know what?
spread.
I liked the sandwich, and you had a bad dinner, and you went somewhere fancy.
And
I liked my sandwich. So
Our
hand and all.
We all got shaken down. We all got shook down this morning too. They're like, "Don't you dare bring a pistachio into this stadium. We will murder you." Jerry Jones himself will come in here and kill you.
I know. They're like, drop your drawers. We're doing a full internal. I'm like, jeez, man. Like, what? I'm just trying to get in to talk on the radio.
Goodness.
Well, they did that on the way out too.
They did. They made you drop your salad.
It's not just don't bring your food in. It's not just don't bring your food in. It's don't take the food out. And so I get it. PK,
is that what they said?
Yeah, they did all. They were shaking us all down last night. First of all,
by the way, Stone, great job yesterday.
I was going to say, look, Stone is doing a phenomenal job, and our ability to be able to do our job is made much easier by the fact that he is running down people. I was re-listening this morning. We had 25 minutes with the commissioner yesterday.
Yep.
And, what we rely on is there are people not telling us to wrap it up, so we just don't make eye contact with them, right? That's the move, is you don't look at them. and those people and they just kept letting him go. And I think that part of the deal is that, anyway, it was a good day yesterday. We're anticipating another good day today. I don't know if you guys know this, but Keanu Tanavasa said something yesterday that everybody got absolutely flamed out about. So October 18th has turned into an even more hilarious matchup between BYU and Utah. Did you see that whole breakdown?
I mean, it's a controversial thing if you're going to transfer from BYU to Utah or vice versa, but they're fans and they're passionate and they're loyal. So I certainly respect that because they've helped me make a mighty fine living for a quarter of a century. So I'm not going to complain about the fans whining about one of our guys leaving and he backstabbed us and all that.
Right. The sellout.
It's all chatter,
line,
but it's what fans do. And I learned that a long time ago, especially when social media came out. When I first got into newspapers, they'd have to send you a letter. And I got death threats. One guy left a death threat on my phone. Somehow got my home phone.
Jeez.
And called me, because they get so involved. But fortunately, they do get involved. But yeah, that's what I tweeted out yesterday. So it's okay to transfer in, but not out. Okay, got it.
Right. Sure. Well, and the sellout part's always funny to me. I'm like, I think we all technically have sold out if we're getting paid to do anything. I mean, if we're really looking at it that way, I mean, that's the way it is. But
you got to let a young man do what he wants to do, and you got to let coaches do what they want to do because they're going to do it. And Utah's got how many? They got 3 BYU guys who played at BYU on their staff now.
Sure.
Beck, Simon, and Atawaya.
And then you look at the Utah side of it at BYU, and it's just the way it is. I mean, you're going to have this crossover.
More than ever.
Kyle.
Oh, Kyle, yeah. I forgot about that guy.
Yeah, he's part of that.
Freddie.
You know what's funny?
Freddie,
you know what's funny is
5.
that we actually have – you tend to forget sometimes Kyle because of how much he means more to that institution now than he probably ever did. I mean, not just probably, that he ever did to BYU in terms of what he brings to the table and
he's
how
been
historic.
here 30 years.
Yeah, so – today, what do you guys look most forward to? Obviously, yesterday we were hit with all the players. Everybody walks through. By the way, at this time yesterday, Kenny Dillingham was already sweating at our table and yelling about we're not Big 12 champions. So
making PK do up downs.
I like your socks, but I want 10.
I was going to say the socks are back to a normal color situation today for PK, which is good. It's good news. But when you look at today and you look at the people who are coming, obviously the Utah angle of all of this, what do you look forward to? I know that I saw the picture of the Utah players who got off the private plane last night, and I thought, okay, this is fun. I love being able to dive in with these guys because they have to be just absolutely chomping at the bit to get this year going.
Yes, because I think today you have teams that maybe have some more stuff to prove and didn't have quite the seasons that they wanted last year.
Yep.
Whereas yesterday it was BYU, ASU, Iowa State. They had good seasons. You got Colorado, who had a good season last year, but Colorado seems like it's a brand new team. I mean, obviously they've got guys who've returned, but they had such star power at the top, and those guys are gone. Now it's for Deion Sanders. It's all the superfluous stuff and the prime and all that. That's all out the window. It's now your staff coaching your guys to try to win football games. You don't have any Heisman Trophy winners. You don't have any potential first-round picks. Nobody's going to show up with a big chain around his neck that says legend like Shador would do, right? So now it's just back. Now it's down to football. What do you got?
Yeah, the bling's going to be probably less this year, although Isaiah Banya yesterday, a couple guys from Arizona State, they're wearing some pretty sweet chains. After yesterday, Hans, like we had a little bit of time to digest.
Isaiah Banya.
Oh, sorry.
Glasker.
Sorry, Isaiah Glasker.
It's like, whoa, man, throwing back to Banya.
Yeah, my bad. No, but listen, yesterday after we had kind of all the day that we did you have anything yesterday that you thought about when we left and you go, okay, now that I digested that, the Yormark interview kind of hit some of the stuff that Kalani said. I was thinking about how all of those things, what the conference is dealing with and what they're trying to do, and that this crazy arms race, that became more and more prevalent yesterday. I know that they were trying to be like, no, it's collegial. We're friends in these conferences, and I feel like there's no friendship. The Big 12 is trying to carve out a place in college football right now.
The only thing I went home and thought about was PK arguing with Santiago.
Hilarious.
And I was like, oh, geez, here we go. I'm going to end up in some broadcast meeting, and they'll be like, what's wrong with PK?
I was listening to, I was talking to Mitch Harper at dinner last night. I go, yeah, I mean, we're talking to Brian Santiago, and then we get into this discussion about this Clark Gilbert guy who runs whatever happens with him. And I was like, the guy runs the entire church education system, and he's like, and Brian Santiago's having to balance that with the quote, and I go, and then he's he's trying to basically say that quote wasn't really said.
He said
or
it was misquoted.
Misquoted, wrong quote, made up,
up.
whatever it might be.
Yeah.
And then and Mitch is like, I got to go back and listen. I go, everybody's got to go back and listen because that back and forth was phenomenal.
By the way, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a misquote. I really wouldn't. It feels like everything.
But it's so basic. How do you I spent 23 years in newspapers, and you will not outbid us. You will not outbid us.
The problem is
5-6 words.
You're right, but the problem is what was said on the front and what was said on the back, because it was like, hey, we'll definitely hit a certain amount and we'll get there and we'll match the highest bid, but we will not be the first or largest. I don't know how. I just wouldn't be surprised if it's a misquote.
I don't know, man. You're once you do that, you call into the integrity and credibility of the writer. And I used to worry about growing old. Okay, now I am who I am. I have 41 years in media. That's a long time, and nobody has ever said to me, "You misquoted me." And I spent 23 years on daily newspapers, and I got in the mud for a decade with Majerus, where we would just wrestle each other every day for 10 freaking years during the basketball season. And he never once said to me, coming from a journalistic standpoint, if somebody says you misquoted him, that's like the worst thing you can do. My first couple years, I went to NAU, Northern Arizona, and turned journalism classes. If you had and that was when you had to use typewriters. If you had a typo in your copy, they mark you down 1 grade.
Wow.
Yeah. So the emphasis on accuracy was just hammered into me. And to make that the lead quote, Hans, and then have it be misquoted.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know. I remember what.
It's ESPN.com. They sent out, I think his name is Myron Metcalf. They sent him out. What's going on in BYU basketball, right? DeBonsa and, going on ESPN and all that stuff. And they got Yegor. So what is going on? Because it's clearly Kevin Young. And they want to stress the development. And I am 1,000% fine with them stressing the development because it's real. Kevin Young knows how to put guys in the NBA. There's no doubt about it. And they want to downplay the money. Clark Gilbert has downplayed the money several times on social media. It's to the point now, you keep telling me something, okay, truth stands on its own. You don't have to keep telling me 10 times. 9 times I got it. The 10th time, my antenna's going to go up. Why do you keep telling me something? If it's truth, it stands on its own. You don't have to keep repeating it. And they keep repeating it. And then that quote. So and I can... If you want to say I got into it with Brian, that's fine. I have known Brian since he's 27 years old, right? I consider him a friend, and I'm not going to burn him, but I did push back a little bit because I think it was worthy, and I think the listeners want to know what's going on.
Well, I'll tell you this: if the quote is accurate, it's ridiculous. Who is this guy? I'm not familiar with who's this guy.
He's a booster.
No, you're talking about the writer? Are you talking about the writer?
No, I'm talking about the guy that made the quote.
Yeah.
I'm not either. That's the thing is is it well known to other people who it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they know who it is.
Okay, well, regardless.
He's a booster?
In my mind, it's a little bit.
One of these.
It was a little bit semantics, though,
dudes.
too, where it's like, we're not going to be the highest bidder. They're also being competitive in the bid, so it's kind of right there anyway.
Well, here's the deal. You can't make that quote. If that's an accurate quote, you can't make it because, like Brian Santiago pointed out, he said, we may be the only offer on somebody, and I guess we'd be the highest.
That's what I was saying.
So you can't make that quote
Right.
because here's the other thing: you might walk into a room and be like, "Oh, so what did Tennessee offer? 75,000. All right, we'll go 100. Well, that makes you the highest bidder,
Right.
So and we may be getting into the semantics and the
a
details.
little bit, yes. I agree with you.
But it's like, don't make the quote. You don't need to impress us with your ability to get recruits based off of your campus or your religion or your angle or your ability to develop. You don't need to do you don't need to mention the money. You don't, because if you get a recruit, good for you. I don't care how you got the
That's
recruit.
the bottom line. We had Joey McGuire here, and he wasn't apologizing. BYU does not have to apologize by playing by the rules.
Hell no.
I think you said it right yesterday. You go, BYU does kind of halfway. It's not that BYU does. It's that sometimes I think that people who have lived in this institution the way that it is have had this. It feels a little bit awkward to get to where the money is right now, and that's why Joey McGuire's like, oh no, let me separate myself from this. We love it. We're above board,
right?
And we're
it's
throwing
viewed
money
as
at it.
seedy because they're 18, 19 years old.
Stop it.
It's the way it is, man.
It's not, man.
Go ahead and do it.
You're what you're doing is business,
right?
And that's why when Brian Santiago said it's unfriendly or it's uncomfortable, it's like, okay, well, that's why they've hired Brian Santiago.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how uncomfortable Chad Lewis is willing to get. I don't know if he's willing to undercut and bite a back and get dog nasty in order to win.
You have to have those conversations with leadership of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and try to marry it with your job in the athletic department, and sometimes it probably feels a little bit strange.
Right, and I've known Chad longer than you've known Santiago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I met Chad back in 1995 when I committed to BYU, and that dude has been the same guy my whole life, and that is a straight edge.
Yeah.
He does not deviate. Now, Chad is a competitive sucker. That guy will fight and scrap on a football field. But if you're sitting in a room and you have a conversation where you can't admit the full truth, and you've got to lie by maybe not telling the full – he won't even not tell the full truth. He's just too front and honest. And I think that college sports is a business right now where even as a religious institution, you got to have somebody that's cutthroat.
Well, let's see if we let's see if we misquoted PK. We have the exchange. Christian Esparza, Christian Esparza pulled it here for us, and here's what it sounded like yesterday. The push back and forth was exactly what we're here for, right? It's asking the questions. It's being able to be a part of it. Here's what Brian Santiago had to say yesterday with us.
And by the way, I'm not sure the quote from the booster is an accurate quote. And so I don't want to necessarily go on record, but I think that quote was 100% taken out of context. I know the booster you're referring to, and when I saw that, I'm like, that doesn't even sound like him. Like, I don't think he would ever say something like that.
So how was it taken out of context?
I just don't think it was. I think he was misquoted.
Okay.
So I want to say those two things. Number one, Elder Gilbert is super important to us. Number two, I'm not sure about that quote, but this is the important thing, I think, of what you're getting at.
Any revisions?
No.
Yeah. I thought, I mean, he has to reconcile.
Brian Santiago didn't mince words either. He said it's a misquote.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah.
I'm going to follow it up. I'm going to get in touch with the writer, and we'll go from there when I get back in town.
Well, I think you should.
Show me your transcripts.
I would like to get in touch with whoever this gentleman is and have him on air and just say, first of all, so why are you getting involved with quotes on this thing? Like what?
Well, they asked him. The writer went, and because whether they were the highest bidder for AJ DeBonsa or not is irrelevant. They were in the game, and I want to underscore they have no reason to apologize for being in the game. By in the game, I mean financially.
Yeah. And
so they met the price. And the good thing for them is they have Kevin Young, and I can get you in the NBA. I've got you want to talk to NBA guys? You want to talk Durant? You want to talk Chris Paul? I can get you 10 Hall of Famers, Devin Booker. The list goes on and on. Joel Embiid, whoever you want, I can get you, and they can tell you how good I am. That's a powerful recommendation, right? And that's real for BYU, no doubt about it. They also needed to meet a financial threshold, and they did. And that's real, too. But they seem to want to just back away from that a little bit.
Which you don't need to.
They don't.
You don't.
They're paying to get talent in, and that was the deal. The Clark Gilbert had quoted, I think it was it a Dave McCann story in the Deseret News going back? We're not in it for pay for play. So then I see the quote. I call up 6-7 coaches in multiple sports and guys who know these people. Are they paying to play? Yes. So that quote was not accurate. You are paying to play.
Sure.
But that's not all you're doing. So I got this quote over here isn't accurate. This quote over here in its pure form also isn't accurate. You are paying to get kids to come to your programs. And that's totally fine because all the winners around you, have been doing it. About 3 years ago, I was told by and I can't even remember who it was, saying, oh, the SEC isn't going to be as good anymore because now everybody can pay. And that's what they've been doing for years and years. Man, we had a coach sit here, Zion Williamson, tell me to my face to get him in the door, to have the coaches get in the door of that kid's family, $25,000. That was when you couldn't do any of that.
Yeah.
I had one other coach call me and say, hey, what's going on with Coach A? He's paying way more than I can pay. And this is a coach who's still coaching today, and they have a prominent program. And you wonder, how do they get these kids to go to out of the way places?
Are you talking about Patino? I mean, that's I'm
talking about our side of the country.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing too, is that I think that a lot of those conversations, the old school pay for play, we hear that terminology, and it was an old NCAA, like, this is the big, like, that's the red tape you never cross and all that. And now it's gotten weird because the NCAA goes, well, we still can't allow pay for play, and everyone's going, what are you talking about? Like, of course that's insane. Of course they are. Because
BYU's in it to win it, and I'm grateful that they are. If I'm a BYU fan, I'm totally fine with it.
You know, the way I could see it, I don't know how this is misquoted, but I'm not. If Brian Santiago says it was misquoted,
that's why I got to get to the bottom of it.
It probably was in some way, shape, or form. What I would believe is, the quote is a kind of an effort to shed light to what separates BYU, and that there's something that separates BYU other than money, and it's not just money.
And that's what they want to emphasize, and I'm fine with that too.
And I'm fine with that emphasis too.
Yes.
But just understand, every school can do that.
Yes.
I went through the recruiting process.
Yes.
I was on UCLA's campus and Oregon's campus and Washington's campus, and I was sitting with Tom Osborne, and I was sitting with the greats of the greats, and they're showing me their championship rings, and they're showing me their weight rooms and their protein shake dispensers, and everybody's got a thing. Now, it was BYU's thing that persuaded me. It was, coming on BYU's campus, I needed help. Lavelle was kind of that strong spiritual presence. I needed a lot of structure from where I was in high school. And,
no problem.
And so BYU had it. But the problem is, every campus now has something that separates them. So everybody could say, well, we're never the highest bidder. Well, that might be the case. You might be even bid on everything.
Right.
But it's like, come on, guys, stop talking about money altogether, because let's not get in this. We're not in this for money. We're not in this for pay for play. We're not in this to put money in kids' pockets. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
You're in it to get the recruit. Whatever way you got to get the recruit inside of the rules, you're in it. And guess what? I'm okay with it.
We all are.
Because I want to see every team in the state of Utah dominate the country in football and in basketball. Why? Because it's good for our business, boys.
Absolutely, yes.
We want a better quality product.
So if it
100%.
takes Santiago, if it takes Harland, if it takes, by the way, breaking news yesterday, Sabo is headed out of Utah.
Can you
State.
believe that last night? We were at dinner, and it was.
They're all Urban Meyers. The first day on the job, they're looking to get out the door.
What was crazy was
don't hire these people from around the country.
I totally.
You got
agree.
Jerry Bovee right there. He'll kill for that job.
I can't believe that.
Get
we
one
even,
of your
we even
own
predicted
and they'll
the
stay
program.
there.
The program was even predicted. Like, I think Scotty at one point was like, "Yeah, first of all, she's trying to get to the Big Ten,
right?"
And then second of all, we were thinking. But when I saw it was a deputy job, I thought, "Boy, she really didn't want to be here."
Yeah, no.
Well, it's just like Ryan Odom goes to VCU.
Yeah, well,
he didn't want to be. Now, did he get the Virginia job? Those people don't want to be. Nothing against Logan, but they're not from Logan.
So, whoever they bring, who do you think they're going to bring in?
I don't know.
Yeah, I wish they could go back and get Bovee, but
have somebody who has a local.
But
connection.
everybody loves saying we're doing a national search, and they love being able to say that because it sounds like it's a big deal. It sounds like it's a big like a huge thing where they go, oh, we're doing a national search, and the problem is you go. I appreciate that, but I hope that you make sure that this is somebody who.
Well, it's just like BYU did in the athlete. I spoke to over 50 people.
We all laughed about that.
So what?
What was the conversation? What do you mean? Like because you talked to a guy over the phone?
It was two people the whole time. It was Chad O'Brien,
and Travis Hansen.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But again, basketball, right? I mean, like
he was that close.
If you wanted it to be.
Really? But the point I'm making is I don't care what these men do as long as it's inside of the guidelines.
Absolutely.
Which it wasn't. In my recruiting case, it wasn't. Things were outside of the guardrails and outside. Yeah. BYU was in the guide. They were in the guide rails.
When you say that, though,
I saw
maybe
the
you
car
don't
you turned down.
Maybe that Toyota Corolla was too much. That Geo Prism
you
was
saw
speaking
me
to
in
you.
Harry Potter world. we passed each other.
Where'd you get those socks, PK? I don't think they were from. I don't think you bought them. I think they were given to you. So
just win, man. I don't care.
Right.
You don't need to tell me. Well, we're not the highest bid. I hope you are the highest
BYU
bidder.
has nothing to apologize for.
No, just win, man. Go get the recruit. When you see Ryder Lions, say I'm coming to BYU, you know that if it's not the most money, it's as much as anybody else.
That's great. I'm glad they're doing it. Last thing we need on our sports radio station is to have BYU go 4-8 2 or 3 years in a row. That sucks for us.
Yeah.
The other point I want to make on this, and PK, I'm sure you've trailed this. I don't know how in the know everybody is with money exchanged. What I'm trying to say is I've had conversations with parents of kids, with individuals that are connected to the recruiting process. I don't know how much even athletic directors know was offered to a kid, or this guy, Clark or whatever his name is, was offered to. I don't know those guys. I don't know if those guys know everything, because it's money guys, and then there's a separator. There's a buffer voice in between the two. Typically, the kid's representation and the booster that's actually representing into that, and it all gets separated. So I don't even know how much some of your administration knows in regards to how much money's being exchanged.
So you remember a couple of years, I mean, every school is doing this too, where they're readjusting and they're saying, and they're having to be open, not just open to it, but like, we are offering money to kids. I mean, I remember 3 years ago, Fesi Satake going, if we ask a kid, if we get in there and conversation of money happens, then that's not the guy for us, and we walk right out. And that's just not the case anymore, right? You can't make it that. There has to be the conversation there. It has to live there. Let me ask you guys this about the Utah side of it, because at the very least it looks like BYU is on paper hustling with the money side, and it feels like that there's crazy support from the boosters. Utah's always been the one leading out on that more recently, and then BYU comes around and swings in a huge direction. Where's Utah when it comes to – they're doing the full 20.5 rev share. They said that right at the beginning. Mark Harland made that very clear. But are they equipped to be able to make the same types of offers?
I don't know if they can make the same type, but they need to be as competitive, and I think that with BYU doing what they're doing, it has rallied Utah people and say, hey, wait a second, we need to up our game because we want to be involved too. And I think having BYU do what it does and having that rivalry be 45 miles away, that has spurred on Utah and their people to up their game, and they're getting there. I think it's gotten a lot better, and they have an opportunity to do what they're supposed to do. At the same time, they're always going to be a program, particularly in football, who has a keen eye for talent of a 16-year-old and can see what they're about at 20. And he is really good, and they are really good at doing that. And I think that's what you got going on there with them. So I think they're fine, and they'll be competitive.
I just wanted to hear more. I just wanted to hear more of the hugs from Hance and Spencer Fono and Smith Snowden have dropped by unofficially at the booth. We're gonna wait. It was my brother's wedding. He's like, that's the only reason I'm gonna do this.
Dude, I love these guys,
we'll
man.
speak with these young men a little bit later. I'm sure they're gonna roll by here as we're trying to figure out too. Like, I mean, there's a lot to wrap our head around. By the way, first team here in the building is Utah, and Kyle Whittingham just walked by a few moments ago.
I told you they lead the way.
Spencer Fono, Smith Snowden.
Those are good dudes, man. I mean,
Homegrown. You know what I love about them? Homegrown.
Yeah.
Homegrown, never wavered. And I can tell you, those two guys right there, I'm just talking about the highest offers, the money, those kinds of things. Those guys have fought off and I think left money on the table. I'm talking about from nationally. have left the money on the table to stay and play for the Red.
If you're a potential first-round draft pick, the amount of Power 4 teams who are probably going, hey, man, doing great out there with the little, hook on that text to maybe hope that that they might come back and go, what are you guys doing? Because I might be looking to make a change. Right? I mean, those things. Oh, yeah. Those things absolutely happen, and so I don't know. I think you're right. I bet there are a ton of young men across the country who make these insane. I say insane because it would be really hard as a 19-year-old to walk away from a difference of 6 figures or 7 figures. Maybe you're off by $1 million because you'll take X amount over here because you love that program and you love what they stand for. That's a hard thing to make a decision on.
Millions here. Just give it a year. Well, for Spencer Fono, it's going to be this time next year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys on, I think, a handful of the programs here that are taking.
I will tell you
7 figures.
that this has put an emphasis on development. I do want to make that point because everybody's got money. Now, who's going to develop me?
We're going to be my best.
An NFL athlete.
And U of U is a great place to be.
Jim Harding has put a lot of offensive linemen into the NFL draft.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how that 8. I'm interested to see how that marriage of Jason Beck and Jim Harding, you brought that up, and just to see how that whole staff on offense.
I hope it flows.
I really do too. And
Jim Harding is Kyle Whittingham's longest tenured coach on the offensive side.
And we've seen those guys have blow-ups on the sideline. They've had a long
14
history.
years? 12 years?
I think it's.
He came over with the tsunami, hurricane, tornado, other natural disasters that was known as Dave Christensen.
Yeah. He came over with Flyboy.
Hey, let's take a break. Yeah. We'll take our first break here. We got the players filing into Big 12 Media Days here at the Star in Frisco. Utah is present. We've also got a handful of guys from, I think I saw some Kansas Jayhawks walking through here as well. But we're going to bring you all of the coverage that we can here from Frisco, Texas. It's Big 12 Media Days. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Curie. More to go right around the corner. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Nothing out of the ordinary on your commute this morning. Typical delays in Tooele County on both I-80 and SR-36 due to lane restrictions. Northbound I-15 is slowing down, leaving Utah County into the Salt Lake Valley. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to invent a food line that you just invent by putting stuff in your pocket, and that's how it gets heated up.
We don't need appliances.
Yeah, put it under. But have you ever seen those Indian street food Instagram videos? I go down that rabbit hole sometimes.
What does the algorithm say about us?
I know there's some weird stuff that pops up. Mine is all sports and food stuff.
That'd be accurate. If I had to guess, that would probably be accurate.
And I do the thing too where I'm like, I like that recipe. I'm going to send it to myself. And then I see myself in the mirror as I walk by something in a building. I go, who are you? What are you? What's your problem? That's me. I've started to do that. I send myself Instagram recipes that I can try out on the weekend. I've become like a segment on Studio 5, breaking it out. And I saw this on Instagram. I wanted you to try it. My goodness.
You start your own cooking show.
Oh, I like to cook. I'm one of those guys.
Can you do a cooking show on the radio?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
At Mooyah, we're committed to quality, serving up the best burgers in Utah. We use fresh, never frozen certified Angus beef delivered daily and bake our buns in-house fresh every morning. Located at 9710 State Street in Sandy and at the District in South Jordan, we pride ourselves on delivering deliciousness every time. You'll taste the passion we put into every bite. Open daily, we ensure the quality is never compromised. It's not just a burger, it's a Mooyah experience. Ridiculous quality, always delicious. Visit Mooyah today and taste the difference.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Incubus, live. Nice to know you. Performing the album Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits. Saturday, July 12th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. With special guest, Manchester Orchestra. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Incubus performing Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits.
The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players. Yeah, boy! This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on The Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Big 12 Media Days live in Frisco, Texas. We are covering it all today. The University of Utah going to be highlighted significantly by us today. We've already seen the players walk through. They've already thrown hands some hugs, and that's a good sign.
Yeah, I think they were going to get their uniforms on.
Oh, that's right. See, they've been walking through with the gear. I love it. We'll see what they look like today, but you saw some bright, smiling faces. That's a group of good leaders right there. I'm excited to talk with all of them. I think all of us want to know what that offense is going to look like, and everybody wants to know if that thing's going to work. Everybody already knows what you're going to get on defense. Good to see Lander Barton walking around with a smile on his face, and That Utah team is going to be dialed up, and you know that they've got a chip on their shoulder. We'll see if last year was just that blip on the outside of the norm.
They'll be in the race in November. I don't know if they'll win it, but they'll have a bounce back season unless everything goes wrong, which it won't.
Well, they've had 2 years of injury plague, and it's like it's time. It's time to just have a nice
2 healthy
clean
years of Cam, and he got him the Rose Bowl.
Yep.
Then
two plagued.
Yeah. Then 2 injuries. So now.
So it's back on track.
I don't have any worry about them. I'm not saying they're going to win it and go run away with it, but they're going to have a good season.
The other thing I want to put to bed really quickly, I think that there's a lot of people that suspect that this is Kyle Whittingham's last year, and I will tell you, the people that I chat with behind the scenes said, don't count on it.
I heard 2 or 3 years, and I was
don't count on it.
That's crazy. I mean, I think we all just sort of looked at it and went, because of all the energy that's been spent on making sure people understand that Morgan Scalley's the guy, right? Like that's been a big effort. Coach and Coach Whittingham is one of the guys who'll be the first one. I was at a golf event that I was emceeing something with, and Coach was there, and obviously they were on a team together, and they had, I know it's a shock, but Scalley and Witt won a golf tournament, and they were standing up there in the thing, and we were kind of doling out these awards, and they were talking about the historical kind of just like, Jim Fossil did it, Coach Ronnie Mack did it, Coach Whittingham, of course, or Coach Urban Meyer did it, and then Coach Whittingham has done it, and then Witt was like this. He was like, guess who's next, pointing at Scalley, and kind of making sure everybody knows that the coach in waiting thing, when it came back on the table, everybody knew that was the case. So maybe people are trying to assign that job before it's totally there. But is there a scenario where he goes, the result of this season would determine what he's going to do in the future?
The thing hands it, and I'm going to call him on this. He did a thing, the latest with Jim Rome. Well, if I wake up and I don't have my passion, I'm paraphrasing. Okay, if a Whittingham wakes up and doesn't have his passion, that'll be the first time ever. So if that's going to be your barometer, you're never going to retire because you're going to have passion every day because it's what he does. Yeah. I stood with him once. He's in a sand trap, and I'm saying, you got to punch out. Just pop it up and get back in the fairway. No. I'm going for the green. 5 shots later, he's still in a freaking sand trap. I'm over there laughing.
Tin cup over
That's just who he is. He's not going to give up. He's going to have something in his mind. He's going to do it. I think he has a drop-dead date, but that's still 3 years away. And these next year to year to year to year.
It's year to year.
Yes. But when we get to –
But I'm just telling you that the people that –
not necessarily this year, but I think when we get to, I'll say 2028.
When it comes down to it,
he's got a date out there.
Okay.
I won't be doing it then, but we'll see between now and then.
Yeah.
I love how these guys too. They put it on Sister Whittingham, right? Where they go, always listen. She's going to help me make that decision. It's like when she says it's time. It's like when it really comes down to it. Guy give it up?
One of the funniest things was when they were recruiting Rock, because years back I had pinned Lavelle Edwards down and I said, "Will you be there for the full 5 years that I'm there?" And I wanted Lavelle to commit to it so that I knew I'd have the right coach.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sitting there talking to Witt. And I'm like, "You'll be there 5 years, right? You'll be there for Rock for 5 years."
Which is now 7.
Yeah, exactly, because Rock just extended by 2. And Kyle just sat there and looked at me like, you know who I am. I know who you are. Like, let's not do this thing. It's fine and good, but I'm not going to sit here and give you a definite answer. I'm like, come on, Kyle. I want it in writing.
Yeah.
Well, that's the essence of the coach in waiting. And I don't think it's hurting recruiting because Scalley will take over. It won't be it'll be seamless in a sense, but it won't be 100% the same. He'll have his own imprint on things, as every guy does.
What is he, 65 now, PK?
He will turn 66 in November.
Youngest looking 66-year-old you've ever seen, by the way, right?
Yeah, he's still a chunk of beef. I mean, I went in and talked to him 3 weeks ago, sat down with him for an hour and a half, and went and gave him the bro hug and tightened him up because he and I have this tightening battle. And he is still a freaking solid chunk of beef. But, I've got a lot of respect for him. I've got a lot of respect for the Whittingham family. You guys were talking back and forth with Duff when you said Duff had alerted you to Papa Fred passed. Mm-hmm. I go back to the legend of Papa Fred. Papa Fred is a legend at BYU. You talk about dudes that really drove the program, forced boys to become men. That was Papa Fred. The Whittingham legacy of coaching goes way deeper than Kyle.
It starts with Fred.
Yes.
Fred, Big Fred as they call him, is coaching this program from the great beyond and has been coaching this program from the great beyond for a number of years because most of what Kyle does is derived from his father.
Yeah.
And it started at Provo High, right? That whole group coming through there.
Go talk to Norm Chow.
Fred was a rocked-out
coached
beast.
with both of those guys, father and son. Just coaching, it's like coaching with Big Fred.
Well, I do not want the day to come where Kyle Whittingham leaves.
I don't think he does either. I think ultimately it's like when people say they like can't wait to retire, and then it gets him and it faces him. And
he's
then they
got
go,
things he wants to do.
I know.
Sure. He's going to be busy, but
I know he does. But this is what I found. He had time to do it in COVID, and I think the first 3 or 4 weeks he's like, "Hot damn, this is great." Month and a half, 2 months comes, and he's like, "I'm bored.
I can't do it." Yeah.
I think that there was a recognition of, okay, so let's just say I walk away from coaching. I hand this job over. And once I hand it over, I can't take it back.
No.
It's done.
But it comes for all of us. You got two choices, do it or die.
And the other thing, I think this is just my belief. I think when Kyle Whittingham's done, we all have this vision of him hanging around and, golfing with boosters and trying to – I think Kyle's the kind of guy to me, because you just mentioned he's got things to do. When he leaves the game and stops coaching, I think he goes and does those things.
He will do those things. He's got grandkids, and he knows he missed a bunch of kids. I can tell you of situations of when I was traveling, which I still do, with football, and standing on the sidelines at Butler Junior High School in Cottonwood Heights, you had one woman describing what was going on in the field to her husband because he was on a road trip for football, and then right next to her you had another woman on the phone describing to her husband what was going on in the football field, and that was Mrs. Kinahan and Mrs. Whittingham. And the boys were on the same team, and you miss all that, and he didn't want to miss it round two with grandkids and whatnot. Yeah. He has that job where he's an ombudsman, and he'll do that. But, yeah, and it's a tough decision. I mean, he and I, let's call it like it is. I'm dealing with the same thing.
I was going to say, my wife works in the retirement industry. Like, she helps people plan for retirement, and all of them say they're going to play golf every day when they retire. The only person that will actually do it is going to be PK. So
my wife. She's playing every day this week.
Well, the point that I was really trying to drive is, if you're thinking this is his last Big 12 Media Day, don't
hold your breath. Not on that guy.
I've been told by people that would know, don't emphasize that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's probably not the case.
Okay. Let's take another break here. We've got lots going on here. Rich Rod's at the table next to us, and for the first time ever, you might get a pushback from their SID like, Rich Rod's a big deal. West Virginia's back to being a big deal again. We'll see how that works out. So there's lots going on here from Big 12 Media Day. We're going to make sure and bring it all to you. We're going to make sure and get you as many interviews as we can, all the podium availability as well from these coaches, from these players, everything that we can bring to you. On day 2 of Big 12 Media Day, it's all brought to you by Window World. High quality, without the high prices. That's the Window World way. Window World, where they promise no baloney. Bringing you Big 12 Media Days. Let's take a break. We'll come back to Frisco, Texas, to the Star. It is 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got unusual slowing on I-215 eastbound between Redwood Road and the I-15 South interchange in Murray. I-15 southbound now has been slowing through Kaysville, heading down towards Farmington. Advanced Window Products, $2,500 off 10 windows or more. That's advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. Advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't think those players ever had the value that they were hoping. Yeah, it's like sitting on a piece of memorabilia.
You can't hold on to your Zach Wilson number 2 overall draft pick card too long, or it doesn't become worth anything. You got to know when to flip it. That is the job of the front office. Your job is to acquire assets that either help you on the court or help you off the court. And I don't know if John Collins did either. And
yeah, but it's not a big mistake.
No, it's not. The
It's
Jazz
not.
still accomplished their goal last season. They had the worst record in the NBA. They fell to 5, but that wasn't John Collins' fault. That was a matter of lottery balls. The Jazz hoped John Collins would turn into something different. And even though he played well on the court, he still didn't yield any returns. That's your job. Again, as a front office member, is to predict what the market's going to be. And I think the Jazz mispredicted what the market would be. A, for John, and B, what type of contracts would have value going forward, which is why you had to pay to get off of Collin and why you didn't get anything back for John Collins other than a second-round pick.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we are in the Dallas Metroplex area for Big 12 Media Days, and you can count on it. There is so much optimism for the future because these people, these players, these coaches, they've put in so much time and effort, and they want to be rewarded. It's the same thing when it comes to your retirement, right? You put in so much time and effort. What do they say? Sweat equity. And when the time comes, you want to be able to live the way you want to live. Well, that's why you need help from experts, people who know what they're doing when it comes to financial matters, and those experts, Trajan Wealth CEO Jeff Jr., he absolutely appreciates the importance of true independence, which is why he founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, which means the fiduciary advisors, they have the ability to customize a portfolio that will meet your unique goals and needs. Call Trajan Wealth to discuss all the options for achieving financial independence, and all the work that you put in will be worth it when that time comes, man. Could you imagine stress-free when it comes to your money situation? Oh my gosh, what a headache that would be eliminated, man. If you can do that, that'd be awesome. We'll get with the folks at Trajan Wealth, and they'll help you create a plan that will meet your financial goals. Trajan Wealth is your local trusted financial fiduciary. Give them a call. Initial consultation is complimentary, so you lose nothing and have a lot to gain. The local phone number is 801-899-7600, 801-899-7600. The offices in which they can meet with you, conveniently located north and south, north in Farmington, south in Draper. Website, right at your fingertips. A whole lot of information available there. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season.
Ready?
You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Big 12 Media Days, day number 2, right here in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Jerry World Jr. It's the miniaturized version of Cowboy Stadium and AT&T Stadium. And joining us right now on the program, our very first guest of day number 2. We had a head coach yesterday on, one of the youngest faces of the entire conference, Kenny Dillingham. And then there's Coach Rich Rodriguez. Coach Rich Rod coming in, of course, West Virginia's head coach 2.0.
So I'm not the youngest face.
Listen, you just
I'm on the other spectrum.
You called yourself one of the old guys when you're talking about Coach Kyle Whittingham, which is we were just having that discussion about. Coach, first of all, welcome to Media Days, man, and we're glad to see you again at West Virginia. Hans just said, he goes, look, this conference needs you. I think that's a great way to put it. How did round 2 come about? How did those conversations come about with West Virginia to be able to come back again for round 2?
You know, it's ironic. I was at Jack State the last 3 years and loved it there. Absolutely had a great time. And I could have finished my career there and been good with it. We were having success and good people and all that. But then this opportunity came up. I said, we maybe can make another run at this D. I still feel good. And I think I'm a smarter and a better coach now than I was 10 years ago and 20 years ago. So, I'm not one of these guys like, geez, let's bring back the past kind of a deal. It's like what we're doing now. So and it happened so quickly because we had just finished a conference championship at Jack State. And then the interview came, and then 3 days later, it's like, here comes the call. So I was happy for my staff and my family, but even some of my closest friends in West Virginia that for the 17 years they've been like, is it ever going to be happening? You can come back? Well, it is now. So wow. It's really neat.
It'd be like I'm an old newspaper guy, and I graduated from ASU. I got my first newspaper job at Casa Grande Dispatch in Casa Grande, Arizona. It'd be like me going back there. It'd be so weird. How has this been back? Is it like a time machine? I know you don't want to. Yeah. You got to look ahead.
Yeah, you got to. But you can reflect a little bit because a lot of folks will. It's typically when you take a new job in our profession, it's 6 to 9 months. You're kind of getting a feel for the town and everything. And to me, it's like 6 to 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, okay, they got 2 traffic circles now. They didn't have those things. We're still trying to figure out how to ride the traffic circles.
Same office?
The office has moved. I used to look into the parking lot, and now I got a beautiful office that looks out into the stadium.
That's cool.
And so we put $50 million worth of facility upgrades about 5 years ago in it. So all that stuff is pretty nice. And then now, with the transactional nature of college athletics, you're buying players, so to speak. So that whole thing dynamic. But with all the stuff, and I got 70-some new players. It's been an interesting challenge, but I'm loving it.
Well, it's exciting to see you back. What was it, 2007 was your last year at West Virginia?
Yeah, 2007.
Was that Pat White?
Pat White, yeah, so, Stevie Slayton, Noel Devine.
Slayton and White was the
fast dudes. Yeah, it's like what was the key to their success? Them dudes could run.
Yeah, and they were tough. They were tough.
Competitive, tough, and
can you find those guys again?
Yeah, I do. I do believe that you can. We call it a hard edge. It's kind of I don't have a lot of fluffy slogans, but that's one of them. I think nowadays, it's like my colleagues, some of my colleagues, like, Coach, can you even coach them hard anymore because the kids they get upset, they'll get in the transfer portal. I think you can. I think good players want to be coached, and you got to explain to them why. Maybe a little bit more now, but we're still kind of coaching the same way from a demand standpoint. I think just now you just had to explain this is why we're doing it as opposed to that. But I'm not the same coach I was 20 years ago. Hell, I better be better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you're not, you're going to get run by.
Well, this conference is one of those that, and West Virginia obviously has a history, and you have a history of West Virginia. From a local standpoint for us, you host Utah at West Virginia, and then you go to BYU the very next week. You get a double dose of the 2 Utah schools, and those are 2 schools that obviously have a background of 2 coaches who coach hard and programs that are throwing it at players to bring them there. What do you think about not just hosting Kyle Whittingham and his guys? You're going to see them, but you refer to yourself as the 2 old guys. But Kalani Sitake is also a Kyle Whittingham, one of his old coaches. And so there's a lot there to unpack. But let's start first with Utah and what you see out of the Utes.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle obviously got so much respect for him, and we go way back to our times in the Pac-12. And for him to do it as long as he's done it and do it that well, it's remarkable. So really excited for him. It's probably – I have so much respect for him. He needs to go ahead and retire. Get on the golf course and chill out and
let yourself be the legend.
Let me be the only old guy. I don't like playing against him because I know these guys always play hard and they're very well coached. In the same way with Kalani, it doesn't surprise me that he's having the success he's having because he's a good football coach. And sometimes us old gray hair guys have a little bit of knowledge to help with doing that. But I think also you got programs that are steeped in tradition. You got really good players, and they're going to win.
You're known as an offensive innovator, and that's how you made your rep. And I've always enjoyed watching your offenses because you come up with new stuff, basically from year to year. I'm wondering how much you can do this year. I know you got a running back who's very good, and he's probably going to go over to 1,000 yards with you guys. And I think you brought 6 guys with you from
from Jack State.
Yeah, and so how's the offense going to look, knowing with what the talent level that you have available this year?
Yeah, with this, we have 2 guys on the team that have actually started games for West Virginia, like the whole season. That's it. So we don't have a lot of experience, but that's okay. Most people in college football are flipping their rosters over pretty yearly. Not maybe to our degree, where you got 75 new guys, but
right.
At the same time, I think. We have so many coaches now, you should be able to teach your guys what to do. I think the hardest part is that, like last year at Jack State, we started 0-3, and I was like, everybody was panicking. I'm like, we're going to be okay. It was just a bunch of new guys. We're still learning. And next thing you know, we may get on a nice run. So it's the same thing here. I don't want to start that slowly, so we got to learn from last year's mistakes. But I think we got a pretty good plan in place. And the biggest thing is you got to get really good players playing really hard. It's not, it's not no kind of secret. Get really good players that play really hard, and you got a chance.
Coach, I love talking to you because you come from a time period where you couldn't buy a guy a little bit of cream cheese spread for a bagel.
Yeah, how about remember those days?
Yeah.
You could give them a bagel, but you gave them the cream cheese or butter or peanut butter on it, it'd be a violation,
And now you can throw them a set of keys to a new Bentley.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just night and day as to what it was. How do you feel about today's landscape and the way these kids
paying players? I think giving them a piece of the pie is a good thing. I just think you got to be careful you don't have too much entitlement. Like, you're not entitled to this. You have to earn it. I think that's the problem. The biggest problem we have nowadays with a lot of youth is that where's my trophy? Where's my, I'm entitled to this, and before you earn it. And I think to earn success is the best way for any program to have success totality. So, for our players, they're going to be we're going to be all in the rev share. If they do well, they're going to get paid better. It used to be that just coaches you sold like, I'm going to make you more valuable. You're going to get ready for the next level because we're going to coach you up. You're going to increase your value.
And then you'll get paid after
Then
you
you'll
do
get
the work.
paid. Well, now you can increase their value for like next year.
Yeah.
You could get double your salary. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so in a way, it's a different type of approach, but I'm looking forward to it.
Coach Rich Rodriguez, when we cut you loose, we appreciate you being generous with your time. It's going to be a
Sure.
long day for you.
Yeah, no problem.
but
Hell,
you know
this
what?
is easy.
This
I'm
is
not
fun,
losing
though.
today, so I'll have fun. We can celebrate tonight.
Coach, we appreciate it.
Thanks,
Rich
guys.
Rodriguez, West Virginia head coach, joining us here on the program. Let's take another break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go here on the program, and we appreciate the time that these SIDs and these coaches and players take for us. But you can't lose today. You know what? That's a great point. You can't lose today, so why not just do every interview you can? I mean,
well, that's one of the reasons why I like it, because there's so much optimism abound. I'm on an optimism hangover till like next Wednesday after leaving here.
I always thought he would do more with Arizona. I thought he was going to come into the Pac-12.
He thought so too, and I think that,
Arizona's a tough place to win.
Tucson is difficult, yeah.
And West Virginia is a.
Well, he won there though.
I know, but
he wants to get back at that. At this point, he can't be.
I'm just saying,
chooser.
when I saw him win in West Virginia, I was like, oh, he can win anywhere.
Did he have? Was
so-
Geno Smith post? Yeah, Geno Smith was post Rich Rod, I guess, at West Virginia, but he had some phenomenal.
Because his
quarterbacks
time
there.
at West Virginia was awesome.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there were lean times, but he had some really fun, as you mentioned, innovative offenses. His offense with White and Slavin was just electric, and it was speed option, and it was a speed option fake attack that added different forms of reverse.
Yeah, you didn't know where the ball was.
It had power fullback play. It's
like watching the Harlem Globetrotters in basketball.
It was so sweet.
Let's take another break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go. We've got some Houston players walking over here in just a moment, so let's get going on this break, and we'll return. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Boo-hoo-hoo.
Jason, why are you crying?
I just saw a house with a "We Got New Windows" sign in their yard.
Why does that make you cry?
Because they spent twice as much as they needed to for high-quality windows.
Window World offers amazing windows for way less than the other guys.
And we don't play pricing games with phony discounts.
At Window World, we treat every customer like family.
Call Window World today at 281-8111 for a no-pressure, no-hassle quote.
Window World. Simply the best. And as Doug always said,
that's no baloney.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is your Big 12 Media Days, day number 2 in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Keary, thanks for being with us. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday, which means I'm going to give that phone number out right now. And you've got a chance to win tickets. Caller number 12 gets a pair of tickets to see the Summer Unity Tour featuring Collective Soul live and their special guest, Our Lady Peace, July 13th. Here is the phone number, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663.
Carlos, put your phone down, dude. You're not eligible to win those.
Stop trying to call up.
You can't win those tickets.
I love
Carlos.
I like these young men are so good too. He's like, no, I'm not. Oh,
I know. He looked. He's like, I don't have my
phone out. They told us not to pick up the phone. They told us we can't do it. Carlos Allen, who is the defensive lineman for the University of Houston, the Houston Cougars. You guys had a year that I think defied what a lot of folks thought you guys could do. Everybody was like, Houston's going to be dead last. And you guys, I think, outperformed that. What was the moment where you guys kind of turned the corner and said, you know what, people can say what they want about the Houston Cougars, but Willie Fritz is putting together a program. How was last year, and then what do you want to do to improve on this year?
I would say the turnaround point was when we got the first big-time win. I want to say, was it against TCU? The win that started the three-game streak we had last year, that was like the turning point. We thought that was the turning point of the season when everybody was starting to, shell and add together at that point. So it was like, yeah, we're looking pretty good right now, you know what I'm saying? So, like, it was fun, and, just seeing how the team progressed over the season and the things that we encountered. It was fun, but, you got to endure certain things when, the plans don't go the right way. So, you got to, take a reroute. But it was fun just to, play with the guys last year, especially my first year being in the Big 12 and really catching the feeling of how things supposed to be and how things supposed to be handled in the Big 12 was, kind of a little different from coming from FCS ball. So that was one thing. I would say the TCU game was really our turning point last year, though.
Well, now you're a veteran, right? You talk about that. You got some help on the defensive line, but you are the number one guy in terms of most experience and all. What does that mean for you to be able to have that position as somewhat of a leader on this team, particularly in your position group?
it means a lot because the dude I played with at Kennesaw State, he pushed me. He was like, Lowe's, you believe it or not, you're better than me already. I'm like, bro, you're about to go to the NFL draft. You talking about I'm better than you already? I'm like, bro, this is you. Like, you got it. And he just kept pushing me. And so last year when I came in, I mean, I had doubts at first because I was like, I was just talking to a lot of players in the locker room. They were telling me about their experience of, like, getting recruited out of high school. And I was this guy. I was like, I only had one offer coming out of high school. So, I was kind of like, am I out of place for a moment? And then, like, when fall camp came around, I started making plays. I was like, okay, I'm supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Like, I know I can play ball here. So that was just big for me. But, being a veteran now, it's big because you got to harp on the young guys. You got to get the young guys, like, let's go. Like, this is the right thing to do this. This is the right thing to do this. Like, I know coach might be on you, but if you don't want him on you, hey, do this. So it's fun being the older guy in the room and, just having guys to look up to you and listen to you about certain things. It's fun. But it's a headache at times, but it's more fun than anything.
Babysitting.
It's a headache. Hey, tell me a little bit about Connor Wyman and tell me about your quarterback room.
Man, I love Connor Whitman, man. And Zion Chris, too, man. I love those two guys, man.
Is it going to be a battle? I
think it's going to be a good battle. I guess, like, that's more for, like, the offensive coordinator and, our head coach to figure out. But, fall camp is right around the corner, so we'll see how things are at fall camp. And I hope it's a great contest to see who's going to be the starting quarterback at the beginning of the season. But, we just got to let fall camp determine all that.
What do you like about what Coach Fritz does? And obviously he's a guy who said, let's give Carlos Allen a shot here and let's bring him here. We want him here. What has Coach Fritz meant to you personally, and then what does he do for this football team?
Coach Fritz has meant a lot for me. Because a lot of teams at first, Houston was the first school to really take a chance on me. A lot of schools was worried about my height again. I was like, I played.
I've already shown you.
Yeah, I played 4 years of ball already to prove that the height ain't a problem. Like, I've played against a team that was coming off a playoff run, and I did kind of good in the game. So, I was like kind of like nervous a little bit when I entered the transfer portal. I'm like, because I had schools, like, when I entered the portal, it was coming off hot, and then I hit the wall, and I'm like, did I do something wrong? Like,
I don't think guys pull double teams because they're 6'5". You pull double teams because
I'm 6 foot.
You murder guys.
so it's just fun though, and just seeing the transition and how Coach Fritz believed in me and just gave me the opportunity was major for me. Like, I love that dude. Like, I tell my mom now, like, I tell Coach Fritz, like, Coach Fritz, I take advantage of this situation I'm in now because my old school, we didn't have all these things I got here.
Right.
Like, I'm really in control of my own destiny here. Like, we got the facilities, we got the coaching staff.
Right.
Like, you got everything here. You got a nutritionist. Like, if you don't do the right things to put yourself in a winning position, that's on you.
Do you guys feel pressure? Like, I mean, Houston is – people look and they go, well, that's a basketball school. But there's no reason – I mean, you're in the state of freaking Texas, and it's a Power 4 football team in the city of Houston. Everything is built up for this to be a football school. And so when you hear people say that, it's a basketball school. You look at it and you go, this has got to turn around, and we got to put ourselves in the national conversation from a football perspective too.
Yeah, I feel some type of way when people say Houston a football school. I mean, it says it's a basketball school, but you got to respect it to a point because the basketball team has been good over the last last couple of years. So you have to respect that. And I totally understand where people are coming from, but this the season that we're prepared for. This the season we're going to come out and show people that Houston is a football team, is a football school.
You're listed at 295. Can't you get to 300?
I was so
show them that burger
when I first got to Houston last season I played at 310, and that's the heaviest I ever played. So I didn't really like how the weight. I didn't like the 310.
You felt the difference?
Yeah, I didn't like it. Like, I played at 300, and I got up to 310 like towards the end of the season. I really didn't like it. Like, I was fatigued more. Like, that's not a weight I really can hold. So I was like, I told Coach Fritz after the season, I was like, Coach Fritz, I got to drop at least like 15 pounds to get down around like 295, 290. And I could play longer and be more healthier during the season. Because I endured a couple of, like, nicks and knacks last year that could have been avoided if I was under 300.
Oh, interesting.
So it's 300 world. Like, I tell a lot of people, if you can play at 300 all season for a whole season,
good for you.
Good for you. But me, that helps me compete all year and stay healthy, 290 to 295.
Was it hard to take it off?
Not really, because I just went home in December and just went at it. Like, just went at it, ran every day, just ran, lift every day. So
that's an interesting balance to try to make sure that the nutrition's up, that you're still eating the amount of calories you're supposed to, but then on top of it, be like, I got to drop a little bit of weight here. And if you're like me though, you could be outside in this Texas sun and lose 5 pounds just by walking around for 5 minutes.
That's true too.
All
like
water weight.
Like I went home, I was telling my mom like, boy, you ain't gonna eat. I'm like, Mom, I'm 310. I have to drop weight. Like I'm losing this amount of calories, so I can eat 2 meals a day and be all right. So
it's tough to turn mom's food down too.
It's tough. She always, and she's hounding me too. She's like, well, you better eat. You're gonna be skinny. I'm like, Mom, that's the point. I got a little too big.
I love it. I love it.
Carlos, how informed do they keep you with all the different things that are going on with different, like, how much do you know about the House versus NCAA settlement? How much do they inform players on this?
So back in January, I had an opportunity, me and a couple of my teammates, me, Connor, and Makai Muse, we had the opportunity to go sit in athletes.org.
Okay.
So we had a chance to go sit in and really learn more about the House settlement. And, people gave their opinions on it. And it was like I was 50-50 on some of the rules that they was trying to, they was talking about in it. I was 50-50 on certain things. Like, I understand a little bit of the House rules and where it's coming from, but, like, I didn't, like, really deep dive into it because it's like, regardless, I'm going after this shit. Like, I have no more eligibility, so, like.
Tell me what it matters to me right now and how it works, and otherwise.
Give me that information. To me right now, I'm glad, like, players are getting played. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad players are getting played. But it's like, it's ups and downs to it, too, because, you might, like I tell people, like, you got freshmen in here that's getting multi-million-dollar deals and haven't proven themselves. So it's like, how can you give a freshman a multi-million-dollar deal?
Is that at Houston too? Is there $1 million deals that happening for Houston players at Houston?
I don't know. I can't. I only can speak for self. So I don't know what other players' contract look like. Like, we don't have the opportunity.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, it's probably is somewhere there. I don't know.
It's about what it takes to land a 4-star nowadays.
So, but it's a good and bad thing to it. Like, I think it's more ups than downs to it though. The ups the ups to it is you got athletes that they can really fund their life now, how they want to live it. The downs part is like, okay, I'm giving a 17-year-old. He's first day on campus. He got $250,000 in his bank account. It's like, oh, that's scary. Like, what is he going to do?
Yeah, what's he going to do?
Like, what is he going to do with that? So that's like the hard part I have with it. And like, well, I'm like right on the line at like, how am I going to give a 17-year-old this much money coming out of high school?
Well, there's a big difference between what they are and who you are.
Right. Like, I'm 23. I just turned 23 June 23rd. So like I'm counting on the part like where most of my money is going to stocks, bonds, investment properties, and things like that. Because like right as of now, I got a commercial real estate internship right now that I'm working on. So that's what I want to do when I'm done with ball, like retire from football, commercial real estate, get in that angle. So that's what like most of my money is going to right now. Like, so
I love it.
That's the way it should be.
I'm not really gonna be able to touch a lot of my money until probably like 10 years down the line.
Great,
so
great. Good for you, man.
You talk to some of the other young kids
that's what
about
it's about, Carlos.
I feel like you need to influence some guys who need to learn that kind of.
Who helped you with that? Because that's a mature
So I have
outlook.
one of my close friends I met when I was younger, growing up. We played ball against each other. Like, we never played ball with each other. We always played football against each other growing up. So we got to high school. It was even closer. Like, we played baseball against each other too. So it was just a close. So he ended up going to Savannah State to play baseball. He was good at it. He was becoming a two-way. He ended up getting hurt. So he ended up transferring to Kennesaw State, and we just got closer and closer. He was like, he told me a little bit about the commercial real estate. I was like, that's what I like. So he just taught me, he took me to meet his boss. And ever since then, I was like, bro, the commercial real estate wave is where I want to be at.
Phenomenal.
And I just always tell him, like, you don't understand, like, how much, like, that meant you introducing me to commercial real estate. Like, that means a lot. Like, that's another avenue I can venture off to once I'm done with ball, or something I can venture off to now.
Yeah.
And I don't have to be, like, full hands on. I can just, if somebody says, well, we're looking to, like, a building like this. Like, a commercial real estate, you'll sell a building like this. Well, so somebody might say, well, we need you to put in like 10% of it. So let's say if I throw $60,000 in and we sell the building, I get $600,000 back. But it's the 10% return I'm going to get.
Yeah.
So it's just fun, learning numbers and things like that. Like a lot of people on the team, like, bro, every time we talk, you always talking about money. I'm like, that's just me. That's just me. I'm trying to find ways
they
to
should
add.
listen to you.
I'm trying to find ways to add to the revenue at all
That's
times.
awesome. That's what we want to hear.
Great stuff,
Carlos Allen Jr. is the defensive tackle for the Houston Cougars, and set to have a brilliant final year. Stay healthy, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I should say the slimmer more improved Carlos Allen Jr. In front of us.
And plus, now that you're slimmer, that's probably helping with the ladies.
He's like, I can't deal with that yet either.
Yeah, I'm chilling right now.
Hey,
you know.
if he's dealing with money, he doesn't have to deal with weight like that. That doesn't hurt or change anything.
I love it. Carlos, good luck this year, man. Stay healthy.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Same to
Carlos.
you guys. And appreciate you guys for having me.
Absolutely.
I wish we got to see you this year.
Right.
But we don't. No BYU, no Utah.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, that's right.
Houston avoids
Dang.
both.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Carlos, we appreciate it. I know Stone's going to be able to. I think we're a few minutes away from being able to get some of these Utah football players as well. I think Utah's going to walk over here. We've got the setup with Colorado next to us, and PK.
That was empty yesterday.
I haven't seen a. There hasn't been a Prime sighting. What are the odds that Prime?
Well, I think they said he was supposed to be here.
Did they say that?
Yeah.
I could just see. Could you see Coach Prime not even showing up to this thing?
Well, I think that
send his D coordinator again.
If health permits, I think he'll be here.
See, that's the key, though. Is like, I don't know if I'm feeling well. Anyway, all right.
You remember he sent his D coordinator to Pac-12 media?
The Pac-12, but he had some stuff with his feet and toes, which have been
that's
amputated.
My favorite.
So.
That's my favorite soundbite when you asked Shedeur about it. And he goes, "Yeah, man, he's home chilling. He's at the hospital."
Yeah,
and you're like,
"Yeah."
He was there last year. Had that cowboy hat on.
Yeah, but
he wears the cowboy hat well.
He sat in the stands the whole time.
I don't think he actually did any interviews. All right, well, we got the Denver station over here next to us. Maybe we'll just be able to hold the microphone over when he's sitting with those guys doing the TV.
I don't know if I'm that desperate.
Let's take a quick break here because I know that we're going to be able to. We're trying to sneak in breaks as much as we can before we get these Utah players, and we'll go probably some long stretches of being able to chat with them and also the University of Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham as well. I haven't seen a Mark Harland sighting, but I do want to bring him over as quickly as we can as well. So stay right here with us. More to go. It is our Big 12 Media Days brought to you by the folks at Window World. Frisco, Texas, at the Star live. Hans Olsen and Patrick Kinahan and myself, Alex Curie. More to go. Stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Typical slowdowns trying to leave Tooele County as well as on I-15 traveling through Utah, Salt Lake, and Davis counties. The right lane of I-80 eastbound is approaching US 40 in Summit County. That is still at a crawl. From system install to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players. Yeah, boy! This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on The Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It is the day number 2 of the Big 12 Media Days right here in Frisco, Texas at the Star Live. We are here on day 2. University of Utah is highly highlighted for us here, highly highlighted at our station today because, of course, the Utes are walking through. Joining us on the program right now, All-American offensive tackle Spencer Fono on the program.
He prefers Mr. Fono.
Oh, Mr. Fono.
Yes, if you could call him Mr. Fono.
He's very serious. I mean, I think he's a serious guy.
However you want to do it, bro.
I'm just telling you, if you don't want to get beat up, just say Mr.
Oh, no.
Sir Fono. First of all, thanks for being with us. Number one, phenomenal year last year, obviously. How do you deal with all the because it's not just pub, it's national attention too, and you get all that stuff. How do you kind of maintain the high quality of play, or do you actually kind of convert all that attention, that All-American honors, and then the preseason All-American stuff and all the NFL talk while you're still in the middle of your college career and trying to put this together? How do you keep that perspective going?
I feel like it's all the same. I feel like every year I just have to get better. Because I don't think I'll never be a finished product. So I think the goal is every year just to get better. That's been the goal this whole year. Even with I've been very blessed to have all that talk around me. But the goal is just to get better, better than I was last year.
I've been watching Spencer a lot of years. And, one thing that I've observed is it doesn't matter what anybody says about Spencer. You're just doing your work. And
I appreciate you, man.
You've had that projection since you were just a freshman in high school. It's like, oh, he's the next big thing in college. And it was like, oh, just keep working. Oh, he's the next big thing in the NFL. It just seems like you always keep your head down and work. It doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, I know where I want to be. I know where my goals are, and I do have goals to play at the next level, and I know it'll take more than where I'm at now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Well, you will be at the next level. You'll be there next year, as a matter of fact. But you got this year
Hope so.
Fingers crossed. It's pretty much a slam dunk. I think that obviously you got this year to be worried about before you get to that point. And offensive line, you got another guy on there that was highly rated, and you got a couple other guys that the offensive line should definitely be a strong point. When you got a quarterback like Dampier who likes to run around and do things with his legs, he's very athletic and very creative and all that. What type of challenges that present to you as an old lineman to make sure that you're doing what you need to be doing to allow him to be successful?
You just got to stay on your man 24/7. Your guy goes outside, inside.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it looks like he's going to, out of a play. You just never know where Devin is. But he's such a good playmaker that he's able to direct a lot of that. But you just always got to stay on your guy no matter where he's going.
So PK was talking a little bit about Lomu on the opposite end of this line. Are you guys pretty competitive with each other? Lifting, running? Do you guys get competitive?
We are pretty competitive with each other, yeah. Because we have competition stations where we'll run against each other, and then it's always me versus Caleb. Yeah, it's always me versus him, and then whoever wins at the end of the day, we talk a lot of trash to each other. It's pretty competitive.
So who's got the edge?
Come on now.
Okay, all right.
Come on now.
Mr. Fono.
Yeah, no, we can ask Mr. Lomo himself too.
There's a reason why he's going ahead of him in the draft.
Well, now hold on. But I feel like there's a few metrics though that maybe he'll try to sell it a different way. Well, I beat you at X, Y, and Z.
Yes, that is exactly how it goes. Yeah, he'd have a different opinion if he was here. So I'm lucky I got the mic.
He tries to sell it on the one. Yeah, but that one thing, to do the broad jump, I got you on. Whatever.
I beat you in Econ 101.
Yes,
that's the only thing.
You got a 78.
Econ 101.
I got a 78. 89, man. You know it, Spencer. Don't even try to fool yourself. What's it like playing with a brother on a team?
It's so awesome.
It's got to be a dream come true.
It really is. It's really special. It's something that obviously everyone, I feel like a lot of people want to do. So to be able to do it with my brother is so special. And then I go against him every day in practice, so it's so cool.
Whose football family coming out of Utah County is better, the Fonos or the Kafusis?
The Kafusis are legendary, man. We got some ways to go to.
Yeah, but you're on your way.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come back to you in like 10 years.
Okay,
you know,
okay, yeah.
There's
the
only
Kafusis.
There's only one Bingham though. Like there's
only one.
Yeah,
only one Bing. Yeah.
So I think you got the slight edge right
okay.
now. The slight edge. It's been fun watching. How have you mixed and mingled with Coach Beck and his new scheme?
Oh, I've loved it. It's so much fun. There's just a lot going on in the new scheme, but it's still really simple at the same time. So I love it. It's been a lot of fun.
When you look at this year, and obviously there's a lot of attention, and you bring a lot of that attention. You and Caleb Lomu both are the two names that people talk about. But Devin Dampier, your quarterback, who's to the left, who's going to join us after you're done with us, he's talked about how he's got the best offensive line in the country. A lot of quarterbacks say that. Few quarterbacks actually have it, and I think you guys are pretty darn close when you talk about the amount of experience you guys have and the amount of what has he meant for this team and what has he brought that you're like, oh, I think we might not just get back to what our form has been before, but also get back to maybe another conference championship game and to accomplish even bigger goals than that.
I feel like he just makes us so dangerous. I mean, I do think we have a very, very good O-line, but the quarterback play can only, make us better. Like if our quarterback is balling out, it can make our O-line look 10 times better than we already are. So I feel like if he plays the way that he can, it just makes us so dangerous with our O-line and him, and even our receivers are so good, our tight ends are good. But if he plays the way that we know he can play, because he can run the ball, he can throw the ball 60 yards, he's just makes us really dangerous.
Is Kump going to play center for you?
Yes.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, you guys got
Captain Kump.
There is no problem with this offensive line. You guys, Mokafis is back.
So. Yes. Yeah.
He'll be starting.
This is,
it's got to be a pretty decent team.
Pretty much everybody's back.
I'm just telling you. What have you felt the two transfer running backs?
Oh, they're great.
Washington State and New Mexico.
Oh, they're so good. Yeah, they're so good.
Because those are the questions. You're like, okay, if you can add some good running and a couple of receivers, this is going to be pretty special. You can't imagine because you got a little bit of a twinkle in your eye. You're holding back something. You're feeling pretty good about this offense.
Oh, I feel good, man.
Yeah.
I think we look good.
Yeah.
I do think we look good. Obviously, you never know till we play the games, but I think we look pretty good.
Spencer, we appreciate it, man. I think the only way we're going to get Devin Dampier is if he pushes you out now. But you know what? That's not going to be the first time in your career either, by the way, that Devin's going to take over for some attention. So quarterbacks do that,
man.
Cody Johnson. Yeah, Cody Johnson. Is that your guy?
Oh, I love Cody Johnson. I love Cody Johnson. You were there?
I wasn't there at that time. I've seen him before.
Right.
Yeah.
He's so good. I love his live song. Cody Johnson's so good.
And he's a cowboy.
And the one line he dropped, he's like, the three things that make all of us Americans the same are the red, the white, and the blue. Oh, no. And I would just stand there, it's America! America, man! America!
My goodness.
And nobody told you to sit down.
Let's Spencer. Okay. Spencer, they're stealing you away, and then we're going to steal Devin Dampier, your quarterback, away too. Hey,
thank you, Spencer.
Congrats, man!
Thank you.
We're looking forward to this year.
Spencer,
we're really excited
thank
about it. Spencer Fono, offensive tackle for the University of Utah. We're going to take a quick picture with Spencer too, as well as we walk over Devin. Devin's as we walk over Devin here, quarterback for the University of Utah, Devin Dampier, joining us. He's going to put a headset on here. And we're gonna make this thing happen. Gosh, these offensive linemen getting all the attention. I don't know what it's about, man. Like he's all for it. Here comes Devin putting the headset on. He even brought the helmet too. Now this is one we're also obviously looking forward to because we've chatted with Spencer Fono before. We've chatted with a lot of these guys who've been at the University of Utah before, but Devin Dampier, the newest quarterback at the University of Utah. You've had quite the offseason. First of all, I was reading a quote
from you.
Good to see you, Devin. Good to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Good to see you too.
I was reading a quote from you, and it was like, the amount of connection I've had with this program for being in here, what do you attribute that to? I feel like a lot of it is, one, you're willing to just be into a new program and say, I'm going to give it all. I'm going to be here 100%. What has that connection been like being at Utah and making those, like having that connection with Coach Whittingham, coming here, you and Coach Beck, all those things that have kind of formed to where you are right now? What's been the thing that's made you connect to Utah so much in such little time?
Yeah, again, I think it's that willingness to join a program. I keep telling people, you know, culture is hard to find right now, just with the transfer portal and all that. So the fact that they had a set culture, and Coach Witt made it clear, you know, no one's bigger than the team. When you come to Utah, you adapt to us, and you know, just to have that mentality to go in there and, okay, I'm gonna trust the process, and you know, you start to trust the other guys, and it just all builds. It just all builds. So just having that awareness to adapt was the biggest.
Let's start with this. How was it playing for Bronco Mendenhall?
It was great. It was great.
Yeah,
I tell
what was
people,
it like?
hard. Like everything we did there was nothing easy. Like we lived by the slogan "Earn Not Given" last year, and like I promise you, everything. You guys, any of those guys that played on that team, you feel like you earned everything that you got.
He bleeds the best out of you.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you have come if Jason Beck wasn't hired?
I don't know. I guess that's a big.
Because the point is your connection to him and him to you. Is
right.
Strong.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean that's my guy. So
why is he your guy?
I tell people, you know, it's a lot more than football for us. I'm kind of like, he brings me around his family, all his kids and his wife. So it's a real family, and he just understands me, you know, on the field especially. He gives me a lot of freedom on the field. He trusts me, and you know, I feel like I play at my best when I got a coach that as talented as him with his play calling, and just be able to trust me when I think things need to go another way. So just to have that from a coach, you know, it's great.
Yeah.
What was your first meeting with Kyle Whittingham like? When you first met him, what did he say?
You can say scary too, like, because sometimes I feel scared by Kyle.
You know, I wasn't more scared. I was more, you know, everybody speaks really highly of Coach Witt. So
for sure, rightfully
and
so.
My older brother Dorian Singer, he played here last year. So, you know, Coach Witt's that guy. So when I got to meet him, you know, it's a little like nervous, like, oh, okay, I'm about to meet head man, but you know, he's real laid-back guy. Just his mentality on what he wants out of players and what he wants out of this program. Just to hear him speak in the way that he does, you just tell he's a wise man. He's been here, he's done it. So, yeah, I mean, it was like talking to Big Boss. You feel me?
So Spencer Fono, I don't know if he's going to start this year, but he's a good kid.
We'll see.
Start for
we'll
Chiefs?
see. We'll see.
But no, he brought up how dangerous you make the offense, and I want to know what that is. I want to know what that element is, the danger element that you bring. Obviously, you're dangerous on the feet. You throw the ball phenomenally well. What's the one that you look at and you go, do you want to sit back and throw it in the pocket more, or are you excited about, I want to get shaky and get outside that pocket too? I love doing that.
Yeah, you know, I always tell everyone, you know, I play football to win games. You know, whatever situation happens, you know, I'm always going to do what's best for the situation and what's going to win the games. But, you know, I am very excited to be able to, you know, drop back there and just sit back there and be protected. It sounds very, very nice. A lot of quarterbacks don't get to have that, you know. Sometimes you gotta throw on time a lot, and you know, with the O-line I got, you know, I can happily probably not be on time sometimes, and they're gonna create a lot more time for receivers to get open. So it's about to be great. I'm ready for it.
Well, I have to root for you, Devin. we got some background. I'm from Phoenix, also, just like you, where you played Saguaro, wasn't it?
Yeah, I played at SAG.
Yeah, and they've had several people have played in the NFL, so they have a good athletic program, good football program for sure. What was it like making that adjustment? Because you go from Phoenix, then you go to Albuquerque, it's kind of out there in the middle of nowhere, and then you come to Salt Lake. So in the last couple of years, you've had 3 different communities. How's that been?
Yeah, well, obviously Arizona's home, so
Me too.
You know, yeah, that's nothing to get used to. And then I always tell people Albuquerque gave me kind of like a Tucson kind of vibe, you know.
I like it. It's small.
Yeah,
smaller.
a little smaller, but deserty, still the mountains and all that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it kind of gave that vibe a little bit.
I can see that.
Just now in Utah, you know, the cold. This is kind of somewhat my first time because you know I'm originally born in Minnesota, so I've been around the cold. But just to be here at an older state, yeah, it's been great. I love all the traveling and everywhere I've been.
I want to know, is this your uncle in the swoop costume? This has got to be a family member.
They must have brought him over.
That's my twin. That's my twin. Don't worry about it.
Because you got Swoop over here. He's your hype man.
I've never seen a mascot more excited about another person in my life.
It's got to be a family member. Like, it's got to be.
Hey, it's both ways. It's both ways, man. You know what I'm saying? It's that family. It's that family.
We got another minute here.
Speaking of which, how's it been? Just do you feel like you fit in? Just family? Do you feel like Utah has become your family?
Yeah. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. That culture, it's all built on brotherhood. Like it's all built on how much you care about the next guy, and you know what are you willing to put down for them to win these games. And you know I feel like I'm right in there.
Devin Dampier, quarterback for Utah, comes in. That offense has totally changed over, and it's totally going to look very different this year. And I think that's what Utah fans are looking forward to. The excitement level's there, and we're looking forward to you guys having a good year. Stay healthy, man.
Yeah,
obviously
for sure.
That's one of those things that we always are going. That's got to be the way to do it.
Have you built a relationship with a couple targets on the outside?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Who you feel most comfortable with?
Right now, you know, our tight end Dallin, he's a real sleeper right now. Like it sounds like a lot of people didn't get to know about him last year, so Dallin's about to shock a lot of people coming into this year.
Dallin Porsche. Or they call him Bentley. I mean, it's I don't know, whatever you prefer.
Hey, same parent company.
Yeah.
Devin, thanks so much for your time, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate you as well.
Utah quarterback Devin Dampier on the program here with us. We appreciate him taking some time. We didn't even get to highlight the watch. We didn't even get to highlight the watch today. That watch looks pretty nice, dude. It's just an Apple Watch. We're looking forward to what he can do this year. Swoop single-handedly ruining Hans's life over here.
Oh my gosh, I'm struggling.
Ryan, thank you. Thank you for bringing him around. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I got you. We know you guys are busy. We're busy too, and gosh, we only had time for 2 more questions with Devin as well.
Ryan's one of the best things that's happened to Utah.
No, Ryan does a phenomenal job. The SID group at Utah is one of the best in the conference. There's a reason they start walking over here and they start doing this thing, and so.
The mascot thing just doesn't quite translate.
We had just had that conversation, and then he comes over and basically gives you a lap dance.
He's now doing it over here.
I know. It's like, dude, can we just – I know they're asking him to get out there, but, like, let's turn it down a little bit.
Got Smith Snowden coming up next.
I'm just going to say it's nice that Cosmo didn't sit on your shoulders.
I know.
Something.
He wasn't there yesterday at all.
No.
Or he was, and he didn't do much. So, Christian, you tell me. Smith Snowden's walking up here.
Oh, let's keep it hot. Let's
get Smith Snowden here going. He's going to put the headset on, and when these guys come to us, then we're going to make sure and take these guys. Smith Snowden, defensive back for the University of Utah, walking up. Honestly, Smith, first of all, how are you, man? Good to see you.
I'm doing good. Yeah, it's good to see you guys.
Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, it's exciting to be here, man. This is my first Big 12 Media Day, so just having this opportunity to represent my brothers and represent the university, it's huge.
Well, there's a reason they pick you. It's not just because you're a decent player, but like when guys are good at representing the school well, that's another bonus to be able to bring you guys. When we saw you and Spencer Fono walk in, and you ran right over to Hans and you gave him a big hug, I was like, these guys like being here. And that's not always the case with some of these guys, because it's easy to get questions from people who will say, you guys struggled last year and all those things. You have to deal with all that. But hope springs eternal at Big 12 Media Days.
For sure.
What are your hopes for this season for you guys?
I'm just excited to go into Game 1 and just continue to stack the days and stack the weeks and just grow as a team. And obviously we all know the biggest goal is the Big 12 championship and being able to play through January. So just having that chip on our shoulder, like you said, last season didn't end up how we wanted it to be, but you feel me, there's some new days coming for sure.
I'm filming this for Court and Will and Christian, and I'm filming this for family because it's always fun to see your kid have so much success and do great things. But what's it like, man? What's it like representing the Snowden name and doing what you do at the University of Utah?
Yeah, no, for sure. You know my dad. You know how important the Snowden name is to him. So being able to represent that name is huge for me, and I take a lot of pride in it as well. But now going on to University of Utah, it means a lot. You know, coaches have been here for I don't even know how long. Coach might be 23, 22 seasons as being the head coach. So just being able to represent him and him choosing me to come out here and represent my brothers in the university it's awesome.
Your defensive backfield, you got a Smith, you've got a Tail, you got a Rabbit too.
Rabbit.
Yeah. Tell us about some of the other creatures in there, because you got a couple new faces. I mean, it's the nature of college football, obviously.
Yeah, no, for sure. So we obviously have Scoop Davis. He was here last year, had a great season. I'm ready to see him build on last season. And then we have transfers, that starting with Donovan Saunders, Blake Cotton, Jeremiah Caldwell, some new faces, Jason Stokes, freshman. It's exciting to see them just continue to grow and develop as players and as human beings. It's exciting. I'm excited to see all them shine.
You know, Smith, you've just from just a young age, you've been so polished and just so tight in your game and tight on air. Does that come from your brother? Is that Dre? Does he help you? Is that Pop saying, hey, we're going to get you tight on all of these things? What has made you such a overall great football player and representative?
I was really blessed to have my brother, who's a DB specialist, be my high school DB coach. So getting to work with him every single day in high school was huge for me. But I would definitely say I hold myself to a different type of standard, and that standard is like a standard I live by. So just continue to shine and continue to be me and know who I am is really big for me.
I just want to make this a Dre Snowden advertisement.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because he worked with Rock for a minute.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you know it.
You know, he changed a lot of things in only 3 or 4 meetings. He just sees all the little tweaks. I don't know if there's a better mind in DB football than your brother Dre.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Drayden, he's a technician, and he knows how to get everyone right. You know what I'm saying? Like Rock he's a big old lineman,
320 pounds, 6'7" guy.
Big boy.
Yeah,
and he knew how to get him right. So he just has a really creative and smart mind to fill the players' needs rather than do this, do that. No, I'm going to see what you're capable of, and I'm going to work around your talents, your abilities, and all that.
This defense is one of those things that I think people looked at with this team, and they didn't think, man, that defense has got to get right, man. They had an off year. It was the defense had a great year, and the team sputtered on offense. Do you guys take pride in the fact that, I mean, when you hear that kind of stuff, it probably doesn't matter to you because you want to win football games. Mm-hmm. When you see that, what can your defense do this year to maintain that Morgan Scalley, Kyle Whittingham standard?
The culture's relentless, smart, nasty ball hawks, and the thing that really stood out to me is ball hawks. I think the secondary can definitely get more takeaways, so that's something we're going to grow on and build on this year and just be electric, man. Make plays, get the ball away, and get the ball back to the offense is the most important thing for us.
Are you aware of the number of great quarterbacks, not good, but great quarterbacks that are returning into Big 12? Last year was a stud running back core. This year, it seems like so many quarterbacks, 8, 9, 10 quarterbacks who have big-time credentials and can put up 300 yards almost in a blink of an eye, and that's going to put some pressure on you guys back there. I'm sure you are aware of it, but you got to really be at the top of your game.
No, for sure. I would definitely say there's a lot of quarterbacks in this league that are coming back with, whether that's a year, 2 years, or even 3 years of experience. So I know they're feeling confident, but I'm going to trust my big boys, the D linemen in the trenches, to apply that pressure and make my job much easier for me.
Yeah, you need that up front.
Yes, sir.
How tough was the offseason with all the noise? How do you deal with that, Smith? Because, and I think every good college football player is dealing with this now, where you're getting the phone calls and you're getting the agents and you're getting there's just so much noise. How did you deal with it, and what would your advice be to any upcoming college football player to deal with that kind of stuff?
Being able to just honestly trust your gut and trust God's plan for you. I was able to, go through some things and try and figure everything out as I was going through it. But I would definitely say just trust your gut, and whatever needs to happen is going to happen for you, for sure.
Are you going to return kicks again?
I am. Yes, sir. I'm excited.
What would be a bigger deal for you, a pick six or a kickoff return for a touchdown? Because I feel like the touchdown is a touchdown, but when you're able to disrespect a quarterback like that,
man,
that's one thing. But it's so rare to get a kickoff.
How about a kickoff return in Provo, Utah this year?
Oh, that'd be nice. Are you guys playing in Provo this year?
It's at Lavelle. It's at Lavelle. Yes, sir. No, I would. That's a hard question to even answer. Honestly, probably a pick six, just because you feel me. That's my primary position.
That's
but
your place,
man, a kick return.
That's a big momentum.
That's a momentum. That's right. That's
I think
perfect
PK,
word to use.
PK probably added the added bonus of doing it in Provo would probably be an
because BYU did it at Rice Eccles last year.
Right.
It'd only be right.
Yeah, that was a huge swing in a 1-point game.
Yes, sir. No, seriously. Special teams, people want to forget about it, but special teams can really be that momentum shift and that energy that can change a game.
Right. It either fires up one and at the same time deflates another.
For sure.
Pick sixes happen. A little more common. But a kickoff return of 100 yards and it's in a blink of an eye and no one is expecting it, it every time you see it, it seems like it just changes everything of what's happening in the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some pick sixes, some kick returns, all of that.
What's at this point, what is the highlight of your Utah career?
Yeah, I've been getting that question a lot today, and the thing that I always go back to is that UCF pick six. I was pretty determined to get a pick six before the season had ended, and I just don't think it could have came at a better time.
So I've noticed that you play inside. They'll use you in all kinds of different areas and different specialties. I've seen you on the outside, rotate the outside. Is there a specific plan for you this year?
We're kind of just seeing how it plays out, man. Going to go into fall camp and see where the team needs me the most, and that's where I'm willing to play. But
where
obviously,
do you like to be?
I've learned to love nickel, matter of fact, but something about that island
Yeah,
is
you like
really
being
intriguing.
What are you projected at the next level? Like when scouts, or if you're getting any feedback from the pros, what does scouts say?
They've said that they see I have some good nickel film, and they want to really see how versatile I am. So if that's me playing on the outside or me playing, you know what I'm saying? Just versatility is what they really look for, and I feel like I can show a lot of versatility.
How often at nickel are you rotating onto a tight end?
You know how Utah gets. We like to play a lot of man coverage. We take pride in man coverage, so I'm usually going to that slot safety, but depending on if we're in a zone and if I need to be to the boundary or whether I have to be to the field, it would depend if I'll be matched up on a tight end.
Do you hate that? Or when you see a tight end come off the line and you're like, crap, that's mine? Are you,
honestly, tight ends –
because you're getting some 6'6", 6'7" dudes.
I bet you like to surprise them a little bit.
Tight ends they're big boys who most of them can't really run for real, so
not like you.
Nothing.
So you just kind of jogging with them.
You feel me?
Patting at their face and asking.
Let's call up Gavin Bentley and roll that out.
Let him know.
What is your favorite thing to defend? You like seeing like a slot motion out, or what is your favorite thing where you're like, I got this?
Yeah, you always loved a slot fade or just a fade in general. You don't have to – there's not much that comes with it, because, if it's a slant, there's a lot of more technique to it. But if it's a fade, we're running. And best man.
We'll see an interception from time to time. We'll go to the UCF pick six. When that happens, is that the feel of the game, the flow of the game, and the moment of the game? Or is that you watching film and you're like, oh, that's the formation. The formation shows and you're like, I know what's coming.
I saw this.
You're like, what is the rate of interception to film knowledge or game flow?
As a DB, film is super important. Like you said, being able to know formation and being able to know tendencies and, okay, where's he at? Is he outside the hash? Is he inside the hash? Is he on the hash? You kind of eliminate certain type of routes, right? You want to, if he's inside the hash, okay, they showed that he likes slants from this split, or he showed that he likes a slot fade from this split, or a dig, just depending on what that route is. So it's kind of process and eliminate. You kind of are like, okay, I haven't seen them do this, so obviously be ready, but you got to have a plan for sure.
Favorite sister, Blythe or Sibley?
I can't choose. Funny story, I'm actually living with both of them right now.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm living with both of them. They moved out to Salt Lake, so I'm living with both of my sisters, man.
They're the best, man. The Snowden family, just the best, man.
Heck yeah.
How much does I feel like your dad would probably have to balance out being like, I don't want to be too much in his ear. How do you balance that out? Because at the same time, like I didn't love always getting all the coaching from my dad, but at the same time, like I also miss it. You know, like you know, when you think years past and you go, that guy knew what he was talking about. What's that balance to be able to have all your coaches, but also a guy who knows ball pretty dang well?
My dad and I have a really strong relationship, and with strong relationships can come honesty. So my dad's always going to keep it real with me, whether
brutal
it's right or whether it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna tell me what he thinks, regardless.
Does it go both ways?
It goes both ways. Yes, sir.
Will is the most and has been since I met him in 1996. We came in as freshmen together. And he has been brutally honest from day one. First time I met him, first day I met him, I go up to hug him, and he goes, hey, you ever come to hug me again, make sure you brush your teeth. Your breath reeks. And I'm like, that's country. Like, I mean, that's just good old-fashioned Weezer, Idaho. You know, that's the onion.
Weezer, Idaho.
That's the onion on the teeth. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
We eat them like apples. Yeah.
But your dad has been he's just like a brother to me.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
and has been for years.
For sure.
And by the way, you know, I look at you and I look at all your family, Christian, I look at everybody, and you are a big product of your dad, but you're the biggest product of Courtney. Like, your mom is the reigning queen of Utah.
Heck yeah.
So,
heck yeah.
Really, really proud of you. Love watching you grow, man.
Yes,
Excited
sir.
to watch this season.
Yes, sir. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
It'll be fun.
Smith Snowden. He's a defensive back for the University of Utah. Set to have a really, really good year, and we're looking forward to it. Everybody is undefeated on Big 12 Media Days.
Yeah,
and,
facts.
It's always fun to be able to break down things with you guys, and we're looking forward to seeing Utah be back at the top of the tables.
Sir.
Hey, do you like kicking off against a big opponent like UCLA? Because UCLA out of the gates.
Yeah, UCLA.
Do you like having that, or would you like kind of the FCS, you know, more of the tune-up game out of the gates?
Good question. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Whatever that schedule says, you have no choice, right?
Yeah, but it's in the Rose Bowl, man. That's a great start.
That's a fun
It's
start.
in the Rose Bowl. We're going to be in L.A., Beverly Hills. It's going to be fun. I'm really excited about that.
You had a game in the Rose Bowl, didn't you?
No, I actually haven't.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you're going to get it.
I'm going to get it.
Yeah.
Facts.
Smith, it's phenomenal to be able to chat with you, man. Thanks
Yes,
for
sir.
hanging
Thanks
out.
for having me.
Thanks for being a good young man for us to be able
Yes,
to
sir.
chat with as well. So we'll cut you loose here, and we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Oh, boy, speaking of coming back, here comes Swoop. We got to get to a break. More to go.
Doc Swoop.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. More to get. Media Days here in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A disabled vehicle eastbound I-80 near the quarry in Parley's Canyon has now been moved to the right shoulder, but traffic is backed up to the mouth of the canyon. Northbound I-15 has the slowest traffic trying to get over the point of the mountain into the Salt Lake Valley. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Games, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fort during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. earlier. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
What kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City Fat Loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Dick's Steal Days are happening now. You won't want to miss our biggest sale of the summer. Scorecard members earn a $20 bonus reward on your purchase of $150 or more. Plus 3 days of amazing savings start Tuesday. Check out offers from brands like Nike, Adidas, Hoka, and Stanley. And check back daily for new one-day deals Tuesday through Thursday. Score the season's hottest savings before they're gone on July 10th. Shop in the app and on Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season. Ready? You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on back. It is the Big 12 Media Days, day number 2. The University of Utah featured highly here on the program, and we are, of course, rolling through here. We're anticipating Coach Kyle Whittingham in about an hour from right now after he gets done with some of his TV duties, and Lander Barton as well. I'm trying to see, so we've gotten 3 of the 4 players. I don't know if they could have brought a better group, and being able to chat with Smith Snowden.
Oh, no.
Was awesome.
These teams bring the top of the crop.
Yes.
They take the best, and oftentimes it's a redhead with a beautiful mullet.
Who plays tight end and wears number 40?
Is this the most classic tight end that you've ever seen sitting right here with us?
Josh Ford has a tight end name, too, by the way. That is we're at the Ford Center, so this fits a lot. Oklahoma State tight end Josh Ford joining us on the program here.
Josh, first and foremost, and this might be a name only PK remembers, if I could picture Jay Novacek.
Oh, yeah.
This is Jay Novacek.
Dude, this is in this very city, making reference to Jay
Novacek?
Novacek? Of course, man.
Do you know who Jay Novacek is?
Yes.
Okay, good. Jay Novacek, I'm like his biggest fan, and I was being signed to an agency out of college, and I get a call from Jay Novacek, and he goes, "Hey, looks like you're going to be signing with Frank Bowers." I was like, "Yes, Jay, I will be." Jay Novacek, man, you got to go watch the film, and then go look at the pictures. You are Jay,
but grow a mustache first, like a pencil thin. Then we'd be full Jay Novacek.
Was he Wyoming?
Yeah, he was a Cowboy. He was a Cowboy before he was a Cowboy. You're a Cowboy.
Come on.
It all works.
It's
man.
all works. It's come together, man. Full circle.
It's a perfect reference. Oklahoma State last year, we saw this with Utah, too, because you have a coach who has a lot of experience. Coach Mike Gundy and Coach Kyle Whittingham, those guys are the most tenured in the entire league and 2 of the most in the entire country.
2 of the top 3, yeah.
I think that people look at Oklahoma State and they go, there's no way that an 0-9 season in conference play would happen again. What has happened at Oklahoma State to be able to correct what is outside of the norm for Coach Mike Gundy?
Yeah. Coach Gundy had to change a lot of things in the program.
and I think a lot of those changes were for the good. I think we've taken some great steps during this offseason in the right way to work on ourselves, work on our foundation, and get the right things on our platform.
How do you like DJ Tialavea?
I love him. He's a great coach. I like to describe him as a surfer dude, but just a big guy.
Yeah,
big old surfer dude.
He's a massive guy. Intense, more of a player's coach. What's he been as he's come in and taken over?
I mean, he has his intense moments, but very detailed. What I've learned from him is just the details. I mean, I love it. I was saying earlier how he's teaching me the Spanish 3 of the game. I mean, last year I was learning Spanish 1 of what I need to do. A little bit of the play where that's going. This year I feel like I know what I'm doing, know where the play is going, know what the defense is doing. Just being able to know the game in a whole.
What needed to change from last year? Because obviously it was a season that nobody understood or predicted or any of that stuff, and now everything can be fresh again. But stuff you had to learn from it to be able to change it. Mm-hmm. What would some of that stuff be?
Coming from Stillwater High, I really didn't know how to bounce back from a season like that because we didn't really have much losses, and so just a huge learning experience for me. But we needed to change a couple things, and I think Gundy did that this offseason.
You also changed your offensive line coach. Cooper Bassett is coming in and taking over offensive line play. How much does he work with you? How much do you get from him in some of your pass sets, some of your blocking skills, and what kind of attitude has he brought to the offensive front?
I'd say to describe Cooper Bassett, he brings his energy every practice. We scored a touchdown. He's sprinting the whole 70 yards that we scored it, and he's celebrating with the boys down there. But, yeah, he's great trying to teach us, combo blocks and just all the pass setting schemes that we have, yeah.
As you look forward to this year, and you were talking about how you guys are going to kick the season off, you play UT Martin, but then you go up to Eugene, Oregon. Mm-hmm. You have a trip to Eugene, and you have a trip down to Orlando to play UCF. That's quite the stretch there. Game 2 up in Eugene is going to be one that people have their eyes on. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like those are games that aren't just like, hey, throw away, you get there at the beginning of the year type of games, but do you guys feel like you have something to prove, and that's a great place to be able to do it?
Yes, sir. I mean, I think that'd be a great place to set the standard. UT Martin game 1, we obviously need to do it there first. But in game 2, I mean, we'll do it again, and that's the goal.
Tell me a little bit about Haas Henry.
Haas, good guy.
That's a good football name, by the way.
Yeah, and did I say the last name right?
Haas Haney.
Haas Haney. Not Henny.
Yeah.
Haney.
Yeah.
Haas is a great name.
That's a phenomenal football name.
Tell me a little bit about him because, I mean, it feels like Alan Bowman has been at Oklahoma State since Mike Gundy got there.
Yeah.
Forever. But change of guard.
100%.
What should we expect from him?
Both quarterbacks we have, Zane and Haas, bring something to the table, great qualities. I'm excited to see in this fall camp how it goes and what qualities they bring to the table, what attitude of dominance, and how the season plays out, yeah.
So the quarterback battle then will extend well into training camp in August.
Yes, sir, of course. It's always a competition.
When you look at what the production needs to be like on offense, obviously that was part of the issue too, is there wasn't like a ton of scoring going on. Last year, that BYU game down there in Provo was one that, you guys needed as a program. Then it got kind of just grasped, stolen away from you that last second there. What was that environment like, and what was the team attitude after a game like that? That was just it seemed like it was going to be the turnaround maybe for the team right there.
Yeah, first of all, love the away games, love experiencing new atmospheres and stuff, and BYU is certainly one of those that is going to stay in my memory for a long time. I remember at the end of third quarter, the lights went off, and I mean, it seemed like I was in a new country. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Oh, with the fire dancers.
Fire dancers, and I mean, there was these drone lights. I mean, never seen them before, but it was crazy, and it was real fun because we scored the next play after that. But Yeah, that was a real tough loss. Totally thought we had that one in the bag, and it would have been nice to have for the season, that's for sure.
What was Ollie Gordon dealing with last year? It just felt like he just, you go Doak Walker and you're expecting a 2,000-yard season.
Mm-hmm.
What was he dealing with last year?
It just felt like we were struggling to click. We had all the pieces and we had all the players that we needed.
Yeah.
And we were just struggling to click. And I think teams go in those valleys and mountaintops. But, we were just struggling to get out of the hole.
Well, it makes for uncomfortable. It makes for an uncomfortable off season, I'm sure, with Coach Gundy, because it's
yes, sir.
Not acceptable for that band.
No.
Does he let you hear it?
Oh yeah, every day. He'll remind us. He'll light the fire under our butts. That's for sure.
Did you ever see the movie The Christmas Story with Ralphie?
Oh yeah.
Anybody say you ever look like the bully?
Yeah.
Farkas?
Yeah.
Farkas.
You've gotten that?
Come on.
Let's get some braces on.
Apparently you've gotten that a time or two.
No,
yeah,
listen.
I've heard it.
If you don't, and of course PK is going to be the one to bring it up.
Stay
Well,
with
it's
the
a compliment, man. You look like a movie star.
really?
Stay with the Jay Novacek thing, man. Go Jay Novacek.
I've heard of Ed Sheeran too. I mean, that's just, I've heard it all.
Ed Sheeran. I think you got about 1.5 feet on Ed Sheeran.
Yeah.
You guys have no idea, but if I had hair, it's that color. Like if my hair was that exact color growing up.
Yeah.
And I lost it when I was 8.
So this is what I got to look forward to right now.
Yeah, this is it.
I lost it when I was 8.
Great.
So would you rather be Ed or Farkas?
Oh. Get the coonskin.
If I had to pick, I'd pick Ed.
Listen, if you got the coonskin cap out though for like a win, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
If that's a sore subject, I apologize.
Well, if you're going to find a sore subject, PK's going to find it. I mean, it's going to be there. Josh Ford, we appreciate you taking some time, man. Good luck this season. We love competition in this conference, and I just don't see a competitor like Mike Gundy staying down much longer.
Or Oklahoma State.
And
Because
Oklahoma State.
remember when BYU jumped in this conference and Utah jumped in this conference and Oklahoma left and Texas left, it was like, who's going to be the bell cow? Oklahoma State was talked as being the potential bell cow.
Yeah.
And Mike Gundy was supposed to lead that charge. And last year it felt like it was all lined up to be so, and then, things happened. But
That was crazy. I was there at that
Mike's
Utah
not
game. It
gonna
was
sit
like
there.
110 degrees, and it was one of the strangest games I'd ever been.
Well, it was really
covered.
strange, too, because we looked at it and went, oh, this is going to be maybe a preview of the Big 12 championship game. And it was a close game, and we're all kind of going, this is weird. And then,
Of Utah, Oklahoma State?
Yeah,
yes.
Oh, yeah.
The first,
I mean, we were
first conference game of the season.
absolutely.
We thought
I
that
think
was
both
going to be
teams were 3-0.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
and
wild.
Utah went to 4-0, and at that point we were all thinking, was Oklahoma State the Cam Rising injury game?
No, that was Baylor.
That was
That
Baylor.
was the week
No,
before.
Isaac played that game.
That's right.
Yeah.
That was
Josh Ford, tight end for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Thanks for hanging out with us. We
Yes, sir.
appreciate it, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks for having fun with us.
We'll take a quick break here, and we'll come back. I think maybe we could sneak in a break here, but Christian will let me know. But and by the way, you can follow us on all of the different social media platforms. I just sent Hans a picture of Smith and Swoop. I'm trying to figure out what to do with this picture with Swoop on Hans's lap, though, first, and so we've got to figure that one out. But let's take a quick break. We'll sneak one in here because we're going to have a bunch of time here to be able to knock it down with Kyle Whittingham in just a little while as well, and Landon Barton from the University of Utah. So stay here. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Colorado Summit Friday, July 11th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High-flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at SaltLakeShred.com.
Join Hans and Scotty Friday from noon to 3 at Mooyah Burgers, Fries, and Shakes at the District in South Jordan, your new favorite burger place.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works. This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card or cash bonus when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites, the raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. If you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus? The next 20 callers will also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Leaden and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic will get you back to mint condition.
Hey rodeo friends, it's Chris Mammoth with the Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls coming to you today to invite you to the 91st Annual Ute Stampede in Nephi, Utah. It starts on July 9th and runs through the 12th, and I'd like to draw special attention to July 9th's Extreme Bulls event. Really looking forward to folks coming out and partaking of some great bull riding. There's going to be top hands and lots of action, all riding for $35,000. Currently available, we have ticket packages for the bull riding and our family night on July 10th. So that combo pack, July 9th and July 10th, for $18 total. Buy one, get one half price. It's available on our website, utestampederodeo.com. Also available are tickets for kids on both Wednesday and Thursday night. $5.50 per kid. It's really a great deal to take your family out and have some fun. We're looking forward to hosting the 91st Annual Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls. Everything's available at utestampederodeo.com.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer? Stop into Dairy King in Heber for one of their famous shakes and check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Big 12 Media Days, day number 2 in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Thanks for being with us on the program. It's an awesome set of days for us. We did 10 hours yesterday, and then we'll do another 10 hours today. Straight, on the air, no problem. A guy who is very much used to being on the air as well joins us, Greg Wrubell. He is the voice of the BYU Cougars, and he joins us on the program currently. Greg, good to see you, man.
Great to see you, Alex and Hans. I see a lot of you, and Patrick. I don't see as much of you, but great to see all three of you.
I love
That's your lucky day, then.
I love how he said that. I see a lot of you. Anyway, and moved right on. All the broadcasters got together last night. How fun is it to be able to kind of rub shoulders with all the broadcast folks here in the Big 12? It's quite the group, and man, it's big time. Brett Yormark we had on yesterday for like 25 minutes. They're doing as much as they can to be as big as they can. This is a fun deal to have all the teams here doing this kind of stuff.
It's a great fraternity, I think, the Big 12. The schools, most seem to get along pretty well. The broadcasters are a great group of guys, some of the best in the business nationally that we get to kind of just drop into, which is pretty cool. Guys I've known for a long time, and some guys you just know by reputation. And either way, it's a really neat brotherhood in the Big 12, and I think BYU has found a great home. And they couldn't be happier to be in the Big 12. I think that this event just kind of brings it all home. This is the third event for me that I've been to Big 12. First one was AT&T in Dallas, then Allegiant last year. Yeah. I actually kind of like this one. Of the three, this one kind of feels like it's hit the mark the most. I don't know.
I thought the same thing when we were coming in. I go, well, I sort of feel like we got relegated to the Star. It's a little smaller and blah, blah. And then we get here, and I went, oh, this is actually probably a better situation. Both of the other stadiums were massive, and they were just they were hard to handle. When guys were across the field, they were across the field, and if you're Coach Prime and you're sitting up in the top level up there in the stands anyway, and you don't want to talk to anybody, then that's a different thing. But it has a
good setup.
It's been really, really good. So,
how'd you feel things went for BYU when they came through yesterday? What were 2 or 3 things that stood out, and how'd you feel it all went?
Well, I really thought that. Coming into Frisco, I guess I presumed that the Jake Retzloff deal would have been kind of wrapped up with a bow. Not quite there, and so that was maybe the one thing that was a little bit different. They weren't able to really kind of put a period on the sentence yet. So that's maybe one thing that kind of, at least weeks ago, I thought might be resolved. It's not totally resolved. So there was still some some business left to address that way, which was done, I thought, responsibly. And I think the presumption is they're just moving on and going to have a true quarterback battle in August, and that drew a lot of attention yesterday, obviously. Typical questions about the honor code for those that are maybe unfamiliar with it or less familiar with it, and that was handled as well. They're a pretty solid day, pretty standard day. Yeah.
What do you think? Brian Santiago came on for a chunk of time with us when we had great conversations, and his role is obviously, look, this guy's been in the athletic department forever, and yet now, the athletic director is a totally different role. It's something that he's working into and evolving into. You could see a guy who's like, I'm going to be a diplomatic representation of this school. How do you think he's done so far in just the couple of months that he's been on the gig?
Well, he trained for this. Like this is what he has, kind of built his professional life for to this point. I think BYU gets to keep the ball rolling with Brian in this role. I think a lot of things that were already in progress get to stay on the course with Brian in that position. I've known Brian long enough to know that there's no more competitive guy in the department or in athletics, and that competitive side has already come out and will continue to shine, I think, in years to come. I think the right guy at the right time, and again, I think allows BYU to keep doing some of the things they've been doing to this point.
I had somebody at BYU tell me they're okay with him in football, but they're a little nervous with him in basketball because he sits so close.
How close he is to the action.
In football, you're just kind of a faceless person
he's
out there.
He's usually close to your mic, too. Like, he's close to your broadcast.
But the guy told me, he said, but I think Ainge can keep him under control. Because they usually sit together down and.
Did he ever have to slide in if Mark was ever
out?
Did
he did
Brian ever do
times.
something?
Back in the day, he was
teed up once.
He was a regular broadcast partner, and there was one memorable night when an official came over to Brian during a break and said, "You're just this close. You're this close."
How long ago was that?
I think I was on the beat then.
That was in the early 2000s, late
yeah.
98, and we were in San Jose, or at Santa Clara, I think, actually, the Cable Car Classic.
I covered it.
Yeah. Cable Car Classic, and it was during a commercial break. We were actually coming out of the break, and you could hear the ref on Brian's mic having the conversation. It was
I was laughing.
Hans, I feel like you'd get that warning if you guys are close enough to the football field.
Oh, yeah. Who's more hot on the sideline, him or Robert Ramos?
Ramos has toned it down.
Has he?
I think so.
Back when I was playing at BYU, Ramos was hot.
And he's right on the bench, obviously. But Brian's he's a fiery guy, but he knows too the role that he's in now demands a certain level of decorum, and he'll be fine.
But man, you brought it up, and PK and Alex and I, we talked about it. In today's landscape of college sports, you got to have that guy. You got to have the guy that is just driven and will do what he needs to do. And I felt like that was one of the best characteristics Brian brought to the table to get the job.
And with his age and his energy and his background, I mean, he's a long-haul guy for BYU. And again, hopefully he gets to just, keep –
Which is
pick
another
up where Tom left off.
You don't want somebody that's, I know they did the national search.
So you're saying Utah State is what you're going.
Yeah. They did the national search thing, but PK and I were talking about Sabo leaving. And it's like, Brian's not going anywhere. And that's a good thing. You don't want that kind of turnover.
No, this is his job. Yeah, and he's wanted this for. I mean, not. We had conversations years and years and years ago. Where ultimately, if everything broke well, this would be where he ends up. Yeah.
He's basically set himself up to be in the position to have this job for the last 20 years, and that's always good to see somebody who works for something, has a goal, keeps their eye on that goal, and then achieves it. I was happy for him, and I believe he'll be successful, and I'm not worried about his personality and all. He'll adapt as he sees necessary. I am far more concerned about the football team and the quarterback situation. Not ideal. Whoever takes the snap will have never taken a snap for BYU. I know a couple guys have played, and Bachmeier and the other freshmen coming in. But the thing that I would say and ask you about it, because you know it better than me, if you're going to have this situation happen for whatever reason, and the honor code is not the point, but the fact that you were counting on a quarterback and then he's not going to be there is not a good situation. But you have to put it in the context of a team. I think that if you had to have this situation happen, this might be the best situation to have it happen in, because you got a lot of guys coming back on both sides of the ball. You see where I'm going with that?
You want, if you have the ability to start with a senior quarterback, which would BYU was looking at a couple months ago, I mean, that's ideal, right?
Right.
And so that's what they were building up toward, and now that gets kind of torn up. And yet, whoever it is, and although if you look at Hillstead or Borgalis, these are those two guys. They've got a combined roughly 10 starts at the FBS level between the two of them. Neither at the P4 level, but there's some starts there. There's some wins there. If you had to throw either one of those guys into the mix, doing it with the cast of characters they have around them is about as good a situation as you could hope for.
Yeah.
Nobody wishes this situation in July, but to deal with it, you also have to put into context the fact that BYU got to 11-2. Well, they were 9-0, ultimately 11-2. With, by the numbers, average quarterback play last year. So, could you hope for average quarterback play from the guys BYU's trying out in August? I think so. And if that was good enough for 11 wins last year, what could it do for you this year?
We were talking to Kalani yesterday and was like, do we forget that there was a pretty close quarterback battle walking into, a good chunk into fall? We forget about it because you go, oh, Jake Retzlaff was 9-0 suddenly, right, after those first 9 starts. And we go, oh, yeah, there was a quarterback battle last fall.
They brought Gary Bohannon in. And they brought in a senior quarterback with a lot of Division I reps.
And it was very close.
And they did that for a reason.
Yeah.
They weren't ready to just hand it to Jake.
Right.
Gary, never maybe got back to his pre-injury level, but they brought him in for a reason. And so, yeah, and that said, BYU's offensive numbers last year, the best numbers were actually the scoring numbers. But those scoring numbers included defensive and special teams touchdowns, which don't belong to the offense.
Right.
The scoring numbers outpaced everything else. Everything else BYU did offensively, with the exception of fourth down conversion, was middle of the pack to lower half in the in the country. They were okay offensively. They were exceptional defensively and on special teams. The offense was just good enough last year. Now, Jake Retzlaff wins them a couple of games by the guy he was, and he also made decisions that, probably lost a game or two as well over the last couple of years.
Yeah, for sure. The 2 picks last year.
And you go back to the previous year when he was filling in for Keaton Slovis, and there were for the good you got from Jake, you had those moments where you kind of just make the right play. So I guess roundabout way of saying they can be okay at quarterback this year because they were just okay at quarterback last year.
Greg, I want to kind of just get a broad perspective from you. You've been the voice, and you've been such a spokesman for BYU over the years, and we have watched this significant jump in recruiting. Significant jump. I mean, signing names and guys, Ryder Lyons just last week, and we've talked a lot about A.J. DeMonta. What's it like from your point of view, having been at BYU so long and, getting the 2 and 3 stars and developing guys into dogs and building the Kyle Van Noys, to going now to a one-and-done 5-star best player in the world, A.J. DeMonta, and a big-time guy like Ryder Lyons? What's that like?
Well, I guess it shows that BYU, when given resources and given ability to compete with other teams at that level, they're as equipped as any team in the country to bring in those kind of recruits who are willing to abide by the honor code and live a BYU lifestyle. I think that's all it really took was BYU putting itself, or BYU ending up in a position where they were subject to and competing with the same regulations as everyone else, because the resources of those who support the program are formidable at BYU. I've never been the deepest recruiting guy. Like, there are recruiting insiders out there. I've never been or aspired to be one of those guys. I tend to I'll call their games when they're on the field. Because we've all seen guys wash out, and we've seen guys come out of nowhere. And some of the best BYU players I've ever called, nobody cared about them on signing day.
I know, that's so funny.
And it's been that way forever.
You could say that for every program.
Yeah,
sure.
And so I kind of wait to see, but there are certain things that appear to be on their face game changers, and AJ and Ryder would appear to be 2 of those kinds of guys. I'm just glad that BYU's in the position to compete that way with everybody else.
Does that surprise you at all? Because for years we heard BYU was cheap on the coaches' salaries, cheap on recruiting budgets, blah, 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 blah. And now we don't hear that, and it's
gone.
It's funny in a sense.
And it was gone almost overnight.
Yeah, not ha-ha funny, but just weird that BYU is in the game, and we were talking about it earlier. Some people think it's a little uncomfortable, a little seedy. We're sports guys. We want BYU to do good. I mean, nothing better than to have BYU versus Utah in the conference final for our business.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you know all about that. So we think it's great, and they've got nothing to apologize for. But it's still, when I step back a little bit, it does blow my mind.
Even a couple of years ago, people might have thought, well, BYU will never be able to fill in the blank. And now they are. And they do. Now, part of it's Big 12. You have to, at this level, be in the game. But they're winning the game now. Yeah. And it happened quickly.
I was going to say, would they be doing this in Independence? Would you get the AJs?
They could,
would you get the Riders?
No.
You had to have the
draw. Access is the first draw.
Yeah.
And then you go from there. And they didn't have it as an independent. They just didn't. They were losing recruiting. They would always lose recruiting battles.
Yeah.
Pac-12 versus Independence.
Yeah.
Because of the visibility.
Right up the street. I mean, obviously.
Lack of the visibility. I mean, you get that immediately when you come to a P4 conference.
And I'll bring up Keanu Tanavasa as an example. He said 5 years ago, and BYU still, but 5 years ago, BYU then to BYU now, I didn't consider BYU 5 years ago. They didn't have what they've got now. It's a totally different thing. And it's not just membership. Kalani was there 5 years ago. Kalani's there now. He said it wasn't just Kalani. I could have come for just Kalani, but I needed more. And they've got the more.
You got to have the competitive angle, and they've got it now.
I will say that with this, and having been affiliated with BYU since 1996 and watching the evolution of BYU, I will say that I do feel the money and resources that go into recruiting, the money and resources that go into coaching. There used to be this philosophy and belief of, you show up as head coach at BYU, you'll be there forever. I think nowadays it's, you got to win. Like, okay, you got the resources, you got the funds, you got a paycheck now that's competitive with anybody else in the country. Now you got to win. Like, there's not an acceptable 2-win season that extends 3 years. You got to find a way. Like, you can have a bump season, but you got to find a way to win. I think
that might have always been there. I mean, they fired Croton, they fired Roger.
To an extent, but
now the school also has to. But now it works the other way too, where it's like, hey man, I've got other places that are looking at me here, and that happens, right? Now you get to that level where you're winning, and everybody looking at you and go, yeah, you're a BYU guy, but then everybody goes, what was Brian Santiago saying? I got to wrap up football. I got to lock up Kalani for sure. I got to lock up Kevin Young.
What this does is it removes excuses from everybody and everything. It's not like, well, we didn't have the recruiting budget, or well, I didn't have the coaches pool, the assistant pool to pay the coaches that I want. Like, there are the excuses are very narrow now.
Well, so far so good that way.
Oh, yeah.
BYU's first 2 years in the basketball Big 12 have been top 5 finishes. Kalani's first year in the Big 12, they could have gotten to a bowl game, didn't by losing those last games. Second year, they go and finish with the best regular season record in the Big 12 in conference play. But Kevin Young, it took no time.
Yeah.
It took no time for Kalani and Kevin to get
best
results in the Big 12. It didn't take a ramp up. I think Utah, just use an example, had to ramp into the Pac-12. It took a few years till they got the thing going. Credit to BYU for using a really short runway to get good in the Big 12. And I think Independence was a better proving ground for BYU leading into P4 than the Mountain West was for Utah going into the Pac-12. Utah had a steeper curve. They weren't getting that preparation in the Mountain West Conference. BYU, by scheduling an independent schedule, having 5, 6, 7 P5s on a schedule in a given year, they got better quicker in the Big 12 because they had that back. When Kalani got to BYU, he was always telling Tom, if there's a great team, let's get them on the schedule. He says, in hindsight, I probably gave us too hard a schedule year in, year out. We grew from it, and that growth allowed BYU to compete quicker, I think, in the Big 12, which we've seen through 2 years.
Yeah, well, in fairness, Utah had 1 year, BYU had 2. But, I mean, your point is still well taken that I think that did help them. And then the Big 12 going – if you would have gone from the Pac-12 to the Big 12 in basketball, let alone from the West Coast to the Big 12, even the Pac-12 to the Big 12 would have been an enormous jump. So that's a major boost. You are literally playing, as you know, top-flight competition, great fan bases, every game on television. For a college basketball player, whatever you want, you can get it in the Big 12, and you can get it at BYU. And Kevin Young, almost metaphorically overnight, that's another thing. I mean, I got a simple mind here. Let's call it like it is. But that even blows my mind. Just look at the roster. Come on, I covered basketball for BYU for decades, and what they have now, I never would have predicted that. No. And here we are. I mean, you probably have go to church on Sundays and have 20 people a week ask you for tickets to basketball games, and you got to tell them you can't help them. I mean, this is going to be the hottest ticket in town, in the state, once this thing gets going.
Kevin Young at BYU is one of the biggest stories, I think, in Cougar athletics history.
Yes.
Yeah.
People have always said, NBA guys to college, it never works. It never works. It's different. The examples they've been using were, older NBA guys that are
kind
looking
of bounce
for
back.
Yeah, looking for a landing. This is not. No. This was a guy on an upward path to a head coaching job, and he changed course to come to BYU. It's clear why he was the highest paid assistant in the NBA. He's a tactician at the highest levels, and so to get him to come to BYU, to get the result in year one, with a roster he cobbles together in the off season, essentially, with some important parts. So let's Foose and Trevor, these are important guys, but to gather together a roster in a very short span of time, and then show on the court why he had the reputation he had, to get the results he had, with some bumps in the road here and there, and then to lock him up, which they appear to have done for some time to come. I mean, he was back on the market in a lot of ways for NBA teams this past. And
he'll be back next year and the year after and so forth.
I think what they've done though is make it so the NBA won't be this pie in the sky for him that he can't have at BYU.
No, because his family will adapt to the lifestyle better.
That's the reasons he came to BYU last year are still the reasons he's at BYU this year and hopefully for years to come.
And they're paying him good money.
They're paying him in. I don't want to. It feels like they're paying him NBA money.
They are.
So
what is the expectation now for Rob Wright, Keba Keita, Richie Saunders, throwing AJ? Like when you think of the name,
Final Four.
Oh,
like
that's a high bar.
So what?
It's like that's the who's who of college basketball right now. You've got Mr. Tater Tot himself that it grabbed everybody's eye and attention last year through that run through Wisconsin and into the Sweet 16. But
Brian Santiago yesterday with a tear in his eye describing
Oh.
AJ DeBonce.
You have 3 next-year draft picks on the roster.
Hey,
next year.
Yeah. Brian took off
BYU, by the way,
so
BYU just went 14 years without a draft pick.
Yeah.
Longest gap in program history. Jimmer Fredette in 2011 to Yegor in 2025. That's a 14-year gap with no draft picks, and now you're looking at maybe 4 in 2 seasons.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, I think it'll happen.
That's how you get there.
If Wright wants to go.
Greg, real quickly.
By the way, on Hans' point,
yeah.
it's tough to get to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament.
That's why I'm like, when people say Final Four, I'm like, you can't just
DeBonce
say it.
talks about it himself. He's already mentioned it.
They did it this past year. They got to the Sweet 16. I'll tell you this: if it's a heck of a lot easier to do it as a 3 than a 6 or anything else, and hopefully BYU ends up in that top 5 seed category this year, where it just makes it that much easier to get into the second weekend. Then who knows?
Right.
I think it's now that you and Hans are actually that they've required you guys to that he's your roommate, so you can keep a better eye on him. You guys are sweet mates at the. It's like the traveling football team. Who's your roommate? Oh, Greg Wrubell on the road. Going into year 3, what can Hans get better at in his gig?
Directions.
MapQuest. Print off the map for him.
So you drive?
I think it's going to be a rough year with logistics. Lubbock is tough. Cincinnati is tough.
And here's the other thing is that we get all these schedules in our head, and then he's like, "Oh my gosh, I did." He's like, "Yeah, you guys are coming to Provo." He's like, "No, they're coming to us." And then he's like,
"I've got to go
eyes
there."
get big. His eyes get big. He's like, "Forgot to book the flight." So.
Yeah.
You guys sound so good together, though. It's such a fun. It's a great
nice.
dynamic. It's really fun.
There are very few deal breakers for me in this business, but single rooming list is one of them. Yeah.
As much as I've requested it, I'm telling Mr. Acera 24/7, like, why? Let's save money. Just put me in the room with Greg.
This guy's good. This guy's really good at analyzing football. I mean, I think he could drop the radio gig and do that full time. I mean, I'm dead serious.
I appreciate
He's
that,
really
BK.
good at it.
Well, I'm blessed.
When he's standing and hovering in that room, and I'll look over sometimes, I'll be like, there's a pacing situation going on in that room, and I'm like, there's so many personalities in that room.
You guys are sweaty.
The amount of angst in that thing, and I've watched both of you guys closely work for a lot of years, and so it works phenomenally. You guys do a great job.
No, I love the energy Hans brings to the broadcast and to the booth, and it's a good vibe in there. It's I always use the phrase choreographed chaos is what it is in that booth, and never gets old.
Well, what doesn't get old is the Big 12 action. These games,
great football. Yeah.
Greg, we were talking with all the different broadcasters yesterday, and you leaned over to the Kansas State broadcaster White, and you were like, "It's one of the craziest games I've ever seen."
K-State BYU last year.
It was crazy.
And then you got Arizona State. You think about, and I was thinking too. We had one of the Houston defensive linemen sitting in front of us, and I was like, Houston, they were kind of stinky last year. And then I thought, oh wait, they beat Utah. They show up to Provo, and they showed up to play.
Yep.
They showed up to play, and I go, this conference, I don't care if you're at the very bottom of that thing, you're still talented from top to bottom for the most part, and so it's a phenomenal thing to watch. You guys go, hey, good luck.
Sorry, one last on your note. Brett Yormark, it's not just bluster when he I really do think that deepest conference, it's got some validity to it,
top to bottom.
Yeah.
And it's been phenomenal to watch, and you see that guy, and the business aspect of him kicks in, and we got a real kick out of it yesterday when we were asking him all these questions, and he'll stop you and go. And he'll be definitive about here's what we're doing, and putting his elbows.
I like his
SEC.
style, man. I really do.
He's a businessman. I mean, that's the way it is. Greg Wrubell, voice of the Cougars, joining us here at Big 12 Media Days on day number 2 at the Star here in Frisco. Greg, good luck this season with Hans, and Hans, good luck this season with Greg, man. You guys, we're looking forward to it.
Looking forward to get it going. Year 3.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Crazy.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We got more to go. Landon Barton's standing by. I think we're going to get Kyle Whittingham in the next few minutes as well. Stay here. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We have unusual delays on I-15 southbound from 123rd south to past Bangerter Highway in Draper. No accidents reported, but there is a throng of drivers trying to merge onto the freeway from Bangerter. Northbound I-15 also slow from Lehigh to Bangerter Highway. Deseret First Credit Union is turning 70, and now it's their turn to say thank you with special member giveaways happening all year long. Visit dfcu.com to learn more. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages. Beep, 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 beep. What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
It's going to be a hot one before you know it, and that means now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it. Use Revive in early summer. It's the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green during the hot temperatures coming. With Revive, watering twice a week is like watering 4 times a week. You'll save water, you'll save money. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season. Ready? You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hey, tomorrow, when we are back in Salt Lake after Media Days finalizes here in Frisco, Texas at the Star, Hans and Scotty are going to be out at...
Kyle's coming right now.
Hans and Scotty are going to be over at RGS Exteriors starting up noon to 3 tomorrow. So I think we're walking over Kyle Whittingham here.
He is.
Just trying to weave through the
madness. Those calves are so massive.
The disaster of all the...
getting through the rows.
That's why Witt's Calves has his own Twitter account. So Kyle Whittingham walking up here as we get him ready with the headset on here. Another year, and these guys. He's got Hans does have the farm strength. What about PK? Does he have
nothing.
I got nothing. Witt's gonna put the headset on here.
We're gonna get this headset on without breaking it.
Now, one of my
he did that one year, didn't he?
Yeah. He broke the thing.
Was
right
it Pac-12?
He was so intense.
He didn't throw it,
half,
right?
and he's like, and then he threw it on the ground. He's like, "You fix it."
I know.
Coach Kyle Whittingham is joining us here in Media Days.
Tell me if this. Coach, you tell me if you can pick this up when we go like this. Looks like they got you pushing too many pencils.
No,
what movie is that?
Is that Predator when he goes?
Yeah. They
Dylan,
got you
son of a.
Yeah, they got you pushing too many pencils, Dylan. Could you have guessed it?
No, I'm not a Predator guy. I saw it one time way back, 40 years ago.
Are you not a Schwarzenegger movie guy?
In general, yes. He's
okay. But just not Predator.
Yeah, that's
he likes that True Lies scene with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't? do it, Simo. Who doesn't?
Coach, thanks for being with us.
More Schwarzenegger or more Sly Sylvester? Are you more like a Stallone?
They're kind of different. They're two different categories.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say, both of them.
We did the thing where we made the mistake of rewatching Rambo 2.
Did you say mistake?
I'm watching it. I hadn't seen it in years, and I'm watching it. And my kid, I'm saying with my kids, and I'm like, and we're watching it, and he's like, "Dad, this is terrible." I'm like, "Listen, I'm here for the action, brother, because the acting is no good.
There's nothing terrible about
You go
that.
back and you watch the acting, and you want to die. It's terrible." Speaking of PK.
He's not terrible.
No. Speaking of PK, he keeps bringing up your age, Coach, and and you know why?
Bring up his age.
And
You asked me how old he was.
Well, but he
he
goes.
and I are kind of close there.
He goes, "How do I know?" Because we're just a few days apart. And we had Coach Richrod on, and he goes, "Man, me and Kyle Whittingham, man, we're the old guys." And I'm like, "Hey, pump the brakes here on the old guy talk." I know that everybody brings that up. But the tenure part of it is the part that I think interests us because it's been such a journey. And, man, you've seen every version of college football in your time.
I have.
What's the 2025 version look like for you, and how is it that you're looking at it and going, we've gotten here to this point, and what are the difficulties in 2025 present for the
Well,
Utes?
first of all, I'm excited about this team. I think we got a good group coming back, got a lot of things going for us. Starting up front, we feel good about the line of scrimmage, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. We got two projected first-round offensive tackles, which is a great starting point. The three kids inside are all seniors and have played some really good football for us. So that's where it starts offensively. We're excited about our QB, Devin Dampier, the transfer from New Mexico. He was terrific last year. Over 1,000 yards rushing, 2,500 yards passing. There's only been 4 quarterbacks in NC2A history that have done that, if my sources are correct. And
we just had him in the seat. What a great
kid.
Did you?
Yeah, he is a great kid. And on top of that, terrific leader. I mean, he was 2-3 weeks into his tenure at Utah, his time at Utah, he was voted to the Leadership Council, which is unheard of, to be around for a couple of weeks. And
he bought in immediately.
He did, and the players took to him. He's got a great personality. He's charismatic. charismatic. Is that a word?
Yeah,
charismatic.
yeah.
Charisma.
Just like me.
You nailed it. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Exactly like PK.
Oh, boy.
And defensively, we should be, we've been good for decades, literally, on defense, so I don't expect anything different this year. And so excited about the possibilities. Of course, you got to go out and do it. And, nobody's going to do anything in the preseason. You got to go out and prove it on the field. And one thing that's becoming increasingly more difficult for you guys is to prognosticate who's going to be good with teams turning over.
They took the rights away from us.
We weren't allowed to vote this year.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody.
Did you know that? They didn't even do a preseason
I didn't know that.
poll.
What would you do? What was your egregious offense to put yourself in that situation?
Well, they said, Yormark said that it hurt teams.
Oh,
I don't really understand it, honestly, but it's a stupid poll. Who really cares?
But anyway, I don't think we're alone in the fact that we replaced, 54% of our roster this year, and so becoming increasingly difficult to determine who's going to win conference championship, who's going to be where, and there's going to be so much change in college football from year to year, much more than there used to be.
So, speaking of change, a little bit of change in your coaching staff. I'm curious about your interview process because when I saw the offensive coordinating position was open, I put my name in. I didn't get the call back.
Me too.
Yeah, PK put his name in. He actually called. PK called me. He's like, "Has he called you?"
I put it in for head coach.
But take us through your hiring process. How many guys do you interview? Do you get outside of kind of who you know and what you've met at different coaching functions, and then how do you zero in on Coach Beck?
Well, it started with just watching tape, and me and Coach Scally, I involved Coach Scally with it. With him being the coach in waiting, it was he deserved to have a say and be able to be part of the evaluation process. And so we together did our research independently of each other. We didn't do it at the same time, and I think we formally interviewed 2 guys. I think 2 or 3. I can't remember exactly, but because I lose track of who I talked to on the phone and in person and all that. But it came down to being very impressed with what New Mexico was doing on offense, the innovation, the creativity, just the way that he called the plays and utilized formations and personnel. We became intrigued with that. And so when we got together after our independent analysis, we both arrived at the same conclusion that Jason Beck would be a great fit for us, and just so happened he had a great quarterback that was only a sophomore, and so when Jason came over, that piqued Devin's interest and went in the portal, and of course we recruited him and ended up choosing Utah, and so it was a 2-for-1 in a lot of respects.
I think we're seeing that a little bit, Kyle. We saw it with Oklahoma, with Washington State and all that, and it's like in the old days, particularly in basketball. If you wanted a kid, hire his high school coach, and that's a package deal. So you anticipate this happening more, that if I could bring you a player or two, I could get the job.
Well, you certainly project that, and that's part of the process, and we, having Devin be able to operate in the exact same offensive scheme that he did last year and was so successful at is a big plus for him individually. If spring is any indication, he's going to be an exciting guy to watch this fall.
Scary, I think, is what his teammates were saying, too.
It was fun to watch at New Mexico last year.
I was thinking about, too, like this is because he has such that dual threat thing going on, and not just a dual threat. It's like he's exceptional at running the football.
Right.
And
he could be a tailback. There's no doubt about it.
But at the same time, like, you have to balance out the idea of we've seen guys who are really good at getting outside the pocket and trying to keep them healthy on top of how do you get with a guy who runs for 1,200 yards on the ground 1 year and then say, let's try to keep you on the field as long as possible, son.
Yeah, well, he has his strengths and he has his things that he does exceptionally well. Running the football is one of them. And you just got to, I don't want to say roll the dice, but that's his game. I mean, his game is to have a big load in the rushing attack, and that's what he wants. He's excited about that. He's proven to be durable, the last couple of years, and Jason Jason has complete autonomy. First of all, he can do whatever he wants offensively. And that's the case with any offensive coordinator we've had there. I've never put restraints or restrictions on anybody. Just don't turn the ball over is my one request. Just take care of the football. But there's more than one way to get things done, and I was very impressed as we go back. We talked about the interview process and deciding who the coordinator was going to be. Jason has really got a creativity to his offenses and the ability to put guys in position to succeed, getting the most out of each guy, and that's really what he's looking for. He's not necessarily looking for X amount of tight ends, X amount of receivers. Give me the best football players we can find, and we'll find roles for them.
I'm curious with Jim Harding because he'd been a co-coordinator for you. We talked about it, longest tenured coach on your offensive staff, and he's been kind of right-hand man for you for a lot of years. And I've got a lot of respect for Jim, a lot of respect.
You and I both.
Yeah, and I wondered, okay, coordinating positions open, is it a natural fit to rotate him in? But then I'm thinking, did he want it? Because you don't want Jim to go anywhere. He gets linemen drafted, he recruits well, and he develops well. So how did that go down with Coach?
Yeah, me and Jim had conversation during the process, and it just felt like we needed a clean break and a clean start as far as the scheme and an overhaul. We had a scheme that worked well for us for a lot of years. But in this day and age, with the portal and kids coming and going, you better have a scheme that is very user-friendly. And one thing about Jason Beck's scheme is it's something that does not have a steep learning curve. A lot of signaling is going on from the sideline, telling kids what they're going to do on each particular play. And so that is another reason why we went that direction, is the simplicity of it. And we've also had to simplify the defense, because you don't have the chance to have kids soak in your system for 2 or 3 years and then be ready to play. If they're not playing in the first year or two, they're leaving.
Oh, yeah.
And so with that combined with the amount of turnover each year, you better be able to plug and play guys a lot more so than you used to, because you have so much turnover. And you don't have that much time to get them ready. You get them in January, and they better be ready to play and know the scheme by August.
I'm tired of coach.
What are you tired of?
People in the community.
When's
he going to retire? I'm so sick of that question.
Yeah, put that to bed.
You? How about me?
Oh, I know you. And then you go.
But I brought up some of it upon myself by talking about it a little bit a few years ago.
So you did, and I get it in my job too. We're the age, so be it. But the one thing I saw in the quote from Jim Rome, as long as I'm passionate, dude, that means you'll coach forever. You'll never not be passionate. You wake up every day passionate.
Well, there's a lot of truth in that.
I don't know how you could use that as a barometer.
Well, let me just say this: that last year was so frustrating and so disappointing. Couldn't possibly have said, "Okay, that's it." I just couldn't have walked away on that note. It was the most frustrating year of my coaching career, and it was just I would have never been able to come to terms with that, to have that be the last of a career. And so came back, and excitement for this team is, wow, what's that?
It's Willie Fritz going to the Willie Fritz commands a lot of attention, every time he walks in.
The main stage.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to have Jeff Rudy come over here and tackle Hans if we don't wrap it up.
That'd
here
be a good
pretty
match.
quick.
Let's get these guys in Speedos and
I'll
throw them in the ring.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's
Get her,
not
I'm out of town.
So let's call him a singlet. All right,
Yeah.
it's not a Speedo. Hey, Jeff, Coach wants you and I in a singlet to wrestle.
Grudge match.
Yeah.
$500 for Rudy to come off the table. With
Hey,
an
they got
elbow.
the WWE guy here today, so we might as well make the connection with the WWE. We got to make that thing happen today. Coach, best of luck this year.
Thank you.
And that'll be the last retirement question for this week.
I hope that I don't ask it. I just get asked all the time. They know I know you.
That PK brings up. We appreciate it.
Okay.
We're wishing the best of health for your team as well.
Thank
we
you.
want to see you
We
guys
could
back
use
at the top
that.
of the table.
We could use that.
Yeah.
Thank you very
We're
much.
excited for a
out
good
with us.
season.
Okay.
Yep.
Well.
Hey, by the way,
August 30th.
If there was a poll,
I'll be there.
Let's just project the poll. You were picked 16th in the poll. How did you feel about that?
Oh, that's not true.
I didn't even.
He's made that up.
I said that because all the years you love to be the underdog.
Yeah, make him the underdog so that it
back
can
in
go
it.
well.
We thrive in that role.
Yeah,
I
you
thrive
do.
in that role. If in fact what you're saying is true, then good. I'm glad.
That's why I said it.
Coach, good luck this season.
Thank you, guys.
Have fun the rest of the day. There
Okay.
you go. Coach Kyle Whittingham, head coach of the University of Utah, joining us here on Big 12 Media Days as we finalize things here with him. And you're going to start seeing coaches hit the. You're going to see coaches hit the here in just a few moments. The podium is going to be full of coaches talking about stuff, and so we're really looking forward to it. Coach Whittingham there. If you missed any portion of that interview, we've got much more to go with that, and we're going to probably replay a chunk of that also later on in the day as well. More to go here on the program. When we continue here, we'll get some podium sound from these coaches who are going to start hitting the TV side of things, and we'll get you all dialed in for Big 12 Media Days, day number 2 from Frisco, Texas. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Curie will be back with more to go right around the corner, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at AmericaFirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, AnyHour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from AnyHour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, AnyHour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The 2025 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls in Nephi, Utah. On July 9th, it's a wild Wednesday in Nephi. As 40 of the best bull riders in the PRCA will be trading big dollar blows with bulls from Flying U, Diamond G, and Andrews Pro Rodeo. It's your chance to come and witness the hardest hitting and most exciting sport in the PRCA. The Cowboys will be letting it all loose to grab their share of $35,000 and a spot at the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Get tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com or 435-623-5608.
Ready. Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is day 2 of Big 12 Media Days right here in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Alex Keary here. Hans Olsen and Patrick Kinahan, of course, guiding you through all the way through Big 12 Media Day. Now, we've already gotten 3 of the 4 Utah players. We just got the head coach of the University of Utah. Did we get all 4 players? Did we get 4 players? Oh, we got 3 out of the 4. We just need – we're just doing a bingo card. We got to get Lander Barton on. But Coach Whittingham, let's do a quick breakdown here. By the way, our Media Day is brought to you by the good folks at Window World. Appreciate their sponsorship of the program this year as we bring it to you. Want a window coat without all the baloney, high quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today.
This is where the breakdown starts. How the hell did he not know that quote? You got me pushing too many pencils, Dylan.
Dylan, you son of a gun. Like when that move. He's never seen that meme. He's like, and then he's like, I'm not really a Predator guy. I'm like, what? You basically could have been cast in the movie, Coach.
The guy has a Van Halen shirt on as we speak. What Van Halen fan is not a fan of the Predator?
His hair is from the era of when Predator was shot.
Were you shocked to find out that he's not a
No, because I think it's limited free time.
What?
He has limited free time.
You know what I found about Coach Whittingham? He loves to act like he doesn't know. I think he knows. I don't know. I didn't listen to radio. I didn't see the poll. He knew that there wasn't a preseason media poll.
I know, because he would have been searching it out.
And he would have been asked about it 4 times already.
Right.
Like, oh, yeah, you were pick number 2. Oh, you were pick number 16. It's either, now, well, we've got a lot to do to reach number 2, or, 16th. Yeah, well, we'll just see how that finishes out. Like PK, he act like he didn't know. You know he knows.
Okay, you might have some truth to that. I can see where you're going.
I know Kyle Whittingham doesn't miss a whisker on your face.
That's true.
I don't know if you saw when I locked up hands with him, and you saw I started to bend him a little bit, and Coach Whittingham put his whole body into it to push me back.
He goes, what's the deal with this farm? He goes, what's the deal with all this farm strength? You're like, all right, it is, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, he doesn't miss a
He's a competitor.
thing. That guy is one of the sharpest tacks I've ever met.
He is a competitor, and I think he's one of these guys too that just is. He's always going to go at it. I mean, he's always going to be. But we'll chat about some of the things that he delivered on during that interview in just a moment here. Joining us on the program right now from TCU, he's a Horned Frog. He's coming to the table as one of these linebackers out of a much improved defense last year. Devin Deal joining us on the program. Thanks for being on the program, man.
Hey, Devin.
Appreciate it. Oh, I got to turn him on here. Now you're there. Thanks for being with. How are things in Fort Worth, man? How's Coach Dykes? How's everything working out this year? What was the offseason like getting ready for this 2025 season?
I mean, it's been awesome. Like you said, last year I felt like we improved throughout the year, and at the end of the year we ended up 9-4, but we felt like we left a lot of meat on the bone. So we're excited. Spring ball went well. Summer workouts right now, kind of missed the workout, so I'm gonna have to get it back right now for the media day, but having a blast and, excited to compete next year.
When you look at what you guys can do on the offensive side of the ball, Josh Hoover's he's a talent. What's he like as a leader of that offense? And you guys are going to have to lean heavily on the fact that, Sonny Dykes likes to score points, man, and you guys want to be able to get to that point again.
Yeah, no, Hoover's an awesome guy. This media day, he's like laid back. He's a humble guy, so he's not having a blast right now with all the pictures and stuff. But, he's a humble leader, leads by example, goes to work every day. And like you said, he's going to score points. So we got to hold up our end. That's what we've been working for as a defense, stop the run, and, be a dominant defense because we know he's going to handle his business on the other side. So excited.
I think we see a lot of times when coordinators come in that the second year is when they really see. We saw it at BYU when they had a new coordinator 2 years ago, and last year their defense was much improved. You have with Andy Avalos, this will be his second year, right?
Yes, sir.
How much more do you expect the improvement to be simply because of the continuity?
I expect a big jump. I mean, if you look at things from last year to this year, just in terms of install and people knowing, like every position, even like 1 through 2s, 2 3s, like everybody's more knowledgeable about the defense. Everybody has knowledge about the terminology. We're all speaking the same language. So I felt like at the beginning of the year, a lot of thinking was going on. People trying to just make sure they knew what their assignment was. But now that we all know our assignment, we can get a little bit more elaborate, add some more exotic blitzes and scheme, but also just play faster. When you know what you're doing, you can just go, know and go.
Such a unique defensive scheme. The way you guys use your safeties and hybrid and some of the different defensive fronts. Is that TCU defense a difficult defense to internalize, to understand?
I don't know. We talk about it a lot. A lot of the techniques are similar. It's like the same thing offense do, where it's much of windows and mirrors. You move people and put people in different positions. One motion changes how a defense reacts. It's the same way with the offense. We know if we put somebody here, they got to ID, they got to slide a certain way, try to dictate the slide. So we try to do a lot of dictating with our alignment and just pre-snap what we show them, because at the end of the day, we can affect them too. We don't want to just be reacting. We want the offense to react to us too. So.
I always love talking to players at media days because it's like, man, the only thing that matters in front of us is our first opponent. And so when there's like a rivalry game or like a big game that's 3 or 4 weeks into the season, then we're like, oh, what about this game? And then they're like, yeah, I don't think about it. But you guys have, right out of the gates, I don't know if you know this, but North Carolina has a new head football coach.
Yeah, I heard about him. Yeah, yes, sir.
So when you guys go to Chapel Hill week 1, there's going to be a lot of attention because of everything surrounding that game. Do you like that kind of opportunity to go, sure, bring all the attention to North Carolina, and we're going to be right there too, and we're going to steal some of that attention away ourselves?
I mean, like you said, I like when there's a lot of eyes on the game. It's more fun. I mean, football's always fun, but, higher stakes, you feel the pressure, you feel a little goosebumps and everything, get you going. So excited about that. Like you said, he's a great coach, but at the end of the day, he's not on the field, so I'm excited to play North Carolina. Never played up there. Chapel Hill should be an awesome environment, and then I feel like our coaches are putting a great plan against them, and, I'm excited. Like you said, it's a big opportunity.
I should know this. Is Johnny Hodges back?
No.
He left.
Johnny's gone.
Did he portal, or did he go to the league?
No, Johnny, I think he got signed, or he was on the Chargers squad for a little bit, but, yeah, he's gone. He's out of eligibility.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So his eligibility was up last year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes,
I thought he might have had one more year. So obviously Hodges, a great leader. You're going to have to take that role. What did you learn from him?
I mean, Johnny was just very vocal, and kind of take away just he is who he is. He's going to always be that guy, and I can respect consistency. So being consistent and, like I said, taking that leadership role, he's a lot more vocal. So that's been a step that I had to take this offseason, and other people, we all try to contribute, but he was a vocal guy. A lot of times I like to just lead by example, so I've tried to improve on that front. But, I mean, our backers are stacked, Namdi and Caleb, so I'm excited.
You guys aren't that far removed from being in the national championship game and as a program, and although it feels like a million years ago, I'm assuming in college football you live kind of you have that dog years kind of mentality, but year to year it just seems like that was so far away. And yet there's an expectation, I think. Obviously, Coach Dykes brings that to the table where he says, look, we have a standard, and, we got there. We got to that national championship game, right off the bat when he came in. How do you guys as a program reconcile that and go, we want to get right back there again, and what has to happen for you guys to get there?
I mean, that's the goal every year. And honestly, that was before my time here at TCU.
Right.
But my brother was getting recruited that year. He actually committed, so he came the next year. And just like you said, that's why I came to TCU, to win championships and go to college football playoff, go to national championships. So, like you said, I'm holding the standard, and it really just comes down to like 1-0 mentality, winning each game. And whenever we do the math and they do all the studies, it's a bunch of one-score possession games that all those teams win. So who's going to win is going to be the people that are more detailed, that fight to the finish, and that's all we preach. Like, if we handle our business, I like us versus anybody.
Well, thank you for taking my question right out of my mouth by saying that, because you look at the schedule last year and the results, you lose to UCF 35-34, but then you beat Texas Tech 35-34, and you got a bunch of one-score games here. Mm-hmm. It turns out that maybe your team got a good lesson in literally 1 or 2 plays can make the difference in 2 or 3 wins. I mean, that's got to have been slammed home to you guys face first for the type of results that you had last season.
I mean, for sure, we talked about it. Just like I said, end up 9-4, but we felt like we were a much better team than that. And like you said, those little games where you lose by a point or a field goal, whether it be Baylor or a point, like you said, UCF, those games you let get away, we're talking about a different story. We might be in that championship and, playing for, what we want to be in that tournament, getting a dance. So definitely it's been preached, and I think it comes down to all the little things. Like, we got to start winning now. Like, we got to start stacking days, because at the end of the day, those little plays, we don't know which one's going to be. So,
this NCAA versus House settlement comes down, and they've got some 105 restrictions, but then they've got some add-ons. Have you watched some of the effects of that? Have you taken note on any of the effects of that? Has Sonny Dykes had to let a couple guys know bad news and move on? And just your thoughts on that whole thing.
I mean, for sure, especially when it initially happened, when the cuts started coming down. I'm friends with a lot of the guys. Obviously, all my teammates are all my guys, so a lot of walk-ons kind of saw that experience of them trying to work to earn a spot. Like you said, it's a lot more selective to get on the team, which is cool. It means it's always been a privilege, but it's just that more of a privilege to be on the team and be a contributor. So I definitely noticed that. I think it's great. Obviously, it's a side effect of NIL and everything like that, us getting paid. So they're starting to diminish it, but I think it's just more responsibility, which means, handle your business.
Does TCU have a strong donor base, people who are interested in making sure that the football program doesn't just stay afloat, but it thrives?
Yes or no? It's been awesome. My experience from coming from Tulane to here, they've taken care of me, taken care of my brother. I've seen what it is. They reward people that work hard and produce. So production matters, and they reward you accordingly.
I'm sorry, your brother came with you?
My brother was here. He was a freshman, so he was at TCU. I came from Tulane.
From
to
Tulane,
TCU.
yeah.
Okay. How much of that played a part, just wanting to be with the brother?
That was a big, definitely a big role. Him and my little sister, they had gotten like an accident. They were all good, but that's when I first hit the portal, and I just realized I wanted to be closer to home. Being at Tulane, you get to see them like twice a year now. My parents are actually up here. We live like 30 minutes from here. They go to all the games. They don't have to choose whether they want to go watch me or Marcus play. So it's been an awesome experience.
I'm telling you, when I was a kid, TCU, we'd go to the games at Ammon Carter Stadium just because it was like $3 to go to the game because no one would show up. I mean, that was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
TCU and SMU, people looked at and went, okay. I mean, SMU was still living through the dark ages of trying to get through the death penalty, but TCU had a long way to go, and you think about where they are now versus where they were 30 years ago. It's crazy.
The stadium's
and the stadium has got, and Ammon Carter Stadium is it's sold out. It's always packed.
All I know is 2 years ago, Greg and I called that BYU TCU game.
Yep.
Place was packed, and TCU put it on. It was like
44-11.
44-11.
Yeah.
It was like I blinked. Because we went into that game thinking, oh, yeah, BYU's
brand new quarterback for TCU. That's when Hoover threw for 400 yards as a freshman.
Hoover jumped on the scene, and I was like, and there were a couple of guys that were telling me, hey, you got to watch for this kid. But that crowd is pretty incredible.
Yeah, they're awesome. They got the riff ram going and the hypnotoad on the screen and all that.
Well, and they got and then they score that, and that train horn goes off, and it's bonkers.
You've never played in Provo?
Utah?
Yeah.
No, you're playing BYU in
have you
Provo,
ever played it?
I haven't. I'm excited about that. I heard it's an awesome atmosphere. Utah last year was pretty awesome, so I'm excited.
Oh, yeah, you guys were at Rice Eccles last year, too.
That's a crazy environment, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm excited.
Rice Eccles is crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
It wasn't as much last year because Utah couldn't score the freaking football. Hey, you're probably part of that. I mean, when you see a team like Utah can't get it, I think they only scored 7 points in that game.
Was that 13
in our game? Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, but we're looking forward to another year. We know that Coach Dykes is going to get his guys dialed in. You guys are considered a dark horse, kind of fringe contender. I know everybody else saying that makes you go, no, we're right there, man. We're right there with everybody else. Devin Deal, he's an outside linebacker for the TCU Horned Frogs, joining us here on Media Days at the Big 12. Thanks, Devin, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for the insights, and also stay healthy this year, man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, we've got lots going on here, and I know that there are these kids they're coming through, and they're nice enough to spend all this time with us. But it's good for us too because we get to know some of these guys, and you forget. I mean.
This is one of my favorite aspects because I get to know these guys, and then I watch them make a play, and I'm like,
I remember that guy.
That dude.
And there's a reason they bring him here, right? Because
Yeah.
they know there's a leadership aspect. There's other guys look to them aspect. And, I was just talking to Stone because Josh Hoover trying to get him to come over as well, and Sonny Dykes. And that's a program that does – it's very similar to what we're seeing. I mean, Sonny Dykes is the same kind of coach in terms of like tenure and has been doing this for a long, long time and has success. The guy was in the national championship game 3 years ago. 3 years ago. And they got there. They beat Michigan in the semifinal. You remember this? I mean, that was not that far removed from where we are now, and yet at the same time, Sonny Dykes people are looking at it and they're going, you better figure this thing out, dude, because you think about Coach Patterson, what he did for 20 years. We had Coach Patterson on the week that they went to that national championship game, and I remember him being emotional about the fact that he worked so hard, and all those kids were in recruits, not all of them, but a lot of them were his recruits in that program he built. Because without what he had done, I don't think TCU's at the spot that they're at now. And they're as threatening and they're as dangerous as any of these teams that are in this whole place. And by the way, from a talent perspective, there's not anybody. I mean, they're right there with everybody else too. TCU's always going to be able to recruit and probably out-recruit a lot of these teams in this conference.
Well, Hoover went for 4,000 yards last year.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, I think a lot of people probably have him as the number one returning quarterback. He's definitely in the top three. He's got to be in the top three of everybody's list.
We talked about this because of how deep this quarterback – last year was the running back rooms, right? But this year, the amount of quarterbacks that are very, very tightly contested in terms of how good that they are and how much attention that they bring and how much they can do.
Who were the surprise quarterbacks of last year?
Sam Levitt.
Sam was the biggest,
number one,
most insane surprise for sure,
and that helped the team become the biggest surprise too. I think that you're probably looking at and
Sawyer Robertson a little bit.
No, not just a little bit. By the end, he was the guy that everybody looked at and went, hold your horses, because now he's in that conversation with Josh Hoover, Robertson. I think when you're looking, Baron Morton, and Rocco Beck. Those are guys that people look at and you go, oh yeah, you're going to get good play out of all those guys. So. A surprise that I think underperformed, and we're expecting more out of him, probably Avery Johnson.
I'd go Bowman over there at Oklahoma State.
Oh, that guy.
I mean, he fell off the face of the earth. He was a 6-year quarterback. Not that he was a star when he was
but he was serviceable that year.
As you guys mentioned, Jalen Daniels.
Jalen Daniels is a name that we keep talking about, and we just never seem to be actually seeing anything come out of it. So wake me up when Jalen Daniels has a year, man. I know that and again, these players are walking around. They're nice enough to come hang out with us.
Jalen, wake me up if you play well this year. I want you to ask him that.
Bring him over and I'll say, hey, so when are you going to have a good year? Because we keep hearing about all this.
I still think he's good, though.
Oh, of course he is. Of course he is. Let's take a quick break here. We're going to have one of these offensive linemen from West Virginia come over in just a moment. So stay here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
You can't get dust on your boots with your feet propped up, or feel the rumble of hooves with your volume up loud. The spirit of the West is wild, it's unbridled, and it's waiting for you at the Utah Days of 47 Rodeo. Saddle up for something you can't stream, live in moments you can't pause, and make memories that'll replay for years to come. July 22nd through the 26th, trade the sofa for the stands and join us for more than just a show. Get tickets at UtahDaysOf47Rodeo.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair, like so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players. Yeah, boy! This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on The Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Big 12 Media Days, day number 2 for us right here on the field at the Star in Frisco, Texas. Alex Curie, Patrick Kenahan, and Hans Olsen. And joining us right now on the program, he is one of the offensive linemen from West Virginia. We chatted with his head coach earlier. Landon Livingston joins us on the program. Landon, how are things, man? You guys look good. You look sharp in the uniform, man. Do you like putting it on even though you know you're not going to hit anybody?
Obviously very nice. We actually have these helmets here.
Let me see the
We
sparkle.
have the new helmets, yeah.
Oh my gosh! Oh,
the
and
gloss
it's
is back.
I'm taking the picture of the Country Roads thing on there too, dude. Like that is something else right there. And I'll tell you, gear matters for you kids these days, right? I mean, when you get in and you start recruiting, maybe you offensive linemen are a little less vain as those wide receivers and stuff, right? But
I would say so. Yeah, definitely.
I asked you kind of off the air, but obviously this is a question that's important to bring up is, how's it been having Coach Rich Rod in the building? And I asked him, I said, do you have the same office? He goes, no, I used to look out on the parking lot, and now I'm overlooking the stadium. Man, it's crazy. And this is a guy who is almost 20 years removed from when he left the first time. What's it like been having Coach there? And don't tell him that he's old because he's got a crazy energy that we really love, man.
Definitely has a lot of energy, and it's great to have him back. Obviously, being around some of the alums that have played underneath of them, you've heard a lot of stories, and just to see that some of those stories come to life has really been cool. Definitely a lot of change. I think we have 74 new players as a program. So
is that like a because so many people left, or is it the kind of thing? Did he bring some people from Jack State with him, and how does that work out?
A combination of both, I would say. But it's been really nice to have him back, and the energy was definitely needed. Definitely more intense, and some as a program I think we really needed
it. Yeah,
for sure.
You guys underperformed probably compared to what you wanted to do last year, but you still went 5-4 in conference play. You won more games than you lost in conference. I think people sort of look and they go, "Oh, West Virginia had a terrible year." Now you guys had a 9-4 season the year before, and that was, I think, way above what people thought was going to happen too. But watching what happened last year, what are the things that you looked at, and what are the things you've gotten into meeting rooms with and said, those things have to improve for this team to be able to not just get to a bowl, but to be able to be competing for a conference championship in a very difficult conference?
For sure, yeah. One, I think this conference is very difficult. I think really all the teams have potential to win the Big 12 championship and also go to the playoff. I think the biggest thing for this team, I think last year that we kind of struggled was winning at home. We did not win really some of the big games, big conference games that we had at home. So I would say that that's for sure something that is going to need to be changed for this year and in order to have a good season. And I would say this team needs to be really intense. Obviously, with the good teams, you got to bring intensity and stuff like that. So look forward to doing that this season.
So tell me, Landon, are you a West Virginia native?
I am not.
Where are you from?
I'm from Leo, Indiana, small town.
Okay. How did you end up in West Virginia?
Really just got recruited out of high school and took an official visit and absolutely loved it.
Who recruited you originally?
Coach Neil Brown.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Was it hard to see him go?
It was. Change is not always easy. And obviously with the coach that recruited you there, it's kind of sad. But
because 2 years ago you kind of had that resurrection season that was incredible. Really saved him.
We did, and actually that same season we were picked one of the last teams in Big 12. Big season for really the whole program. Yeah, the last team. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a nice redemption season.
100%.
Did you feel like the writing was on the wall like midway through the season? Did you feel it?
Not really. As a player, you kind of want to focus on one game at a time and stuff like that. I would say that you try and black out the noise and kind of just focus on every single game and every single play.
How much did you know about Rich Rod before he showed up as the head coach?
I actually knew quite a bit. Actually, one of my teammates currently was at Jack State with them, so he was telling me a lot of stuff. But obviously growing up, I mean, really the golden age of football with Pat White, you know, all those teams. And kind of growing up a kid watching kind of, you know, all the big-time games that he played in. I didn't know a lot. So it was really cool to kind of see him come back, and glad to have him part of this program.
So when you were growing up, did you ever think, oh, I'll go to Washington, I'll go to West Virginia, and then we will go out to Utah to play football?
I did not, no. And now you have teams, I mean, you look at the Big Ten, obviously you got coast to coast,
Yeah.
which is insane.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think it's definitely a blessing to be part of this program and play at some of the best atmospheres and environments in college football. And I think West Virginia in total has the best. Just because I think their night games and blue light, everything like that is just incredible. And, you know, we really represent a whole state. And you
West Virginia is almost heaven, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. You got to see it for yourself. It's so beautiful.
Show them show Hans the new helmet this year.
These are the gloss is back.
Look at the sparkle on that thing.
Yeah, that
PK.
is.
And then you got the Country Roads reference on the back.
Almost heaven.
That is glitterfied.
West Virginia.
All right, settle down.
Where's the
Strict orders.
Where's the Country Roads?
In the back.
Right there.
Oh my God!
Isn't that cool?
Have you heard of that song, Len?
Oh yeah, I've seen it multiple times, and I tell you what, there's
If you're in
nothing
that
better.
stadium, you better do it.
There's nothing better than post game getting to sit with or sing with your fans and sing with them with the people that helped you win the game.
That's
you know,
awesome.
our credible fans. So
I made my first trip to your campus. Was that last year? It was just last year.
Yeah.
BYU West Virginia. Was that last year or 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years
Yeah.
ago. Made my first trip to West Virginia to your campus, and when they say rolling hills, they're serious.
Oh yeah.
Like the campus is built on the side of a hill, and you're driving up weird like edges of cliffs, and then the
stadium's middle of the woods.
The
man.
middle of the
Right,
city
cool.
is in like a ravine. It's
and
a
like
strange thing.
My parents always get mad at me because my car brakes are terrible because of all the hills and stuff like that. But
you better get those brakes fixed.
Oh no, we do. We
My
just got
parents
them
make
fixed,
fun of me. It's not making fun. They want their son to live through another season.
Exactly.
They make fun of me because my brakes are terrible.
Yeah.
But listen, you guys have a lot on the table here. What is it that's going to happen this season? You lose a lot from the talent aspect on the offensive side of the ball. How are you guys going to score points there for West Virginia?
Yeah, obviously a lot of change with 74 new players and all that. I mean, I would say the biggest thing is being efficient in the run game, in the passing game as well. Make sure that we eliminate negative plays. And, you know, obviously our offense is going to be pretty fast this year, so making sure that we attack each and every play and play with hard-edge football.
Have you heard the name Wes Hours?
Wes Hours?
Yeah, former West Virginia player, fullback.
I do not believe so.
They called him the Big Tuna. I played with him on the Indianapolis Colts. And
really? Colts
he was 265-pound truncated white fella that could move his feet like a 130-pound fly route.
I don't know if truncated white fella, that's a good rapper.
He was a West Virginia loud and proud. He was something else. Look up the legend of Big Tuna.
Big Tuna.
Wes Hours, the original West Virginia Mountaineer.
Back when teams other than Kansas State had fullbacks.
Yeah.
You know, like they're the ones still coming to the party with it. So.
Hey, is your frontiersman, is that musket loaded? Like, does he keep it powdered?
I really don't. I may have to go ask.
Powder and ball in?
I don't think it would have gotten through security. So.
Listen, you guys, but
my monster didn't get through security.
I know. You have to watch because you got the Mountaineer, and then you got the trapper, the old trapper beef jerky guy, and they usually show up and they're dressed the same and they stare at each other and they're like,
they hate each other.
I'm a legitimate countryman, and they're like, no, I am.
Look at my beard.
I make my own jerky, bro.
Tug on this beard. It's real.
Landon Livingston, he's offensive lineman for the West Virginia Mountaineers. We're looking forward to a good year for you guys. Rich Rod's he's just one of those guys that you kind of pull for because he just has such good energy, and the guy has been around the game for so long. And I always want to see these programs come back. We want the Big 12 to be strong, and so good luck this season. Stay healthy, man. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Landon Livingston, you can't keep the helmet, Hans. So we'll
want to keep that.
I know it's a beauty, isn't it? All right, we'll take a quick break here because we're anticipating Mark Harland, the athletic director for the University of Utah, joining us here in just a moment. So stay right here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. If you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus? The next 20 callers will also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Leaden and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic will get you back to mint condition.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Hans and Scotty here for Advanced Windows. And Hans, summer is here. The heat is here, which means your air conditioner is going to be running nonstop. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double-pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season. Ready? You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is Big 12 Media Days here in Frisco, Texas, as we're trying to sneak in some lunch bites between conversations here. Landon Livingston, we just had a conversation with West Virginia offensive lineman there. I look at Big 12 Media Days. Here are the teams who are here today. TCU. We've got Colorado right next to us here at this table, and then we've got all the, obviously, University of Utah. Kansas is here in person. I just saw Coach Lance Lipold. We're anticipating a phone call with Utah Athletic Director Mark Harland just here momentarily. Who's going to be joining the program, and so when we get him on, as soon as we get him on, we are going to go straight to Mark Harland. Fascinating conversation we had yesterday with BYU's new athletic director, and one of the interesting things that he brought up was immediately, as soon as he got off, Brian Santiago got off the plane in Orlando for the business meetings of the Big 12. Mark Harland was that person getting off the plane, or when he was getting off the plane, greeting him there. And he joins us right now on the program from Big 12 Media Days. Mark Harland, athletic director for the University of Utah. Mark, we missed you here in person, man, but thanks for joining the program.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. Yeah,
I heard PK was going to be there, and I was like, I got other things I can get done up here, so I thought I'd call in.
I love it.
Fair?
He avoided PK.
That was nice of you to.
Oh, am I talking to Whittingham here? What is it?
Whit did just harass PK for the last few minutes.
Mark, I was going to take you out to the finest steakhouse tonight, man. It was going to be on me.
Oh, wow.
For the first time.
I didn't know, but I did do you guys a favor. I was driving to a meeting, and I could tell that you guys are getting a little annoyed by my guy's swoop, so I did send a text.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
My favorite thing is that Hans got a lap dance from Swoop at Big 12 Media Days. It was
rough.
It was my favorite thing that happened.
I'm going to hold to this. I really do think that Devin Dampier's brother was in that Swoop costume, running as the hype man.
Oh, that was amazing.
I thought, you know what? There's many things the AD has to do, but I pulled over and sent a quick text. So did he fly away?
He
or
did.
Is he still in your grill?
I was going to say, I thought that maybe you had sent the text to go over. Here's what Hans looks like. Let's go get him.
Go find him.
Mark, we were just having a conversation because yesterday we chatted with Brian Santiago, and he said, you know what, and we asked him about the relationship that he's already had with you and just trying to kind of get into that role down at BYU, and he said, you know what, one of the first people who, when I got off the plane in Orlando for those business meetings, was Mark Harland, and he put his arm around me, and we chatted about, some of the things, and he just talked about the hospitality of it. How important is that to you to make sure that, all the ADs seem to have a pretty good relationship, but obviously a new one comes into the fold. Even if it's down at the team down south, you're gonna put your arm around him and say, "Hey, man, welcome to the club."
Yeah, no, he's a really good man. I got great appreciation for somebody that started where he did in that organization and just grinded and worked his way up. And these are tough jobs, but they're tough in the job he's had too. So I've got great appreciation for him. And Tom had always told me how Brian was such an important part of the organization. It's kind of like Charmel Green is here in my senior group. So, yeah, Brian and I really got a chance to steal away and just talk about a lot of different things. And, he joked about how different the chair is and how it already feels. And, we talked a little bit about that. But, the secret is, and you guys know, like Tom and I would talk all the time about stuff, and it's going to be the same way with Brian because we got issues we got to solve together. We compete and we compete in the living rooms as we joke around, and we compete on the fields and courts. But everything else, we're kind of aligned in the things that need to happen. There's a lot of legislative issues that he and I went and saw a bunch of legislators on the Hill. Tom and I were just in before he retired. We were just in D.C. together, meeting with the senators. I mean, that stuff's really important, and I think both of us being really good is important on the field, and doesn't mean we won't want to get after them, just like they want to get after us. But we work a lot, so maybe the secret's out now, right?
Mark, I'm curious because we had Kyle Whittingham, and he was just sitting in the chair a little bit ago, and we were talking back and forth about his years in the business, and he was talking about hiring Coach Beck, and he said, I brought in Morgan Scally because he's coaching waiting. I felt like he was owed that. I want to go back to the contract negotiations with Morgan Scally and the decisions by you and Kyle and that front office to issue him the coach in waiting. Kind of walk us through that process and what that meant to you and what that meant to Morgan in that time.
Yeah, well, I just, this whole thing that we do is all about people that are talented and people that care about young people, whether they're coaching or whether they're administrator, right? I mean, that's the thing. And so when you have somebody of the talents of Morgan, you gotta make sure that you do everything you can to keep that person in place and continue to provide the value to the organization. It's pretty simple. Leadership 101 about surrounding everybody with the best you can. So really, two things came to mind, and they were all based on the fact that I knew how good Morgan was. Remember, this is my 9th season coming up. I've been around Morgan for a long time. Crazy. And I, Whit and I had talked about it off and on the first 3 or 4 years I was here. Fast forward, listen, the guy gets calls, right? Let's just be candid. I mean, he's the best defensive coordinator in the country, and, you know, time and time again. So he's getting calls. And so it made sense for us to really think about the future with Morgan, and that's where we really started diving into it. Coaching waiting comes with good and bad and everything in between, and I recognize that. Bad because, you know, things can get weird at any different time, but I knew Morgan would be able to handle any of that. So, you know, it's just made a lot of sense for us. The second thing, it's really helped us, and we really have noticed this in this recruiting class. This is coming together to be one of our better classes we've had in a while. You know, that comes up, and for a parent to see who's next, whenever next is a real asset to the organization. And we've really seen that over these last couple of recruiting cycles. So anyway, it just made a lot of sense. And it's nice in this world of instability. It's nice to have that kind of stability as we move forward.
We had the House settlement, and I know you guys, University of Utah's all in with the $20.5 million, but you also got the NIL with this other commission that you're going to have to run stuff through. Stories are starting to come out now with Texas Tech, with their big money, giving guys 3-year deals and all that stuff, and you're like, well, what's going on here? There's a lot of confusion, so I'm going to ask you a question. How much clarity do you have about the whole situation? Because it seems like it's all over the map.
I would say I put it in two categories. What is clarity for me and the organization is certainly the cap. That's a big deal. Don't want to underestimate that. You know, the fact that everybody can spend 20.5. If you go over, there's $7 million+ penalties. This is a federal settlement. This isn't just some negotiating in a back room. This is a federal signed by a federal judge settlement. So excited about that. Excited that payroll, if you want to call it that, began here last Tuesday, and we're settling into that, and that's a big change. That's helpful. In terms of NIL, listen, I mean, I think that the NIL Go program is very interesting. We've been on it now for a month. Our athletes submit their deals. They get rejected or they don't. Most of them have been accepted. That's a range of compensation. You know, it's a very slick system, very easy, and all that's great. The thing that's not totally clear is how is compliance going to be handled. I like the structure of it in terms of the new president. I think he's really talented. I think he's surrounding himself with a great team. But until they go after somebody that's blatantly cheating, i.e. not submitting their NIL deals or promising a junior in high school these things, all the things that are going on, the coaches are going to continue to be, and as such the athletic director is very suspect that we did all this work when there's not compliance. So until someone is nailed and proven and that coach is suspended and that kid is taken off the field or, you know, whatever might happen, the coaches are going to just be shaking their heads. So I'm hopeful. This is outside the NCAA. They have subpoena power. There's more teeth than I've seen, but we got to see it happen.
Yeah. Mark, we've been talking a lot about scheduling, a ton about scheduling, and I know you got UCLA out of the gates, and we talked to Brett Yormark about scheduling and the importance it plays for this conference and stability. And it feels like the scheduling in football is changing more towards the kind of legislature of the scheduling in basketball, where you schedule the big names, and if you lose, it's not as painful as maybe having a lesser name and struggling a little bit, maybe losing and falling completely off the face of the earth. What is your philosophy right now moving forward? And I know it's UCLA out of the gates, and that's a great game, and fans are excited about it. And we've watched some of the openings through Pac-12 where it was Michigan or Florida, and it's been good stuff through the University of Utah. But what is your philosophy, and how much do you want to try to flex with the SEC or Big Ten scheduling in the future?
Well, I think it's going to come down to a lot to where is the CFP going to fall? You know, if we get to 16, we get to a 5-11 format, then you're definitely going to have more space to operate and be able to get in there. You know, we already have one AQ, set up in the system. So, you know, if that doesn't expand, then you're really going to have to be careful because, you can overschedule. There's no question. You got to be careful on that. But don't know if you guys are aware, but within the Big 12, there is you have to have that 10th game has to be, a Power 4 school. So that's contractually in there. we're always look at our schedule ahead. We've got Arkansas coming in. We got LSU on the schedule. We got Wisconsin on the schedule. I think that's really important for our fan base. It's important for our program. But a big part of your question is going to be answered for all of us if this thing moves to 16, because then you could start thinking about that 11th game maybe even being another big game. But we'll wait and see where that goes.
Part of it has to do with how much teams get penalized for losses in football versus basketball, where you're encouraged to make these big time rolls of the dice on other opponents, and you're not dinged as hardcore. Obviously there's a lot more games, but 16-team playoff, that's going to add to it. Brett Yormark brought up the strength of places like Utah and how additive you guys have been to this conference. And when you look at what, I can't believe it's year 9, by the way, that you're going into this thing. It's crazy. But as you see this thing going, how much has this program grown in this last few years, and obviously getting into the Big 12, and how much more growth do you think can happen in the short term here for this Utah program?
Well, listen, our ceiling continues to be very high, and we've just established such credibility. The brand has grown. You don't go to back-to-back Rose Bowls and back-to-back championships without the whole nation knowing. Obviously last year was a difficult year. It happens in sports. The way we're investing, the way Kyle's been able to keep this staff together and make hard changes when he's needed to. We're selling out again. We sold out again season tickets. We got the infrastructure here to be great. And, the fact that we were able to retain our great players, you don't retain everybody. No one retains everybody. Texas Tech didn't retain everybody, right? That's just the way it is. And, continuing to move forward. The GM position that we've seen in basketball is also really getting up to speed in football with Kyle's staffing structure. So, we're continuing to move forward. And I think, obviously, when I went in front of the football team in January and there was 47 new guys. Now, mind you, the year before there was like 17, right? And I think the way our staff is adapting to integrate these guys in a fast way and build a team, which has been a little different for Utah, right? It really has. But I've seen how far they've come. And I just think that now we're kind of in a place where we're really ready to start thriving once again in this environment. So excited about what Coach has done and that staff, and certainly know that we got a real exciting year ahead.
Mark, no Arizona on the schedule. No Arizona on the schedule this year, and we got to make this quick. Why not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why not play the 4 corner schools every single year in this Big 12?
Yeah, I'll be quick on this. We the 4 ADs asked for as much as we could to do that. So basically, we're always going to have at least 3 of them on the schedule on every year. More of that would have really thrown out of balance for everybody else. But if you look at it on most years ahead, this is the year we miss Arizona. But on most years we'll have them. Obviously, with us playing BYU every year, so it's way more intentional than just missing one. As long as we're getting 75% of that group, because it's good for our fans, good for travel, etc.
Yeah. Mark Harland, athletic director for the University of Utah, nice enough to carve out some time in his busy schedule. We miss you being here in person, Mark, but we're glad to have you on. Thanks for carving out some time in your schedule.
Thank you, Mark.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Yeah,
Mark Harland.
I'm glad I don't have to see him.
You heard the click before he said that. He waited for the click, and then he goes, yeah, good riddance.
Alex said, well, we miss you. Well, I knew PK was going to be there.
You said
Guys,
PK's there, right?
They all hate me up
Right
there,
decision.
man.
Would you tell him he looks like Kevin Farkas?
I love how there's a first name to Farkas
It's
now.
like Scott or something.
Scott Farkas. Hey,
I think I did, man.
I got to go back like 8 years ago, Alex, and Christian McCaffrey walks up and PK goes, do we need to get you a booster seat, little guy?
I didn't say
You
that.
said, do we need to get you a booster seat,
I did not. I
little
said,
guy?
man, you really do look small. Because he was sensitive to that.
And
that's a good thing to bring up.
He put on the headset and just blank stared at us. It's like, all right, well, that was Christian McCaffrey.
Tell me what market this is. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Well,
how about Herm Edwards? I said, dude, tell me why you're not going to get fired. Well, I haven't watched the game yet.
Well, listen, let me say something. Like, at least you got an answer out of him.
By the way, with the whole Herm Edwards recruiting through COVID, then getting fired, and then all the sanctions placed on Arizona State,
it makes it
I
even
thought
more
it was
insane.
going to be 5 or 6 years before they could recover. And
yeah, I don't think you're alone.
Makes it even more insane what they did.
That came quick.
It makes Kenny Dillingham a way better coach than we probably give him credit for. A guy who came in and was 34 and a half years old or whatever, and came in and did what he did.
He was 33 when he got the job.
That's crazy.
Hey, PK, how
That's
much
last year, man?
How much of what Arizona State did was Scottaboo?
I think that it was a lot. It was actually more than his on-field production, which was incredible because he was the heart and soul of the team. There's stuff like we saw with Batty. I've seen stuff that ASU has put out on their social media, in terms of, guys, I'm talking, you're listening, that type of stuff. So I think that we see the on-field production, and DJ said it best. He says, when I watch Cam Scottaboo play, I laugh. And I thought that really sums it up because you just can't believe what he would do. And you go, oh, my gosh, you find yourself laughing.
Oh, he's so fun
to
watch.
He really was. And my wife came down to the ASU game with me and sat in the ASU section right behind the Scottaboo family. She said they were highly entertaining, too, watching them, the mom and dad and everybody during the game. But I actually think that they're talking about, and it's where I think they don't really realize as much, they're talking about the on-field production, which was a lot. But I also think the spiritual nature of guys, get on my back here. I think that is going to be missed. You can get guys to carry the ball. We all understand that. But I've found, and I've been covering college football for many, many years, when you have those strong leaders like a Connor Pay was last year with BYU, those types of kids make a difference. In my Utah's first year in the Pac-12, season was getting away, and Tony Bergstrom, local kid, played in the NFL, offensive lineman. He told me, we're not going to go out this way. We're going to have a winning record. Mm-hmm. And I remember it's like in the middle of the season when they were struggling, and they ended up winning 8 games that year. Mm-hmm. Norm Chow taking a Division III guy. What was John something was his name?
John White.
John Hayes.
John Hayes.
Oh, it was Hayes, yeah.
Yeah. And masterful job. And Norm doesn't need me to compliment him. He stands on his own. But the point I'm making is that leadership that, guys, this is not going to go sideways here. We're going to get this thing right. You got guys who can catch and run and block and all that stuff, but I need to see who's going to take his spot doing that because he was the spiritual leader of that team also.
I think we having Mark Harlan on and then having the Diana Sabo news from yesterday, we were all kind of looking at Mark and being like, he's just using this as a stepping stone at the beginning, right? I can't believe
a little bit, yeah.
I can't believe it's been 9 seasons.
A little bit.
And you know what's crazy? Is that it's been a wild ride, I think, for him.
It has.
For Kyle to be on there.
Some up and downs.
He's really dug in.
Well,
but Utah's a big-time program. You don't need to go chasing something else.
That's what I'm saying is that I think that people just assume like there's that little bit of that the holdover of but there's always other bigger schools. It's like not really out west anymore.
There might be, but you don't want to mess with Happy.
There are bigger markets for sure,
yeah.
but
just in terms of Mark Harlan, there's been a couple of rough edges with Mark Harlan, and you can see Utah fans get upset with him at times.
Right.
I think that he is standing on a current hire that could really change the perception. This Alex Jensen hire could really help kind of correct how Utah fans feel.
They've got to hit with Alex.
It's got to hit, PK.
If they're not hitting with Alex, who are they hitting with?
I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like Alex is the absolute right man at the right time to put in there.
The boosters wanted it. Everybody wants it. The fans wanted it. And now he's got to go do a job.
You just got to see some W's now.
And get some kids in there. Yeah, I was the beat writer for University of Utah when Alex was a freshman. So I was the beat writer for his first game for the Tribune, and I was the beat writer for his last game, just to give you an idea of my connection to Alex. And it doesn't surprise me that he's the coach because the guy walked and breathed the intricacies of basketball. And so coaching X's and O's that's as good as it's going to get. He's got to get some momentum going in recruiting, and he's coming in at a time that BYU is just this juggernaut, unbelievable thing going on to a shock of us all. So it's going to be a tough job, but I do believe he's the right man for the job.
Let's take a quick break here. We'll come back. Appreciate Mark Harlan carving out some time in his busy schedule, and Media Days continues. We've got the rest of the day still in front of us. We've got a lot of the second half of the day after these athletes get some lunch and after things start to after they actually change their outfits and start getting into the TV side of things and the radio side of things. We'll see another group of players as well. So stay right here. More to go. It is your Big 12 Media Days live in Frisco, Texas. Stay right here with us. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Curie, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes! Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Jason, I can't sleep. It's driving me crazy.
Why can't you sleep, Mom?
I just lie awake at night thinking of people spending thousands more than they need to for new windows with other companies.
Why do people fall for their pricing games, like putting a sign in the yard or being their model home?
At Window World, we don't play games. No bogus discounts. Just fantastic deals every day of the year.
Call Window World today at 281-8111 for a quote.
Window World. Simply the best.
And as Doug always said, that's no baloney.
The 2025 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls in Nephi, Utah. On July 9th, it's a wild Wednesday in Nephi. As 4 of the best bull riders in the PRCA will be trading big dollar blows with bulls from Flying U, Diamond G, and Andrews Pro Rodeo. It's your chance to come and witness the hardest hitting and most exciting sport in the PRCA. The Cowboys will be letting it all loose to grab their share of $35,000 and a spot at the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Get tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com or 435-623-5608.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Join Hans and Scotty Friday from noon to 3 at Mooyah Burgers, Fries, and Shakes at the District in South Jordan, your new favorite burger place.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ready. Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is Big 12 Media Day right here in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Hans Olsen just declared himself a chicken man, just like Brett Yormark. I'm more of a chicken man. I got the roast beef sandwich. We can't even get a. I was asking Christian for like a 9-minute break if we could get like a lunch going on here, but nope, no rest for the wicked, no bites for the weary. We are taking our lunch break here, everybody all at once here as we're trying to figure out. Lance Lipold, the Kansas head coach, is at the podium right now. We can hear a little bit of that a little bit later. But as we get going here in the second half of the second day, you start to kind of get a vibe and an idea. All these teams are very, very good. I mean, when I say very, very good, they're all very, very excited because win, lose, or draw, whatever happened last year, they all feel like they can improve on what they did last year. Even Arizona State, if you're at the top of the conference, if you're at the bottom of it, we've basically chatted with all those guys as well. So it's always fun to be able to dive in with these guys. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday here on the program, and we want to be able to get you tickets to Collective Soul, Our Lady Peace, and Live July 13th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, and we want to get you those tickets right now. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday across the station all day long. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663, and it gets you a pair of tickets to see that show on July 13th. Go give it a shot today, or just go check out some tickets at livenation.com. All right, gentlemen. Hans, you're not a chicken guy. I mean, Brett Yormark.
Oh, man.
Brett, I mean, you love chicken, but Brett Yormark has beef once or twice a week. He was appalled. First of all, it was a revelation to him that we have like multiple beef sponsors on the station, and just like a lot of we have conversations about beef all the time, and so for an Easterner, it was eye opening.
Well, I went chicken because my belly is still trying to digest the peanut butter and jelly double cheeseburger that I ate.
Oh my goodness!
And it will be for about another 2 weeks.
Oh boy, that stuck to the top of my mouth. And it's weird having peanut butter stick to the top of your mouth, and then you go to fill it with your tongue, and it's burger. And you're like, that's a different.
Very detailed. Very detailed.
That's a different
I
mix.
love it. I love it.
He keeps raising the bar and grossing us out.
Hey, I will tell you, you guys were right. The cheese and the peanut butter, it was not the best mix. But the jam smoothed it out just a little bit. And it was a jam, not a jelly. It's a jam.
Not a preserve either.
Yeah, it's not a preserve.
Right.
It was an actual jam. And it was a hearty amount.
Hey, if you want to get more of this insider info, just stay dialed in right
Good thing they paid to have us come down here to do this.
Well, listen, that's part of the experience. Like that's as big of a social media post as has been made all weekend or all week at the Big 12 Media Days. What's a dark horse team that we haven't brought up? Yesterday we had teams in front of us, and obviously when you have half the conference staring at you, we keep looking at Jalen Daniels from Kansas, and we keep looking at what they can bring to the table.
Tell me this: where would you pick? Where did you guys put TCU in your poll?
TCU I had just above BYU, actually. I think at 6. I had BYU at 7, and I put TCU above it at 6. But I think like 3 through 7 is a mess.
Well,
and really 1 through 4, I mean, it could even be a mess too.
To your question, yesterday I said Utah, and PK kind of jumped my case. So I don't know.
Because I don't view them as a dark horse. Not that they're not good. I don't view them as a dark horse.
A legit contender. Like
because
in the
is that
category?
because you would perennially never view them as a dark horse, or you just because I don't view them either. Because like I look at them and I'm like, I think that they're going to be really good. I think that they could finish top 4.
Me too.
And
so that's why I don't view that as a dark horse.
But if we did do the media poll, they would probably be 10 or lower.
The Utes?
I had them 8th.
I think, USA Today put them at 11, right, yesterday. But I think in ours.
No, they had
BYU at 11.
Sorry, BYU at 11.
Yeah, they had Utah high at
6. Yeah. Let me, I have to go back and look because I actually put, when we had our work one go together, you couldn't see the picture of it after you submitted it. And so I was like, I'm going to take a picture and see what I actually did because I think it's important to bring up the way we had kind of gone back and forth on it because my poll for the Big 12, if I can find it, and I can't actually find it, but I think that I ended up putting Utah ahead of BYU 100% just based off of the Jake Retzlaff news. And I know we just had Greg on. I can get convinced almost of anything. And Greg was saying, hey, look, and I think people do this inside the fan base too much, but Greg does it, I think, from a statistical breakdown. He goes, look, BYU got average play out of the quarterback last year, and they had above average play on defense, above average play, beyond above average play on special teams, and they got scores on defense and they got scores on special teams that they didn't get years prior. And I think there's a lot of truth to that where you go, oh, yeah, there are some factors in there that are easy to look at and you go, don't forget that you saw that Gary Bohannon was this close to winning that job. What did Kalani say, too? He goes, they actually got a little bit banged up during the fall. We didn't really bring that up. That probably contributed to it. Could have been this close to not even having Jake Retzlaff be the starter last year. My poll was Texas Tech 1. And I've got Arizona State 2. Is that too high for the reigning champs? No. Iowa State 3. Oh, I actually have Utah 4, TCU 5, Baylor 6.
Okay, in terms of your poll, I'd have Baylor as your dark horse.
I put Baylor 6. And I think Baylor would count in that category as dark horse. You know why? Because I think that Sawyer Robertson is better than people give him credit for. We kind of listen to him as the third or fourth quarterback when we have a quarterback conversation. But I told you, the thing that he did when he turned it around against BYU in the second half, and then the 6-game win streak that they had goes under the radar because they were already kind of out of that talk about being a conference contender. But Baylor 6, BYU 7, Kansas State 8. Kansas State is hard for me to put up at the top because of how much they keep finishing with 8 or 9 wins and being in that 5, 6, 7 kind of number, which is where they've been the last few years. So Avery Johnson's got to prove himself. Kansas's Jalen Daniels has to prove himself. Now listen to my bottom. Kansas is 9. Now the double digits. Tell me if you're offended by this. And we've got the Colorado people right next to us. I got Colorado 10. I got Houston 11. I got Oklahoma State 12, Arizona 13, West Virginia 14, Cincinnati 15, and then bringing up the rear UCF.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
And yet if we flip that poll on its head and we
I
had
don't
the
think
result,
we will.
You think it'll normalize
No,
this year?
because I think part of the deal with that, and take away nothing from the teams who played well last year, namely Colorado, ASU, and BYU, good for them. But I think they had a major advantage by having Oklahoma State and Utah not be good. And so the point I'm making is we won't see it this year because the teams we pick at the top will be good. And those were 2 teams last year that were not good. And that won't happen again.
You know what's funny is Arizona's here. I think Arizona, they're here today, right?
They're here today, yeah.
They are invisible. I haven't seen a Wildcat walking around here at all. What on earth is Arizona going to do to follow up last year's really bad performance with a quarterback that was supposed to be the guy who was going to be one of the preseason all-conference performers?
I did see Brent Brennan. He walked by our table about 30, 40 minutes ago. And I would say out of all the surprises, I think Arizona and the complete flop and failure of Noah Fofida last year was probably the second or third most shocking thing to me.
I agree with that.
I also just feel like they aren't getting it done. It's not like they've made some noise in the offseason and we saw some insane – the biggest move that happened in the offseason was Ted McMillan is not at that program anymore, and now they're in real trouble. Right?
Yeah, but they knew he was going to be gone. He's a first-round pick.
Of course. But I'm just saying, like, that was the move that you look at.
I don't know if they're necessarily in real trouble.
Who? Arizona?
Arizona.
Well, you tell me, PK, how do you have a guy like Tetaroa McMillan and Noah Fofida on the field together, and you can't put a connection to save your life? It was such a bizarre game plans, and it felt like from the first quarter of a game against Arizona, they were in desperation mode. Like, let's panic.
They got down.
Against BYU, you're talking about?
Yeah. They would get down, and then they were out.
They were out.
They were out. And there was multiple games.
They were
last
not
year.
competitive in that game, if I remember it correctly.
But do you remember, too, like the last couple of years?
Yeah, 41-19.
Brent Brennan last year had all of his guys walking around with their chest puffed out with the lays on. Do you remember this? They're having lays on last year, and they're walking around. And there was a presence that Arizona had, and it's like – they're almost like just kind of ducking behind and going, we don't want to bring any attention right now because we feel like we can make it, we can be better, we can be good, but we wonder how good and when it's going to happen. Fofida's not going to, I don't know how many years he's got left. Was he a sophomore last year?
This is his final year.
Fofida.
That's crazy.
Is a junior.
He's a junior, so he's got possibly 2 more years left if he wants.
Yeah.
Junior junior on the field, senior in the classroom. Is what
U of A, I'd probably say freshman.
Oh, come on. You knew that was coming.
You set him up on that one, Alex.
I do that for him on purpose, just to be able to keep him in the game. Joining us right now on the program, this is our second West Virginia guy of the day. Hold on, he's got the sparkly helmet too. Oh, and they even have country roads on the actual chin strap as well, not just on the back. He's defensive lineman for West Virginia. It's a sharp helmet, man. Are those game helmet Edward Vesterinen? Is that how we say it? Is that am I saying the last name right?
Yes, you're saying it right. Edward
Okay.
Vesterinen, yeah.
Vesterinen, okay. First of all, how's it been with Coach Rich Rod? Number one, thanks for being on the program, but how's it been with Coach Rich Rod as he's brought his talents back to West Virginia?
Man, it's been a difference, big change from last year's staff, but I'm very excited, to be part of the team, and he's very demanding, but he also takes care of his players, so I'm very happy to be here and part of the team.
How tough was it to make that adjustment, and for you, how tough was it for Neil Brown to leave?
I mean, of course it's tough, they're ending the season like that, and it was sad to end the ball game in a loss and kind of saying goodbye to all the friendships you made and all that. But, you got to be open for new opportunities, and you got to adjust. And, the new staff, they came with their own expectations, and you had to adjust, or if you did not, you had to get out, basically.
Was it a when you came to play, you're from Finland originally. I don't know if you know this, but in our market, Lauri Markkanen is our favorite Finn.
Oh, yeah, Utah Jazz.
He plays. Let's listen to this guy.
Uh-huh.
Are you guys? That's what I was wondering. Is like when you have a superstar like NBA guy, like that doesn't float.
Wait a second. Who's a bigger star where you're from? Olli Mata?
Or
Lauri Markkanen?
Olli Mata's a hockey player. Plays for the Utah Mammoth too.
Lauri Markkanen for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hockey's important.
He's definitely important, but nobody has ever done what Lauri has from Finland before.
But hockey's more important in Finland than basketball.
Definitely.
Right?
Hockey is our number one sport, but we do appreciate Lauri Markkanen's effort.
We do too. We do too. That's why we locked him up for a long-term contract out there. How on earth did football get on your radar as a kid who's from Finland?
YouTube. I was around 14 years old and scrolling around YouTube and saw a little highlight pump-up video, and I was like, wow, I want to do this. The big hit tackles, I was like, wow. So I just.
What's the access like in Finland to American football?
So there are a few teams, not many youth teams, a lot of men's teams, so I had to play with men's very early.
You got good quick then, probably.
Yeah, very understood that I had to be low, But,
how do you get recruited out of Finland?
So I came over for summer camps in the summer, and I was posting a lot of videos on Twitter, following, and I was posting every day, and I was trying to do everything I could, like walking on my hands and all the weightlifting stuff, and like just do whatever I could, really.
How many languages do you speak?
So I speak 4 languages. I speak Finnish, Latvian. My mom's from Latvia, and I went to a French school. I speak French and then English.
I saw that. When did you learn English when you got here, or did you know it when you came?
I learned back home in Finland. We started around 5th grade to learn English.
Let me ask you this. There's learning English, and then there's living in West Virginia.
Yeah. It is different, yeah.
Okay.
In the beginning, I couldn't understand what people were saying.
I didn't want to put those words in your mouth, but I didn't want to try to diss on the people of West Virginia.
No.
I'm saying you learn English, and then you get to West Virginia, and it's a whole different dialect.
Whole different dialect, yeah.
Well, if they didn't have the chew in the mouth, you could understand them just a little bit better.
And how about the men, though?
How dare you? How dare you?
It is, man. It's a unique group, but you got to love that fan base out there.
Man, I love it, man. They're so excited about the upcoming season, and they're all in. We're the biggest football team on the whole state. We represent the whole state. I'm so excited about that.
How many guys' names do you know? Because there's been such a big overhaul of the roster with Rich Rod coming in. I was wondering how well you know your teammates. Is it still a work in progress?
The offensive side for me, because I'm a D tackle, is a little work on. But I definitely know all the D linemen, linebackers, safety, corners. That's my job, is to know the defensive players.
So the offense, forget it. Get away from me.
Yeah, maybe a little too many players for offense.
So you get a day off in West Virginia, and you get to schedule something that you love to do in West Virginia. Is it just catfishing or what? I mean, because that's what we do
Yeah.
in Utah. We
Yeah.
catfish, but
We're outdoorsmen, man.
yeah. What do you do?
I do. I mean, I like to go to the Cheat Lake. It's a lake around Morgantown. We got the Mongalia River. That's where all the people get the catfishes from.
So it is catfish.
There's catfish over
He's
there.
like, I'm not going to do your stereotypes.
But
A lot of catfish.
yeah, catfishing, yeah.
Yeah, catfishing.
Listen, you guys are coming to Utah. Utah goes out to you. I think we talked to Rich Rod about this. They go out to you guys the very next week. You come out to Provo, Utah. Do you need us to text Lowry Markin and see if he wants to come out? I mean, he'll be on the hill. He'll be there for training camp. That might be a perfect time for you to invite Lowry Markin to a BYU game down in Provo. Would he be open to coming down to a football game down there?
Do you know him?
I don't know him personally, but I would love to meet him. I'm a big fan of him. I mean,
this is where we use our influence, my guys. Like, we got to get – there's no way –
Well, Lowry loves his countrymen, too.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yes.
he comes out – well, obviously – so they play in the same stadium that the hockey team does. And obviously he knows the owners very well. And I went every game that I went to for the Mammoth, Lowry was there in the front row with his wife.
Oh,
with
yeah,
his
he
wife
loves
and kids. And you're like –
Lowry can skate, too.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he's a 7-footer on ice skates.
Yeah, he
It's
delivered the
terrifying.
puck for the first game.
It's terrifying. So, you know what? We got to get Edward. We got to get you figured out with Lowry.
That would be awesome.
If he came, and he would love that environment in Provo too.
Are there a lot of Lowrys in Finland?
A lot of Lowry, like name, very common name, Lowry.
Lauri.
It's like John. It's like John.
It's like John.
Speaking of John, did you know of John Denver before you got to West Virginia?
I heard of his songs. Yeah, I heard about this. Country Roads song is very big in Europe. They love it.
Is it?
Yeah, they love the song.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's the biggest American star in Finland? Growing up, who is the biggest American star in Finland?
Not even sports-wise, anything.
I mean, we're gonna talk about artists.
Yeah, because like Germany had Hasselhoff. Just wondering, like what resounds in Finland?
I mean, we watch all the Hollywood movies. I mean, Tom Cruise, all of them.
Tom Cruise.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, all of them. I mean,
who's the biggest American athlete? Would it be like a Tiger Woods or?
I mean, LeBron James probably.
Oh, LeBron.
Basketball is very big in Finland
like
too.
NBA is huge.
Yeah, NBA is huge and all over the world, Europe, everywhere. Like NBA is worldwide.
How about music over there? Do they sample the American scene a lot?
Oh yeah, they like to hop on the trend of the rap music and hip hop and all that.
Oh.
So who's your favorite rapper?
Favorite rapper? Lil Baby.
Lil Baby, yeah.
Is that a YouTube rapper?
That's
No, Lil Baby?
Yeah.
No.
PK,
I love that.
Little Baby?
I want more of this.
Lil
Whatever's
Baby?
going on here.
Yeah.
My wife taught high school for 40 years.
but Little Baby's got to be like right now,
It's-
right?
It's Lil Baby, so stop saying Little Baby.
Little Baby.
Yeah. And there's already that baby.
I love how the Finnish guy comes on to teach Hans and I about Lil Baby.
Lil Baby.
I don't listen to
Or
Mr.
PK.
Little Baby.
Wow.
John Denver's where it's at for me.
Okay, we got two things we got to do, Edward. We got to get Lowry
And
out
Lil
to a
Baby.
game in Provo. We got to get him pumping Lil Baby. I don't know if they can play in Provo though. To be honest, but we're gonna work on this. Let's not forget, because there's no way Lowry would probably be like, "Are you kidding? There's a kid from Helsinki on the West Virginia
Lowry'd
football
love it.
team." He would love it.
Yeah, he would love it.
We're gonna make this happen.
Wow.
I don't know how we're gonna make this happen. We're gonna
And
make
you
it
know
happen.
what? We'll throw in Ale Mata. Just, we won't even
Why
tell
not?
him, like, hey,
Okay.
you didn't know.
So our station is the home of the Utah Jazz. Like, we're the radio station that's the Utah Jazz,
okay.
and we're the hockey team's home radio station as well.
You're getting me pretty excited now, man.
Yeah, well-
you better come through.
I'm going to leave out the hands.
Oh, no, you made the promises, Alex.
Come on, dude.
I said we're going to make it happen. And you know what I'm going to do? All we have to
the
do is
hands.
tweet at Ryan Smith and go, hey, I don't know if you know this, but there's a fellow Finn on West Virginia's football team that's coming out to Provo because he's also BYU grad, the guy who owns the Jazz and the hockey team. Let's figure this
Brian
out.
would for sure make
There's
it work.
no way we can't make this happen, okay? Now let's get him excited.
Who's our most famous Finnish music or musician in America? Have we ever had a Finnish musician?
Maybe
Is Depeche Mode finished?
No, they're not. They're English. How dare you? You know that too.
The Beatles. Where were they from?
Was Captain and Tennille? No,
just Captain.
Just Captain.
Captain's dead. He died in Arizona.
Edward Vesterinen is the defensive lineman for the West Virginia Mountaineers. He's from Finland. He is coming out to Provo to play BYU in October. Utah comes out to West Virginia the week prior to that, and we're looking forward to that. How competitive are you guys going to be this year? Obviously, you guys want to be able to reestablish yourselves and go, look, last year was a hoax. We're more close to that 9-14 the year before, and how do you guys get to that spot?
I mean, we have 2.5 weeks till fall camp starts, and we need to have the best fall camp we've ever had in our life. And I mean, with this new staff, and especially the new defensive coordinator we got from Oklahoma, I'm so excited about this defense. And I mean, bro, this tempo offense will, not many teams will be ready to play this type of. I've never been in this shape of in conditioning ever in my life, playing tempo against a tempo offense that we run.
That's scary, and at the same time, it's like you can see the terror in your face. Like, I have had to run so freaking much.
As a D lineman, tempo is kind of like the worst enemy.
It is. Oh, I know.
I love it.
It is.
Edward, thanks for your time, man. We appreciate it. We're gonna send a tweet out, man. We gotta get Hans to send a tweet out. We got to get Ryan Smith on board, and we got to figure out Lowry Markkinen coming to Provo, because it is. I think that's kind of a perfect time frame, right? It's about a month before the season starts in basketball, which means they'd be at camp. Maybe they figure it out. They'll make it happen. Edward, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, Edward.
Thank you so much for having me.
We'll take a quick break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go from Big 12 Media Days here in Frisco, Texas. Stay right here with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
At Mooyah, we're committed to quality, serving up the best burgers in Utah. We use fresh, never frozen certified Angus beef delivered daily and bake our buns in-house fresh every morning. Located at 9710 State Street in Sandy and in the district in South Jordan, we pride ourselves on delivering deliciousness every time. You'll taste the passion we put into every bite. Open daily, we ensure the quality is never compromised. It's not just a burger, it's a Mooyah experience. Ridiculous quality, always delicious. Visit Mooyah today and taste the difference.
Incubus, live. Nice to know you. Performing the album Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits. Saturday, July 12th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. With special guest, Manchester Orchestra. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Incubus performing Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Summer's a great time of year, but local hospitals urgently need blood due to accidents from hiking, boating, blading, and boarding. Fortunately, ARUP's always there to support local hospitals and patients. Do you have 30 minutes to help someone? Visit utahblood.org. That's utahblood.org.
The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players. Yeah, boy! This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on the Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Big 12 Media Days live here 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We're at the Star in Frisco, Texas. We're going to listen to Lance Lipold coming up here at the podium in just a couple of moments here. He just finished at the podium about 15 minutes ago, and we'll bring you that as well. Kansas's head coach, see what the Jayhawks have to offer on the field this year. And if there's also, by the way, I wanted to make mention that our Hercules Hero of the Week award is something that we do every week. You can read off, or you can go and nominate the Hercules Hero of the Week award at kslsports.com/contest, and then we will read you those nominations every Thursday on JJ and Alex, and those people receive a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's jump in here, take a listen to Lance Lipold, the head coach at Kansas, see what he had to say at the podium at Big 12 Media Days today.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be here today. I want to thank all of you. We have a great turnout of so many riders covering our conference. We greatly appreciate it. We're excited to get started this fall here in Kansas as we move into the renovated David Booth Kansas Memorial Stadium in a Week 0 game against Fresno, and we're excited to get started.
All right, we'll start front row, center right.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. Despite losing some talent and some leadership, how is Jalen Daniels being able to empower others around him to step up and to lead with him as well?
Yeah, as I said, throughout the day, get a lot of Jalen Daniels questions. You have a chance to see him, maybe meet with him today. Jalen is healthy. He's excited. The thing I love about Jalen Daniels is he's the same person he was 4 years ago. He's humble. He's hardworking. It's been an interesting road for Jalen and the Jayhawks, and when we see Jalen playing his best, I think there's not many better, that's for sure. But at the same time, as he's had to persevere through some injuries and doing the things, he has stayed the same person. Smile on his face, and he's never once, like I said, made an excuse or deflected anything that hasn't gone his way. And that alone is something that I know our locker room greatly respects about him, and his energy and his positivity is very, very contagious.
Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand, and our microphone holders will go to you. We'll go center right.
Oh, here, Coach. Tyler Budge, CF Budge. I know it's never that simple in college football, but if you could bottle up one or a few things from that mid-November run you guys had last season, what would it be?
Well, as we said, last year kind of hit probably on before that November run is the tough start to the season. And we just didn't play our best when our best was needed. We didn't close out football games we had opportunities to. And at the same time, though, as we talk about our daily process within our program, we didn't waver on that. We didn't deflect and we didn't blame. We continued to work hard. And again, our locker room did a great job. Our leaders did a great job of sticking together and working hard. And I think we found out that, once we were able to turn the corner and flip the switch, so to speak, our confidence grew and we became the team that we thought we could have been all the way.
We'll go sixth row, center left.
Hey Lance, Kalis Robinette here with the Kansas City Star. You guys start off the season with a Week 0 game and then a Friday game right after that. Why was it important for you guys to start that way?
Well, again, the Week 0 game was something that was on the schedule before my arrival. Again, the opportunity when you play a team that's playing at Hawaii, you get a chance to get that Week 0 game. We wanted to keep it once we saw it. It's timing up very well with the new stadium. As you know, there's a limited amount of games on in Week 0. We feel it'll be a great time and exposure for our program and our new stadium. The Friday game, again, is another opportunity to kind of play. And as we go into the third game of the year, then we have a chance for an extra day of prep. So we feel that we played a lot of our FCS opponents on a weeknight, and we felt it would be good to stay in that format. So that's what we went with.
And if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll go to the back, center left.
Coach Alyssa Cooper with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. So how do you approach building out the long-term plans for your program amidst the changes in the Big 12?
Well, again, as we continue to build our program is one that we want to continue building consistency. You know, one of the things that has kind of come up, you know, through a national media writer is that in the last 2 seasons of portal changes is that we've had the fewest scholarship players enter the portal at Kansas, and for us, roster retention has been a big factor for us, important ingredient since our arrival, because to be quite honest, there was a lot of attrition before we arrived, and be able to keep that's going to be part of it. In the new rev share model, we want to be competitive again in obtaining players. We still want to be able to develop players through high school ranks, as most of us do, and of course then supplement with players through the transfer portal.
Second row here.
All right. Coach Lynn Harrington with State Live and Power 5. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am all right. So last season, you know, you lost the program's all-time leading rusher, Devin Neal. Can you say how the running back room is holding up, like with players like Daniel Highshaw, and if it's going to be one running back getting the bulk of the carries, or it's going to be a running back by committee approach?
Well, you know, first of all, Devin Neal was a special player for the University of Kansas, not just on the field but off. Being a Lawrence native, as we know, the impact of him staying in town to get his education and play his college football was special. And of course, the type of person he was, and as he moves on to the New Orleans Saints, we wish him nothing but the best. Daniel Highshaw right now is a player who's waited patiently, and honestly, you know, much like Jalen has had a kind of bumpy road with injuries and things. But 2 years ago, before he was injured in the Iowa State game, he probably was playing as good a football as anyone we had offensively. He's got a great combination of speed and power. He's a physical back. He has good hands. He's good in pass protection. LaShawn Williams was a young man we picked up in the portal from the University of Iowa, led Iowa in recruiting 2 years ago. Again, much like Daniel, he's a powerful back, and towards the back end of spring practice, he started to get his legs back about him. I really feel confident about those two guys, you know, sharing the loading and giving us a very good backfield along with Jalen.
We'll go center left, 6th row.
Yeah, Barry Trammell, Tulsa World. Yesterday, Kalani Sitake suggested a schedule with play 3 non-conference games against a team from each of the other 3 power conferences. Any chance we can get you on board with that?
You know, it's an interesting concept. I think scheduling is becoming a big topic as we transition into this playoff model that we've been going with now. I just think whatever it is, Barry, that it's more similar. We're playing the same amount of conference games, and if it's all power conference schools, you know, again, because there's always going to be, I think we all know we're always going to compare who played who, and with the conferences being as large as they are now, we're not even going to play everybody in our conference like we used to a few years back. I think whatever gives us a better comparison, the better off we're going to be in this new world of playoff football.
Okay, center right.
Oliver Hayes, 24/7 Sports. I was wondering if you could speak on the offensive coordinator, Jim Zebrowski, after the debacle last season and having to weather in the storm after a rough start.
Well, I'll disagree a little bit on debacle, but you know, first of all, you know, we were a top 10 team in rushing. We were yards per play. We ended up being a very productive offense. Did we have some hiccups? Yes, but I still think we had some productive deals, enough that Jeff Grimes was very marketable to the University of Wisconsin. So Jim Zebrowski has taken over as offensive coordinator. Jim was my first hire ever as a head football coach when he gave up a head coaching position in Division III ranks to come be the coordinator at Wisconsin Whitewater. After 3 seasons, you know, I think we lost 3 games and won 2 national championships. He moved on with Jerry Kill. After Coach Kill stepped down, Jim ended up joining us back at Buffalo. He's been with us ever since. He understands our culture. He's been integral part of our offense and game planning in his role as quarterbacks coach prior. I look forward to him. He called the bowl game against UNLV in Arizona after Andy Koldnicki had moved on. So Jim has plenty of experience. He's got a great mind. Matt Lubik's rejoined us as a co-coordinator. I look forward to what our offense is going to be moving forward.
That's Lance Lipold, head coach of the University of Kansas, who was just at the podium. And we're going to join the podium live right now as Coach Kyle Whittingham, who we already had chatting with us at the table here. He is at the national podium, though, at the Ford Center here to give us some of his thoughts. And we'll roll with it right here and get Kyle Whittingham's thoughts from the podium at Big 12 Media Days.
Disappointing to say the least. It's not who we have been traditionally, not who we are. But that's the way the season went, so there's no excuses. We just have to be better. I'm excited for this season. We have some things going for us this year. We think we have a tremendous offensive line. It's a great starting point offensively anytime you're good up front, and we feel like we have really good players up there, a couple projected first-round draft choices at the tackle position, 3 seniors inside that have all played good football for us, and really good players. All 3 could get drafted as well. So we expect to be very good up front, which will make life much better for our quarterback, Devin Dampier, transfer from New Mexico. He came with Jason Beck, the offensive coordinator at New Mexico, so he's been able to be in the system that he was in last year. He was like a coach on the field for us in spring ball, a tremendous leader. He was voted to the Leadership Council after having only been on campus for 2 weeks. That's how much his teammates thought of him after being around him for 2 weeks. So he's a dynamic player. True dual threat, rushed for over 1,000 yards, threw for over 2,500 yards. I've been told there's only 4 quarterbacks in NCAA history that have been able to achieve that. So excited to watch him play this fall. And if spring ball is any indication, you guys are in for a treat to watch him play this fall. Defensively, just in general, we've been good on defense literally for decades. We expect more of the same this year. Proud of the way the defense competed last year. They were put in some bad situations, didn't have a whole lot of help last year, but continued to battle and put up some really good numbers on the defensive side of the ball. So anyway, we're excited to get the season going. It'll be here before you know it. Players report 29th of July. We open up on August 30th in the Rose Bowl against UCLA, and away we go. So questions?
All right, go center right, 7th row.
Tyler Budge, CF Budge. Coach, you already talked about some of the new offensive additions a little bit. What drew you to Jason Beck as a play caller and a coordinator, and also what added benefit will be there from guys like Dampier that follow him from New Mexico?
Well, great question. Myself, our defensive coordinator, Morgan Scally, who is our coach in waiting, did a national search when we had the coordinator position available. Just watching all the tape of the various offenses, the production, the creativity, the innovation, how they use their players. When all was said and done, myself and Coach Scally were on the exact same page that Jason Beck was a great fit for what we're doing and what direction we wanted to go. When we got Jason on board, Devin Dampier, his quarterback in New Mex last year, was eager to stay with Jason and stay in the same offense. So Devin transferred in, having him know the offense and not have any learning curve at all, because he's been through, Jason has complete autonomy to do what he wants offensively. We're going to be almost a carbon copy of what New Mexico was in philosophy. He does a great job, Jason does, of utilizing personnel, getting guys in position to be successful. And so you'll see some different twists than what you saw last year, but that's just because he's making the most of the players that he has available. Devin and the offense at New Mexico finished 4th in the nation last year in total offense. Not to be disparaging, but he was pretty much a one-man show and did most of it on his own. And so I'm sure he's excited to be able to operate behind our offensive line.
Center left, front row.
Steve Bartle, KSL Sports. Coach, after the changes you've made this offseason, how do you feel those changes with your staff, with the players, have meshed with the culture and the identity of the program that you've built over the last 2 decades?
I think it's been a good addition to the coaching staff with Jason and Mark Ottawai and Mike and Simon. Those are the 3 new offensive coaches. Coy Detmer is also with us as an analyst on offense. It's been a seamless transition. Spring ball was very productive. Our defensive coaches, I know, are very impressed with what Jason has brought to the table and the difficulty to defend, the formations and the way he utilizes personnel. So far, it's been a good situation. The rubber will hit the road when we start playing in the fall, but I'm excited to see how it goes.
Center right, front row.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. You spoke earlier about Devin Dampier, about his leadership and how he's been able to ingratiate himself into the culture and as well as with the team. How do you see him having, as far as this season, being able to do that on and off the field, to be able to be an extension of you and your staff while keeping the chains moving?
Well, he's off to a great start. As I mentioned, he's got the respect of his peers, having been voted on the Leadership Council. His leadership, I talk about his physical ability. He's got that it factor that you look for in quarterbacks. He's got the field general mentality that you look for. He's a guy that everybody gravitates towards. There's no doubt who's in charge on offense. We don't huddle, and so it's not like he commands the huddle, but everybody looks to Devin as the leader of the offense, and that's pretty impressive. Like I said, the short time that he's been on campus, but he's a guy that is a proven commodity. There's things he needs to work on. We got to get the completion percentage up a little bit higher. We've got to get the touchdown to interception ratio a little bit better. But he was just a sophomore last year, and he definitely made improvement in those areas through spring ball.
We'll go center left, fifth row.
Kyle, what went into the decision to move Otto Tia from wide receiver to tight end, and who are the other names you just kind of expect to emerge as your top pass catchers this season?
Well, Otto Tia, first of all, he's a big kid. He's 225 pounds, and he fights to stay at 225. He's probably bigger than that now, but he's 6'4 plus, and just for what Jason Beck envisions for him, it's a better fit as a tight end. Now, he's not a true inline tight end. He'll be more of an H-back guy where he can move around, flex out, and create some mismatches, hopefully, on offense. But he's a guy that is got a lot of ability, and we just felt in this game and what Jason saw through the first couple weeks of spring ball, it was a benefit to him and us to move him into the tight end spot. As far as the wide receiver position, that's probably the biggest question mark on the football team right now as far as the hierarchy, who's going to be wide receiver 1, 2, and 3, etc. We didn't come out of spring with any true pecking order. We've got a lot of good players there. I think we have 4 or 5 transfers at the position, and so that will continue to be a battle and a competition going through fall camp. And probably the most important thing that we can do in fall camp is to sort those wide receivers out and determine who are going to be the go-to guys.
We'll go center left, second row.
Sammy Morey, UteZone.com, 24/7 Sports. Kyle, there's been a lot of talk about the offense, obviously, rightfully so, with the transition to Jason Beck. But the Utah defense, it brings back quite a few key contributors from last season. What are you looking for specifically from, Lander, Barton, Smith, Snowden, Teo Johnson as they head into this season?
Well, I would say more of the same. Like I said earlier, the defense has been very consistent, very something that you can count on from year to year. Can't remember the last time we've had a real down year defensively, and so
I like to get a whole family in and see them all happy, excited about their vision, about their
one thing we can do a better job of is taking the football away. If there's a knock on last year's defense, is we did not create enough takeaways, and that's something that will help out the offense tremendously, and we could have used that obviously to help out our offense last year. But as far as defending the run, defending the pass, red zone production, total yards a game, all those things are in line, but we've got to get back to taking the ball away, which historically and traditionally we've done a very good job. Last year was probably the least efficient year in a long time as far as taking the ball away.
We'll go center right, third row.
Sam Foster, Daily Universe. Yesterday, a lot of questions were asked to Keanu Tanavasa just about his decision to transfer and the rivalry as a whole. Can you just brush up on your team's reaction to him deciding to transfer, and what's it like to be in this rivalry with so many ties between both universities?
As far as that goes, you just move on. An old experienced coach once told me, you win with the players you got. You don't worry about the players you don't have. So I really have nothing to add to that. The rivalry, it's good to see. Not good to see, but it adds a different dimension to it and more meaning to it when you're both in the same league, which we haven't been for years and years, but now we are. And so that not only is a rivalry game, but a game that could and should be instrumental in who ends up winning the Big 12. So in that respect, it's ratcheted up quite a few notches and back to where it was, the feel of where it was when we were in the Mountain West Conference together.
We'll go center right, second row.
Coach Lynn Henry, to State Line Power 5. How you doing today?
Good, thank you.
That's good to hear. So can you talk about your defensive coordinator, Morgan Scaley, and what he means to your program, considering, I mean, he played for Utah, was a graduate assistant, spent his whole coaching career with the Utes, and I guess he's supposed to be your successor whenever you decide to retire, I guess. I don't know. But can you explain what he means to the program and to you?
Yeah, well, he is the coach in waiting, the head coach in waiting, which, as I understand it, when it's time for me to hit the highway, he's the next guy in line, and that's contractually in place as of now. I've known Morgan for, 25 years, 30 years. Recruited him to Utah, coached him as a player, hired him as a GA, hired him as a full-time coach, promoted him to defensive coordinator. I mean, me and Morgan have many of the same philosophies, many of the same teaching techniques, the fundamentals. We've always been on the same page from a recruitment standpoint, the personnel, the type of players we need at Utah, and I have no doubt that when his time comes to lead the program, he'll do a terrific job, and he'll be more than ready for it.
Time for one final question. We'll go center left, sixth row.
Kyle, Jake Hatch, Locked On Podcast Network. I wanted to ask you about your offensive line. You talked about you have Lomu as potential first-round picks. Are you willing to declare this offensive line the best in the country?
We hope it. Oh, best in the country? That's a tough statement because I haven't studied the entire country as far as what people have coming back. But I can say with confidence we should be the best offensive line since I've been at the University of Utah, which has been forever. And so, we're going to lean on them heavily. And if they play like we think they're going to play, that's going to be a huge plus for our offense. But as far as weighing them nationally, you'd have to ask Phil Steele or someone like that what his thoughts are.
There you go. Coach Kyle Whittingham from the podium. So we had him here live in person, and then we got him over the podium there. One thing that stood out to me, guys, is that he is on the national level with us. Every time he mentions Coach Morgan Scaley, he said, who is the coach in waiting? Why do you have to keep saying it?
Because he's getting offers, and they want to keep him. And Kyle wants to stay, and minimally he's getting offers for defensive coordinator jobs that are paying what he's making right now. So, and my guess would be also, I don't know this is a guess, that he's had opportunities to interview for head coaching jobs. When the Utes went down and lost to Texas in the Alamo Bowl, the Texas people were telling me that the University of Texas was all over Morgan and wanting him to come. And so what was that?
To be at DC?
3, 4 years?
Not to be a head coach.
At the time. We're going back 4 years now.
Yeah.
And so he's highly thought of. He's an upstanding guy. He's a motivator. I can't say enough about Morgan Scaley as a person.
Oh, he's the best.
I thought even in his disgraceful moment, he showed his true character.
Oh, yeah, he's the best.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you think about it, too, and I'm like, yeah, he might be getting offers other places, but this guy went to Highland High School. This guy played for Kyle. This guy is at the – and I think that, obviously he's going to be the guy. But
you're asking him to sacrifice financially, and people don't like to sacrifice financially.
Yeah.
So when we –
Morgan's a pure heart.
Several years – no question about it. Several years ago when we brought Hands over, I don't know where it was, but all of us had – I kicked in a few bucks. He commanded a huge salary. So sometimes you have to make those financial sacrifices.
We had to do that today to get him to come into the building today.
Oh, my gosh. I almost didn't get into the building today. Oh, my gosh. I can't believe the security in this place.
I don't know what Hans is.
Well, I said, hey, there's this big guy, man. And you don't know what he's got attached to his body, so really search him hard.
I would take him in the back room. I'd strip him, and I would check.
I'm going to say that to TSA today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, perfect.
This guy was talking about a bomb?
And next thing you know,
you said something about a stranger offering you to take a bag for him. This guy's got plain snacks.
In a trench coat.
I don't know what plain snacks means, but I'm worried about it. All right. Hans, I don't know. Hans has like an agreeable face, but for some reason the ladies here at the Frisco Star are Frisco.
Yeah, they're after it.
They're going after it. They're getting the Frisk part of Frisco going, and so by the way, we kept getting wanded every time we came in too. I get it. I get you want to be secure.
You got it. You get what are you getting?
I got wanded.
Dead or alive?
Hey, we were just talking about how Deion Sanders is not going to show up at our booth.
Not at any booth.
Is he going to show up with his Colorado Buffaloes this season?
Ooh.
It's a good question.
Because
we'll find out, man.
I'm going to say no.
They got the Liberty quarterback coming in, and 2 years ago they were really good. And this past year he was good. 2 years ago slipped off a little bit. So he does have playing experience and extensive experience. They got the hot shot Julian Lewis. I think they want to go by Juju, I think is what his nickname is, out of Georgia, and he's a 5-star. He's been committed to Colorado for a good while. But, yeah, I mean, you had a lot of hype around that team with the 2 stars at the top, and they're going to be gone, and now you get to find out. That's the beauty of college football, man, is guys are only going to stay maximum for 4 or 5 years, and it's going to take a year or two before they can get ready to go. I mean, Shador had his year or two at where was he, at Jackson State?
Jackson
And so
State,
he comes over, and he's ready to go and all that, and then they were good last year. They weren't great. They were good.
Not in the Alamo.
Oh, no, not at all. They got run off the field.
Ooh.
But, I mean, you got to look at it more than one game because they blew Utah off the field.
Well, they think, I'm going to be honest, we have the Denver people right next to us, and they feel like that they will again this year.
Well, it reminds me several years ago, I'm doing the Mountain West. And remember when Loxley was there? They were like 0-11. Guys now at Maryland. And so we're doing right next to us is the New Mexico radio, just like we are here.
Yeah.
And I think I was doing it with Ben Bagley. So we're doing the morning show, and we're blah, 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 talking, waiting for the coaches and all. And we could hear the New Mexico people. Oh, yeah, 7-8 wins? Yeah, really legitimate. I'm thinking, man, I'm in Vegas right now. I bet the farm that they ain't going to get anywhere near bowl eligibility. So you do have a little homerism going on. And everybody I do it
sees
too.
A little bit. I know. We do the same thing.
I do it.
I bet our media polls locally for us for BYU and Utah probably skew a couple of places up.
Yeah.
And then every market's probably like that. Some markets are like well aware that their team stinks, but there's enough talent across these conferences that I don't think there's a team here that, I mean, West Virginia and UCF are considered like a couple of the bottom. They're toward the bottom of a lot of polls.
It should be.
And West Virginia, like, it's hard to bet against Rich Rod, even in year one.
I would bet against them this year.
They lose their quarterback, though. That was a big deal, right? And their running back.
Did he ever have a winning season at Arizona?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They went to the Fiesta Bowl once, and I think that Boise got them.
Okay. It's hard for PK to admit that they went to a Fiesta Bowl, even. So I'm proud of him.
Yeah. I got no problem giving teams their due if they earn it. But yeah, then. And he was so fun to watch on the sidelines because any play that went wrong against them, he'd act like his head was going to be blown off. And he needs to calm down a little bit. And then plus he had some issues that got away from him off the field that were embarrassing to the U of A.
Well, let's take a break here, and we'll come back. And I think Brett McMurphy from On3 might be joining us here in just a little while. We're efforting to see if Brett McMurphy will give us a few moments here and his thoughts on what on the teams here locally in Utah, but also across the board, the Big 12 and kind of where they stand with the rest of college football. Stay here. More to go. It is Big 12 Media Days, day number 2 in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Curie, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's
60
awesome.
days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Hi, this is Jason.
And Kathy of Window World.
Mom, it almost happened again.
What almost happened, Jason?
A customer almost didn't choose us because he was shocked our prices were so low.
Oh, no. What did you tell him?
I told him I could charge him more if he wanted me to, or he could spend the savings on something awesome.
Oh, that's amazing. What did he say?
He decided to save thousands of dollars and get a whole house of amazing windows with Window World.
Call 281-8111.
Window World.
Simply the best.
And as Doug always said,
that's no baloney. It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Big 12 Media Days. Thanks for being with us. Day number 2. Waiting in the next probably hour to get Lander Barton, Utah linebacker. Going to be our last get of the entire Media Days to be able to get a bingo card filled of Utah and BYU athletic directors, head coaches, and all the players. He's the only one we still lack, but Utah just gave us the nod that he is definitely going to be with us coming up in about an hour. In the meantime, Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, and myself, Alex Curie. Kudos to Stone, who has done a phenomenal job here running folks down at the stadium, but also our producers back in Salt Lake who've done a phenomenal job as well. Christian Esparza just got off of the board, and then Lloyd Cole, am I pronouncing that right? On the board with us now.
No, I think it's Boyd.
Lloyd, nice enough to send us all here down to Dallas, and so we're having a fun time so far. And then Alex Napoles will take over in a little bit. It's a team freaking effort across the days here. We forgot to take a picture with the Finn. We got to go find the kid, Landon, or no, what's his name? Oh, Edward
Scissorhands.
No, but it was something like that. Venedison. Anyway, bottom line is Vistaranen. There you go. Edward Vistaranen. We've got to put an effort together to get him when they're in Provo taking on the Cougs, West Virginia, to get Lowry Markkinen out there. I don't think it's too tall of an ask. Actually, might be, but again, we're trying to make it happen. All these players, all these different teams that are out here, we're trying to handicap. Does Media Days actually help you handicap these teams better, or does it make it a little bit worse? Because there's part of me that gets convinced by every team that sits down with you, you kind of get rubbed off on you a little bit, a lot of the positive vibes coming from all these teams that come through
you can get caught up in that. Several years back when Colorado was going through coaches like Sox, oh, yeah, man, the whole bowl, we're going to get 6 wins, blah, 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 and you come away, oh, yeah, and then don't get anywhere near it. So
who was the dude there for with Mel Tucker? He was there for about 5 minutes before he went to Michigan State and then dismissed there.
Had some issues. I mean, how many guys have been undone by you-know-what? Think about it. Is it really worth it?
No, the answer is no.
I thought he was going to say turn PK off. Got me nervous there.
No, but it is. It is interesting because I start to get bought in on a lot of what. And this is the point of them coming to here and doing this is for you to buy in on these programs, see what these coaches are doing. But when it's one thing to hear from Devin Dampier and a lot of these like sound bites that we get from the University of Utah and things like that. It's another thing to actually sit down with the young man and hear him go, I've been bought into this program because he knows that he can get not just a payday out of coming to Utah, he could possibly have an even further career in football if he gets it right at Utah. And I think that's a pretty easy way to buy it in.
Not as a quarterback, but I get your point.
Something, right?
I've found, I've been doing this Media Days, as Hans said, for many, many years, and they usually send such great kids, and it gives you faith in young people. It gives you faith and that they can get along with people. There's so much racial strife, and you come here,
great kids,
and you don't see it. You see everybody getting along with each other, and they laugh and they carry on, and it makes
way
me
more in common
humble.
than they have opposite.
Yeah, but yet you listen to the media and this crap, and we're so divided, and I suppose we are, some people, because it seems like we just get extremes on both sides running their mouths, and you think, oh my gosh, this is going to be brutal. But then you come here and you talk to these kids, and they talk to you, and you like, who's the one from Houston? Who
Carlos
is
Carlos
putting the money? Putting the money away. I wanted to hug him.
Yeah.
Beautiful
kid.
Yes. How do you not love a kid? When I watch Houston this year, I am going to root for that young man to have all sorts of success. He's a role model, and he's 22 years old. He'll be 23 here coming up in August.
Are you going to root for Scott Farkas, though?
Yes, I am. Even more so. Yes.
You know what? We lost that
Josh
interview.
Ford.
When you called him Farkas, he was done.
I did not call him. All I said, have you heard of the movie The Christmas Story?
He had yellow teeth.
And then
yellow eyes, not teeth.
He goes, but you know the bully, right? And Hans goes, I think PK is referring to Farkas. You have any comment?
Yeah, you're the one who brought it up.
No.
Yes, you mentioned him. We got the tape. We can roll it back.
don't.
You said if you put a coon skin hat on, you'd be.
I don't even know, and I would never use that word in the first place. I never say skin.
You guys are the worst. Oh, thank heavens! Thank heavens they got the Mountaineer over here staring you down. I'm not joking. Look at him.
Is it a fake beard?
He's pissed about it. The Utah players have now made their way over in their non-football uniforms.
Oh,
my question is the Mountaineer? He's not in a head. He's not. I
don't know. Ask him. He's right there.
He can't talk either, though. Oh no, he can't. Oh, I didn't know they could.
He can't talk.
I didn't know he couldn't.
Are you a human being?
I thought
he can't talk.
I thought he was going to do the whole.
Is this the Trapper or the West Virginia?
Is this the beef jerky guy or the West Virginia? Dope. I don't.
He's from Utah. Forget him.
No. I'm just trying to.
Yes, you have, absolutely.
I would ask you to put the headset on, but I don't want to ruin that. Oh, he's got it. No, he's going to do it. All right. We're taking a picture here.
This is a big moment for us.
This is the first time we've ever done it.
We've seen him wandering around over the last 3 years.
First of all,
and
did you take that raccoon out yourself? Oh, hold on. Let me unmute you here. I just don't know if we're keeping rules. I thought the mascots didn't talk. I don't know.
That's normal mascots.
He's not a normal mascot.
We do it different.
I love
They do it different.
This is the funniest
It's
thing
the home
to
of
see.
John Denver.
I know. This is the funniest thing to see with the raccoon skin cap on with the radio microphone.
Yeah, it's
Ask him
wild.
if he smiles. That's what I have my doubts about.
Well, not with us.
I'm
so far.
Go look at the Instagram. I smile more than anybody.
Okay.
I'm a big selfie guy, so.
I mean, frontiersmen didn't have a ton to smile about, you guys. Like they were busy skinning raccoons and putting them on their heads.
Yeah.
They got the happiness from living in the great state of West by God, Virginia.
I love the full name of it. I do love the full name of it.
So we had Scott Farkas on there earlier. and
No.
I asked him if
That's from Oklahoma City.
Oh, was that
Oklahoma
okay?
State. Yeah,
I was
yeah.
asking him if you keep this muzzle loaded.
Not now. Not when we travel to away games and stuff. It's kind of it's hard to do. So we just bring a non-firing rifle. So this is not an actual firing rifle.
Okay.
But once you come to Morgantown, it's
That's on.
99% chance that it's 100% loaded. Because after
with me.
touchdowns, yeah. After a touchdown, we got to shoot it and then load it again real fast and shoot it after the extra point.
So it's a legit.
Oh, twice?
It's a legit black powder. Like
It's
pack
a
that thing in.
45 caliber Kentucky long rifle. I got a powder horn here, so
that's
we
phenomenal.
start off the game, shoot it off, we run out, and then every touchdown, every extra point, every field goal, just rack them off, and then win the game. After Country Roads, we shoot it, and then if we're just walking around the blue lot and we're having a good time, we let it rack off out there sometimes in the pre-games.
Did you have to audition?
It's a tryout. It's kind of it's a pretty big deal in West Virginia.
What do you do?
We travel the entire state, so we're a mascot for athletics, but we service the entire state. I think we're the only school in the country that has an office. WVU has an office in every county within the state. So I travel. I've done over 100 appearances in 3 months, and most of them are going to elementary schools, bringing the game day experience to those schools in case they can't make it to Morgantown. We do push-ups, cheers, stuff like that.
Nice.
What was the tryout experience like?
It's
I
did it twice. I lost the first time around because I just went into it blind. Just wasn't going to do it, and then it really opens your eyes about what is expected and what you need to do to be able to be ready for this position. And it was a really eye-changing thing because you are, like I said, you're the face of an entire state, not at a university. Our state motto is Mountaineers are always free. So if the Mountaineer mascot is obviously automatically attached to the state. So you got to be able to, interact with fans, be nice with people, tough stuff like that. It's a process.
Would you rather be a non-talking mascot?
No.
You like-
Wouldn't rather have it. I wouldn't have it any other
Really?
way.
Listen.
I like to talk. I could talk to a brick wall.
And on top of it, I mean that
You are.
That hat is probably warm, but nothing like these. Like that Jayhawk, he's suffering in there, or she.
Big J's got a big old.
Oh, that's the other thing. Do
noggin.
you get along with all
Everybody.
the other mascots?
I get along with everybody.
Have you met Cosmo?
Yeah.
Swoop got a new tail this year.
Yeah, I did a little preview yesterday on our Instagram of the schedule, of the Big 12 schedule. I got a selfie with all the mascots from the Big 12 that we play this year, so we've gotten pretty close.
Is this are those blast caps? What is this in the gold?
This is our capper. This holds the percussion caps for when we fire it. So
okay,
it's like a normal muzzle loader. We shoot everything except for the ball. So we throw the powder in there, throw the cap on, shoot it, and it's just one step away from.
Is this a boar's tusk?
This is a deer antler.
Oh, deer antler.
It's hollowed out to exactly 70 grain, so we shoot 140 every time.
Oh, look at that. Hey, look, you're a West Virginia native, or how's this work?
Yeah, born and raised in southern West Virginia. Parents were born and raised in West Virginia. Met at WVU. Sister goes to WVU. It's like I'm WVU family.
It would have been weird if he was from Minnesota. You know what I mean? Like,
is it a requirement to have to be able to grow a beard?
Yeah. No, we've had female mountaineers. We have 3 of them, and the biggest requirement is that you show an actual, the ability to represent the state at a high level.
What kind of NIL deals have you worked out?
We just do it for the love of the game.
No kidding.
But you're on scholarship, though, right?
We just do it for we get a nice compensation back.
Look at that, see?
Hey, when Alex asked you if you're the beef jerky guy, you got a bad look on your face.
No, because we've seen him here.
I don't know who the beef jerky
the
guy
Trapper.
is.
He's the mascot for Trapper Jerky.
Old Trapper Jerky.
I don't know what Old Trapper Jerky. It might not be a West Virginia thing.
I see what's going on.
We might not have Old Trapper Jerky.
Well, no, because you make it yourself. It's fun.
Deer jerky. We do it all.
Get it.
The Old Trapper Jerky. That's
all
it.
Right. Well, you know what? This has turned into the weirdest interview we've done at Media Days, and I've enjoyed every second.
Weirdest?
Yeah.
Weirdest in the sense because we're talking with players. And you know what we don't do? We never get to talk with mascots.
So just make it a stop every year. Stop the Mountaineer. He will talk to you. She will talk to you. Whoever it is will think it's the coolest thing ever to talk to you
I love it,
guys.
too. They're like, this raccoon skin cap, we need to put eyes on it. And they put eyes.
It's a full face. We got the nose. We got the ears.
Look at the eyes. That's scary as hell, man.
I'm not going to lie. I'm just checking out your outfit. I mean, this is an authentic tanned hide outfit.
It's called the buckskins for a reason, yeah.
Yeah, this is not a store purchase. Like, I'm looking at some of the stitching, and your stitching is
handmade.
Yeah, it is, isn't
buckskin, it's unbelievable. It's
Rich Rod just saw you and pointed, and he was like, "Yeah,
got him." Does that breathe?
No, not well. Not well.
I'm gonna say.
No, we were talking about the mascot heads and what those smell like. You take that thing to the dry cleaner.
Yeah. You could wring some liquid
freezer.
out of there.
Throw in the freezer, it kills off the bacteria.
Exactly.
Man.
That's what our game plan is. And yeah, Rich Rod, I know he's going to have me doing a lot of push-ups, so that's why he's pointing at me. He's probably telling me to get ready for more push-ups.
Do you do more sports than just football?
We do every sport pretty much. If any sport, they just ask us to come, but bare minimum every football game, home and away, basketball, baseball, and.
Sorry, we didn't even get a full name out of
I'm Cade Kincaid, 71st Mountaineer.
Cade Kincaid, so a legit name too. I thought maybe it would be like WH Mountaineer. Like I thought maybe we get
the mascot's name is the Mountaineer, but since we change every year, we're a normal person that can talk. We get to throw our birth name on there. So
Cade, I love it, man.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Cade.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Look at this.
So you guys are with BYU?
Yep.
Well, Utah, BYU, all
both,
that market.
Well, I'll see. Well, you guys come to us. Utah comes
2 weeks
to us.
2 weeks in a row.
And then I told my mom BYU is going to be a beautiful game.
Yeah,
it really will be. It really
Good
will
luck.
be.
We'll duke it out.
All right,
bring your musket.
I'm gonna chat with Cade when he comes to Provo, man.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm going to hunt you down if we go out to. Oh, I can't hunt you down. That's not a good word.
I could see him actually moving to Provo once it comes out, and he sees that Provo River.
Listen, yeah, he says that now until he sees.
I think we need to set him up with Lowry Marketing. No, wait, that's the other guy.
That's the other guy.
Okay.
Here's the thing, too. You got John.
Both of them are frontiersmen.
You got John Denver, and he did sing Country Roads, but Rocky Mountain High also.
Yeah, but how can West Virginia claim John Denver? I thought Denver and Colorado claimed John Denver. He's not that popular
His
with
name
two
is
places.
Denver.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was really weird that he sang around Rocky Mountain High and he was born John Denver. What a combo.
You guys. Oh, I think Coach Prime might be approaching the podium, or he's close there, Lloyd. I don't know if you have eyes on. They have his picture.
He does.
Up on the
he's
podium,
not there yet.
But he's not there yet. So I think we're going to.
The band hasn't played yet.
I'd love to see him no-show the podium.
It's too late.
Just to
They'll usually do the fight song. That's when you know they're.
Yeah, but I want to hear that. But to Hans' point, I want to hear the music start, and then you hear the band go meow.
Yeah, like the beginning of The Wedding Singer, when he's sitting there waiting for his fiance.
I know we've probably offended the heck out of the Denver people next to us, but you know what? Every year we hope to see Coach Prime, and every year it seems to be less and less of an appearance. So we'll. The band is fired up. You know what that means? Coach Prime may be in the building. So
yeah, he's walking up.
We'll burn some time here before we figure out if Coach Prime is
right there, man. He's coming up.
He's walking up to the podium. So in the flesh, Coach Prime is hitting the podium here.
He's here. He's fine.
I know that it's – what year is this? 3 for Coach Prime now?
2025.
I know. I know that's the year for him.
Yeah, there he is. He's there.
This is year number 3 for Coach Prime.
Yeah.
We're gonna Lloyd will tell me when he's all ready here. The fight song is going, and he's going to get introduced by a member of the Big 12 Conference, and Coach Prime is going to
go over to listen to him.
I know.
He didn't have that.
You know what's interesting too? Yeah, it's actually funny because it is when everybody clears out. So let's go to the podium, and we'll take a listen to Coach Prime. Deion Sanders is going to hit the podium and give us his thoughts. This is, according to all the people here, this is going to be the only appearance that he makes with any media outlet. So let's take a listen to the podium for Coach Prime. Let's hear it.
Deion Sanders. Coach will start with an opening statement and then open it up for questions. Thank you.
Oh, God is good. I have no idea how good he is. Brett Yormark, I love you, man. I appreciate you. I think we have the best commissioner. I know we have the best commissioner in college football. Man that has called me daily, checked on me, make sure I'm straight, make sure I'm getting better and better. And I love you to life, my brother. I know you're somewhere clean as the Board of Health right now. And I love you to life, and you are absolutely the best. What you have in store for the Big 12. Rick, my AD, love you to life. You've always believed. You've always been a man of a standard, and I thank you for giving me a tremendous opportunity. The coaches of the Big 12 are incredible. I love them. They've been calling, checking on me, making sure I'm straight. But you talk about knowing football, teaching football, communicating with their kids. None of this stupid animosity or jealousy. I love the coaches of the Big 12. I want to beat them all, but I love them. I truly do. We've sold out season tickets for the 3rd straight season and 11th time in CU history. Prior to 2023, it had been 26 years since we sold out, which is incredible. I'm truly thankful for that. Class rankings, class number 24 overall, 3rd straight top 25 class. First time on record, 3 straight top 25 classes. I love it. Our coaching staff, this is without Byron Leftwich, which I'm praying that he does the right thing, and Mike Zimmer. We have 160 years of NFL experience with those 2 added. That's 204 years of NFL experience, and I want those years. Last season, the first season in CU history, only team in the country to appear on network television or flagship station of ESPN every single darn game, and I love it. And as for right now, we have 4 games slated for network television as well as ESPN. There's Georgia Tech, Delaware, Houston, and BYU opening out the gate. So we will be seen and we will be heard and we will be known. You youngsters out there, they're still trying to decide where you want to land. Okay, we're gonna start off with a wonderful woman, because that's what I do, and I have that kind of respect. So let's put a microphone to one of the ladies. Let's go.
We'll go center right, 2nd row.
First of all, how you all doing? You good? You just saying that? Or you good for real? There you go.
Hi, Coach Prime.
How you doing?
Glad to have you here with us, first
Love
of all,
your hair.
today.
Love your hair.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm Candace Lamb with D210 Sports.
Got you.
Coach Prime, you faced your own adversity recently, and while that's personal, your strength and how you've carried yourself publicly has been public. We've all seen it. I want to know how you instill that strength, obviously, in your players and this program, and how you merge that into the culture that you're shaping at Colorado.
Great question. First of all, I trust God with all my might, all my soul, and everything I have. I never waver. I never say, why me, regardless of what's ahead of me or what I see. Like, Lord, just use me. If you could use anything, you could use me. So I'm truly thankful. I'm truly a go-getter. I want to win at all costs. I want to win the right way. I want to set the right standards. And I want to prepare these young men for life, not just football. I want them to be professional. First, and second of all, I forgot, where's Mike Irvin, the playmaker? He came here with me today. Man, I love you to life, man. I just want you to know that. I want to tell everybody in front of I love you to life. I really do. Thank you. Don't make me cry up here. Thank you for being you, man. I really do. Boy, I love you. Let's go.
Center or left in the back?
David Ubben with The Athletic. Coach, what have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletic, sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day look like for you on the range?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
All right. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Center right.
Hey, Coach. Xavier McNevin, Scope Up Sports. I wanted to ask about your wide receiver group going into the season.
They are unbelievable.
They are.
They are awesome. I can't wait to unleash them. They're great. Now, you got to understand, they're replacing some dogs that all of them will be in a professional, all four of them will be in a professional camp from a year ago. But these young men are unbelievable. I can't wait till the world get a glimpse of these receivers. We have some youngsters from freshmen on up that can flat out go get it. And I'm proud. I'm proud of our recruits, our coaches. I'm proud of what we've brought into Boulder, Colorado.
Center or left, second row.
Hey, Coach, Ryan Koenigsberg from DNVR. First of all, how are you feeling today?
What's going on, boss?
What's going on, man?
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Don't I look good?
You look great.
Well, thank you. I look good. I'm feeling good.
Your quarterback room also looks great. You have two really talented players.
We brought both of them because I don't know which one's going to start.
My question to you is, would you be comfortable with a situation where both guys played?
Yeah. As long as they're doing their jobs and we're winning, we definitely want to continue to develop Juju, but Caden is unbelievable. Caden's off the chain. He's been there, done that. He can get the job done. I wouldn't have brought him here if I didn't trust him. But Juju is coming on around the mountain when he comes. And I love him. I love what he brings to the table. I don't know how it's going to play out, as long as it plays out. We can't lose either way with either of those two.
Fourth row, center right.
Coach Prime, how are you?
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. I'm Jarrett Ramirez with RedRaidersports.com. You talked a lot about Media Day last year about your relationship with Joey McGuire.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if you paid attention at all to what they've been doing in the portal, especially.
Yeah. Joey got some money. Joey, where you at, baby? Spending that money. I love it. I love it. Once upon a time, you guys was talking junk about me going in that portal. Now, when everybody go in the portal, it's okay. It's cool when they do it. There's a problem when I do it. Ain't that a rap song? First of all, let's get this straight. I love me some Joey McGuire. And one of the best coaches in our conference. I've seen him excel from high school all the way to where he is now, and he's a winner. And I absolutely love it. And you know, I love him because he's a man of standard. We played there last year, and we was getting bombarded by them Totilos. I don't know how to say it. Somebody say it. Tortillas. We was getting bombarded by that. And Joey grabbed the microphone and told him to stop throwing at us, or it's going to be some consequences. And I love that. And I love Joey. Joey, I know you're out there, baby. I love you, man. I appreciate you. Can you send, a few of those dollars to us so we can get some of those players, too?
Center or left in the back.
Good afternoon, Coach. Alyssa Cooper with the Fort Worth
Where you at,
Star-Telegram.
baby? I can't. Where you at? Okay, there you go. There you go.
Coach, you've spoken very positively about the Big 12, and I was just wondering, how do you build out the long-term plans for your program, given that the conference has grown and changed over the years?
Well, I started this by saying I love our commissioner, I love our AD, and they provided a luxury of growth, of unity, and respect. So our long-term plans are to win. Our short-term plans are to win. I have a simple formula. It's like 40-40-20, grad transfers, and high school kids. So I stick to what we do, what we know that works for us. It may not work for somebody else, but it works for us. And it's been working for us, so I'm pleased with it. Great question.
Center or left, fourth row.
Hey, Coach. Justin Lasser, Toasted Devil's Digest over here. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
You and Kenny Dillingham both got started at your respective programs at the same time in the Pac-12. played them that year. You guys won. Now made the transition to the Big 12, and you guys play again this year, except 2 years later, they're coming in as Big 12 champions. So what could you say just about what Kenny's done for that
First of all,
program?
Coach Dillingham is unbelievable. He's a dear friend. We go way back. I thought we was going to have the opportunity to coach together at one point, but he's excelled, man. And what he did last season was darn believable. I didn't get jealous. I didn't get sensitive. I was just proud of him because, we were virgins together coming into the Big 12. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thankful. The Pac-12 did in the Big 12. So I'm thankful that he did the doggone thing that was unbelievable, and now he's soaring. And I'm just happy, man. I want to see everybody get together. I want to see everybody win, except when they play us. But I want to see everybody win. But I'm proud of Coach Dillingham and what his relationship with those kids and those young men. And I know some of them personally, that he is who he says he is, and I'm proud of him.
Center right, second row.
Hi, Coach Sanders.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Excellent.
Good. So, it being your third year as the Colorado Buffaloes head coach, what are your expectations for the program this coming season?
We want to win. We want to win at all costs. We want to be in that championship game, not here at the Star, but over in that other big house that Jerry's built. That's what we want to do, and that's what we're gearing up for. That's all we're playing for. We play to win. We don't just play to compete. Great question.
Center right, first sir.
Roe Parrish.
My brother.
Hey, from number one, blessings to you.
Thank you.
Glad to see you up here healthy. Again, Roe Parrish, CBS, Texas. You are very meticulous when it comes to things about Colorado, whether it be players, uniforms. Will you pull back the curtain on the process of what you will be selecting when it comes time for you to say, now give me my theme music?
Smart, tough, fast, disciplined young men with character.
Wait, hold on. No. I know that part. When you say give me my theme music, as you know, I talk about music.
Right.
What's going to go to that process of selecting that track that's going to play?
I got to feel it, man. I got to get a feeling for the team. I got to get a feeling for how they move, how they work, what they want, their needs, and I just got to get a feeling for it. See, I'm old school, not an old fool. I'm old school, but I got to adapt to what's now and what's current. So sometimes I may let Big Jordan, Seaton, I may let the big fella, who's a phenomenal player, who's going to be a first rounder. This is a testimony that this is how much I love my players. Big fella called me yesterday and FaceTimed me, and I was out there watching Grown and Shador, I'm sorry. He was preparing at the crib, for his tremendous season that he's going to have. And the big fella called me, he said, Coach, we fly in and we get in like 6, but I need to go somewhere and get my hair braided because my hair is raggedy. I said, okay, what you thinking? He said, well, how far is downtown? Because I think we'll be in the McKinney. I said, I think you can make it at a reasonable time. Ain't nothing going to happen. But the moral of the story is, I'm happy that my players can call me about getting their hair braided.
There it is.
I don't know how many other coaches in the Big 12 that the players can call them about getting their hair braided. And I love the big fella, man. And he's going to be a phenomenal player along with the other guys that we brought.
Time for a couple more questions. So go center right, fourth row.
Hey, Coach Prime, Stephen Johnson, Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
How you doing, sir? Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Y'all used to be on my neck.
Hey, I just got here. But,
amen.
You guys play TCU again this year.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, how significant was that game in 2023 for you?
It was everything. It was like the genesis of my coaching career in college, in major college football. It was the genesis of you seeing Travis and Shador, some other players that we featured in our program. And it was phenomenal. I mean, I'm excited about coming back to Texas to play because, this is my second home now. But I absolutely love it. They have a wonderful coach as well. And I'm pleased and I'm thankful. I think I saw him. I was in Papados over across town one day, and his whole staff rolled up in there, and he showed love. So I'm thankful for that as well. But I can't wait. I can't wait to come back, as well as Houston. We go to Houston as well. So I can't wait. We have 2 games in Texas, which is phenomenal, and which allows us to recruit tremendously. So I'm happy about that.
Final question, center left.
Coach Prime, Kevin Turner, Sun Devil Radio Network. Right over here, Coach.
There you go.
Right here.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. Curious, there's been some talk about some of your colleagues, some of the other coaches with regard to some of the changes that they would be interested in implementing, and I've always admired your ability on the field and to market and brand. What would you change if you had a voice today with our game in college football?
Well, I think I do have a voice. You're talking to me right now, right?
Yes, sir.
I got a voice. Okay. What I would change in college football, it has to be, and they're trying to implement it. It's got to be a salary cap on this stuff because this stuff is going crazy and nobody know where it's going to land, where it's going to end, and you have so many different doors. It's like I would see a player that said he got an offer from another school, and I'm trying to figure out why you guys haven't investigated it and how is that possible when the guy's not in the portal? How's that? Now, if that was one of my players, you guys would be all over it. I'm trying to figure out how can somebody say, you got a $5 million offer? How? And the kid is not in the portal. So I think we need to be upright and upstanding. Secondly, I like the professional rules to be implemented in college. They're getting ready to be pros, so let's go 2 feet in, on the catches. Let's mark the foul if it pass interference. Let's do the same thing the pro game is. Let's do it to college. And let's do something about the uniforms. We got guys out there in backer shorts. That makes me sick because I'm a football guy. Like I played this game at a high level, and I have so much respect for this game. And how can we allow guys out there in backer shorts? No knee pads, no nothing, literally pants up under their thighs, and that's cool. So I think there should be a fine implemented for that stuff, and let's have more respect for this tremendous game. Now, I could go all day when you talk about making some changes, but we have a pretty good game, a darn good game, one of the best games, I think, in sports. That's why we attract so many people, especially the Colorado Buffaloes. We attract so many eyeballs. You want to see us win, you want to see us lose, but you want to see us. But I wish we could implement some of those things. It's just 3 off the top of my head. Thank you. That's a darn good question, my man.
Coach, thank you for your time today.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
I get to leave now?
Yes, sir.
God bless you all. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Coach Prime, of course, from the podium you got to listen to. I think his only media appearance today is going to be right there at the podium. He's going to be bringing in Caden Salter, a guy who BYU fans know because he was the quarterback at Liberty a couple of years ago when they beat BYU there in Lynchburg, Virginia. He's also, I know it's a shock, went to Cedar Hill High School, the same high school that Coach Prime's kids went to, and also that's the same high school where you saw Joey McGuire have all the success that he did as well. But we're continuing on here with Media Days here in Frisco, Texas, at the Star. And joining us right now on the program, he is the quarterback for the University of Arizona, Noah Fofida, joining us on the program as we get going here. And
hey, Noah.
Noah, thanks for being with us, man. We appreciate it. We know you guys are busy, so we always enjoy you guys carving out some time for us, man. Thanks for being with us today.
Of course. Thank you guys for having me.
All right, let's talk about Arizona football. Let's talk about Coach Brennan, and let's talk about what you guys are doing to right the ship from what happened last year. I know that expectations are high. This is a competitive conference, too. You guys got a good look at that last year. With all the talent that you have, it's still really, really hard to win in this conference week in and week out.
Yes, sir. Definitely. It's a great conference, and we got our share of that last year for sure. Great atmospheres, great teams. We're just talking about the quarterbacks that are in this league.
Lots of them.
Some really good quarterbacks. So really fortunate, really excited to be a part of the Big 12 Conference, and looking forward to competing.
Obviously, you guys didn't achieve what you wanted to achieve last year. What were some of the leading causes of that, Noah?
Yeah, that's no secret, and I think everybody knows that we didn't live up to the expectations. We didn't do what remotely close to what we wanted to do, but I think the biggest part of that is last year the story was we all stayed for each other. This year it's all about Coach Brennan. This is Coach Brennan's team, and everybody knows that. Everybody on this team right now either stayed for Coach Brennan or came in for Coach Brennan. So we have an identity there. We have a sense of identity, and there's a belief in Coach Brennan. There's a belief in these in our coordinators that we can do something extremely special.
How can you live and play football without your sidekick, McMillan? I mean, you guys have been together forever, and he's awesome, obviously, first-round pick. He's going to go do his thing. But, I mean, it's got to be weird for you from somebody who's like a brother the way you guys have been together since youth football
Yes,
all
sir.
the way up. And this is going to be the first time in who knows how long. It's going to be weird for you, I would think.
That's definitely weird. I'm so happy for him and what he's accomplished, and looking forward to watching him and Bryce Young go do their thing at the highest level. So the football part, we've been able to adjust. I say the life part's a little difficult, but I've been with him a lot recently. I was with him when he was in Phoenix training for the Combine and the draft, and then I was actually with him last week for the 4th of July. So definitely still in contact with him, but he has some stuff he has to handle, and we have some business to handle in Tucson.
People know how talented you are. They've seen the best of you. I don't know if we've seen the best of you. I think we've seen versions of you that people are like, that's the reason the guy was getting a lot of preseason pub last year. But there's a part two where I think schools, when a year goes on, people will just forget a little bit. What do you want to remind them of, and what your talents are, what you do best to be able to bring some wins to Arizona?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about what people think about me at the end of the day. Football is the greatest sport in the world because it's the greatest team sport. So I think we'll be able to remind a lot of people what was expected of us. We can show them that's still our standard, and our standard is a Big 12 championship, and this team is capable of doing that. We brought in the roster to do it, we brought in the coaches to do it, and now we have the mentality and belief to do it.
No, are there games on your schedule that you circle that stand out more than others?
I think naturally there will always be, but especially this year, there's a chip on our shoulder where every single opponent we have, we're looking forward to proving ourselves right for being here and proving that we can do what we expect to do.
Do you like having that rivalry game? Last year of the game?
Definitely.
Or game of the year?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're sitting across from an Arizona State grad. I don't want to point it out too heavily, but
he would have in 5 seconds anyway.
No, I wouldn't have. I only kissed the Devils on the cheek.
Yeah. Try to describe to me what that rivalry game's like. I played in the BYU Utah rivalry, so I understand rivals, but help me understand the Arizona State one.
Yeah, it's a big rivalry, and I think this is one of the most even rivalries in the country. Obviously, it's the oldest cup in the world, but more so, every year is it's really a toss-up game, and records don't matter during that game, and there's a genuine hatred, especially between the alumni and the fan bases. So we're only an hour and a half drive from each other, but I mean, at the end of the day, there's a respect there. I got some respect for Coach Dillingham and what he's been able to do in just 2 years. Obviously, what they did last year is what we're trying to do. We're trying to go from the bottom of the conference to win the conference championship. They've shown it's possible. But at the end of the day, there is a hatred, and best believe that's probably the biggest circle on our schedule because we got to make amends for what they did to us at our home last year.
Don't you appreciate when someone says that instead of going, I'm only looking forward to that game number one on the schedule?
Yeah, it's nice.
That's legit because it's like,
about.
Come on, you guys. Like, it's exactly what you said, which is actually people watching Arizona State, and then you go, well, then why not this team?
Yes, sir.
Then why not the talent that we bring to the table? You talked about staying for Coach Brennan. You talked about, it's well publicized that this was a program that was on one direction with Coach Fish, and then you bring in Coach Brennan, and you guys you probably had the opportunity, multiple opportunities maybe to not be in Tucson. Why stick with Coach Brennan?
I believe in him. I believe in him as a coach. I believe in him as a person. He's a genuine guy. He knows his football, and the culture that he's continuing to build, the foundation he's continuing to build, is a culture that can win championships. And everybody in our program believes in that. And the people that he's brought in from players in the transfer portal, as well as the new coordinators he's brought in, there's a mentality and there's a expectation to win championships.
The offensive line, I think you got like one returner. How's that going to be? Because we know that for all the glory and fame that the quarterback and the running back and receivers get, you got to have those dudes up front, man.
Yes, sir. It's been great. We brought in some really good guys who have experience under their belt, who's played at big time football in their past. So I'm excited to play behind them. But more so, we've been able to, at the end of the day, O-linemen are the best people on the team. So
you need them to be.
Exactly. So just taking them out to eat, just talking with them, making them know how much I appreciate them, how much I love them, it goes a long way, and we've been able to build a great relationship with each other.
Does Brendan have any conversations with you about the hits you take? Because you take some hits.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you'll hold a ball and you'll fling it,
yeah.
But you take shots.
Yeah, we definitely had that conversation. I gotta protect my offensive line too by getting the ball out, making quick decisions. So I got to do my part.
Do you think that, obviously I grew up in Arizona and have followed the rivalry for my whole adult life, and it is awesome. I totally agree with you. There's when there was all this conference realignment, all I had was one stipulation that both schools go together. Wherever they go, it's got to be together. It just wouldn't be right if they weren't in there because, you have that relationship. And following the U of A football program, it seems like they're one of these programs that if they're overlooked, they do better for whatever reason. And then, when they get a little pub and Jed Fish got you to 10 wins and it was so exciting, but nobody expected it that year, and then there's the fall off. Well, now you're back to where you were 2 years ago where there's like lower expectations. Is there something to that with that football program? Because it seems like they do better when less is expected.
Yeah, people always say it's harder to stay at the top than to get to the top end. I think there's some truth to that. Obviously, last year didn't go as we wanted, but at the end of the day, we're kind of back in the spot where nobody really believes in us, and we have the underdog chip on our shoulder. So that definitely drives us. That's definitely lit a fire under a lot of us, and we expect to not just prove the world wrong, but more so prove ourselves right.
I mean, Pete, when you hear of U of A, you think, oh, they're a basketball and a softball school.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you've heard that.
Yes, sir. And that definitely lights a fire for sure. We wanna be known as a football school as well, and Tucson wants us to have a winning football program. So that's what we're gonna do.
Originally, Kansas State, I believe, out of conference and then a non-conference. So Kansas State will count as a non-conference for you guys this year?
Yes, sir. It'll be a non-conference game.
Okay.
Just like it was last year, right?
Yes, sir.
I think you played them on a Friday night.
Yes, sir. We played them on a Friday night this year too.
Yeah,
this year too also?
Those were games that were already set prior to the entrance to the Big 12.
And then you also get the Weber State Wildcats.
Yes, sir.
That are coming out to Arizona.
Yes, sir.
What do you know about Weber State?
So I actually grew up a Utah fan. Two of my uncles went to the University of Utah, so I had an uncle at Weber State. So I grew up. To be honest, growing up, I knew more about Utah football than Arizona football. So I know a little bit about Weber State, and looking forward to hosting them.
Which Fofida is your uncle?
Steve.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
That's
sir.
Dad's brother then.
Yes, sir.
Steve Fofida's a legend.
Yeah,
I knew that.
He's a legend there.
I knew the connection to the state. I
Steve
figured you probably know some guys on BYU too.
Yes, sir, for sure.
Steve Fofida, not a quarterback.
No, sir.
No.
I think he played in the middle. Right?
Yeah.
And then my other uncle was Kelly Talavo. He played D-tackle at University of Utah too. So.
Also not a quarterback.
No, sir.
You come from a family of non-quarterbacks.
I'm the only offensive player in my family.
When did you decide, I think I'm going to throw the ball?
Well,
I'm going to take hits from people like my uncles.
It's like first grade probably, man.
Well, yeah, I became quarterback when I was 5. And then I think I really realized I could have a future in it probably when I was 12 or 13.
And then you, too, you should have a chip, because we think of the quarterbacks as 6'3", 6'4", blah, blah, blah. You don't have that. You're obviously smaller, dude.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's always been a chip on my shoulder. That's kind of what has driven me to this point, and I continue to have that chip on my shoulder, not just because of my stature, but because of what's expected of this team. Nobody really expects anything from this team. Nobody really expects anything of me, so that definitely drives us.
With McMillan leaving, who becomes your primary?
Yeah, I think the receiver room that we just brought in is spectacular. Chris Hudson, Nunu Watley, Chris Hunter, Luke Wysong, Trey Spive. You could go down the list of guys that we brought in who can all play. And obviously T-Mac's going to be extremely hard to replace, but I think we brought in a lot of guys that could take up that mantle.
Why is Spivey familiar to me?
Kansas State.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I was so you brought it. I didn't know that he had transferred out.
Yes, sir.
He's pretty good.
He's got a little smile
really
on his
good.
face, too.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
I like the connection.
I'm excited about our receiver room for sure. They did a great job recruiting. I think they're going to shock a lot of people this year.
I think the U of A traditionally has had some good receivers, though.
Yes, sir.
Over the years, so it's not really a surprise. I know T-Mac's gone, and it's more about the relationship. Yeah. The production's awesome,
for sure.
But there'll be other guys.
Definitely, and I think it's nice to know that the second greatest receiver in Arizona history is the receiver coach, and Bobby Wade.
Wade, yeah.
Is Brent Brennan a primary play caller?
No, sir.
Who's your primary?
Seth Deggy.
Oh, how's he do?
He's fantastic.
Yeah,
that's one of the best offensive minds I've ever been around.
Speaking of Utah, you miss him this year on the schedule.
Yes, sir.
We asked the commissioner about that. We asked Utah's athletic director about it, and was like, yeah, we got to figure out a way that these schools all play each other. The four corner schools have to make it happen.
Yes, sir.
But you do play BYU. That's probably one you're going to want to get back because you're going to be down there in Tucson.
Yeah, we got to get that BYU one back. Got a lot of respect for BYU, especially Coach Kalani, because he's the only Tongan head coach, and in college football, but there's always been a hatred for BYU growing up a Utah fan.
What? Never heard that before.
Well, I mean, yeah, you got family.
Yes, sir.
We get it.
So I always hated the blue school, definitely.
The texts get furious that
Okay,
week.
so you hate blue
and maroon and gold.
Oh, there we go.
There
Here we
you
go. I didn't even get it out. I couldn't even get out the
I
maroon
want to
and
know
gold.
who you hate more than. No, I won't put you on that. I won't put you
It's
on that.
whatever's in front of
Game
you those
day.
2 weeks. Yeah. Noah Fofida, quarterback for the University of Arizona. We wish you the best of luck, man. Stay healthy this year. We're looking forward to what you guys can put together.
Thank you guys so much.
Excited to see you.
Appreciate it. There you go. Noah Fofida, everybody. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll come right back. We've got more right around the corner. Stay right here with us at Media Days here in Frisco, Texas, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
You can't get dust on your boots with your feet propped up, or feel the rumble of hooves with your volume up loud. The spirit of the West is wild, it's unbridled, and it's waiting for you at the Utah Days of 47 Rodeo. Saddle up for something you can't stream, live in moments you can't pause, and make memories that'll replay for years to come. July 22nd through the 26th, trade the sofa for the stands and join us for more than just a show. Get tickets at UtahDays of47Rodeo.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
What makes a product really valuable? It fills a need and fixes a problem, plain and simple. Well, that's what we were looking to do when we came up with the Murphy Golf Simulator. We kept hearing, how fun would it be to have a golf simulator at home, but I just don't have the space for it. So we thought, what if it worked like a Murphy bed? You know, folds down when you need it, tucks away when you don't. Well, that's exactly what we built. The Murphy Golf Simulator folds out from the wall in seconds with a simple remote control. It's only 2 feet deep when stored. It looks like a beautiful cabinet when folded away, and it gives you a full simulator setup with the best simulator technology on the market. Whether it's in your garage, a bonus room, or a basement, now you've got a golf course that doesn't take over your house. For more information, go to fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand,
or in Morse code,
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. Big 12 Media Days still underway here. We are in the thick of it. Day number 2. If you've missed any portion of our Big 12 Media Days coverage, day number 2 is featured heavily, of course, for us here locally in Salt Lake City, the University of Utah and the Utes. We got, I thought the Mark Harland over the phone interview was as good as any of the things that we've had when it comes to having the access to the guys. We got a lot of insights from Mark Harland, who's very straightforward. If you missed that conversation, you can go back on KSLSports.com, click on the podcast button, and then get those downloads. You can also follow us online, and you'll get those as well. But all the players, and then we're anticipating in the next 25, 30 minutes here, a conversation with Lander Barton. We just chatted with Noah Fofida. Again, that's a young man with a lot of character. He could have transferred twice out of Arizona. And he decided to stay there and stay committed to Coach Brennan and say, you know what, even with my best friend on the planet leaving and a guy who was the best wide receiver in the country last year, and a guy who went – did he go 4th overall in the draft or
something like that?
Top 5, top 8. That's it. I mean, you miss that and you lose that, and then you go, now what? Now what's my purpose? But he just brought it up, and again, this is part of the theme of us looking at teams and going, these guys are going to be pretty darn good. Arizona – I'm not going to call them a dark horse, but I will say I can't imagine them being worse than they were last year.
They will not be worse. And I think because I think that Brennan it was such an overnight thing, and it was so debilitating to the program. Now they've been able to get their feet set, get a little more foundation. The recruiting is going okay from what I understand from people who've told me. I'm not a big recruiting guy, but what they talk about there is that it's going in a much better level. So it's just, the program was so unsettled, and people took that and didn't realize how unsettled it would be. But now it's stabilized. If Arizona got to a bowl game, that would be great for the Wildcats. What I do think, and I don't know if that'll happen, but what I do think is that there's going to be a Saturday, around Saturday night, we're going to say, wow, I didn't see the Cats doing that. And they did it.
Yeah.
Because I think Fofida has a chance to light you. He could throw for 5 touchdown passes almost in any game.
He threw for 3,000 yards last year.
Right. And everything is going to be more familiar. The program was thrown for such a loop. Fish had said some stuff. You should never say as a coach, unless you're really, really mean it, I could see myself staying here for a long time, and then you never know what's going to happen. And sure enough, Saban retires, and DeBoer goes from Alabama from Washington to Alabama, and then they come after Fish because he's coming off a 10-win season that nobody saw. I do think the Cats have the ability to pull off an upset of a really good team. I think they'll do that. I don't know which one, but they're a dangerous team. When you've got him at quarterback and he's going into his 3rd year, more importantly, he's going into his 2nd year with the offense that he's been with here for Arizona, so they can be dangerous.
I will tell you, just watching BYU's game plan against Arizona, boy, they had it dialed in. That was one of those games where it felt like everything Arizona
that was easy.
Everything Arizona was doing, BYU was cutting it off.
Yeah.
And what's going to be interesting, like I'm looking at the quarterbacks guys like Josh Hoover, Barron Morton, Sawyer Robertson, you do got guys, pocket guys, that are going to sit and throw. But you throw in, the Avery Johnsons, the Devin Dampiers, the Jalen Daniels, and those are the kinds of quarterbacks I think Jay Hill and this defense does really well against. If you're a quarterback that really does see a route clamped down and your first reaction is, I'm going to run, you're screwed. Like that's BYU, their defense wants to bait you into QB run.
Well, I'll be good against the U of U because I think that's what Dampier wants to do.
Well, and that's what
he's spectacular at it.
This defense wants to close down windows on receivers, force a quarterback to double take, look, and go to a running instinct because they know that they got guys that can converge, that can clean up, and they want to hit quarterbacks. So I look at a guy like Noah Fofida, and BYU's defensive game plan just blanks that out. And, Utah's defensive game plan does the same. It does it in a similar way, but they've got some nuances. I think that Morgan is a little bit more edgy with his pressures. And I think Jay is a little bit more conservative with his pressures. When Morgan decides, screw it, Morgan will throw more pressure than anybody in the country. And he will risk everything to throw it. And that's a great thing. And sometimes it can be not so great. But for the most part, I think Morgan's made a living doing it. And when I see some of these quarterbacks, like I look at Utah, I'm like, man, they should take care of Noah Fofida. They should be able to take care of an Avery Johnson. But then you got guys that sit there and throw. That's why Sam Levitt, I think, is a wild card because I don't think that he has any intentions to run. I think he can.
He can, but he wants to be in the NFL.
Yeah.
So he wants to throw it.
He wants to throw.
Yeah.
Those are the quarterbacks that make me nervous.
Right. He's dangerous opportunistically.
Yeah.
Not consistently. I think he ran for like 400 yards last year.
And Sam Levitt he's still a wild card. We've seen freshman seasons that have been explosive and brilliant and productive, and we've seen sophomore seasons because it's almost like the freshman absorbs the entire picture, and then he's like, oh, man, this is actually a lot bigger than I thought. ESPN, 8.5 million people, and they start to let it creep into their head instead of just being like, hey, I'm young, I'm dumb, I'm going to go out there and sit in a pocket and fling a ball.
Yeah, I think Avery Johnson plateaued a little bit last year compared to the year before when he caught people by surprise. So,
yeah, and I wonder, too, if but you could see him come back around this year, too, where he goes, okay, I saw what happened last year.
I think there's a good chance of that.
Yeah, and he's one of the quarterbacks that you can list and go, oh, yeah, we forgot about him. Maybe put him at of the long list of quarterbacks on there last year. He was one of the guys who was the most he was one of the most anticipated guys, and frankly, so is Noah Fofida, right? And both of those guys underperformed compared to what I think.
It's October 11th is the Arizona's versus Utah's day because the Wildcats are entertaining the Cougars and the Utes are entertaining the Sun Devils both on the same day.
Did you see? Did he call it? He goes, and that's the oldest cup in the world. Talking about the Arizona Territorial Cup?
Yeah, it is.
No, I thought it didn't. Holy Grail, means nothing to that guy? Come on, I know he's
No.
Of all the cups. Territorial Cup?
The Territorial Cup, 100 and something, whatever. Yeah, I mean, those two schools are
prior to statehood, right? And that's why it's the Territorial
right.
Cup.
You can't have a football season if those two teams aren't playing.
What's a bigger rivalry, that or BYU and Utah?
Oh, BYU and Utah. I mean, we say that here locally, but I think also
this guy lived in it for a long time.
I did, yeah, and they are an hour and a half away, because the community, especially the Phoenix community, has stretched.
Oh, yeah.
So then it's like shorter, but it is two separate media markets, and we are the same media market, and so I think the animosity and the hatred is a little stronger here.
Well, there's a religious presence, too.
And then there is there. Yeah, and well, obviously you don't have a religious presence because U of A people are atheists. So there's that.
So you don't have U of A.
They're not God-fearing people.
You don't have U of A people, fake baptizing people, and then Arizona State people being, oh, that's so horrible.
I mean, it's the ultimate in that you have the Devils versus the atheists. Is what you have in that rivalry.
Well, that's
the Devils versus the atheists.
Better make a T-shirt.
The non-believers and Satan.
You print that T-shirt. I'm wearing it. Print that T-shirt. I'm wearing it. All right.
It's a different dynamic.
Our coverage brought to you by Window World. Window World, nationally known, locally owned. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We're anticipating Lander Barton in just a few moments. We're eagerly waiting for Utah to walk him over to us here as he gets done with his last TV availability. So stay here. More to go on here. Big 12 Media Day from Frisco, Texas. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Curie. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players.
Yeah, boy!
This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on The Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is Big 12 Media Days. Day number 2, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Curie, thanks for being with us these last couple of days. It's been long broadcast days for you as listeners. It's been fun broadcast days for us. And if you've missed any portion of it, if you want to get up to date on all of the people who made appearances on this program and even hit the podium, and we got to hear from Coach Prime. We didn't even get to chat about Coach Prime. By the way, it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. You can win tickets for a July 13th concert starring the good folks of Collective Soul, the band live, who I actually saw when I was 15 years old in a concert here in Dallas, actually. And then Our Lady Peace, all July 13th, coming to Utah First Federal Credit Union Amphitheater in West Valley. Go check it out. Go to livenation.com and get tickets now or win them right now. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-9663. Caller number 12 gets a pair of tickets right now. You guys, we didn't get to talk about Coach Prime. He went up. It was his one appearance was at the podium, and he is very good at drawing a lot of attention, and a lot of questions came from him. They tried to wrap him as quickly as possible. But what does this year's edition of Colorado bring? There's a lot of hype around that program always. Caden Salter, who played for Liberty and beat BYU a couple of years ago, he's going to be their quarterback. He was I think he was a top 10 transfer coming out of or hitting the transfer portal, because they rate guys now in the transfer portal and stars coming out of high school, all those things. So what are your thoughts on Colorado and how they figure this thing out this year going into all this?
I think they have a lot to prove, man. I mean, you lose that star power, you got to show you can do it. And they were nice. What did they win, 9 games last year?
9 games?
Yeah, 9-3. That's a pretty good season.
9-4 with the bad bowl loss against the Cougs, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. I always go regular season. I just look at the rate. But, I mean, the bowls count. I understand it.
Why didn't you ask your broadcast partners to come over? Estridge was right in front of us, and you didn't even ask him to come on the air, man.
I know. With Deion, I think in a day of not paying athletes, I think he'd have been more successful as a recruiter.
Yeah, now he's got to compete with that. He even said, did you hear him say about Joey McGuire? He goes, hey, man, Joey, could you pitch me a little bit of money this way to get some of those recruits you're getting?
Yeah, and he also said, we need a cap. Yeah. We need a salary cap because these kids are getting crazy money and crazy offers. Coming from a guy that was all about the money. Coming from a guy that was selling his soul for money.
But he's also one of the best, he's managed all of the deals he's ever gotten. And he's taught all these kids how to manage deals when they come in. You're exactly right. He's a businessman.
And so I think that without paying athletes, if it was just about Deion, first of all, I think he'd have found a way to pay them when others weren't. And second, and maybe that's a wrong calculation. But and I'm not saying that in a deceitful
like a cheating way.
Like a cheating way. I'm just saying, like Deion would have found every loophole, every single loophole, to try to take care of a kid, and then he would have used that big presence of his to, bring kids to that university. And so I think where you can now pay athletes, I think it neutralizes it a bit.
I was living here. He brought Michael Irvin with him, by the way, to the press conference today.
I've heard of him.
Yeah.
He's got a plaque on the sidewalk outside.
He does. Prime does, too. I lived in this area when those guys were playing together, and when this team, this Dallas Cowboy team, was something to be reckoned with.
They were a big deal then, weren't they?
But 92 to 95, when they won 3 titles, and obviously he was only part of one of those teams. But one of the things that was interesting about Prime and his time when he was a pro was he's exactly like he was then as he is now. There's some other wisdom there that he brings, but there's a vibe that his players can't help but gravitate to. The only thing is that they got this Caden Salter guy, and after you lose a Heisman Trophy winner, and after you lose a 5th-round draft pick quarterback guy who thought was going to be a little bit higher, but after you lose that, the fall-off is real. It's very difficult to pick up where you left off.
It is, but I would I would sign with Deion Sanders right now, and I'd play for him right now. If he recruited my son, I would be more than happy to have my son sign for him and play for him, because I do believe that he would go to absolute bat for you. If you were very diligent in receiving his advice and doing what he asked, and if you were loyal to the program, I think he would slaughter a goat for you. Honestly, I think he is that type of guy. I think he's extremely loyal. And so I would have no problem playing for him or sending my son to play for him.
I love when they ask him, they're like, what kind of things would you change in the college game? He's like, they need to wear their pants a little bit. They need to wear their pads on their pants. Have some respect for the game.
Man, he was so flash. I think he forgets.
And I think that's, if you go to Colorado and play for him, you got to be prepared for him to be always the biggest show.
Yeah, even when you're his son or pseudo-son in Travis, he's going to outshine you.
Right, and there's always going to be something going on that might get in the way of football, winning football.
Is there lasting success at Colorado if Prime stays there? Is there lasting success at Colorado if he doesn't stay there? I mean, like, I don't know what that program looks like in the Big 12
I just didn't think he'd stay. So now
we were all
watch the experiment.
Right? And I think that dogs him a little bit in recruiting. Now, I realize you can transfer immediately, but still, why go to someplace and then have to start over if you don't have to? The rumor is that and he's got health issues apparently. He's been away. He's at his ranch. Everybody else is in the city where they're working. He's not. So
wasn't there a minute that people thought he might take this Dallas job?
Yeah.
Don't know.
I mean, that's going to be.
I think people.
I thought he might leave the college game.
Yeah.
But I don't. I think he's smart enough to know he won't have the influence on a pro athlete.
I get that. Plus, he's starting to get close to 60 now, so
that's crazy.
It seemed like that ship has sailed. But you're going to be used to commotion and noise around the program with him, and that's something you're okay with. That's fine. I've heard it from both sides. I've talked to kids that played for him, and they just got tired of it. And if he wasn't, you weren't one of his guys.
You know why else I'd play for him? That Alamo Bowl number, 8.5 million viewers. And now a lot of that's BYU.
Yeah, well, but it's also Shadur and Travis, and he didn't have them this year.
But 8.5 million. Well, he'll have them until he loses. I think you'll have those eyes until he loses.
Yeah, I think any team that wins a national level will have those, but I question the ability to sustain it over a long period of time. Anybody can build a season or two and do all that. That's what Dillingham was talking about. He didn't want to hear about what happened last year. Great, whoop-de-doo, it was awesome. But he's done right, and Dillingham has done nothing that every single one of his predecessors hasn't done. It's just he's done it a little quicker. But what does that mean? And if they have a good season this year, well, a lot of their dudes in Tempe are seniors. What are you going to do next year? You know, the great programs in the country just crank it out. And then, maybe they have an 8 or 9 win season as their low point, but not totally bottom out. So it's cool to see. Of the 4 teams who finished in first place last year, I believe in Iowa State the most.
Gosh, we haven't even talked about Matt Campbell and Iowa State, Rocco Beck. And
yeah, I believe in them. I picked them second. I have a faith that they are a good football program, and they're consistent, and they're out of the way, and they don't get any publicity. They don't get any ratings because they're in Iowa. They're not even the biggest program in their state. That's the reality of it. And so they can concentrate on the things that matter the most. I have to see, can Colorado, can BYU, can ASU sustain it? I would have believed probably in BYU more, but the quarterback situation throws a wrench into that. And Kalani has proven it, though. I mean, he's had double-digit win seasons, 3 here recently. The other guys haven't. And so what are they going to do? What is their level of consistency? They've got to find it. And plus, I'm always a little suspicious of teams that win one bunch of one-score games. It seems like things have to go your way to win a bunch of one-score games. If you start winning 3 and 4 and 5 one-score games, I'm hesitant to think you're that good the following season.
They play you. BYU goes to Boulder.
They do early, right?
And then you've got September 27th.
Yeah.
And then you've got them making the return trip to Utah this year for the Rocky Mountain Cup.
Colorado.
And
Colorado put it on Utah last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Kyle says, best team we've played this season by far. Zing. I was there when he said that. I couldn't get that tweet out fast enough because I knew BYU fans are going to wait a second. But if you look at it from Kyle's perspective, Colorado scored a ton of points on you. You scored 2 touchdowns, and you had a kick return, and you beat us by 1 point. So I can see where Kyle's coming from.
Oh, yeah.
Colorado looked better against Utah than BYU did.
Part of pride, or a point of pride for Kyle too. I mean, he just doesn't lose to Colorado very often, and obviously, the stretches that he's had, one of the teams that he's
I think
owned,
it's been 3 times.
I think one of the teams that he's owned in the Pac-12 and in the history of playing that team, they got him way more times than
which
they lost
extends
him.
into the Big 12 now. Yeah.
And so that was one of those moments, I think, where Utah fans went, oh, shoot, now it's a really bad year when Colorado beats you. That was kind of the feeling.
Yeah, but it was a good Colorado team. And I think
got the Heisman Trophy winner.
I think the Utes were, they had been reduced to accepting that they weren't going to be able to win that game. They're just trying to keep it competitive, and they did for a bit. Freshman quarterback hadn't played, up and down, sick that week, blah, blah, blah. And so they did about as well as they could. Barton had an interception early on, but they had no offense. They couldn't punch it in. They couldn't even get anything in that situation.
I wonder how Colorado does when it comes to the competing in the NIL space, because, Hans, to your point, phenomenal job, from the cult of personality that is Prime, right, where you go, people want to be here, man, because look who the friggin' head coach is. It's a no-brainer.
Well, that works. That works both ways, though.
But that's what I'm asking: does the NIL stuff? Is it there for Colorado? This is a program that at first they were like, we don't know how we're going to pay this guy.
No, because look at what the athletic director said when they hired him.
We don't have the dough for it.
We don't know how we're going to do it, but we're just going to do it. No, they've done it. And they've been able to extend him and keep him around, but. I think we're all just a little bit hesitant to jump in on this and say that it's going to be a continually successful program. I can't say that.
I want to see more.
I've got Colorado, whether it's 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, or 16th. They're down near the bottom.
I think I have them at 10.
Yeah, they I would say lower half. I wouldn't necessarily go bottom.
Would you go lower third? Because I've got them lower third.
What is lower third? With a 16, do the math for
13 through 16, yeah.
I would say no. I'd go in the 10 through 12 range right now. Put them in that situation and see what they can do and see if they can get on a roll a little bit, and this quarterback can hit the ground running and recapture what he had at Liberty. Now the schedule's going to be tougher than he had at Liberty. I understand all that. But yeah, I'm not willing to count them out just yet because they were a good team last year. They were more than a two-man show. I have the belief that those two, along with the coach, provided that team with so much swagger that people were intimidated. Everybody had heard of Travis Hunter playing both ways at an extremely high level. He was like the Shohei Ohtani of college football, and it just is unheard of, and we don't think of that something that they do. So what does that mean going forward here as far as that goes? That without that swagger, what can they do? Maybe they just have to rely on more traditional ways of winning and beating you and being tougher than you and making the right plays. Maybe they can do that. They're a team that they're going to have eyeballs on them, right off the bat. And how do they respond? And because Deion is always he's the ultimate showman in college football, right? He's a flash dude. Always I actually enjoyed watching him play because he had the ability to back up all the hype. He was flashy and all that, but he could back it up. And he was an entertainer first, and his football was the method in which he entertained. But I'm curious to see what level of consistency does that program settle in. They tend to settle in your lane, and what is Colorado's lane? I think it's undefined.
As we've seen some of these teams roll through here, we heard from Lance Lipold from Kansas, one of the teams that has been like sneaking through here semi-anonymously like all day today as you're watching. I feel like we chatted with one of TCU's linebackers, Devin Deal, but again, the Horned Frogs are a team that pop up on the radar for I think both Utah and BYU this year. At least they come to Provo. I don't know if Utah makes the trip down to Fort Worth or not. I can't remember.
I don't think they do.
All the schedules run together for me, but where does TCU sit? You've chatted with your colleagues at TCU, Hans, and you have a good relationship with those guys. Where are they going to be at this year?
Top third.
And is it all based off of the fact that their defense? They got a lot of talent, but I mean, you're bringing back a seasoned quarterback and a guy who can do very, very well. I think if he's at the top of his game, Josh Hoover could be the all conference, the first team all conference quarterback this year.
Yeah,
I wouldn't see that, but
pretty well rounded.
He's good.
Hoover.
Hoover, and he's a little on the small side, but Sonny Dykes is an offensive guy.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And they tend to have good offenses under Sonny.
Did he throw for 4,000 yards last year too?
Yeah.
I mean, he pumps out a lot of yards.
3,949.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, not all of it, but some of it is just the product of who Sonny Dykes is. They scored 42 points against SMU and gave up 66, and SMU had settled on a quarterback at that point, but BYU gave up 15. Now, they did, for some stupid reason, they rotated quarterbacks against BYU, or as SMU, they'd been settled on that, and they got that taken care of. But you look at their offense, they just find ways to get it done. I mean, they only scored 13 against Utah. That might have been one of the dullest games ever in Rice-Eccles Stadium. 13-7. That was just freaking painful.
It's one of those moments that Utah fans go, I couldn't even believe that happened last year, because all you needed was 14 points to win a football game at home.
Right.
And you couldn't do it.
The only redemption for me sitting in that press box is to know, well, at least I'm getting paid.
That's probably what half the players were thinking too.
But the fans weren't thinking that. It was ugly.
Let's take a quick break here. Although Utah did mention they sold out their season tickets again this year.
Because I think there's more excitement this year, and they won't be scoring one touchdown per game.
We'll take a quick break. I know that Landon Barton's going to be done with a TV appearance for Fox Sports here in a few minutes, and then we're going to get him over here as soon as that's over as well, as the final standing player from the local teams that we haven't heard from so far, Brighton's own Landon Barton. So stay right here with us. More to go. It's Big 12 Media Days in Frisco, Texas at the Star, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season. Ready? You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back. It is the Big 12 Media Days live here in Frisco, Texas. It is 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Keary and Hans Olsen and Patrick Kinahan joining you here on the program. We're anticipating Lander Barton in just a few minutes here. We'll see when his TV appearances. Look, I'm not going to dog any of the media guys for keeping guys a little bit long because, PK, we've been accused.
I wanted to make a little bit of an announcement.
It's a breaking news situation?
Yeah, it's a sad story for those folks who know the man. But John Colosimo, the field at Juan Diego is named after him.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
He passed.
Is that Colosimo like the food producer there
in
Salt Lake?
And the Juan Diego people. Now, he was he helped found the Skaggs Catholic Center. And he was the football coach there for 21 years at Juan Diego, served as vice principal at the school. The field is named after him.
Coach Ronnie Mack is really close with the Colissimos,
His
too.
daughter works for Kyle Whittingham in the U of U football program. My wife knows his wife. They're friends. Anyway, a lot of people in the community would know him, and I had known that he had been sick. He was in hospice care. And they put that announcement out today, and I know a lot of people in the community know the extended family. We're very prominent U of U people for many, many years, for decades. So John Colosimo, legendary football coach at Juan Diego, has passed.
How old was he?
I think he was like 68, 69, somewhere in there.
It's pretty young.
Yeah.
Well, it's always tough when you have these folks who've been legendary in the prep community too. On top of the fact that there's a different when you're coaching at Juan Diego or you're running Juan Diego High School, that's a different calling too because you're doing it from the ground up as a private Catholic school. You've got to figure that thing out, and so that's they became a strong force on the football field for a long time.
Yeah, I think he's won 8 state titles.
That's crazy.
Him and Roger Dupay, I want to say, both are tied.
Oh, okay. Dupay up at Skyline.
They each had 8 state titles.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, thoughts with the family, and that's tough news to hear. And obviously, it's a tough one when you know who, when you know what the influence that he had on Juan Diego High School. We're here at Media Days here in Frisco, Texas. Hans Olsen, Patrick and Alex Keary, thanks for being with us on the program. I want to say that, and again, we're waiting on Lander Barton coming out of his TV appearance. But I also was looking at this, and I was wondering about, of all the different teams that came here to Media Day, I think there are a lot of teams that wanted to get in front of the microphone, and I think there are a lot of teams that tried to avoid it. You know what I mean? Like they don't like the attention, although I don't know why you'd bring young men here and administrators and head coaches and things and not put yourself out there as a brand. But I do think that there's a media poll aspect to it, and then I think there's a lot of teams that go, I don't want to talk about how the hope is the future's bright for us, because I don't know that. And two, I want to kind of show up and be a little bit under the radar. And not that Coach Whittingham can do that with us, because from a local standpoint, we're always going to try to run him down and have that conversation. But I think Utah's one of those teams that goes, you know what, underestimate us at your.
I say at your own peril.
At your peril.
That's what I've been saying, because I think it's true. I think there is an underestimation of the Utes, and that's another program that just loves to be the underdog. They feast as the underdog, Kyle. Just for whatever reason, that's something that they always respond to. Kyle's been down this road before, and he got the program to respond. I'm not going to doubt him.
Well, at Media Days here, we're lacking the appearance of one player.
He's right behind you. He's coming
here locally, and Landon Barton's walking
up
to put the headset on for us to be able to round out our local coverage here when it comes to all the players who have come in and walked through here. And look, we've had all the Utah players on, we've had all the BYU players on, and we've had the administrators on.
Big macho handshake.
There it is. Hey, listen, he was taught well how to handshake. The Barton family's known for the strong handshake.
You know who taught him? My wife had him in the 6th grade.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
Miss Kinahan had you in the 6th grade?
She did.
Was she strict?
No.
Her husband was like coming into the schoolroom and was
annoying. She had told me, literally in the 6th grade, and they taught PE, and you introduce various units, tennis, basketball, whatever. And she said that every time she'd have Lander illustrate what she was trying to teach, and she would say, okay, here's what you do, and she wanted somebody who could do it, so she said she picked him because he had all sorts of coordination.
Yeah,
so I've known this guy was going to be in the NFL since he's about this tall.
What was this? Was this Butler Junior High or something?
Albion.
Albion Middle School.
Yeah.
Albion Middle School and Brighton High School's own Lander Barton joining us. University of Utah.
What growing up, when you'd come through schools that maybe Cody was there or any one of the Bartons, were you kind of like they were like, oh man, you attend class more, you're less of a class, or was it more like, oh, you're not like your brother Cody, or you're not?
Kind of. Cody was kind of the wild one of the bunch, though.
There you go.
But I mean, we're all pretty similar.
Are you?
Yeah, I feel like we were raised well by our parents to be respectful and good students, go to class most of the time. But yeah, no, I had some instances like that, but for the most part, kind of just cruise through.
Well, tell us a little bit about what 2025 looks like, man. I mean, this Coach Whittingham was pretty funny when he was talking about defense. He goes, I think offensively we've got some work we got to be done, but that's why we made some of these, we've got a lot of work to do on offense. The defense, we've been pretty good for decades. Did you hear him say that? He goes, we've been pretty good for decades, so I think we're going to be okay there. Is that the way you guys kind of approach it? Obviously, the work has to get put in, but you look and you go, our defense wasn't an issue last year. We want to get better as a unit, and then what do you want to do individually to get better?
I mean, we kind of always look at it as it's a new year. It's a whole new defense. I mean, it's the same scheme, but it's a lot of new faces, so you kind of got to approach it the same every single year, expecting to get better, expecting to improve. But I'm excited for this season. It's looking really good, and I'm excited for the boys, and I'm excited for the offense. It's a whole new offense, new scheme, and it's fun to compete against them. It's a more modern style versus what Utah's been known for, and so it's been really fun.
Yeah, I would say you'd have a front row seat to that offense during the spring ball and all that, to be able to see what Dampier and these guys, Jason Beck, can do. And it does look like it is new. And just how much of the newness has created an energy on the football team that maybe you didn't have, because obviously something had to change and get better.
Oh, it's completely different. There's like an excitement or a vibrance to the team now that wasn't there. And it's just awesome to see. I mean, the practices in spring ball were amazing. It was fun to compete versus the offense of that caliber and the up-tempo stuff. So I thought it was good for the defense and the offense.
How much do you feel like you've got to prove, Lander?
I feel like I got a lot of proof.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you're never really truly proven until you're retired. So, I mean, I feel like I have years of things to prove.
You could have possibly submitted your name to the NFL draft if you wanted to. And for guys that are in that position, we've been asking a couple of the BYU guys that came back as seniors, and this will be your senior year, hard to believe, but it's true. That does go by fast, that they got some word on what they needed to work on. Did you get word? Now, you got your brother who played in the NBA or the NFL as a linebacker, but I'm wondering if you got some feedback what you need to do to put yourself in a better position to make the NFL next year.
Yeah, I got all sorts of feedback of what I need to do. And I think I made the right decision. Like, it was risky deciding to come out, but I'm happy I came back. I'm happy to be on this team for one more year, and I'm excited for what we can do.
What do you think you got to do to get better? What did they tell you?
Oh, I got to be more consistent in my tackling. I can't miss open field tackles and stuff like that. I need to work on my foot fire, quick feet, overall speed, playing sideline to sideline. There's a whole list of things I need to improve on.
They're pretty tough.
Yeah.
When you're getting those reviews, they're tough,
Yeah.
and it's a hard pill to swallow. You're always like, I kind of thought I had fast hands.
I like foot fire. I love that term now.
Why is it saying I have sluggish hands?
Do you get a more honest breakdown from your family or from scouts?
A mixture.
Yeah.
Because, like, with my brothers, we try to not nitpick each other. But for me and Cody, we play the same position.
Yeah,
so
sure. Yeah. How about your father, man?
He tries.
He's told me stuff about you.
He tries, but he don't know.
I love that.
But
he doesn't know.
I see him at the airport. We're traveling. I've seen him a few times, and we'll talk. And I'll say, oh yeah, but what about this, this, and this?
He's probably listening right now. He's been texting me all day.
Oh, that's funny. So you've got a unique group to play with, too. Logan Fono is going to be off the edge. Lavani Damuni, he's ready, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm excited to watch him.
He's healthy. I think we're all excited. And the reason I ask, you've got a lot to prove. You know, we were looking at the Big 12 preseason all-conference team that was put out, and there's not a BYU linebacker, there's not a Utah linebacker, and I'm looking at the collection of BYU and Utah linebackers, I'm like, what in the heck, man? Like, it's the best group with you, Lavani.
Yeah.
You know, you go to BYU with Jack and everything that they've got going on.
Oh, we got good backers in the state.
Oh, this state is unbelievable with linebackers. But how does having a Lavani Damuni next to you or a Logan Fono next to you or just up in front of you, how much does that change what you're able to do?
I mean, it's just a comfortability thing because they're both vets. They know what they're doing. So, I mean, it's different playing with younger guys when you're still trying to help them learn the defense or get them lined up versus playing with vets. They know where to be. They know what they're doing. So it kind of makes things a little bit faster and smoother. And, I mean, they're great players, too. Lavani's a proven great linebacker. Logan's an incredible pass rusher. So it's just fun to have them.
When you watch, the expectations at the University of Utah is maybe the toughest as nails teams in the country, certainly in the conference, and then you see kind of like where last year was, and obviously did coming back did a lot have to do with it, not just in developing yourself, but also looking and going, I can't walk away after a season like last year from a wins and losses perspective.
Yeah, I definitely thought about that when I was thinking about it, but I also knew I probably wasn't ready. Maybe not mentally or anything like that, but just maybe my game wasn't ready. Like, I need to come back. But then also, that bad taste in my mouth from last season, I didn't want to end it like that.
What does Morgan Scally talk to you guys about when you guys get in defensive meetings and that guy is as smart as it comes when it comes to scheming defenses? What does he talk about with you guys about improving as a team? And because everybody looks and goes, oh, they'll have a good defense. It's Utah. But how do you keep that edge?
I mean, the big thing right now that we're trying to focus on with the defense is really just coming together as a unit because there's so many new faces with the portal. So many new guys on the team. So it's really, in the long run, the teams that are going to win are the ones that are closest together. So, I mean, we're just trying to build that true bond between our defense and also with the offense, too, because, I mean, it takes an offense to win a game. So we're just trying to become really close as a whole team.
How about Hall, too? We hadn't mentioned him. He's made some plays for you, too. Speak about him.
Oh, Jono's a really good player. I'm excited to watch him. He's going to be special. He's going to make a lot of money one day.
I love how you guys get a kick out of each other's talent level, too. Like, that's really fun to see players look at each other and go, that guy's really good. He's going to make me better. That's part of the thing too.
Yeah, Jono's just a ball. Like, he's naturally gifted on the football field.
Give me one flaw of Smith Snowden. I'm going to give you time.
Bad dancer.
I'm pretty sure
he's a good dancer.
He's a really good dancer.
That's hilarious.
Awkward with women.
Probably not.
I think he's pretty smooth,
Oh,
too.
he's really he just stays
bad
away
cook.
from him. He just stays away from
There
him.
might be no flaw. I can't think of one.
I know. We were interviewing him, and I've known him since he was born. And we were talking to him. I'm like, just looking at this kid like, come on, there's got to be something. I haven't been able to find anything in his 22 years of life. But
Nothing.
talk about a guy just having a really classic character behind you to clean up any mistakes if there's any problems in zone or breakdowns.
Oh, I know.
Smith is going to be there.
Yeah. And he's incredibly athletic. I mean, he's smart, too. Like, sometimes you can't teach, like, football instincts, and he has it.
He does have it.
Yeah.
You guys have probably only had spring, obviously, and that's a tough thing to really go off of because we kind of halfway look at spring and go, I don't know what goes on there. If that's a real kind of indicator as to where teams are when camp starts up here. What have you seen from Devin Dampier that you look at and you go, okay, I'm glad this guy's on our team because he's going to be a nightmare for some people he faces.
Yeah. That dude's just a playmaker. I mean, he'll extend plays with his feet and his arm. So, I mean, it just makes it tough. Like, us playing against him in the spring, you got to cover the pass on third down situations, but then you also have the threat of him just taking off and running. And he can make dudes miss. Like, he's fast, he's shifty, so he's got it all.
You're quick, but, like, when you see him, was there a level that you go, oh, now I see why we brought him in?
Yeah, I've seen some of the stuff he does. I'm like, it doesn't make sense.
I love that.
You know what I think is cool, Lander? When you're a freshman, man, you're pretty quiet. And now you're going into your senior year, and I've seen this for many kids over the years, the transformation, like when they get in media settings, when they first start out, they're sort of soft-spoken, really don't know what to say. But it's clear you've matured from this perspective. You can speak to people now, and this is no big deal for you. You're comfortable. Is that something that just happened naturally? Did you work on it? Because people want to hear what you have to think. The family's well known in the community as football players. Your mom obviously was a great athlete in her own right in two sports. And so you got to carry on that tradition. And your sister, all that in volleyball. So you're expected to be a Barton, so you got to speak up.
I mean, it was a little bit of, like, naturally kind of growing into it. But then also I've tried to force myself to go into uncomfortable situations,
which is
speak
good.
up. Because, I mean, my family will tell everyone I'm the quietest out of everyone.
Right, and you're the youngest.
Yeah. But, I mean, I've had to learn to actually speak up. And because I don't love public speaking. It's not my favorite thing. But, I mean, I think I've gotten better, but I still have a lot to go.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. You weren't like this 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You were quiet.
Yeah.
And now you're like you were a kid as opposed to a man speaking to other men about football in this situation.
Your final year of eligibility, how much does the rivalry game mean to you in this last season?
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited to play there, too. I don't even know if I've watched a game there.
You've never watched a game in LaBelle Edwards Stadium?
I don't think so.
Never played there?
Never played
watched
there.
one there?
I'm excited.
Yeah, that game's going to be high level. What was the lasting impression as you guys walked off the field against them last year?
They were robbed.
No, it was a tough one. It hurt, but I mean, just take it on the chin, move forward.
It's kind of the way the season went, man. You guys were this close to winning a bunch of games, and something always came up.
When you found out Cam Rising was done again for the year, how deflating was that?
It was for sure deflating, but I mean, there's nothing you can do. All you can do is keep moving forward. I mean, just kind of make sure he's doing okay, because I love Cam, and I know that was the last thing he wanted. But it was tough, just because it felt kind of like a repeat from the year before.
Yeah.
But
did you feel like at that point it was going to curtail this season, or did you think because the cupboards had gotten bare, and you're going to a true freshman, and that was tough. But did you think, oh, we'll be all right?
No, I thought we'd be all right. Like, I praise Isaac for what he did. He was put in a tough spot, and
very.
I thought he did well.
Yeah, very tough spot.
Landon Barton joining us here as at Media Days as we try to get a little bit more to know about this Utah team. It is a lot of returning talent to the team, but a lot of new guys too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting to see every roster has this thing where it's like, yeah, we have returning starters, but I have a bunch of guys that I've had to get to know this spring, and into practices, and so it's going to be an interesting thing to see some of these guys that you're going to have to get to know.
Yeah. Besides
the BYU rivalry game, we had the ASU guys on yesterday, and I think at least a couple of the players had mentioned, like, okay, there's some games I'm going to remember beating Utah and beating BYU down there in Tempe, and obviously that was a huge one. And then BYU doesn't play ASU, do they?
They don't, no.
But you guys get them at home this year. Do you think about that? I mean, we talk about the rivalry game with BYU, but there has to be some sting from that game as well that you guys looked at and you went, okay, we can't let the Sun Devils feel like this against the Utes again.
Yeah, there was some sting after that one, but honestly, ASU Stadium playing in Tempe, that's my favorite spot to play.
Really?
I played there twice, and I don't know why. I just love that stadium. It's a great environment, great field, kind of cool, that mountain right there.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
And did you know that?
We're going to have to hear from PK.
I went to ASU. That's
everybody loves ASU.
Sam Levitt, he missed the Cincinnati game because he had some rim injuries. And you know who gave him that injury?
Did you deliver that to him?
I don't know what we're talking
about. Ripped him in half.
Yeah, I could see it. He was coming over, and I think he had gotten through the line, the down lineman, and Lander came over. And I think he was headed towards the south end zone, and Lander came and popped him right here. And he stayed in the game.
Yeah, he's a tough sucker.
And then
he
missed the
finished
next
the game. He finished the whole game.
They probably and it was probably the program that told him that he couldn't play in the Cincinnati game. It's not him going, I can't go. It's probably like,
I think he
better
had
freaking sit down.
He had some trouble breathing after. I think of the adrenaline and all of the moment. And then after the ball game.
He was good. He was a good player. Tough, athletic. He was good.
He's going to be good again this year.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, just from Pac-12 to Big 12 play, what was the most recognizable difference playing in the Pac-12 and then making that transition to the Big 12 last year? Because everybody thought Utah would make a more seamless transition from Pac-12 to Big 12 play.
I mean, we all expected to win more games than we did. But, I mean, the transition itself, I didn't notice a whole huge difference other than a couple travel trips were a little bit longer than trips in the past. I mean, it was good competition, which we expected. I mean, it's a good conference.
Yeah.
And the Pac was always a fun conference because it was just everyone beating everybody.
Yeah. And last year they had a bunch of stud running backs. This year there's like 7-8 quarterbacks. ESPN has a story that they wrote today up on their website. I was reading it earlier. The number of quarterbacks in this conference that have experience, 2 to 3 years of starting experience, it's going to be really tough on every defense. Your defense could actually be better as a team, but not be statistically better because of the offenses that you're facing this year.
Like every year teams are just getting better and the quarterbacks are getting better. I mean, it's unbelievable. I think every conference is probably having the same thing. Like there's just bigger and better quarterbacks every single year.
What kind of quarterback would you rather play against defensively? A quarterback that sits in a pocket and throws, or do you like a quarterback that'll move around a little bit?
It's tough. I don't know. The quarterbacks that run, it makes it hard because you're defending two different things at the same time. But then quarterbacks that can sit in the pocket and just pick you apart, that's also tough too because those dudes are they throw bullets, they throw darts all day. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there's some give and take on both.
How many pick sixes do you have in your career?
2.
I think you were the one that, and Smith got one.
He got the streak. He continued.
I was going to say you got the streak going. Smith got one at UCF. He brought up, and I said, "Yeah, but Landers is the one that everybody really looked at and went, thank heavens they got to year 20 or whatever." Yeah. We talk about that as media guys because it's an insane thing to think, but. Do you guys as a unit take pride in that kind of thing? I can't imagine that getting a pick six would be a bad goal to have as a team anyway.
I mean, we always talk about in the locker room who's going to extend the streak. And
that's fun.
2 years in a row, right here, 2 years in a row.
What was the one the year before?
Weber State.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is game 1. Yeah.
Game 2.
Or game 2 of the season. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He thought he had one against Colorado, but he got tackled.
Oh,
come on!
What happened?
PK bring that up.
Come on!
I think it was the first play of the game.
I didn't get tackled. I ran out of bounds.
How did
that's where the foot fire came up during the off season. He wanted to get back.
I think it was the first play from scrimmage. I think
it was.
Yeah.
I thought that's why Miss Kinahan brought you up front of class.
They didn't have the hurdling.
Let's show us.
They didn't. Okay.
Let's show. Hey, Lander, show everybody
that
how
was
pick
summer
six
school.
goes. Don't run out of bounds either. So
Run over the quarterback.
Landon Barton, Utah linebacker, going into his senior year, and it is fun to watch you grow and come along here, and we really appreciate all the time that you've spent with us, and we're looking forward to this season. We're looking forward to this Utah team being back at the top of the tables too, man.
It'll be special.
Has your strength and conditioning changed at all? Is it?
Oh, yeah.
It has?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd heard that there were some changes, but kind
of.
What do you mean? Like, just how much different is your strength and conditioning?
Like, personally?
Yes.
Oh, I'm way stronger, way better conditioned than I was when conditioning-wise, I'm around the same. Because when you're lighter, you could run forever.
Yeah.
He basically just asked you, how much you bench, bro?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Where's your bench at?
Where it needs to be.
Yeah.
No, come on. Pat, he was about to say it.
Are you
I know, but I got to look out for the kid.
Are you getting into the force?
No. Come on. My arms are too long, dude.
He's looking for that 225. He's just looking to get that 225 rep.
Because I remember when Cody got in the force, we all talked about it.
Oh, he's crazy strong.
Cody was crazy strong. Jackson was even. Jackson, you're not going to be able to even catch
Jackson has a strong legs.
Are you faster than Cody, though?
I will be.
Nice.
I love it. Hey, Lander, good luck this year, man. Stay healthy. We appreciate you coming on the program.
Thanks, Lander.
Thanks for having me.
We'll take another break here. We'll come back. We've got more right around the corner. Stay here at Big 12 Media Days, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Stay with us.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Join Hans and Scotty Friday from noon to 3 at Mooyah Burgers, Fries, and Shakes at the District in South Jordan, your new favorite burger place.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ready. Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to Big 12 Media Days here live in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Second day has brought us a lot of great content again, and you can catch all of it, by the way. Go to our website, kslsports.com, click on the podcast button there, listen to any of the segments that we've already done. You can tune in right now. We are here live with Coach Sonny Dykes of the TCU Horned Frogs joining us. Hey, it's nice to have this stuff in you guys' back in your backyard, Coach. Thanks for being with us on the program, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, travel's easy. A lot easier than it was in Vegas last year.
I see, and we think the opposite way. We're like,
No,
keep taking us to Vegas, man.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
keep going.
It was like 150 last year in Vegas.
It was, we found out there were a couple of team planes that couldn't leave the runway. They're like, this is the first.
Yeah,
it's too hot to leave.
My wife went with me, and we went and got in the pool, and it was too hot to be in the pool. I mean, I don't even know how that's possible. We felt like we were in a pot of gumbo.
That's actually wild.
Yeah,
too hot to be in the pool.
It was
is
actually
wild.
too hot to be in the pool. I don't know how it's possible, but it was.
Coach, we chatted with Devin Deal, one of your linebackers, and we've watched Josh Hoover over the last few years. We got our first taste when he played BYU a couple of years ago as a freshman, and you guys ran it up on the Cougs, and we went, oh, maybe you should take this Josh Hoover kid seriously. Threw for almost 4,000 yards last year. Let's talk about your quarterback first, and what you can see out of him that makes it so dangerous for other teams to face in a conference that's got a lot of good quarterbacks.
Yeah, as you said, there is a ton of really good quarterbacks in this league. Really experienced guys, a lot of different kind of players. You got guys that can run. You got guys that are throwers. You got a real variety of really, really good football players. Josh is one of those guys that, I mean, he's kind of the whole package as a quarterback. And what I mean by that is he can make the throws. He's got the arm strength. He's got the anticipation. He's got the accuracy, throws guys open. Does a good job in the pocket as far as, creating throwing lanes, doing all the stuff. But truly the best thing about Josh is just who he is. He's a very, very unselfish guy, great leader. One of the elite people that I've ever really been around. I mean, it's never about him. It's always about the team. He just has a great approach, and in a kind of a world today where so many of those quarterbacks are tough guys to deal with. I mean, he's just a pleasure to deal with every day. Hardest working guy, most prepared guy every single time he takes the field.
Last year in the conference, it was so crazy with the teams that were supposed to be good being at the bottom and the teams literally at the bottom at the top. It's so crazy to the point that we've done away with the preseason poll.
Yeah, what's the point, right?
Blew it up.
But
yeah, it made us all look really stupid.
Are you glad it's gone?
We made ourselves look dumb, too.
Yeah, well, I hate all the preseason stuff.
Oh, okay.
I don't like all preseason teams. I don't like the top 25 in the preseason because the problem is that, to me, that bias kind of exists all throughout the year.
Yeah.
And I think it affected Arizona State some last year.
That's what Yormark was talking about.
Yeah, and I really do believe that. I mean, I do think there was that deal where you go, well, they weren't any good. They were picked last in their league and, whatever. Well, ask Texas. I mean, they were probably a bad, targeting call away from, beating Texas last year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is what it is.
The point why I brought that up is that it seemed like that those teams at the bottom got discussion and those teams that were supposed to be at the bottom at the top got a lot of discussion. But a team like TCU, it was like under the radar, the quality season that you had. I think you went 6-1 over your last 7, and I believe the only loss was like 2 or 3 points. So you were this close of finishing 7-0, but yet there wasn't a lot of chatter about TCU because of what was going on in the conference. So
yeah, part of that too, though, was because we were so bad early.
And you had the big loss with the 66 SMU.
Yeah, we played, for about 3 games, we invented ways to play bad football. And so I kind of tried to forget about us too, honestly, at that point in the season. We were at 3-3 and just not playing very good. I mean, we turned the ball over 12 times in 3 games, and I don't care who you're playing. You're not going to beat anybody doing that. And so the great thing was, though, you really got to give our guys a ton of credit. We're sitting there at 3-3, struggling, trying to find out, okay, where do we go from here? And we had an open date. Then we had to go play at Utah. And Utah, again, was the preseason pick to win the league. And, we had to sit down and present a plan to our players, because everybody's sitting there looking, going, what happened? We thought we were going to have a chance to have a good football team, and here we are. And we've played so bad. We had to sit down and come up with a plan and just say, okay, look, here's exactly what we're going to do every single day to get this fixed. We presented it to our players. You could tell that the guys were like, okay, this is what we needed. we needed to get refocused and know what to do moving forward. And they did exactly what we asked them to do. And, you can make the argument that we should have really won out, and disappointed that we didn't, but lost to a good Baylor team on the road that was kind of like we were, really hot and really playing good football.
Right, yeah, and their second half was good.
Yeah, they were really good.
How much effort goes into retaining a roster nowadays?
What's funny is I don't think any more than has ever gone into it. And what I mean by that is, I've always been a believer that guys were going to perform better and play better if they felt like you cared about them as people and you invested in them as people off the field and you had a relationship with them that wasn't just football related. I always felt like that if you coached guys that way, they would do anything in the world for you. My dad coached them that way. I saw how much my dad, meant to the players that he coached. So I've always tried to take that approach. And as long as guys have that part of it, as long as they believe you care about them, as long as they believe that you're invested in them as people, not only as players, and then if they feel like you're making them better, they're not going to want to leave. And so to me, we've always done that. And so I don't know that we do anything any different now than we ever did before. One thing that we do try to do is be as transparent as possible. We try to say, okay, look, when it comes to like revenue sharing now, here's the amount of money we have. Here's what we're paying. Here's why we're paying. If you're not getting paid as what you want to get paid, here's how you can get paid more. Some of you guys are probably getting more than you deserve. Some of you are probably getting less than you deserve. We'll fix it in a year. And I think for us, it's just about being transparent. And I think as long as those guys trust you and believe that they're being developed and believe they have a chance to be competitive and win and that you care about them, there's no reason to go anywhere else.
Coach, one of the things that we've watched with this TCU team and the league in general is it's a lot. I mean, Commissioner Yormark talked about top to bottom this conference being really good. You say that when you're a commissioner.
Yeah,
as a coach.
True. Yeah, it's true.
That's what I was going to say. As a coach,
what
do you see?
Yeah, look, I mean, I've coached in some leagues where we said that and it wasn't close to being true. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's some leagues, there's going to be the same 2 or 3 teams that year in, year out are going to be there. And that's not the case in the Big 12 right now.
Is it harder than with that because then it's a bunch of 5 and 4 teams?
Of course it is.
Trying to get in the college football playoff.
Exactly, and we're going to beat each other up, and there's not layups. You look around other leagues, and even in the old Big 12, I was with Mike Leach at Texas Tech, and we would look at our schedule and we'd sit down and we'd go, we got 8 wins right there. You know what I'm saying? And right now in the Big 12, you can't do that.
No. Yeah.
And we would look at it and go, well, okay, these teams are not competitive. We're going to beat these guys. If we really play well in these 2 or 3 games, that's going to get us to 10 wins. If we don't, then we're probably going to win 7 or 8 and play in a great bowl game and call it a year. Yeah. And you just can't do that in this league anymore.
Who do you consider your rival?
Well, Baylor. Baylor, but I think any team in Texas.
Do you get Baylor every year?
We get them every year. That's the rival
one that
game.
Has to be there,
yeah.
But Texas Tech is not there.
Well, not officially, but they're a rival. Yeah, for sure. Tech's a rival. We play SMU. This is our last year to play SMU. They're obviously a rival. So there's been, all of those games are. To me, I think when you look at it, I mean, I do feel a little bit of Kansas State, weirdly enough, just because.
It's a purple thing.
Yeah, it's a purple thing, exactly. There you go. Because I think, just those games in the Big 12 since TCU has been in the Big 12 have been important ball games.
I was wondering if there was any hangover from Mountain West Conference days. Because there was a TCU, BYU bad blood. There was TCU, Utah.
Well, there was 3 teams.
Yeah. Exactly.
That was another league you knew you were going to win.
Yeah, one of those
and
3.
And then you played when those 3 teams got together, you didn't know. Pretty much you knew everything else.
And one of those 3 teams was going to win the league.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's just the way it was. I mean,
it was such a good rivalry.
Kind of like the Big Ten.
Yeah. Oh, I know I knew the league you meant.
Yeah, or kind of like the SEC.
I knew the league you meant.
And so it's just the way it is. Now, I will say this. Part of that whole thing, and again, let's call it what it is, part of it, those teams are elite football teams.
Yes.
And right now, I don't know that you can say that about anybody in the Big 12. Maybe you can. My hope is that you can at the end of the year. I don't know that you would have said that in 22 when we played for a national championship. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But, and everybody goes, well, you got your tail kicked by Georgia. We did, but we also beat a Michigan team that lost 1 game in 2 years.
Yeah.
And people, you can't have it both ways. We beat Michigan head-to-head. And most people didn't consider us to be an elite football team, and I think we proved that we were.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, that was the only game they lost in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Coach, we appreciate the time and you carving out some of that time. You miss Utah this year.
Yeah, yep.
You go to BYU
We
to
do,
Provo.
yeah, and kind of late in the year. It might be a little cold.
What do you tell your guys about going into Provo?
I've been there before, and I didn't like it. When I was the coordinator at Arizona, we went there as my first game as a play caller, and I think we had about 60 yards at halftime. It's a tough place to play. Great environment, tremendous fan support, and Kalani's got the guys playing great. I mean, they're kind of playing old BYU football again, where they're tough and physical and getting after guys. So they won't be any fun to play.
Well, good luck, Coach.
Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it, man.
Great to catch
Coach
up.
Sonny Dykes, TCU head coach, joining us on the program and nice enough to carve out some time. We appreciate Coach taking that extra time here with us as well. And best of luck to the Horned Frogs this year. This is one of those times too.
Oh, they could be good.
That's Stones. He's fine.
Oh.
I don't think Coach Dykes left his.
It's his Charger right on there.
His Charger on there.
TCU could be really good.
Dangerous.
You talk with Sonny Dykes and you go, oh yeah, I forgot. This guy's one of the elite kind of coaches. Think about it too. You come into a place and you go, hey, there are some guys who have offensive firepower, wherever they show up. And
that's him.
And that's him.
Yeah,
he's one of these guys whatever program he comes.
He's like Rich Rod. He's an offensive guy.
He innovates, and he. That's pretty interesting to hear him say that about Josh Hoover too. He goes, yeah, that's a guy. That's one of the best dudes I've ever coached, and he's coached a lot of guys at quarterback.
What year did they make the run to the championship game?
It was 22.
It was his first year.
Yeah.
Was it his first year?
Gary
He
Patterson
came over from SMU.
Gary Patterson, I just remember that because he was torn about it because he retired, a little bit forced out, and then the year after he leaves, they go to the national championship game.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was Sonny's first year.
It was like a sad moment for Gary Patterson because he's like, a lot of these guys were my guys, and Coach Patterson got to the national championship
Sonny
game
went
his first year.
Nuts with
Sonny.
Yeah.
That 23 game, I'll never forget it. Just sitting in the booth and watching them open up the full can of whoopee on BYU.
And it wasn't even a super dialed in TCU team, and I think BYU fans.
It
were
wasn't.
Like, okay, they're going to show up to Fort Worth, and they're gonna give these guys a game, and it was one of them Iowa State. Boy, was that your first year in the booth too?
Yeah.
Like officially doing the color,
was.
because it was a multiple game, multiple touchdown losses for BYU that year, and TCU was the one that kind of kicked it off. It was pretty early in the season, if I kind of remember right, but it was down in Fort Worth, and Hoover threw for 400-plus yards. And Hoover came in to replace an injured quarterback, and so he came in as a freshman.
And BYU was 4-1 at the time. Remember, they'd beat Arkansas in the SEC,
Sure.
and they'd beat Cincinnati, and BYU was rocking and rolling, and then they hit that TCU team, and that was a 44-11.
That was a beatdown for
and
sure.
As I'm watching it play out from the booth, I'm thinking, wait, this is not how my eyes saw this game going. So Sonny Dykes is dangerous.
Joining us right now on the program, he is Lance Lipold. He's the head coach of the Kansas Jayhawks. Coach,
how are you, Coach?
I'm
doing well.
We got to hear you at the podium, but I was like, man, we got to get Coach Lipold over here. We always love being able to talk to you. So how are the renovations coming at the stadium? How are you guys looking?
They're coming along great. It's going to be exciting. It looks really nice as you look out there. We don't have a field yet. They're starting on that next week. And just like when you're building a new house or something, you're worried if you're going to hit the move-in date or not. But they say we will. So
I was going to say, you're not playing at Arrowhead again this year. Like this thing's going back to Lawrence. We've got to figure this thing out.
One way or another, we're going to make it work. Bring a lawn chair if you have to.
Was that hard? Was it fun to have that happen, or was it weird to have to go every week to not your house, but kind of your house?
Well, it's exciting for our players to have an opportunity to play in a place like that where teams have won Super Bowls and play at that. They all dream of playing in an NFL stadium, so you get a chance to do it just like we'd be playing at AT&T. But, we didn't get off to the start we wanted to, and I can't say it's because of where we were playing, but you just don't know rhythm and the extra things that you want in the home field advantage and those things. But it was a good experience, but it's going to be great to be back in Lawrence for sure.
Last year, man, Kansas was so bizarre. I mean, the way you lost, the close losses and everything.
But then the way you beat BYU.
And then you get it going, and then you lose the game at the end. I mean, you've been doing this a long time. Any particular reasons that or lessons that you've learned from last year that you can carry over to this year? Because you didn't need a whole lot more to have a much better record.
You know, probably the most frustrating season in my head coaching career.
I thought you would say that.
And you know, you can say it a lot, and we all know that most games can be determined by 3 to 5 plays, and we definitely had our share of those. You just don't know when they're going to occur. For us, though, they have to be a lot late. You know, we just did not play our best football when our best football was needed. So, you know, we learned a lot of lessons. We got to be, you know, again, you can't take anything for granted, but I look back at it too, and especially in today's, I say, climate of what we're under. The thing I'm probably most proud of is the locker room didn't quit on each other, and they stuck together. And you can see it sometimes where once it gets off the rails, especially early, people just start playing it out. And I thought our guys played hard all the way through.
Is that something that you work on in practice? Is a quick kick off the helmet of a defender? Is that a game plan?
Jalen's got that in his back pocket.
I was waiting for you to ask
Coach,
when that was coming.
Is one of the wildest things I've seen in all of football.
Well, I guess to answer your question, we do practice it weekly. It's something I've done since I was a head coach, of wanting to make sure just on something where you can try to pin somebody back at the time. Fortunately, it worked out that way.
Yeah.
And if you remember, the way it played out is we called the timeout. We came out, to me, and then sometimes when you're doing that, you're tipping off that I was kind of in between if we were going to punt it, go for it. It was all in that no man's land type of deal.
The crowd kind of sold it too, because they were like, "Oh, they're going to stop them!"
Yeah,
and then it was
it was a fourth down moment.
Yeah,
it shocked. I think it shocked the entire stadium, except for you guys. It was a brilliant call.
And it turned out our way because it was such a heck of a game, and between that and probably the interception before halftime was probably
the two big plays.
Those are the two biggest plays of the game that went our way.
You know, BYU was 9-0 at that time.
We do know.
Yeah,
they had rattled off. You guys rattled off 3 ranked wins in a row.
Yeah,
you ruined Big 12 conference seasons for 3 teams.
Well, and they only lost to the Devils by 4. Which was a bizarre game in Tempe, and they scored literally right at the end.
Yeah, we took the lead with them with like 2 minutes to go. Yeah. We had the lead versus K-State and they hit a 50-some-yard field goal, and we have a chance for an interception.
Right.
I mean, we go to the UNLV game, guys, and not to sit there and pour salt on all my wounds right now, but they went 75 yards in over 9 minutes, and we had about 6 guys around a fumble. Nobody picked it up. Yeah. They had 67 yards the second half and 75 on a drive.
Well, that was a Friday night game, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I remember watching it.
And it was, all the things that, that's when you start looking at it, that things were kind of funky for us. But
you started the season with a full head of hair.
Yeah, I did. But I'll say this, our trip to Provo, guys, and Chris Kleiman had kind of tipped me off. It was like, what an environment. What a really great environment. It's tough to win on the road and do things, but you talk about a college game day environment that was pretty neat. That was.
From a sober crowd, it's pretty rare.
Well, let me tell
you said it, I did.
That Kansas State game was crazy, too.
Yeah.
That was a crazy 3 minutes.
Yeah.
These have been fun games to call, but I got to tell you, I've called 2 BYU-Kansas games with you on the headset, and I feel like you've got Kalani Sitake's playbook.
Yeah.
Because, you go back to 23, you rip it's a swing pass, you rip it in half and cause the fumble on a scoop and score. It's like big play games when you're playing against BYU.
Yeah, and again, those have been both good games. And remember that was the first game in the Big 12.
Yeah, it was. First.
It was kind of there and Kobe Bryant, our corner, came and made a big hit early with a statement,
and then a pick six.
So it was. Again, we've been fortunate, but I also probably feel fortunate that they're not on the schedule this year, so we can all take a deep breath.
We have these. We haven't lost to BYU for at least 3 years in a row now.
Where's your quarterback, Jalen Daniels, at as far as just health, mentally, and all that stuff?
obviously we've been doing this since about 8 o'clock this morning, right? So it's, that question's been asked a lot. But the thing I think that kid, first of all, he's very healthy. He's the best he's been in a long time. But the thing is, he played all 12 games last year. Where it kind of got lost again is he had a cleanup surgery in December that kind of, and again, we've been probably more on the cautious side that we limited him a lot in the spring. But again, it goes back to, can he be healthy? But I'm like, man, the kid, he didn't miss a snap that we needed him for last year. So I think he showed his durability, and we needed to be there again this year.
Take on Utah, the final game of the year, Thanksgiving weekend. Utah's been on the road the last couple of Thanksgiving weekends in a row. Kyle Whittingham, I don't know if you've ever faced a Utah team before, if you've ever faced a defense called by Morgan Scalley, but Utah is a different breed of tough. What do you expect out of the Utes when they come to Lawrence this year?
I haven't played against them in my career. I've known through the years the job that coach has done there in his time, and highly successful, very physical football team. And again, when you're looking at game 12 of the year and the body isn't feeling like it used to play a team like that late in the year will be a heck of a challenge for us. And we hope for both teams that it's going to be a meaningful football game on Black Friday.
How do you replace 1,300 yards and 14 touchdowns out of Devin Neal?
Yeah, Devin was pretty special for us in a lot of different ways, being from Lawrence, Kansas, a guy who had a lot of options out of high school, stayed to help, and was very impactful in us kind of turning the tide. It's going to be tough because for everything he did on the field, we'll lose even more off the field for just the type of guy that he is. But we've got a guy in Daniel Highshaw that's been with us now he's going on his 6th year too, Daniel was playing really good football for us 2 years ago. He separated a dislocated hip, and he's come back. He is fast. He's powerful. He can move a pile, and taking a back seat to Devin Neal is. Every running back wants the ball. Everyone thinks they can be productive, and he's been very patient. And I'm looking for him to have a big year. We got a transfer out of Iowa, LaShawn Williams, that led Iowa in rushing 2 years ago. So we think we got a nice complement of 1-2 back.
Will you operate with 105 this year? 105 players?
We'll be slightly over with the additional that you're able to do this time. I don't think.
Do you know the specifics on the additionals? What are the rules of the specifics?
If any player that you can designate any of your walk-ons. So whoever was, like, if you had 20 walk-ons and you're at 105, you can still be but you could add 20 more right now. So when those guys, there's going to be teams. I would imagine teams have been heavy walk-on. I don't know what Oklahoma State is, but I know they've been in the 130s. I would imagine they'll still be pretty high. I think Nebraska will be very high.
Yeah.
I think if we're at 112, I think that might be about the number. So,
Coach Lance Lipold, we appreciate you carving out some time. Head coach of the University of Kansas. Looking forward to that game. I know it's 12. I know it's game 12, and who knows what's going to be going on at that point in the conference, because it could be absolutely crazy.
Right. Well, it should be exciting, and like I said, I hope it's meaningful. And I know we stayed in Salt Lake for what a beautiful city there and everything, and I think we'll make a return out there probably here sooner than later. So
sounds good, Coach.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for your time. Coach Lance Lipold, head coach of the University of Kansas, nice enough to join us on the program here as we get ready. Coach, thank you so much again. We'll take a quick break here. We'll sneak it in, and we'll. I know we're probably a little bit behind on some of these breaks, but let's get to it. More to go. It's 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. It's Big 12 Media Days in Frisco at the Star. Stay here with us.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Summer's a great time of year, but local hospitals urgently need blood due to accidents from hiking, boating, blading, and boarding. Fortunately, ARUP's always there to support local hospitals and patients. Do you have 30 minutes to help someone? Visit utahblood.org. That's utahblood.org. Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
It's no baloney. Proper window installation makes a huge difference. Hi, this is Jason.
And Kathy of Window World. Hey, anybody can bust out your old windows and slap in the new ones and leave you with a mess.
Our in-house installers are thoroughly trained to expertly install, seal, and trim your new window.
And they clean up afterwards.
Our windows have a transferable lifetime warranty.
And we warranty the installation, too.
Call Window World at 281-8111.
Window World. And as Doug always said,
that's no baloney.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are at Big 12 Media Days, of course, and I was just looking over at BYU TV because they got Lance Lipold over there. He's probably right. He's like, I'm actually kind of glad I don't have to face BYU this year. I know I beat him the last 2 years in a row, but you just brought it up. And it's like, I know, look, but I don't want. It's not like I want to keep facing him. Like, come on, man.
Kansas has been the bane.
That's a great point.
Like they have been the thorn, and when you're watching those games, there's always something that happens, like something crazy. That Kobe Bryant hit on Parker Kingston,
I mean, he was literally knocked out. Like,
was just enormous.
Yeah.
And I think it was my first Big 12 game that I called, I think.
Well, yeah.
It
was
was
BYU's
the
first Big 12 game.
Yeah.
I was at that game, and they sent me because it was the first BYU's first Big 12 game.
Yeah, and it was, first time in Lawrence, seeing that horseshoe and kind of being around that crowd. There was probably 15,000, 20,000 BYU fans that showed up in that west end of the horseshoe.
Yeah.
And it was Parker Kingston takes the – and remember, BYU storms back, and things are starting to look good.
Yeah.
And then, no, just –
too many turnovers. They gave up 14 points.
Yeah. Slovis.
They gave away 14.
Slovis, and he also threw one right into the hands of somebody else that dropped it, and it was going to be another walk-in touchdown on defense for the Jayhawks,
I think
too.
that was there was a target at Isaac Rex. Was that the pick six?
Yeah,
he was targeting
six,
Isaac Rex.
Yes, and
to start the second half, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. That was the 2-14. They won 7-7. They just said here's 14 points.
2 defensive touchdowns. And I'll tell you, and he goes,
what a game.
I love the conversation, though, too, when he goes, Coach Chris Kleiman tipped me off.
Yeah.
To what it was going to be like in Provo. I would just love to hear the conversations. Just like, hey, Coach, you just and the Kansas State head coach, Chris Kleiman, he goes, Coach, what was it like in Provo? And he's like, it's unlike, it's different, man. Yeah. And I said, and he's about to say it because I was like, probably the craziest at a sober fan. And he's like, you said it, not me. I wasn't going to say it, but yes, it's like,
well,
the environment. And at that point, BYU was, like you said, 9-0, 5-0, no, 6-0 in conference play, and on a tear. And Kansas ripped out of BYU's hands the ability to go to the Big 12
and Colorado.
And Iowa State. Well, Iowa State went. They went, but they were all 7-2.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody at the top was 7-2, and one of the losses from Iowa State, one of the losses from BYU, one of the losses from
and the Devils. Levitt led him down the field, and they scored the winning touchdown with about 16 seconds to go.
That's crazy. That was, and again, Sonny
Dykes.
That's
how good this program is.
We chatted with Sonny Dykes, and right before that, he goes, "We started off the season terribly. Kansas started off the season terribly, and
so did Baylor.
And Baylor started off the season terribly, and now every one of those teams you look at and you go, that's kind of scary. They're kind of that's
all
kind
of them
scary
are dangerous.
Before you guys head out of DFW. Biggest takeaways from Big 12 Media before we get you guys out here. I want to know what's on your mind after 20-ish hours of radio straight that we've done.
I'll go first. This is the best the conference has been in the 3 years that I've jumped in heavy coverage. I'm talking about
as a whole.
Yeah, from top to bottom. I think this is the most depth, best quarterback play, best coaching. You add Coach Frost at UCF, and you bring back Coach Rich Rod at West Virginia. You retain every other coach. Every coach has shown that they're extremely dangerous. You've got 9 returning starting quarterbacks that were in the top 25 or top 50 nationally. And it is going to be a top-to-bottom, deep, tough freaking conference to compete in.
Well, I think Sonny Dykes just said it. It's what I took and what Yelmark started off yesterday, that the conference is deep. And Sonny's saying we're looking for which team is it going to be, or maybe 1 or 2 teams that emerge. And he's talked about how you knew who was going to be most likely in the Big 12, Pac-12. You know who it almost always is in the Big 10. You know who always is in the ACC. And the same thing for the SEC. And now you might as well put 6, 7, 8 teams in a hat in the Big 12 and just start randomly picking. You'd probably have just as good a chance. You know that lady who's winning her office college basketball poll because she just likes the team colors or something, some arbitrary, we've all heard those stories, right?
Yeah.
Some arbitrary reason, because your pick, my pick, whomever's pick, they all probably have just as good a chance. It's going to be one of the most fun seasons to witness because we don't know what's going to happen, and that's the ultimate reality show when you don't know what the ending. Now, maybe when we get into November, we'll have a much better idea and things have happened and injuries and whatnot have taken over. We don't know that, but right now, as we get into September, the 4th week, and then through October, I don't think we're really going to know, and it's going to be a bunch of surprises. We'll see what happens, because I don't think you can, of all the years to not do a poll, this is the best year because there's little, if any, difference separating these teams, and it's just going to be who makes a play here or there. We just talked about 3 or 4 different plays with Sonny and with Lance could have determined much different outcomes on their seasons, and one had a good season and one was 5-7, and the Horned Frogs were, I think, 9-4. But they were even with them, they were 2-3 plays away from being substantially better, and the teams that were better were 2 or 3 plays away from being substantially worse. And I think that's the same thing this year, and I don't know what's going to happen. And the good thing is both of our teams figure to go into November in the mix, and that certainly, as sports radio fans that our livelihoods are depending on it, we want that. No question we want that, and I think that's what we're going to have. So it's all sorts of exciting that I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all unfolds over the course of 9-10 weeks once we start conference play.
Before we go, Stone, throw on the headset. Before we go, I want to get stories from Stone. Because Stone
that's a
gave
great
us
segment name. Stories from Stone.
Stone gave us a story earlier about going to a Subway and a man using a rubber glove in his hand to wipe his avocado across the bread.
I thought it was an exam or something.
That's what it turned out to be.
Who was the most combative guest to get over the last 2 days? Was it did anybody really blow you off?
No, not really. It was like I'm just tight-roping the line of annoying people and staying on their good side. Like, hey, remember me, and also be super annoying. So it's like...
Well, you did a great job.
Well, in my mind, it's like they're going to forget me in a day, so I can be as annoying as I want to be.
Remember you next year.
I'm going to tell you, Stone, that you were the turning point of Big 12 Media Day because, you try... Alex and I tried to do the first Big 12 Media Day, and we're on air together, and Alex is taking off headsets and running around. I'm trying to use my influence. I get Steve Sarkisian only because he's my teammate, and we get 1 or 2 other coaches because, some of the voices would send them over.
But it was chaos because I don't think Big 12 wasn't used to doing the media days in an organized way.
No, it was such a mess. But you think next year you'll be all right? There's not going to be people that see you next year and they're like, "That's the guy, man. That's the hound."
I'll shave my beard and grow my hair out so I look like a different guy.
Nice, I like it.
Tell our listeners what you were going to do to Deion Sanders if you had a chance.
Oh, I was just going to go call him the wrong name and see if I could get him on with us.
What was it? It was
Deion.
It was Deion. Yeah.
Deion Sampson. Who played in the Canadian Football League.
Hey, the guys over there said they want to talk to you, Deion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how was your arena football career? Was it pretty good?
The indoor game, is it different? But he never even stepped foot on the grass.
No, he shot right behind the barrier behind the big stage and then just disappeared like a magic trick.
He actually,
though, huh?
No, it's been good. Everyone's cool.
Well, you killed it, Stone. Appreciate all your work, and that's it, isn't it? I don't.
From a live standpoint, I think
pretty much milked the whole thing.
They're starting to trickle out. The players, private planes are like, we have got to go. And speaking of which, I know you guys are going to dip out here in a minute. JJ's going to join me. I think Scotty G standing by in the studio as well.
Which is funny because every one of these teams and players, they're flying on a booster flight. They can.
I have got to go.
Yeah, it's like, no, you can tell whoever's in the cockpit, wait 15 more minutes. You're going to be just fine.
Right. The alum of TCU, who's the pilot of the TCU plane, he can wait for 5 minutes. Except for they go, hey, man, we're going to dip out of here. We have got to go. I mean, Houston did take a Southwest flight in, I think, probably. Some of them did.
By the way, I'm going to nominate most obnoxious mascot was the Jayhawk?
I don't know, because Swoop came in and
Swoop got rowdy.
Did you hear that? Mark Harland had to make a personal call to Swoop to say
Swoop got rowdy.
GTFO out of the media days. That was the most annoying. Devin Dampier's trying to finish his sentences, and the beak is in his face going, You're like, all right, settle down, Swoop.
Swoop came in heavy.
It was good. It was good to get Mark Harland to call off Swoop, man. We appreciate it. All right, fellas, safe travels, and I'll follow you up here in the next few hours as well. And so thanks for hanging out with us, man. We'll chat with you when we get back to Salt Lake.
Nice job, Alex.
All right, we'll take another break here, and we'll come back, and we'll jump in here. I know Scotty G's standing by in the studio, and then we're going to get JJ here at the Star as well, and we'll get some of those interviews if you missed them. I mean, now at this point, we're 6-7 hours removed from when we had the Utah players on. And so let's take a quick break here, and we'll come back. We've got more to go from Big 12 Media Days, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Brian Gueltzer, SiriusXM NBA radio host. Now, I find Ace Bailey to be a fascinating story on multiple levels. So how high is this ceiling?
I think when you look at what Danny's trying to do to create the right atmosphere for Bailey, you want Bailey to develop, that ball's got to be in his hands a lot. And they brought in Walter Clayton Jr. to be, for lack of a better term, even though he's a young guy, the adult in the room, an experienced college player. And they cleared the decks for these younger players to be able to come in and play big roles early on. The Angels are going to do a really good job with this, and they just are. It was the right pick for the Jazz. I love it. I thought the Jazz were one of the big winners on draft night, and may take a couple of years to marinate to get there. I think you just kind of have to wait and see how all this plays out.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26 BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players. Yeah, boy! This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on The Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, guess what? I get to talk. It's been a couple days. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, but more importantly, we got our guys down at Big 12 Media Day. Hans and PK catching a flight. JJ, Alex back in Frisco. I was going to say Dallas, but I don't know. Frisco people may get a little grumpy about that.
You know, come on. They know.
They know.
I was telling one of the Uber drivers last night, I go, because I grew up in this area but it was 30 years ago when we moved. I was almost 16 by the time we were moving out of here. And I go, dude, there was nothing here. And the Uber driver goes, just a gentleman's club.
He knew.
He yelled it out there. He goes, just a gentleman's club out here. And I go, okay, yeah. So Frisco was a one-horse town, literally. And now it is just like everything. It's like everyone talking about, when I was out here, there was nothing in Harriman. It was just horses. And we do the same thing where we're at. But the Metroplex is built out crazy, Scotty, and it's but this is Dallas. I mean, we're in Jerry World Jr. What they have next door, this is where the Cowboys all practice.
Oh, yeah.
During the season. And so they have an indoor turf. They have an indoor grass. They have an outdoor turf and an outdoor grass. And so they have everything covered for you for all the different weather. And the Cowboys stay at the Omni next door, and they can actually come down onto the field, onto any of the surfaces from their hotel rooms directly, basically. And so JJ's walking up and putting the headset on, too, and JJ's been doing TV. I haven't even been able to chat with – you've been without your co-host the last couple of days, Scotty. And JJ and I haven't even – this is our first time we actually get to intersect as well.
Wow.
So this is also very fun. I want to know how the TV side of covering Big 12 Media Days has been.
It's just as chaotic as the radio side, although I have to say I haven't been talking for how many hours?
I think we're running an hour 20 here.
It's like the media equivalent of a marathon you guys just ran the last 2 days.
Yeah, and as long as you don't bring the voice up, Scotty, you know this. Like I can speak at a certain volume for as long as you want.
Yeah.
But if I bring it up even a little bit, I start to get hoarse. There's a lot of people doing radio here on Radio Row who are walking by going, "Hey, good to talk to you guys." You know? There's a lot of coaches that are like that too. But the download from this, Scotty, is that. And Hanson and PK brought it up right before they got out was, and maybe it's a little bit of us being here and you get convinced by every team that sits down with you, you go, I think they got a lot of talent here. But Hans said it, he goes, I think in the 3 years that we've covered this conference pretty closely, this is the most talented they've been top to bottom, and the coaches are on point. The players are on point. This is a really talented quarterback conference this year, and so I think – I agree. I think this is just going to be one of those conferences, and it actually might work against them where
100%
they eat each other like crazy, and then you don't know who's going to be in that college football playoff situation.
Yeah, you got Brett Yormark saying we fully anticipate having multiple teams in the college football playoff, and I think they've got probably multiple teams that are capable of doing that and certainly would be, from a quality standpoint, could be doing this. But this kind of feels like the old Pac-12. When nobody could really distinguish themselves outside of anybody else. And so you just kind of cannibalize your own conference to the point where nobody looks good because everybody seems to be pretty good. And I think that certainly could be a play. When you have the high level of quarterbacks and JJ, I don't know if you were down there in that first year of the Pac-12, and you had Nick Foles, who ends up winning a Super Bowl, and Brock Osweiler, who's rocking the media circuit now.
Andrew Luck,
and whoever was the 5-star blue chip guy at USC at the time. And it's just like, holy smokes, this is big-time quarterback after big-time quarterback. I don't know if we're at that level right now in the Big 12, but you got a lot of really good quarterbacks that can cause a lot of problems for some teams out there.
You have some really good quarterbacks. You have really good teams. I think there's 8 teams in this league. Maybe you can make an argument for a 9th that could win this conference. But you don't have a single one that can win a national championship. That is the problem this conference has right now.
Yeah,
who is a team that can go do some damage in the college football playoff? If you're going to get one at least, but if you got 2, who are the 2 teams right now that you feel confident could say can go Go to the semifinal. Maybe get to the championship
Right. I think
game.
and even then, I think if you were to really poll all of us who did our KSL Sports media poll, since we didn't do one officially as the conference, all of us have a different top 4 in some fashion, and it might be wildly different. I think you and I both had, and I know PK had Texas Tech at the top.
Yep.
But like after that, it's like you can have a weird set of. And what's crazy is too is we've got all these different media markets that surround us here, and every one of them goes, I think these guys will be pretty. I think the team we're covering is going to be pretty good. There's not there are no some teams, and you guys know this too. You'll get media guys who go, we're terrible, and that hasn't happened. I think everybody has.
Who's that team this year that you're like, maybe it's Oklahoma State?
So that's why it's a problem. And you bring up a good point. Sonny Dykes said it right to our faces. He goes, yeah, but the thing is you don't really have an elite team in this conference.
No, you don't.
That's a guy who's a head coach of a team who has been elite in this conference before.
Went to a national championship game.
Yeah,
but would it surprise you if Oklahoma State went? I mean, it would surprise me a little bit, but if they went, I don't know, let's say 8-4 this year, and it also wouldn't surprise me if they go 4-8. I mean, it could go one of two ways there for sure.
You have that respect for Mike Gundy that he can figure it out, right?
I don't know if I do. What's funny, honestly, honestly, what's funny is that they have become less and less relevant. It
feels like they're behind the 8 ball when it comes to all the new world of college football.
We talked to a guy from Stillwater, and he was like, we are shocked. And he has become, and maybe this does end up being a thing where he becomes better, and he goes, but one of the beat writers goes, I don't know, he's become more introverted. He's already been hard to talk to. We've already known that. And he goes, yeah, but it's been hard, and I haven't loved being able to work with him in the last couple of years, not just because of the losing, but he's also doing this thing where he's going, I'm doing my own thing, you guys. Like we're gonna figure this thing out. And so I think that this is one of those moments too. We're getting TCU's quarterback, Josh Hoover, by the way, who's walking up in. And we were talking about whether or not he'd be available or not, and turns out their SID said, "Hey, let's do it." Josh is going to put a headset on here. He's the quarterback for the TCU Horned Frogs. We were just talking about your head coach, Josh, and we had just chatted with Coach Dykes, and he said you're a pretty good human being, is what he said. Maybe one of the best that he's ever coached. So that's a pretty good compliment from a guy who's coached a lot of quarterbacks.
Well, I paid him to say that, so don't take too much from that. But,
you could be called worse, right?
Yeah, exactly. I've been called worse, that's for sure.
How's the team looking this year? One of the things that we mentioned is that this TCU team had a lot of close games last year. A lot of teams in this conference had a lot of close games. You tended to win a lot of those close games, and you ended up having that 9-4 season. And there are teams like Kansas, teams like Baylor, who had records that didn't really reflect how they were playing by the end of the year. This is a stacked conference. How was it that you guys – and what did you learn in those games to be able to win those close ones?
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how competitive the Big 12 is. Shows you the parity in the conference and just the way that teams are, the way it's structured. And so I think the teams are also competitive, and you've got to be able to win the close games. You know, it comes down to winning those one-possession games and figuring out ways to get past those small margins. And I think that's the difference between being in the Big 12 championship game and being 9-4. You know, there's little bitty differences that make the difference, and you got to figure out how to do that. And so I think going forward, just understanding that the details matter and that you got to play every single game like it's the game of your life. And I think as a mature team that we are, so many guys that play a lot of football, we understand that, and that's going to give us a good chance to be successful.
We're here in Texas where it feels like football is religion. You grew up with football being so important, and you played high school football here. How did that environment, the competitiveness of high school football here, youth football, prepare you for where you're at now, where you've seen so many things and experienced so many things as a quarterback?
Well, it prepares you playing in Texas. I played in 6A Texas football, and that's the most prepared you can get for college. I mean, it's the most competitive league there is in the country, and you see defenses and you see things that you'll see in college, and there's a lot of good players. And so I think just being in that competitive environment, you know, it's such a competitive state for football. It really just pushes you and drives you to that next level. And so I think I benefited so much from my high school experience and playing in the state of Texas.
As you get ready for now a season where, you know, we watched you play against BYU when you were a freshman, and I remember thinking, well, he's a new kid. I don't know what's going to happen with
people
these.
listening have PTSD. you got to be careful bringing that game up.
44-11. You put it on BYU, and that was kind of a moment for you where, as a young kid, you came in through for 400 yards against a Kalani Sitake defense, or against a defense in BYU that has a background of being tough nails. But how is it that you've grown from that moment when you were a freshman to where you are right now, and they're asking you to be a leader, they're asking you to come to media days and to be a part of these conversations?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of a natural progression that happens sometimes. The more you play, the more you experience, the more you understand how to cater to your teammates, how to be a better leader. You learn that not everybody's the same. Some guys you got to get in their butt, or get in their ear and yell at them a little bit and get on them, and some guys you have to be a little bit more gentle in the way you approach them, and everybody's motivated in different ways. And so I think the more I've played, the more I've been around, the more I've experienced different things has helped me in my leadership. And I think from a playing perspective, it's kind of the same way. You see looks and you see different defenses, and then over the years you look up and it's 2 years later and you're like, wow, I've seen a lot of different stuff. And so I feel confident in my ability to go out there this fall and execute at a high level and be that mature quarterback that I want to be, and go out there and make great decisions and put us in good protections and give our offense a chance to be successful. So I think that's something that I've learned and something that's kind of developed over the years.
TCU is just 3 years removed from being in a national championship game. More than any team here, you guys understand what it takes and know what it takes. I don't know how many people in your locker room were a part of that, or coaches. Is there a belief with this group that you guys can do something big this year?
There is. I think that year proved to us, to a lot of guys, that, hey, it's not like it's impossible to get there. There's going to be a team that gets there, and they all had the same opportunity. Like, there's teams in the Big 12 or in the college playoff last year that they're not much different than us, And so you watch that, and it gives you confidence that, hey, we've got a little bit of stuff to figure out, but it's not like it's some far-fetched dream. And so, that's our goal, is to win the Big 12 championship, to get back to where we want to be, and then get to the playoff, and then finish it the right way. Nowadays in college football, there's a lot of parity around college football, and it's all about execution. It's all about doing things right. And we've got the experience, the older guys, to kind of help these young guys come along and help them understand that, hey, this is what we're here for. This is our standard, and this is what we're going to do.
Josh Hoover joins us here, quarterback for TCU. Sonny Dykes came on and had praise for you, but he also talked about how this team has gotten better in the offseason, and that you guys feel better equipped to get those, to go to that next step and to win double-digit games. And so what are your personal goals to be able to have?
Yeah, my goal is to just, I kind of talked about it, but just be a mature quarterback, not somebody that just makes – the throw of the game, or everybody's like, oh, wow, but doing that, but also making the right plays, putting us in good situations to be successful, not just as an offense, but as a team. And so I think the next step for me is just understanding the game to a deeper level where I can just help us be successful on offense, help TCU be successful, and help us get back to where we need to be. So that's kind of what I'm focused on, and that's my personal goal, is just to be the best I can be for TCU.
Josh, thanks for carving out some time, man. We appreciate it. We know you got a busy schedule, and thanks for hanging out with us
today.
Thank
you, guys. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Josh Hoover, quarterback for TCU. We're going to open up the seat right now, because also walking up is the head coach of the University of Arizona. Coach Brent Brennan is going to join us here on the program as we get you ready. Look, we keep thinking that the day's going to slow down a little bit, but Coach Brent Brennan joins us here from the University of Arizona. Coach, thanks for hanging out with us. I know it's been a long day for you, and we appreciate you taking some extra time here for us. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a great day.
We were chatting with Noah Fofida earlier, your quarterback, and you can't help but think from our perspective to go, there have been a couple times where he's been able to at least consider going somewhere else. And he says, nope, I'm committed to not just the University of Arizona, but to you. What's that mean to be able to bring a leader like that back, knowing that he's got a lot that he still wants to accomplish?
I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome for our program. It's awesome for our fans. I think it's a great indication of just how high character and high quality of a human being Fofida is, and that we all kind of believe in each other. And I think that's a big part of it, that we all know what we're trying to do and where we want to go, and we know the best way to do that is together. And so I love the fact that he stayed the course. I feel fortunate that he believes in me, our staff, our program, and the university to continue to stick with it, because you're right, he could have left and he chose to stay.
I watched and listened to your comments up at the podium earlier today, and one thing that really stood out to me is you were asked a question about Noah and why he took a step back last year, and you corrected the reporter. Says, no, that was on me.
That was my fault. Yeah, hell
So
yeah.
can you elaborate on that?
We didn't do a good enough job of running the football, getting the ball out of his hand quick enough. We had some injuries in the O-line, and in those moments, in those games, we just didn't give him enough of a chance to be the special football player that he is. And I mean that is on me. It's our job to put him in the best position to lead our team and to make the plays he can make. And he can make them with his arm for sure, but he can also do some stuff with his legs, and we just didn't do enough. We weren't creative enough in the run game, and we just weren't able to take some of that pressure off of him where he felt like he had to make every play, which you don't want any player on your team feeling that way. And so we can do better at that.
This conference is top to bottom pretty darn good. We were just talking about how, you look from a conference perspective, and it's great to have that kind of parity. Every conference loves to have the idea where, look, you got a lot of talent, and you're competing against a lot of talent every week, and it also means that you've got a very thin margin between winning a lot of games and maybe potentially losing a lot of games. And so my question for you is when you see the conference the way that it's set up, do you see a path for Arizona to be able to get back to that level that you guys felt like you were going to be at next year or this year that you were last year?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was one of those interesting things, like coming into the job when we did, was just the expectations based on a previous year's team, based on a roster, was it not the same as we transitioned? Like, it's very, very, very different. But, I think when I look at it this year, I love where we're at. I love what our team is doing. I love what the offseason's been. I'm excited about the changes we made in the coaching staff. I do think it gives us a chance to play better football. I think for Noah, what we're doing schematically, I think is a little bit more suited for him in terms of his ability to throw the ball accurately, get the ball out fast, throw the ball down the field, that kind of thing. And so I'm excited about it. I think, is there a path forward? I think any coach that sits here and talks to you guys and tells you that they don't want to win the conference championship is totally full of crap. So, we know what we want. And I think the good news is that in this conference, I think anyone can win it. I think that was proven last year by the school up north. You know what I mean? North of us. I think that, going into the season, that those expectations were extremely low. And obviously they exceeded every one of them and just shocked college football. So, when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, the beautiful thing about the Big 12 is that anyone can win it.
College football's been in this wild, wild west era where it just feels like you're in an arms race, right? When it comes to money, all those things. How does Arizona position itself to be able to be competitive in this new landscape that we're in right now? And it's still developing and becoming what I don't know. I'm not even sure what that is, and I'm sure you don't either. But how does Arizona position itself to be successful moving forward in this era?
I think Arizona football has always been, when it's at its best, about evaluation and development. And I think we have to live in that space and then build a culture and an environment where our players love being a part of it. Right? Like, my hope is that continuity of leadership, continuity of staff, continuity of roster gives us a chance to offset any of the things that aren't the same program to program. You know what I mean? And I think that part of it, we can do that at Arizona. It's a great place to go to school. It's we have great coaching staff. We have great support staff. The vibe in our building is as healthy and as positive as any place I've ever been. And I think players want to be a part of that. I think that's being reflected in our recruiting process, and I think that's being reflected in kids from the transfer portal joining us. So, I'm optimistic, and I think there's so much put on stuff. There's so much emphasis put on stuff we can't control. If this school spends this much money, if the NCAA makes this decision, or whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, we still got to play good football, so how do we play good football? We do it by building the best team we can, with the resources we have, and then finding a way to connect them on a deep level where they'll fight their ass off for each other every single game day.
Coach Brent Brennan, Arizona, the Wildcats, I think you missed BYU this year, and then you play Utah. Oh, no, all the way around. You play BYU, you miss Utah.
Yeah.
We were talking with Brett Yormark about the four corner schools, and I know you guys have to do at least 3 of the 4, but it's disappointing to see these regional games, even if they don't look at them like total head-to-head rivalry games, that they're. Your thoughts on playing Utah and how tough that is, and missing them this year?
Well, I have total respect for Kyle Whittingham and that staff there. What they've done over time at Utah is really incredible. When you look back, whatever it was, 12, 13 years ago, and they were jumping in the Pac-12, and no one thought they would do a thing, and the next thing you know, they're winning more games probably than almost any team in that conference over that time frame, maybe except for 1 or 2 other teams. I mean, they did an incredible job. So, I think – I'll tell you this. The one thing I don't think we should have to do is go play at BYU and at Utah in the same season. You forget I'm a West Coast dude. I've been playing these teams for a long time. I've played in both those stadiums. Like, I know better. You know what I mean? Like, those are hard places to play.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coach,
and we had that last year. So
it was a tough road road handle for you guys for taking on BYU and Utah on the road. We appreciate you taking some time out today. It's been a long day for you guys, but we love being able to chat with you, and good luck this season.
Thanks
and
a lot.
We're looking forward to what Noah Fofida can do at that quarterback position this year.
It's going to be fun.
Again.
It's going to be fun.
Appreciate it, Coach. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go from Big 12 Media Days. It is in Frisco, Texas, at the Star, live, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay with us.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hey, Utah! Get ready for high-flying action as your Salt Lake Shred take the field Friday, July 11th against the Colorado Summit. Professional ultimate frisbee. It's more than a game. It's fast breaks, layout grabs, and big skies under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium in Harland. Come flood the field this Friday as the Shred battle for the top spot going into the West Division playoffs. All game attendees have a chance to win big with a signed frisbee, replica jersey, and more. Bring your crew, wear your swag, and feel the energy as the Shred defend their home turf. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Tickets are going fast, so grab yours now at saltlakeshred.com. Kids 7 and younger get in free. Salt Lake Shred versus Colorado Summit, July 11th. Be there. Be loud. Shred on.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't think those players ever had the value that they were hoping. Yeah, it's like sitting on a piece of memorabilia.
You can't hold on to your Zach Wilson number 2 overall draft pick card too long, or it doesn't become worth anything. You got to know when to flip it. That is the job of the front office. Your job is to acquire assets that either help you on the court or help you off the court. And I don't know if John Collins did either. And
yeah, but it's not a big mistake.
No, it's not. The Jazz still accomplished their goal last season. They had the worst record in the NBA. They fell to 5, but that wasn't John Collins' fault. That was a matter of lottery balls. The Jazz hoped John Collins would turn into something different. And even though he played well on the court, he still didn't yield any returns. That's your job. Again, as a front office member, is to predict what the market's going to be. And I think the Jazz mispredicted what the market would be. A, for John, and B, what type of contracts would have value going forward, which is why you had to pay to get off of Collin and why you didn't get anything back for John Collins other than a second-round pick.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Coal Bend, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season. Ready? You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is your Big 12 Media Days. Day number 2. Hour 18 total between yesterday and today. We're working on this thing, and man, we try to bring you all of the interviews that we can. We try to bring you all the players and the coaches that we can. We just had Brendan on from Arizona. You think that guy's fired up to?
He's got a lot to prove.
Come back around.
Yeah, you could see it, and I wanted to bring that up with Noah. Like, he blames himself for that. It's
Yeah.
interesting. You don't see a lot of coaches that humble.
No, and I think he's the kind of guy that he knows, like, even though Arizona is a program that I think people look at and go, okay, they'll be a little bit more patient with that. They brought Brent Brennan in, and they were like, now you need to turn the corner even more so than what Coach Jed Fish did before he had left. And they want a lot out of him, and that was a step back last year. You had Utah and Arizona, and who both were like, okay, we thought this was going to be a little bit of a different situation in the Big 12 in our first year, and it was not. And so you've got that. I love, too, that when you have a year that Arizona State had the year that they did, it actually just rubs that salt even more in the wounds of Arizona.
Well, it's funny how Utah and Arizona and BYU and Arizona State are on these parallel paths where last year, I mean, just as you point out, Utah had to watch BYU have this success and the NIL and everything going on. Same with Arizona. They had to watch Arizona State win the conference and go to the college football playoff when Arizona was the team that was supposed to be doing that. That's got to be absolutely driving them bonkers. And you can't imagine how hard they must be working behind the scenes to rectify that. And that's what college football is great, Alex, is it's so competitive. And those rivalries drive that competitiveness. And you have all these teams here, 16 teams here, that are driving that competitiveness. And we talk about 8 teams having a chance and maybe 9 to win this conference. How many conferences can say that? But then again, is that a good thing? That can be debated.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're in this competitive environment here where this is not just, kids playing sports. Like this is big business. Big business.
I'm pointing at so we see this. You see the tall tight end out of Oklahoma State who's walking just past us here, and he's 6'6". He's red-headed with a big old mullet, and of course
that is. If I looked up Oklahoma State football player in the dictionary, that guy would be there.
Yeah. You know what high school he went to too?
Where?
Stillwater High School, Stillwater, Oklahoma. I'm not kidding. So,
he goes to his barber and says, "Give me the Gundy."
Give me the Gundy. But don't worry, because PK goes, you ever seen Christmas Story? You know the bully in Christmas Story? You can't look like that guy. And we were like this. No. And then Hans dials it up even more, only the way Hans can. You mean Farkas?
He knew the name of the kid.
You look like Farkas, kid. And
oh
it was
my
like,
gosh.
and that was that made the interview go hilariously the rest of the way.
Good.
He was not loving it, but you know what?
Hey,
that's our deal. By the way,
we're here to entertain.
Oh my goodness! I didn't know that Frank Leaden has passed away.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, did you just see this?
It's terrible news.
We just sent out the alert on KSL Sports. Legendary jazz coach Frank Leaden has passed away.
Oh my gosh!
And we're not there in studio to be able to break this thing down and to do the breaking news. But Frank Leaden, how many times do you think you interviewed Frank Leaden? I probably did 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Over the years, I bet
I'm just processing the news here. Had multiple opportunities to sit down and talk to him. We produced a documentary a few years back about the team with heart, the first playoff team for the Utah Jazz.
Right.
So I spent almost a half hour just diving into the old Utah Jazz and how it all started, and how they had to sell Dominique Wilkins to pay the employees of the team to keep the team in Utah and keep it afloat. and all that Frank Leaden did to make sure that professional basketball stayed in Utah in the early 80s. People don't understand how just it almost went away, and he almost single-handedly made sure it stayed here until obviously Larry H. Miller stepped in and bought the team. But there's so many sacrifices that had to be made, and he was the general manager, then the head coach. You think about that, how crazy that is now today with the way the NBA is. But Frank Leaden is one of the premier sports figures in the state's history. I don't have words to capture the impact that he has had on the history of sport in the state. I don't have words to describe the impact he had on our community, the good that he's done, the money that he's raised for different charities.
The Boys and Girls Club is a huge thing for him and his wife. And his wife, by the way, was a fixture of being right next to him during all
Barbara.
of it. Barbara was there every interview that we had, and they were a duo, man, and they were something. Frank Leaden passed away today at the age of 93. You can go check out KSLSports.com, get the full article that our own Ben Anderson has written up there. But, we're in the middle of covering Big 12 Media Day, and so that's one of those things that normally we would have been right in the middle of being able to run with that. And I know that our producer, Alex Napolis, is going to try to get Big T on from Summer League tomorrow to be able to give some thoughts. Speaking of guys who were affected directly by Frank Leaden.
Frank drafted him.
Yeah.
Out of NC State.
Frank drafted a lot of really good players.
Karl Malone, John Stockton.
He had an absolute run between 1980 and 1985.
There would be no Utah Jazz as we know it without Frank Leaden. And it needs, now that on this moment where he's passed, it's important that we celebrate what he accomplished here, what he did for not just the game of basketball in our state, but for sports in general, for our community. Just imagine what it would be like without his contribution. I can't.
Yeah. We'll see if Big T might be able to join us today, but we'll see if it's either today or tomorrow. We'll make sure we get Big T Thurl Bailey's thoughts on the passing of Frank Leaden, legend in the Jazz community, of course, and former head coach of that, and also assistant for a long, long time. Think about all the guys who are affected by him too, like the guys who still live in the community, your Gordy Chiesas, your the coaches that have been for a long time associated with this team, and after the passing of Coach Sloan and watching, obviously, there's a lot of guys who've meant a lot to this program, and certainly the players that have been a part of the out. You think about guys who players would do anything for, and Frank Leaden's one of those guys who always comes up. I've never heard a bad word said about Frank Leaden ever, and so there you go. Frank Leaden passes away at the age of 93. I do have some audio from here, Big 12 Media Days. I wanted to make sure that we were able to get to the full. And I don't know how long the prime presser was. I think it had to have been less than 15 minutes. But before we get to Coach Prime, I want to mention our program brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Bring you the G2G Bar that is the best protein bar in the market. Give it a shot today. And Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Let's get to Coach Prime. This was the only media availability that Prime did today. Here in the building, which was him at the podium. He came right in. He showed up with Michael Irvin, and they both blitzed out of this building as quickly as they could. So here's Coach Prime from the podium today, the University of Colorado head coach. Here he is from the podium, and I will warn you beforehand, this is a lot of energy. I don't know if you've known this about Coach Prime before, but here's what he sounded like at the podium today.
Oh, God is good. I have no idea how good he is. Brett Yormark, I love you, man. I appreciate you. I think we have the best commissioner. I know we have the best commissioner in college football. Man that has called me daily, checked on me, make sure I'm straight, make sure I'm getting better and better. And I love you to life, my brother. I know you're somewhere clean as the Board of Health right now. And I love you to life, and you are absolutely the best. What you have in store for the Big 12. Rick, my AD, love you to life. You've always believed. You've always been a man of a standard, and I thank you for giving me a tremendous opportunity. The coaches of the Big 12 are incredible. I love them. They've been calling, checking on me, making sure I'm straight. But you talk about knowing football, teaching football, communicating with their kids, none of this stupid animosity or jealousy. I love the coaches of the Big 12. I want to beat them all, but I love them. I truly do. We've sold out season tickets for the 3rd straight season and 11th time in CU history. Prior to 2023, it had been 26 years since we sold out, which is incredible. I'm truly thankful for that. Class rankings, class number 24 overall, 3rd straight top 25 class. First time on record, 3 straight top 25 classes. I love it. Our coaching staff, this is without Byron Leftwich, which I'm praying that he does the right thing, and Mike Zimmer. We have 160 years of NFL experience with those 2 added. That's 204 years of NFL experience, and I want those years. Last season, the first season in CU history, only team in the country to appear on network television or flagship station of ESPN every single darn game, and I love it. And as for right now, we have 4 games slated for network television as well as ESPN. There's Georgia Tech, Delaware, Houston, and BYU opening out the gate. So we will be seen and we will be heard and we will be known. You youngsters out there, they're still trying to decide where you want to land. Okay, we're going to start off with a wonderful woman, because that's what I do, and I have that kind of respect. So let's put a microphone to one of the ladies. Let's go.
We'll go center right, 2nd row.
First of all, how you all doing? You good? You just saying that, or you good for real? There you go.
Hi, Coach Prime.
How you doing?
Glad to have you here with us, first of all,
Love your hair.
today.
Love your hair.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm Candace Lamb with D210 Sports.
Got you.
Coach Prime, you faced your own adversity recently, and while that's personal, your strength and how you've carried yourself publicly has been public. We've all seen it. I want to know how you instill that strength, obviously, in your players and this program, and how you merge that into the culture that you're shaping at Colorado.
Great question. First of all, I trust God with all my might, all my soul, and everything I have. I never waver. I never say, why me, regardless of what's ahead of me or what I see. Like, Lord, just use me. If you could use anything, you could use me. So I'm truly thankful. I'm truly a go-getter. I want to win at all costs. I want to win the right way. I want to set the right standards. And I want to prepare these young men for life, not just football. I want them to be professional. First, and second of all, I forgot, where's Mike Irvin, the playmaker? He came here with me today. Man, I love you to life, man. I just want you to know that. I want to tell everybody in front of I love you to life. I really do. Thank you. Don't make me cry up here. Thank you for being you, man. I really do. Boy, I love you. Let's go.
Center or left, in the back.
David Ubben with The Athletic. Coach, what have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletic, sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day look like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
All right, appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Center right.
Hey, Coach. Xavier McNevitz, Scope Buff Sports. I wanted to ask about your wide receiver group going into the season.
They are unbelievable.
They are.
They are awesome. I can't wait to unleash them. They're great. Now, you got to understand, they're replacing some dogs that all of them will be in a professional, all 4 of them will be in a professional camp from a year ago. But these young men are unbelievable. I can't wait till the world get a glimpse of these receivers. We have some youngsters from freshmen on up that can flat out go get it. And I'm proud. I'm proud of our recruits, our coaches. I'm proud of what we've brought into Boulder, Colorado.
Center or left, 2nd row.
Hey, Coach, Ryan Koenigsberg from DNVR.
First of all, how are you feeling
What's
today?
going on, boss?
What's going on, man?
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Don't I look good?
You look great.
Well, thank you. Look good. I'm feeling good.
Your quarterback room also looks great. You have
Yeah.
two really talented players.
We brought both of them because I don't know which one's going to start.
My question to you is, would you be comfortable with a situation where both guys played?
Yeah. As long as they're doing their jobs and we winning, we definitely want to continue to develop Juju, but Caden is unbelievable. Caden is off the chain. He's been there, done that. He can get the job done. I wouldn't have brought him here if I didn't trust him. But Juju is coming on around the mountain when he comes. And I love him. I love what he brings to the table. I don't know how it's going to play out, as long as it plays out. We can't lose either way with either of those two.
Fourth row, center right.
Coach Prime, how are you?
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. I'm Jarrett Ramirez with RedRaidersports.com. You talked a lot about Media Day last year about your relationship with Joey McGuire at Tech. I'm just curious if you paid attention at all to what they've been doing in the portal, especially.
Yeah, Joey got some money. Joey, where you at, baby? Spending that money. I love it. I love it. Once upon a time, you guys was talking junk about me going in that portal. Now, when everybody go in the portal, it's okay. It's cool when they do it. But it's a problem when I do it. Ain't that a rap song? First of all, let's get this straight. I love me some Joey McGuire. And one of the best coaches in our conference. I've seen him excel from high school all the way to where he is now, and he's a winner, and I absolutely love it. And you know, I love him because he's a man of standard. We played there last year, and we was getting bombarded by them tortillas. I don't know how to say it. Somebody say it. Tortillas. We was getting bombarded by that, and Joey grabbed the microphone and told him to stop throwing at us, or it's going to be some consequences. And I love that, and I love Joey. Joey, I know you're out there, baby. I love you, man. I appreciate you. Can you send, a few of those dollars to us so we can get some of those players too?
Center left in the back.
Good afternoon, Coach. Alyssa Cooper with the Fort Worth.
Where you at, baby? I can't. Where you at? Okay, there you go. There you go.
Coach, you've spoken very positively about the Big 12, and I was just wondering, how do you build out the long-term plans for your program, given that the conference has grown and changed over the years?
Well, I started this by saying I love our commissioner, I love our AD, and they provided a luxury of growth, of unity, and respect. So our long-term plans are to win. Our short-term plans are to win. I have a simple formula. It's like 40-40-20, grad transfers, and high school kids. So I stick to what we do, what we know that works for us. It may not work for somebody else, but it works for us. And it's been working for us, so I'm pleased with it. Great question.
Center left, fourth row.
Hey, Coach. Justin Lasser, Toasted Devil's Digest over here. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
You and Kenny Dillingham both got started at your respective programs at the same time in the Pac-12. Played them that year. You guys won. Now made the transition to the Big 12, and you guys play again this year, except 2 years later, they're coming in as Big 12 champions. So what could you say just about what Kenny's done for that
First of all,
program?
Coach Dillingham is unbelievable. He's a dear friend. We go way back. I thought we was going to have the opportunity to coach together at one point, but he's excelled, man. And what he did last season was darn believable. I didn't get jealous. I didn't get sensitive. I was just proud of him because, we were virgins together coming into the Big 12. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thankful. The Pac-12 did in the Big 12. So I'm thankful that he did the doggone thing that was unbelievable, and now he's soaring. And I'm just happy, man. I want to see everybody get together. I want to see everybody win, except when they play us. But I want to see everybody win. But I'm proud of Coach Dillingham and what his relationship with those kids and those young men. And I know some of them personally, that he is who he says he is, and I'm proud of him.
Center right, second row.
Hi, Coach Sanders.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Excellent.
Good. So, it being your third year as the Colorado Buffaloes head coach, what are your expectations for the program this coming season?
We want to win. We want to win at all costs. We want to be in that championship game, not here at the Star, but over in that other big house that Jerry's built. That's what we want to do, and that's what we're gearing up for. That's all we're playing for. We play to win. We don't just play to compete. Great question.
Center right, first row.
Roe Parrish.
My brother,
Hey, from number one, blessings to you.
Thank you.
Glad to see you up here healthy. Again, Roe Parish, CBS, Texas. You are very meticulous when it comes to things about Colorado, whether it be players, uniforms. Will you pull back the curtain on the process of what you will be selecting when it comes time for you to say, now give me my theme music?
Smart, tough, fast, disciplined, young men with character.
Wait, hold on. No. I know that part. When you say give me my theme music, as you know, I talk about music.
Right.
What's going to go to that process of selecting that track that's going to play?
I got to feel it, man. I got to get a feeling for the team. I got to get a feeling for how they move, how they work, what they want, their needs, and I just got to get a feeling for it. See, I'm old school, not an old fool. I'm old school, but I got to adapt to what's now and what's current. So sometimes I may let Big Jordan, Seaton, I may let the big fella, who's a phenomenal player, who's going to be a first rounder. This is a testimony that this is how much I love my players. Big fella called me yesterday and FaceTimed me, and I was out there watching Grown and Shador, I'm sorry. He was preparing at the crib, for his tremendous season that he's going to have. And the big fella called me, he said, Coach, we fly in and we get in like 6, but I need to go somewhere and get my hair braided because my hair is raggedy. I said, okay, what you thinking? He said, well, how far is downtown? Because I think we'll be in the McKinney. I said, I think you can make it at a reasonable time. Ain't nothing going to happen. But the moral of the story is, I'm happy that my players can call me about getting their hair braided.
There it is.
I don't know how many other coaches in the Big 12 that the players can call them about getting their hair braided. And I love the big fella, man. And he's going to be a phenomenal player along with the other guys that we brought.
Time for a couple more questions to go center right. 4th row.
Hey, Coach Prime, Stephen Johnson, Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
How you doing, sir? Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Y'all used to be on my neck.
Hey, I just got here. But,
amen.
You guys play TCU again this year.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, how significant was that game in 2023 for you?
It was everything. It was like the genesis of my coaching career in college, in major college football. It was the genesis of you seeing Travis and Shador, some other players that we featured in our program, and it was phenomenal. I mean, I'm excited about coming back to Texas to play because, this is my second home now, but I absolutely love it. They have a wonderful coach as well, and I'm pleased and I'm thankful. I think I saw him. I was in Papados over across town one day, and his whole staff rolled up in there, and he showed love. So I'm thankful for that as well, but I can't wait. I can't wait to come back, as well as Houston. We go to Houston as well. So I can't wait. We have 2 games in Texas, which is phenomenal, and which allows us to recruit tremendously. So I'm happy about that.
Coach Prime, you heard him right there from the podium. If you missed it at all, you can go back, take a listen via our podcast or anything else. So we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, the passing of Frank Leaden just within the last little while. It's been announced. The news broke just a few minutes ago. Our own Ben Anderson has a write-up right now about the life of Frank Leaden, and a guy who's been in the community a long time. And we're going to talk with Big T Thurl Bailey coming up in just a little while. One of those guys who was drafted by Frank Leaden in 1983. We'll talk to Big Thurl, and we'll talk to him regarding the passing of his former coach and former Jazz legend, Frank Leaden. We'll take a break here. We'll come back. We're at Big 12 Media Days. We'll chat with Big T next right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
One crash on the ramp from University Parkway in Orem to get onto northbound I-15, but no major delays as a result. Early slowing on the 201 highway for both directions approaching 72nd West in Magna. Try UTA to get more done while you ride. Games, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Brian Gueltzer, SiriusXM NBA radio host. Now, I find Ace Bailey to be a fascinating story on multiple levels. So how high is this ceiling?
I think when you look at what Danny's trying to do to create the right atmosphere for Bailey, if you want Bailey to develop, that ball's got to be in his hands a lot. And they brought in Walter Clayton Jr. to be, for lack of a better term, even though he's a young guy, the adult in the room, an experienced college player. And they cleared the decks for these younger players to be able to come in and play big roles early on. The Angels are going to do a really good job with this, and they just are. It was the right pick for the Jazz. I love it. I thought the Jazz were one of the big winners on draft night, and may take a couple of years to marinate to get there. I mean, you just kind of have to wait and see how all this plays out.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. JJ and Alex here with you from Big 12 Media Days in Dallas. At the Star here in Frisco, we've had a long couple of days of lots of interviews with Utah, BYU, all the teams in the Big 12. And moments ago, we got the same news that I think a lot of folks got at the same time, which is that legendary Jazz coach Frank Leaden, person who you and I, JJ, have interviewed many times. You've had a lot of time that you've spent with him on camera. Frank Leaden's passed away at the age of 93, and that was awful news for us to hear. And it's one of those things, too, where at 93 years old, we knew Frank was he did as much as he could all the time. Anytime you asked him to do something, he would do it. Barbara was right there with him, his wife, and joining us on the program right now, somebody who was drafted by Frank Leaden, somebody who obviously has been very close with the coach over all the years and has been on this program many times. He's Big T Thurl Bailey. Thurl, thanks for joining us on the program, and we're sorry to hear about Coach's passing today.
Oh, my pleasure. It's it is definitely a sad day, and as you put it, you know, going forward, obviously we're going to mourn his loss, but there's a lot to celebrate with this man. There's a lot of thanks coming from my way for what he meant to me over the years, what he continued to mean to me after his retirement, after mine. Just a legend. And I think if you had to, besides the finances and the money, which is all a part of organizations, I think Frank Leaden at certain points almost single-handedly helped save this franchise. And you're right. He was a man of the people, of the community. He did so many things that are documented, but that people don't even know that he did. Just a generous human being, and I sure will miss him and loved him dearly.
Big T, sorry for your loss. I know how much Coach Leaden meant to you and the impact he had on your life. And I want to go back to the time that you first met him. Do you remember that? Do you have any memories of the first time you crossed paths with Coach Leaden? Maybe it was, I don't know if it was during the draft process or when that was. What do you remember about that?
Actually, it wasn't until I came to Salt Lake City.
Really?
I didn't meet him at the draft. There was a representative there at the draft. And then when I got to Salt Lake, I remember our first meeting. And it was interesting to me because I had some great coaches, throughout my college career, my high school career. So I was a little nervous coming to the elite level of basketball and as a first round draft pick and thinking that everybody was going to be serious and everything. And Frank, he just made me feel so at home, so comfortable. I think he cracked a joke. The first thing he said to me, just to let down my guard a little bit. And ever since that point, I trusted him. And it may have been a little unusual in the NBA to have that kind of trust and relationship in a guy you didn't know that well. But that's how Frank made you feel. First time you met him, he was genuine.
One of the things, too, Thurl, is that, you talk about you coming to Salt Lake and being nervous, and I'll tell you, the NBA was a very different beast back then, and pro basketball in the state of Utah, or an NBA team at least in the state of Utah, it obviously had the history with the ABA, but when you talk about being able to build a team, it was a very dicey moment for this team. And Frank Leaden sometimes had to put himself personally out there to be able to make sure that this team was successful before it even got off the ground. And I think that speaks a lot to it, too, because it's like he wasn't just invested in this team. He was literally invested in this team. And I think guys like him, and you think about the coaching staffs that have been here in Utah and all of the moments that have led up to the time to be able to, his time with the Jazz, that 9 years of being that, part of that organization, that was the early part of an organization that needed guidance at the beginning and probably had a lot of questions about how they were going to do this thing going forward, and Frank Leaden was a huge part of making it work.
No question, and I think that's what I meant early on when I talked about him being a human marketing strategy. The guy there weren't many wins going on before I got here, and I didn't know a lot about the past history of the Jazz, recent history, until I got here, and Darrell Griffith came over to me because he had won a national championship in college, and so had I. And so Griff came to me and said, Thurl, I know you're used to winning. I came off the national championship too, but wins are hard to come by here. We got to put the work in. We got to get to the point where we're winning games. So don't have too high of expectations. And everybody knows the stories of Frank Leaden talking about people calling to ask what time the game was, and he just said, "What time can you be there?" That's just what kind of guy he was. He made you understand that, we've got to get this team to a certain point, but there's certain things we have to do to prepare to do that. We've got to keep the people interested. He was self-contained entertainment, and people loved it. People loved that part of Frank, along with what he put into his coaching. And yeah, he was a great executive. I know he won NBA Executive of the Year in 1984. That was the year that I came in, and he's got so many great accolades, of course. He and I have the J. Walter Kennedy Citizenship Award in common, and that's just a community award, just being out there and being yourself and enjoying the fans. So, yeah, he's leaving a huge legacy.
Coach Leaden was one of a kind, and this weekend on TV, I'm sure we're going to be playing all the funny clips and the funny moments that he had in the NBA. He was an entertainer as a coach, but I want to also point out, Big T, that he was also very good. He was very disciplined. He ran a tight ship. How did he balance that, the entertainment part, being his gregarious self and knowing when to make the jokes, but also knowing when it was time to get serious and get serious about ball?
Well, that was it. He understood timing, right? Whether it was one of his jokes, when to tell it, who to tell it to, or whether it was time to get to work, or whether it was time to be the players that people expected us to be. And it wasn't easy, right? I mean, if you know anything about the journey of John Drew, Frank Leaden cared so much about John Drew. He knew that John Drew had some dependency problems, and he tried his best to continue to keep John Drew clean and just so many things that people don't know about. But yeah, Frank just knew, and he also knew how to not take things too seriously. I remember one time we had just gotten beaten. I think it was the Lakers in California in LA. And we were on the bus, and the bus was quiet. And Frank got up as we were just driving down the street, and Frank said, "I want you to look over there out the left window." And there were just a row of homeless people. And he basically said, "You know, it's just a loss. We'll get back to the drawing board, but it's not the end of the world. Look, there's people that have it worse off than we do." So Frank had a way. He had an amazing talent, amazing gift to be able to distinguish and timing of everything as far as what he needed to say, when he needed to say it. And he had a hammer, too, he could put down. You know the stories of him and Adrian Dantley as well, and there were, other players' disagreements and things like that, but he knew how to handle it. And much like Jerry did, because he taught Jerry a lot too, he knew when to let it go and to get to work.
Big T. Thor Bailey joins us here on JJ and Alex as we remember Frank Leaden, who passed away today at the age of 93. Obviously, Big T, your time around him is invaluable for us to be able to dip into. And we were talking about how the multiple times over the years where he lived close enough to downtown that he and Barbara would just pop in. I mean, when you said, "Hey, could we get you to talk about X, Y, and Z?" We'll be down there, and it was, they would drive up to broadcast house. They both walk in, and it was like Barbara was his PR manager too. Like she was like as good of a marketer as almost like, I mean, she learned from him, right? But she was as much of a spitfire, or she's as much of a spitfire as her husband, and obviously with the passing of Frank, it's a massive loss for her as well. And they've been a team for a long, long time.
They are, and at some point again, they will be again, I believe. And I think I'm glad you brought up Barbara, because I know Frank learned a lot from her as well. He talks a lot about how Al and Dickie McGuire introduced them years and years and years ago as matchmakers, and the rest is history. But for Frank and Barbara to maintain that strong, lasting relationship through all of, Frank's responsibilities in the NBA, it says a lot about who they both were, and they had each other's back. And you can't mention Frank in a breath without mentioning his long-life companion in Barbara.
Big T, Thurl Bailey. Thurl, thanks for joining us on the program at short notice and in a moment that's, obviously a grieving moment for you and for the community who are Jazz fans, and Frank Layden's passing at 93. Let's talk Jazz basketball one of these days, and we appreciate you joining us on the program again, and we thank you again for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
There you go, Thurl Bailey.
Thanks, Big T.
I can tell the emotion in his voice. It's hard to ignore, a guy who took time and takes time with the media like he did. And then you think about adding that on to the personal relationship that a guy like Thurl had with the guy who brought him into the league, took a chance on him, put his arm around him, and taught him a bunch of life lessons. And, the rest is history with that. But appreciate Thurl Bailey joining us on short notice on a day like this. So we'll take a quick break. We're here live in Dallas at the Media Days here for the Big 12, and we'll come right back. We've got more interviews to get to. We've got more to be able to get you all the way up the rest of the way and dialed in with anything that you may have missed with the coaches and the players. Utah today featured heavily in their coaches. We also had a conversation with Mark Harland, the athletic director, over the phone as he was back in Salt Lake. But we've got lots to get to here, so stay right here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't think those players ever had the value that they were hoping. Yeah, it's like sitting on a piece of memorabilia.
You can't hold on to your Zach Wilson number 2 overall draft pick card too long, or it doesn't become worth anything. You got to know when to flip it. That is the job of the front office. Your job is to acquire assets that either help you on the court or help you off the court. And I don't know if John Collins did either. And
yeah, but it's not a big mistake.
No, it's not. The Jazz still accomplished their goal last season. They had the worst record in the NBA. They fell to 5, but that wasn't John Collins' fault. That was a matter of lottery balls. The Jazz hoped John Collins would turn into something different. And even though he played well on the court, he still didn't yield any returns. That's your job. Again, as a front office member, is to predict what the market's going to be. And I think the Jazz mispredicted what the market would be. A, for John, and B, what type of contracts would have value going forward, which is why you had to pay to get off of Collin and why you didn't get anything back for John Collins other than a second-round pick.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our Coolest Summer Sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
At Mooyah, we're committed to quality, serving up the best burgers in Utah. We use fresh, never frozen certified Angus beef delivered daily and bake our buns in-house fresh every morning. Located at 9710 State Street in Sandy and in the district in South Jordan, we pride ourselves on delivering deliciousness every time. You'll taste the passion we put into every bite. Open daily, we ensure the quality is never compromised. It's not just a burger, it's a Mooyah experience. Ridiculous quality, always delicious. Visit Mooyah today and taste the difference.
Incubus, live. Nice to know you. Performing the album Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits. Saturday, July 12th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. With special guest, Manchester Orchestra. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Incubus performing Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits.
Summer's a great time of year, but local hospitals urgently need blood due to accidents from hiking, boating, blading, and boarding. Fortunately, ARUP's always there to support local hospitals and patients. Do you have 30 minutes to help someone? Visit utahblood.org. That's utahblood.org.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players. Yeah, boy! This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on The Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to Big 12 Media Days here in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. You know us as JJ and Alex during the week. We're kind of, Big 12 Media Day guys right now, JJ. You did the TV side of things.
Yep.
Before we get started here, and I started asking you some of the questions about – because I was like, this is actually going to be kind of interesting because you and I got totally different views of things over the last couple of days. But we've interviewed similar people, listened to interviews, had back and forth with some of the major players, of course, and to be able to break that down is one thing. It's another to be able to go, okay, what was your angle of it? But first, we've got a Big 12 Media Days caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. What are you going to get with caller number 12 and a 575 Zone phone call to Alex Napolis, our producer? You're going to win tickets on a Win Ticket Wednesday. It's the Summer Unity Tour featuring Collective Soul live and special guest Our Lady Peace, July 13th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater in West Valley. Go check it out for yourself and go to livenation.com for tickets, or you can also just win them right now. Be calling number 12, 801-575-ZONE. JJ, when you sat down with, or when you listened to conversations with Kalani Sitake and Kyle Whittingham, from the head coach's perspective, what's going into year 21? Kalani's going into year 10, which is crazy. We've got double-digit years.
Wow.
But where are both of those guys at this particular juncture? And going into this year, considering last year, considering what the future looks like, where are these two guys at? And give me Kyle first, and then we'll talk about Kalani.
Kyle Whittingham is in an interesting spot because this is a head coach who's had an incredible run at Utah and has accomplished a lot, more than anybody thought possible during his tenure. And all of a sudden, right before he's ready to kind of sail off, into retirement, 5-7 happens.
Yeah.
And I don't think that sat very well with him.
He said he couldn't allow it to happen after.
There's no way he was going to walk away after that. And so now you have a coach who was in one mindset, perhaps, maybe, and then something has flipped that switch to another.
Right?
And I asked him that question today. I says, you didn't have very many 5-7 seasons. You had 3.
2 or 3? Yeah.
You had 3 in 21 years where you didn't have a winning season, and this is one of those years. How has that impacted you? How has that impacted the program? And he talked about how hungry he is now and motivated to right the ship, to not go out that way, and to make sure that this program is in a position of success moving forward. I think that means a lot to him. And I also get a sense that he feels like this team can do it.
PK.
And I think he's guarded about it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of excitement about what Devin Dampier can bring. That offensive line is really good. There's a lot of reasons for Utah to be excited about it, but I also know that Kyle Whittingham during his tenure has really liked being the underdog. He likes being in this situation, and I think that could bring out the best in him and their program.
PK brought up, he's like, well, and we asked him the question too. It was like, hey, everybody else is talking about this, but where are you at? And he goes, he's like, first of all, because every time they talk about Coach Morgan Scalley, he says out loud, our defensive coordinator, Morgan Scalley, who's our coach in waiting, like he's talking about the guy who's replacing him. He's talking about the guy who's going to be his replacement going forward. And part of that is because they want to keep him around. They want to make sure that people stay away from him. They want to make sure he feels happy. How long can you maintain that balance of you're the coach in waiting, you're the coach in waiting, I'm still doing this for a while? Because we've gone from, I bet this is his last year, to, and maybe that's the plan, was just to make us, just to keep us at bay for a little bit during the season, to not bug him about it, was like, no, don't think that this is going to be Kyle Whittingham's last year. He could surprise you and go 2 or 3 more. That was the vibe that we got over the last couple of days.
Well, remember last year, news broke when we were at Media Days that they had a game against Miami in 2027.
And he's like,
I'm not going to be around for that.
Right.
Well, this is 2025, and next year is 2026. Could he stick around for 2 more seasons and be around for that? I don't know.
Maybe it's a little bit more concrete than we think, but they're just like going, let's stay away from the narrative of when I'm going to retire maybe.
I think that's the point, right? I'm sure he's taking it on a year-to-year basis, and he deserves that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's fine. And Morgan Scalley's been the coach in waiting for, 5 years now? To be honest.
It's been on and off, yeah.
And it wasn't really public, but that's always been the case for the last 4 or 5 years. It's in the contract.
It was, and they took it out.
And then they brought it back.
And then they brought it back again.
So, the bottom line is Kyle Whittingham still has that fire. He still has that competitive nature. The program, it seems, is in a really good spot. Recruiting is going really well right now. I think that there's an energy and a drive to make sure that they reach some goals that maybe they haven't achieved yet. Winning a Big 12 championship would be a big deal for Kyle Whittingham and this program after going 5-7 last year. Whether it's this year or next year, I don't know. We'll see. But there's got to be a motivation and a fire to get back to there. And so that's got to drive him each and every day. And I felt, just in being around him over this last day, that last year, would you agree? You kind of felt like that there was a missing spark of energy with him. Feels to me like that's back.
It's back. Well, certainly at the end of the year, he was going through the motions and wanted to throw that thing in the bin.
Yeah.
That was...
Like you could tell, and there was a lot of things we don't know about that season last year, stuff that was going on the inside. That's their business. It was hard. It was really, really hard, and I'm sure it took a toll on him. But to see him today, see that energy back, that spirit back with him, I think he's hungry, and I think he's ready to go as a head coach this year.
All right, let's take another break. We'll come back. We've got lots to go here. We've got some things to bring you still from the podium. If you may have missed, you've also got some players that you may have missed. Also, if you also want to go back and just see the podcast episodes and see some of the players and segments that we were able to have over the last couple of days, check it out for yourself. BYU players, Utah players, coaches, both athletic directors. We got them all right here for you. You can go check it out on our podcast page of KSLSports.com. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We're at Big 12 Media Days. JJ and Alex Stone, our tech, who's just been friggin' solid as could be for this whole dang trip, and then our producer Alex Napolis back in Salt Lake. We will come right back. We got more to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey, Utah. Get ready for high-flying action. It's your Salt Lake Shred take the field Friday, July 11th against the Colorado Summit. Professional ultimate frisbee. It's more than a game. It's fast breaks, layout grabs, and big skies under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium in Harland. Come flood the field this Friday as the Shred battle for the top spot going into the West Division playoffs. All game attendees have a chance to win big with a signed frisbee, replica jersey, and more. Bring your crew, wear your swag, and feel the energy as the Shred defend their home turf. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Tickets are going fast, so grab yours now at saltlakeshred.com. Kids 7 and younger get in free. Salt Lake Shred versus Colorado Summit, July 11th. Be there. Be loud. Shred on.
Hans and Scotty here for Advanced Windows. And Hans, summer is here. The heat is here, which means your air conditioner is going to be running nonstop. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No.
All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E, it's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Plan your next corporate, friend, or date night, special occasion, or just because at Ruth's Chris. Delicious food, cooked, served, and delivered to perfection. Hotel Park City in downtown Salt Lake or online at ruthschris.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at kslsports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season. Ready? You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ and Alex live from Big 12 Media Days right here in Frisco, Texas at the Star. Thanks for being with us on the program. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. The passing of Frank Leaden has hit us on the show today quite hard. We had Big T Thurl Bailey. If you missed that conversation with Big T, that's a guy who has meant a lot to this Utah Jazz program. Coach Frank Leaden over the years. Those first two seasons where you're like, how are they going to make this thing work? And you start talking about how payroll was even difficult to come by.
It was bad.
And then they go to the conference semifinals year 3, to go to the conference semifinals year 4, to go to the playoffs again in year 5, and to stack up all of those Hall of Fame draft picks over time. It's been phenomenal to see, and Frank Leaden, apart from that, was always available to be able to have a media interview with, and was fine to
think
talk
of a
about
greater community ambassador.
No. Listen,
than Frank Leaden.
We're in an era now, and we're at a place now too, where guys are walking right past you, and you go, "Coach, can I get?" And then they're like, "No."
Yeah, you experienced that the last 2 days.
PR guys walk straight past you with the guys while they're here to represent their school, and they go, "Where are you guys out of? Salt Lake?" Yeah, we don't play you guys till week 10, I'll call me and we'll get on before the season. It's like, yeah, right. Yeah. Or before the game. Yeah, right. Frank Leaden, on the other hand, was, I'll be there. Let's talk about it. Yeah, I'll come in. And then there's the work that he did, the charity work that he did, the Boys and Girls Club affiliation. Phenomenal stuff that we're going to miss him for. But Frank Leaden passes away at the age of 93. That news hit us today while we're here in Dallas. And if you want to listen to the conversation we had with Big T Thurl Bailey about 15 minutes ago, you can go onto our podcast platform and take a listen, or wherever you find your podcast. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars, and also this hour brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships at American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. And we didn't get to chat with Dave Aranda, who's the head coach of Baylor. And the Baylor Bears are interesting because that's one of those teams. We're starting to see a theme here, right, JJ? You go, look at these guys who struggled to start the season, figured it out by the end, and it was like it wasn't just close. It wasn't just close games at the end of the year. They were winning against teams. In Baylor's case, they won 6 in a row before they got to their bowl game. But I will tell you, it was Baylor. TCU had a really, really good. Sonny Dykes came on. He goes, I hated the way we started. We didn't deserve to win any of those first 3 games. They gave up 12 turnovers in 3 games. He goes, yeah, we stunk. and then they turned it around. Kansas ruined a bunch of good teams at the end of the year, their seasons. So many teams are on the edge and have the talent to do it. This is Coach Dave Aranda from the Baylor Bears, a team that is one of those that you got to watch out for, and I think that has moved up a lot of our polls this year, at least our informal KSL Sports poll, if you want to go take a look at it for the Big 12. Here's Coach Dave Aranda for the Baylor Bears from the podium today at Big 12 Media Days.
Yeah, I wanted to start just by acknowledging and commenting on just the flood and just the travesty there in just Central Texas, and so just so affected by that. I just as a parent, I know a lot of you guys are the same way. Is that it's you think of? I remember when my little girls were going to camp. And just the build up to it and the anticipation and the nervousness and then the excitement. And then when you drop them off, it's kind of scared and then it ends up being so good. And then just, I initially think of it like that. I think of it through that lens. And then I learn more about the little girls that passed away and the little girls that are missing. And it's a parent's worst nightmare, and it's beyond tragedy. And so just this last couple of days have just really been struggling with that. And my wife and I have been just keeping up with it. And I just wanted to say that, my heart is broken. And, the girls and the families affected are in my thoughts. I'm hopeful maybe football can be somewhat of a distraction here coming up when we get to Saturdays in the fall. And so, from all of this, I feel good about the direction of the team. It's a talented team, and it's a hard-working team, and it's a team that's hungry. I think it's a team that is really vying and working hard for respect. And so from the very beginning in January, there's been some additions from the portal and the high school class, and there's been a few changes on defense with the staff, and the gelling of all that's been really strong. I think there's been really strong qualities that each individual's brought, and we've tried to identify that early and then kind of cater everything to flowing that way so that those people are in the best spot to do what they do best. I feel that that's on track. I think it's a challenging schedule for us, and what we've got to be able to do is be detailed and be consistent and be disciplined. And so our focus is really in those areas. And there's ways that we can achieve that here in the summertime and in fall camp, and our focus is totally that way. We're looking forward to a really positive season and starting off the season strong. Take any questions you guys got.
All right, we'll open it up to questions for Coach. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and we'll have a microphone holder go to you. We'll go to the center left in the back.
Hi, Coach. Here in the back, Shaji Adam, KXXV, ABC 25. You talk about the season. You're going to open against Auburn on a Friday. So what does it mean to you that you get to be part of something like that? And how much has the conference grown since you started at Baylor?
We're excited for that first game. I think that, it's going to take a really, really detailed and focused approach to be in some big moments in that game and to win those moments, put us in a position to win the game. I think there's got to be growth from where we were just, a couple months ago versus our bowl opponent to this one. And so we're going to be in some similar spots, and the outcome's got to be different. And so excited for that opportunity. I know that there's great player-led leadership on this team, and I really feel that is being driven by knowing what the schedule is and kind of where the start of all of it is. And they're really focused on holding a really strong standard in just whatever the process is, whatever the day-to-day is up to bat. And then,
I feel really strong about the conference. And so, our schedule is an example of it. You look at just the amount of teams we're playing that have got quarterbacks that are just so difficult to contain, and you got defenses that are so pressure heavy and disguise their looks, and you've got the schematics on offense are just at the forefront of college football, and the tough road environments and just all of it. And I think, it's you look at every Saturday, it's a toss-up in terms of who's going to come out. And so I'm looking forward to that. I know it's going to take the best that we got, and we're looking forward to give that.
Goes center left.
Bryce Cherry, Waco Trib. Dave, obviously y'all had a tough situation this offseason with the loss of Alex Foster. I was just wondering how you tried to rally the guys together after that tragedy, and how are they doing, and how do you guys try to, remember him this upcoming season?
I think it's very hard. I think or we'll say me, I know that life is not fair. I think if someone were to ask me that in just passing, I would acknowledge that. But then, here's Alex, and here's just a gentle giant, such a humble heart, always wanting to please, always wanting to do right, to do good, always on the side of encouragement. There's not really like a mean bone in this boy's body. And then for it to kind of go the way that it went, it gets you mad because it's not fair. And I don't know, I think our whole team feels that, and so there's days that are better than others, but then it just, the anger to sadness to back and forth, and I think it's going to be there for a while, and so we have to kind of I have to learn to live with it and move alongside it. We took the team to the funeral, and I thought that that was really powerful, and I'm glad that we did that, but I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done.
We're to the right side.
Dave, Parker Ream with Fox 44 in Waco. You mentioned during those opening statements that this team is hungry and kind of vying for that respect. Where does that hunger come from? Is that from what y'all built last season, what you've been building these past few years? What makes this team so hungry?
I think there's a confidence in this team where I think there would be things that we would talk about. There would be things that would be, hey, here's a practice clip, or here is an example of it kind of happening somewhere else at some other school, for our team, our returners, to have gone through it and in big moments, accomplish the thing that they set out to do, to make the play, or to be in position and knock the ball down, or to get a sack, or to make a touchdown, or whatever it is. There's a grounded confidence now, and it's a whole different way of being. Whereas, prior, you're trying to prove it, you're trying to show it. Is it there? I believe it is, but is it there? And now to know that, we are that guy. I am that guy. I think that's a way, way different thing. And so leading from that space kind of can put you in more of an attack mode and more of a go take it mode. And so I think the hunger comes from that.
All right, we'll go to Jerry's.
Hey Dave, Jerry Hill, Baylor Bear Insider. You got 4 starting offensive linemen returning. Seems like you have better depth too. How good do you feel about that group?
I feel good. It's the most depth of any team I've been a part of, and so I think the ability for guys to have to push themselves to improve and to be focused and detailed with their work every day is the best it's ever been, and it's because there's dudes right behind them that are pushing them, trying to take that job, and so I think that is that's true at every position. but I think, that's for sure true on the O-line. I think their aggressiveness and their ability to communicate are the two things that separate them. I think the style of offense and the double teams and the vertical movement and the play action.
Choosing your own path.
I am proud of you.
Wanted to ask you about your running back room. I know you were just talking about the offensive line, but can you tell us what Bryson Washington and Dawson Pendergrass are going to bring to that room this season?
Bryson brings a downhill quality. He can finish runs at the second level. He's got great vision, and so there's an RPO read component to the majority of our runs. So the line's kind of firing out on Monday, and then on Wednesday he's able to kind of see the cut or see the crease or see the lane, and he doesn't miss very many of those. And so he makes his cut and he's off and going downhill, So there's a great separation between the play starting and the run occurring, and he uses that to his advantage. I think Dawson Pendergrass is one where there's a great patience, and he's slippery. It's hard to get a direct hit on him. I don't know if I've seen one on him, and so I think he also can benefit from the delayed handoff and getting the ball and all the things off of an RPO look. And so I think his ability to kind of stick behind an O lineman, stick to a double team, and then, where is he, and then he shoots out in a C gap. Where is he, and he shoots out in an A gap. There's plenty of clips of him doing that. And so I think his best is yet to come. He's put on weight. He's the biggest that he's been. He's going to be more durable than what he's been in the past. I think his understanding of the offense has improved. And so I think Bryson and Dawson really feel really strong about a really effective 1-2 punch, and kind of is the heartbeat of our team.
Center right to the back.
Alyssa Cooper with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Coach, with the growth and the changes within the Big 12, how do you approach that when building out the long-term plans for your program?
I think you have to make a concerted effort to recruit high school players. I think it's, there's such a pressure to win. We were talking earlier is that you want to be the team that, 4 years from now is taking planes to games and not taking buses to games. You want to be in that group. I think everybody feels that, and I think the winning and TV views and all the things are kind of pushing the narrative, and so to be able to develop players and to have relationships with parents and with high school kids, and take them from one phase or one level to a whole other level. And I wish in doing that it would be like this, but a lot of it is like this. And so, with all the pressure to win and the money that's involved in winning, sometimes you feel like you don't have time for this, for an individual player. But to be able to make that time and to make that a priority, and then to still win, is what we're trying to do. And I think building a great high school relationships, or building through great high school relationships, can build a really strong freshman, sophomore, junior, senior class, and we're hoping to do that.
Time for one final question, center left.
Hey, Coach. Zach Smith, Waco Trib. You talked about trying to get some respect. In a league like the Big 12 that has a lot of parity, do you feel like Baylor is an underdog or is under the radar in any fashion? And are you using that as motivation at all?
No. Yeah. I mean, I feel. I think it's good to be so focused on what you're doing and to be so maniacal about like getting it better and getting it right, and to be so hard on yourself that it pushes others to be hard on themselves. I think I would much rather it be so inward focusing that way than focused on what other people think or what other people are saying and all that. So I think from, my seat with this team, there's been a great emphasis on kind of what's happening on the inside. And so I'd like to continue to push that and see how far we can take that.
Coach, thank you for your time today and good luck this season.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there's Coach Dave Aranda. The Baylor Bears, I think it was an interesting question from the guy from the Waco Tribune who goes, are you guys feeling like you're kind of floating under the radar a little bit? And I said it to you before he even said it. I go, absolutely not. Are you kidding? He's in Texas, dude.
Yeah.
He's in Texas. There's no version of you going in there and people expecting something less out of you than – listen, I'm going to tell you right now, there are fan bases here in the state of Texas. Texas and Texas A&M are in their own category. They're in the SEC. They're not in that category. But let me tell you what NIL and money and boosters and all that stuff has done for places like Waco, who have a lot of money, places like TCU, who have a crap ton of money and a bunch of big donors, and both of those programs have big success over the past couple of decades.
Texas Tech is now the story.
Tech might have the most money of anybody in the state of Texas, maybe except for Texas A&M. Texas, the University of Texas. Texas A&M has always been this team that is just like had money, and I think Texas Tech is that team now. I bet it goes Texas Tech, and then A&M when you start talking about dollars that are raised. And he said that, and I go, no, these fan bases who have so much money expect something so much more now. They don't give the money and then go, well, shoot, maybe one day we'll be good. It's like, you better use this money wisely, and if you don't, I'll actually personally make sure that you're out the door here. He's not flying under the radar at all. Everybody's expecting that they carry over that 6-game win streak into
They've won a
next year.
Big 12 championship under Dave Aranda, right? So it's quite the opposite. It's like he's got to be feeling pressure to perform at a certain level, not flying under the radar. They're not under the radar. Cincinnati would be a team flying under the radar in this league right now. It's not Houston, maybe. Not Baylor. The expectations are too high.
Baylor, I don't think so. That's like it's like asking TCU that question. You're floating under the radar? It's like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's a program that has had too much success in the last couple decades. People instead put you probably too much in the category of, I think they're ready to win.
Yeah.
But it also puts you at a spot, too, where the recruiting goes well. The talent level that they have at Baylor is increased so much more. They used to have such a hard time recruiting against even Texas Tech. But again, growing up here, TCU was terrible growing up, and they couldn't recruit against anybody in the South at all. They were competing with teams like UTEP and your FCS schools now. Or
BYU and Utah fans remember them from the end of the WAC days,
right?
SMU and TCU joined the league. It was like they're a joke. Easy win, easy dub.
I remember my brother getting offers from high school, and the guy who played middle linebacker at his high school before he did got an offer to TCU and was like, oh, my gosh, don't come here. Imagine that, 30-plus years ago.
Yeah.
That's where those programs are at. TCU, SMU, Baylor, and I think Houston, I have no idea. And I think, again, money helps programs like Houston. There's no way that Houston, with the program like they have with basketball, they're in Houston, and Texas football in the state of Houston, Texas football in the city of Houston specifically is absolutely concentrated with talent.
Yeah.
Absolutely concentrated with talent. And so I can't imagine that Houston will be down much longer. But it's just another team that you add to the list of people you got to go through to be able to get a Big 12 championship. Teams like Utah and BYU are always going to be up against a lot of recruiting challenges.
You see all those logos on that wall right there. 16 teams. I believe 8 of them have a chance to win this, and the other 8 could make a case that they are being overlooked and that they have a chance. So a lot of good programs, a lot of good schools in this conference. We're just waiting for 1 or 2 to emerge as the flagship schools, the ones that are expected each and every year to compete for a national championship. That's what this conference is lacking.
Let's take another break here. We'll come back and we'll bring you as much as we can with these other interviews that are out there that we have from the podium and many others. So stay right here. Dialed into your Big 12 Media Days, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. JJ and Alex, stay right here with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Regular slowdown southbound I-15 going from Murray down into Midvale and Sandy. A little bit unusual are delays much further south. Right now, southbound I-15 is slow going through Payson because of a crash on the right shoulder between Payson and Santa Quinn. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The immediate resolve of this is best case scenario for Jake, Retzlaff, and for BYU. We were thinking that this civil suit would tie him up to past 2026, and that would hamper him, and that would leave BYU on the hook for questions. BYU'd have to answer, well, yeah, we don't know, 2-3 weeks into the season, is Jake Retzlaff, how's the civil suit? Is it going to get resolved? If it does get resolved, will he be eligible? And then the same questions for Jake. Now at Big 12 Media Day, we can start talking about Trace and Bourget. We can start talking about McKay Hillstead. It could be, hey, so Jake's gone? Yeah, Jake's gone. Okay, so tell me about this Bear kid that you brought in for Stanford, and how does he fit into Aaron Roderick's system? And what does the quarterback room look like now that Retzlaff's gone? And we're talking football.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, zero down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer? Stop into Dairy King in Heber for one of their famous shakes and check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't think those players ever had the value that they were hoping. Yeah, it's like sitting on a piece of memorabilia.
You can't hold on to your Zach Wilson number 2 overall draft pick card too long, or it doesn't become worth anything. You got to know when to flip it. That is the job of the front office. Your job is to acquire assets that either help you on the court or help you off the court. And I don't know if John Collins did either. And
yeah, but it's not a big mistake.
No, it's not. The Jazz still accomplished their goal last season. They had the worst record in the NBA. They fell to 5, but that wasn't John Collins' fault. That was a matter of lottery balls. The Jazz hoped John Collins would turn into something different. And even though he played well on the court, he still didn't yield any returns. That's That's your job, again, as a front office member, is to predict what the market's going to be. And I think the Jazz mispredicted what the market would be. A, for John, and B, what type of contracts would have value going forward, which is why you had to pay to get off of Colin and why you didn't get anything back for John Collins other than a second-round pick.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready.
Live from Frisco, Texas. This is the KSL Sports Zone coverage of the Big 12 Media Day. As we get you ready for the 2025 football season. Presented by Window World. High quality without high prices. That's the Window World way. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Big 12 Media Days continues live, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. As always, JJ, I know it's a shock. We're one of the first people here both days starting up on the radio broadcast, and we are definitely locking it down today. I don't see another live radio situation with headphones on that does the long...
They're sweeping. I think that means they want us to leave.
Well, what I was going to say was, so the people who left the booth next to us, they tore up the tape, and they're like, all right, we're going to get the facilities people are coming around. They're starting to try to tear down stuff, and they're looking at us going, thanks a lot, guys. Because they got to keep we got to keep this cord here. I was like, can we make sure and not kick us off the internet here real quick?
Jeez.
Paid a little bit of a pretty penny to be able to broadcast.
Yes.
My guys, let's do it. Our program today, we want to mention, as we do every day on JJ and Alex, the Hercules Hero of the Week program is where we honor the youth sports volunteer in your neighborhood, the person who goes the extra mile for the youth sports in your hood, in your part of Utah, wherever it might be. We want to be able to bring it to you. And the way that you nominate that youth sports volunteer is by going to kslsports.com/contest. You nominate that person there, and then JJ, when we're back in the seat tomorrow in our freezing cold studio in Salt Lake City, boy, I miss it. We will be reading off a winner for you. It's all brought to you by the good folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. So there you go. Let's dive in here. Yesterday we had a one-on-one conversation with him, but his podium comment's also very interesting too. To be able to hear from the person with the crown on the head, and by the way, he hates hearing that. I said, reigning champs of the Big 12, the coach of the reigning champion Big 12 Arizona State Sun Devils. He goes, I don't want to hear any of that. I don't want to hear any of that. Hey,
sorry,
I don't
Coach.
want any. I don't want any.
You
of
earned
that.
it.
I don't want to hear that. They don't want to be talked about as champions or anything. They feel like they haven't done a thing, and with good reason. He even brought it up. He goes, look, we've got a history. Coach Kenny Dillingham, we've got a history of winning a championship at some point. He goes, people have gone before me. There have been people who won championships, and then that was it, and then they fell off. And I don't want to be that guy. And I feel like he's the guy who could pull off a long-term success. Here's Kenny Dillingham from the podium yesterday, Big 12 Media Days, right here in Dallas, Texas.
Hey, Coach. Leo Rivera with Scope Up Sports. You were recently awarded the Frank Kush Award. What could you say about that and your involvement within ASU and your relationship at that school?
Yeah, obviously me being born and raised in Arizona, that's something I don't take lightly. You know, Frank Kush is the best coach to ever have coached there. And he was somebody that I think everybody who was in the coaching industry looked up to in some way, shape, or form, especially if you're in Arizona and grew up an Arizona State fan.
Okay, we'll go to center right.
Tyler Budge, CF Budge. Coach, when I spoke to you last year at Big 12 Media Days, you talked about how for a program looking to turn things around, learning how to win is a key aspect of that. At what point last year do you feel like something clicked where you guys learned how to win, and how do you hope that carries over for this season?
Yeah, I think, I go back to a game where we struggled in the first half, and then in the second half, we took the lead with a big touchdown. They came back with about 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. They scored. Then our quarterback goes in the huddle, freshman quarterback goes in the huddle and says, we're about to march down and score again. And Sam throws it to JT, touchdown. And it was a game where JT overcame adversity versus Kansas, and Sam showed that he can do it in the biggest moments. And I think that was one of the times that I said, okay, our offense can win games for us at the end. And then there were times on defense where at the end of the first half versus UCF, even though it wasn't the end of the game, we had a big-time pick six at the end of that first half. So I think throughout the season, all the phases affected winning, and it became contagious. But the fun thing is, last year has nothing to do with this year. When you're in college football, when you're in sports, you may as well throw the book out and you start from scratch. Everybody starts with the same record. Just some people get looked at more, and people play harder verse. So it's actually harder to sustain success in sports than other things.
We'll go center left, fourth row.
Hi, Kenny. Devil's Digest. Take us back to that first meeting you had in January and the team came from winter break. What was the main message you were trying to implore on them, and how do you feel they exemplified that message in spring practice and also off the field?
That it's over. You had your time to celebrate. You had your time where people are going to tell you how good you are. I showed all the things on the screen of all the tweets of you're really good and you're really good and what a year and everybody loves us. Then I said, okay, is everybody good? Has everybody read enough positive? Can we get to reality? And the reality is we're 0-0. The reality is there's been a lot of teams in college football who have done what we've done, who have won 1 year and then come back to reality. We really didn't do anything special. We did something that's actually normal. We were just the team that accomplished that normal that year. What would be special would be to continue to build off of that. And that was the real challenge. How do we not become what normal teams in our situation do, which is fall back to where we've always been?
Front row.
Hey, Coach. Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. I wanted to ask you about Jordan and just what his development has been this offseason as he prepares for the upcoming season, and what have you seen change in him mentally as well as physically to prepare?
Yeah, mentally, I think Hines Ward coming in last year, I think JT has really taken what Coach Ward has said in terms of preparation and what it takes to be successful at the next level, and he's really embodied that. He showed up, and now he's a guy who's early, a guy who's always getting treatment, a guy who doesn't leave the building, a guy who's always up watching extra tape. His preparation to be great is something that I'm super proud of, and because of that, he's gained over 10 pounds, and he's 1.5 miles faster than he was this time last year because he's preparing like a pro, and there's not anybody else better to show you what that looks like than a guy like Hines Ward at that position, a guy who embodies work ethic, a guy who embodies being successful over a long period of time. So I think he's really just leaned into what Coach Ward has said. He's bought into it, and he's gone all in.
We'll go center left, fourth row.
Hey, Kenny, Scott Bordeaux, ESU News. Have you had a conversation with Sam about how to handle the attention that's coming his way? And second part of that question, how do you think he will handle that?
Yeah, we've had a conversation. I said, don't worry, everybody else will tell you you're good. I'm going to tell you you suck, right? So we can, be transparent there. I'll be the one to humble you. But no, in all fairness, Sam has such big dreams and goals for himself that anything he reads about isn't probably as big as the goals and dreams he has for himself. And I think that's what drives him, is he wants to be the best. So it doesn't matter what somebody writes, doesn't matter what somebody says. You're probably not dreaming as big as he is dreaming. And even though some people may hear him say things and you're like, oh, well, that's cocky, or that's arrogant, or that dream isn't real, don't you want somebody to achieve the very best version of what they believe they can do? And if you don't believe you can do something, you're never going to do it. And I think Sam embodies that. His confidence is not cockiness because he works and he prepares and he loves it. So I love the fact that he's confident, and I think it's only going to fuel him to be the best version of himself.
We'll go to center right in the back.
Hi, Coach. David Howman with Devils in Detail. On that same vein with Sam Levitt being such a high-profile player coming into this season, being mentioned for Heisman consideration. How much do you embrace that side of things and kind of promote his Heisman candidacy while also not risking him reading too much of his own press clippings?
Yeah, I think, well, I know Sam, and I know that the press clippings aren't going to be relevant to what he wants to accomplish. So it's definitely somebody that we can get behind in making that push. And at the end of the day, we have a lot of guys on our football team that can win these individual awards. The only way you win an individual award is through team success. That's why football is so great. It's the ultimate definition of you pour into other people, and those other people lift you up more higher than you could ever do by yourself. And I think that's the message to our football team this year, is if people want individual success, if people want to reap individual benefits, then our team has to be the best version that we can be, because that's how you actually get those individual accolades in football, is through team success.
Here we go, fourth row.
Hey, Kenny, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Jarrett Ramirez from RedditorSports.com. You tweeted back in May that you 100% agreed Texas Tech had the talent to win the Big 12. I'm just curious for your thoughts on their team and playing those guys at your place this year.
Yeah, they beat our butt last year, and they added a lot of really good players to their football team. I mean, a ton of really good players. I mean, they probably had the best portal haul of any team in college football. Already on a good football team with a good football coach and a fun environment to play at. So yeah, I mean, people read into things I do. I just tell people the truth. So I saw a tweet I liked, and I'm like, yeah, they're right. They do have the talent to win the league. And I think anybody who says they don't have the talent to win the league is absolutely delusional. I bet if you ask Coach McGuire, his expectation is to win the league. And they've built a team to win the league, not to compete, to win it. So it's a great challenge.
Salt Lake Film Society asks, who will...
Fort Worth Star-Telegram. When Brian Carrington was here on staff at TCU, he obviously did great things recruiting, but he was always adamant he wanted to be an on-the-field coach. I'm curious, what did you see/know about him that made you want to give him that opportunity, and what type of impact has he made on the program since he joined you guys?
Yeah, he's smart. I think football is actually easy to coach. The hard part is the dynamics of the people, is being able to manage your room. You know, I could teach anybody how to coach, how to teach a thirds back pedal, and how to middle, and how to make a drive call. Those are simple things. What's difficult is understanding, leading, motivating people. That's the challenge. That's the job of a coach, is to get a player who gives effort at an 8 and get him to a 9.5. It's not to teach him all these schematics. The schematics are great. There's a minimum standard of what you have to know, and most people know them in the coaching industry. The great guys understand people, and he was a guy who always understood people. So I said, well, let's help him learn the game of football at a higher level, because I already know he can motivate, he can engage, and he can teach, and he can communicate. So let's help him on the side that I think is easier, which is football. Easier to teach somebody football than people skills.
Center left in the back.
Alyssa Cooper, also with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. So the Big 12 has grown and changed over the past couple of years, and I was just wondering, how does that impact the way that you recruit players in terms of the expansion and the level of competition that they'll be playing?
Yeah, I don't know if it affects how we recruit players. You know, we had a strategy when I got the job here to really recruit California, recruit Texas, recruit the state of Arizona, and then recruit a few other areas. But that was our strategy from the beginning. You know, I like to say Arizona is if California and Texas like mixed together. You kind of get Arizona that's just in the middle there. So if you're a Texas kid that wants to go out west, but you're not sold on living all the way out west, well, Arizona's the perfect spot. If you're a California kid who wants to go to the south, but you don't want to go all the way to the south, well, just come on over to Arizona. We're kind of that perfect in the middle grass. So that was our strategy in recruiting. They both happen to be, you know, 2 of the top 4, wherever you want to put them, states to produce NFL players. So I think we sit regionally right in a really good spot for both those schools. And us transitioning to the Big 12, we play more games in Texas. We're at Big 12 Media Days right now. We have 3 different kids' families, moms, dads, cousins, uncles here with them for Big 12 Media Days. So I think it's pretty cool to be able to come back to their state and really represent.
Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll go to center right.
Hi, Coach. Cody Nesper, Golden Blue Nation. Do you feel that the preseason poll hurt you last year? And what do you think about getting rid of it?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to like this answer. I could care less, and I'd have no clue. I'm not a voter, and I don't really care where people put us. Vote us first, vote us last, vote us in the middle. If we're so focused on other people's expectations of us, then you're going to limit yourself. Who knows? Are we supposed to win 6 games? Are we supposed to win 9 games? Are we supposed to go undefeated? Are we supposed to win 0? Who really knows? All I know is when we show up to work, we should be the very best version of ourselves. And if we compete in something, you better compete to win. And you better compete to be the very best version of yourself every day, over and over again, and you block out the noise.
We'll go third row, center left.
Kevin Turner, Sun Devil Radio Network. Kenny,
former player.
100 years ago with leather helmets. Real quick question. I know you're a big self-scout guy. After the 3-win season, you acquiesced. You turned over the offensive play calling to Marcus Arroyo. What is next for Kenny Dillingham from a self-scout? What do you need to improve upon for the 2025 season?
Special teams is something we need to improve upon. I want to be more aggressive. We called a few fakes last year. They were successful. I think transitioning from an offensive coordinator role that coaches quarterbacks, you're never really involved in special teams because during special teams periods, you're an individual with the quarterback. So one piece of my coaching, I would say, knowledge, I was lacking in that area because I never actually worked in that space because I was always coaching quarterbacks and individual. So I think giving up play calling, getting into that world of special teams, I feel like I can help a lot more like I do on offense and defense. I can be way more involved in the special teams phase like I was at the end of last year. And one thing that I think is there for the taking is more fakes. I mean, I don't care if our opponents know it, more fakes. The success rate of fakes are so high that more fakes need to be called on the punt team, on field goal. And I only think it helps your special teams as a whole. You just got to be prepared that when it doesn't work and you guys tell us how bad of a decision that was, you got to be okay to be like, yeah, that was dumb, right? Even if it wasn't, you got to be willing to accept it and take the blame for when it doesn't work.
We'll go center left.
Coach, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, having Cam Scattaboo last year was a great luxury. Now you got a whole different running back room. Just talk about the running backs that are here now taking over for Cam.
Yeah, obviously we get Sit back. He's bigger, stronger, faster than he was last year. He looks very good in spring ball. I was very pleased. Raleek Brown's a guy who showed up last year who had to medically redshirt because of a hamstring. He's back to full strength. He's also gained 20 pounds. He's about 200 pounds now. Showed up in our program at 175. So I'm very excited for what he can do this next year leading up. And then you got Udo, who obviously transferred in. Who's transitioning to the spread offense or the pro-style spread from the triple option. So there is a learning phase there, but he grew and grew and grew throughout spring. So I think they all have a different skill set that they can provide to mitigate what we're losing in Scat, because not one person can replace Scat. His play style was so unique that you have to have multiple people replace him.
Welcome back. There you go. Kenny Dillingham. Don't you love that guy's attitude? Coach, I love how Brett Yormark and the conference and the rest of the conference, too, is able to apologize for, here's why we're making the decision to not have the poll. Because Arizona State got shorted last year. They were supposed to finish last in the conference, and then guess what? The poll put them so far down. That poll, by the way, it's just you and I talking about it. It's just this group of media people that are here. And then Kenny Dillingham gave the real answer. Actually, you're not going to like this answer. I don't care. I didn't look at it. I don't care. And I don't think so. And I don't know if
how did the preseason poll impact the league last year?
They didn't get a good enough look. They weren't ranked fast enough. Guess what ended up happening? They still ended up ranked 4th in the country when the college football playoff
BYU had every opportunity, if they just beat Kansas, to make it, to get to the Big 12. Some dumb preseason poll, and I'm saying that as a member of the media, some dumb preseason poll does not impact that whatsoever.
Right, I agree.
There's been plenty of teams that were unranked that made runs.
There's Kenny Dillingham. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up this hour, and then we'll get you ready. We've got tons still locked and loaded for you next hour. Coach Kyle Whittingham, Mark Harland, and the newest quarterback of the University of Utah, Devin Dampier, are going to join us as well. That conversation we had earlier today. So stay here at 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Getting ready for the usual delays on I-15 in Salt Lake County, northbound from the 21 South through downtown and southbound from Murray to Draper. It's still single file on southbound I-15 approaching a stalled semi in Santa Quin with delays up to the north part of Payson. Deseret First Credit Union is turning 70, and now it's their turn to say thank you with special member giveaways happening all year long. Visit dfcu.com to learn more. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't think those players ever had the value that they were hoping. Yeah, it's like sitting on a piece of memorabilia.
You can't hold on to your Zach Wilson number 2 overall draft pick card too long, or it doesn't become worth anything. You got to know when to flip it. That is the job of the front office. Your job is to acquire assets that either help you on the court or help you off the court. And I don't know if John Collins did either. And
yeah, but it's not a big mistake.
No, it's not. The Jazz still accomplished their goal last season. They had the worst record in the NBA. They fell to 5, but that wasn't John Collins' fault. That was a matter of lottery balls. The Jazz hoped John Collins would turn into something different. And even though he played well on the court, he still didn't yield any returns. That's your job. Again, as a front office member, is to predict what the market's going to be. And I think the Jazz mispredicted what the market would be. A, for John, and B, what type of contracts would have value going forward, which is why you had to pay to get off of Collin and why you didn't get anything back for John Collins other than a second-round pick.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. I told you last week, I said we're going to go down to media days. And here's the thing. You have an opportunity to make a lot of bad food choices. The good news is a lot of our day is figured out for us because we're just working. And then at the end of the day, you have a choice. And you can say, I could go way overboard or I can keep it a little bit dialed in. And the good news is while we've had some slip-ups during media day, I'll tell you what ends up really happening is that you can normalize yourself and get back on track very quickly on the SLC Fat Loss program.
That's what's great about the program is the knowledge that you gain from this program. Look, you also have the benefit of losing a lot of weight quickly, which I did. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and also the benefit of learning how to keep it off, which is what I've also been able to maintain. And you can see that on TV if you watch our Big 12 Media Day reports tonight. You know, I've lost that weight and I've kept it off. And what's helped me with that is the knowledge that I gained from the program. And so, yeah, you can come to an event like this and you can learn how to manage it. You know how to keep your calories down, but if you slip up, so what? Fix it the next day.
Yep.
That kind of knowledge and that kind of a program can help you get success that you need and to maintain that success, right? Because that's the whole point. You want to keep that weight off. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. If you want to learn the key to losing weight quickly and keeping it off, they've got this dialed in, a program built by a doctor, backed by science, that's going to help you get results. slcfatloss.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Colorado Summit Friday, July 11th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High
Lifeline. Fast-paced ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at SaltLakeShred.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players. Yeah, boy! This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on the Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. Big 12 Media Days. Thanks for being with us on the last couple days of the broadcast. We've got lots to break down when we get back to Salt Lake City. Also got an hour packed ahead of Coach Kyle Whittingham, Coach Mark Harland, the athletic director, and then Devin Dampier, the new quarterback for the University of Utah. Our program brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith brand of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Leaden. So check it out. Nobody knows cars like Doug. And Trajan Wealth, we appreciate their support always of the program. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. JJ, takeaways from 2 days of mind-numbing, absolute, so many things to try to break down in the next 90 seconds here. What do you got?
Macro, this conference is in a good place, but somebody needs to step up and become a national force in order for this league to reach its full potential. Micro, I think BYU and Utah are in positions to have a great season. If BYU can get whatever decent quarterback play they need, they've got the defense. Utah, if Devin Dampier is a real deal and they can keep him healthy, they're going to do much better than 5-7 this year, and they could be a factor for a title.
I think he's a real deal. You know, it's good news for Utah too. He's going to be here this year. He's going to be here next year.
Right.
All things hoping that he's healthy, right? So.
And you see this year the amount of quarterbacks that are coming back and the impact that's having on those programs.
Before we get out this hour, I want to thank Stone, our producer here on site, who's done a phenomenal job over the last couple of days. We've thrown a lot of love his way, but he deserves every bit of it. And then, of course, our producers all day long, Christian Esparza, our fearless leader, Lloyd Cole, and then, of course, Alex Napolis, who's our producer right now. So for all of them and for JJ and myself, Alex Curie, we'll be back again just right around the corner. So stay right here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hi, this is Jason.
And Kathy of Window World.
We're here today for another episode of Baloney or No Baloney.
Oh, Jason, are the cameras on?
No cameras, Mom. This is radio.
Oh.
Today's category is new windows for $2,000 each. But if you buy today, they're only $1,500. What do you say, folks? Baloney or No Baloney?
Oh, that's baloney.
Call Window World now for America's finest windows at an amazingly affordable price at 281-8111.
Window World, simply the best.
And as Doug always said,
that's no baloney. You can't get dust on your boots with your feet propped up.
or feel the rumble of hooves with your volume up loud. The spirit of the West is wild, it's unbridled, and it's waiting for you at the Utah Days of 47 Rodeo. Saddle up for something you can't stream, live in moments you can't pause, and make memories that'll replay for years to come. July 22nd through the 26th, trade the sofa for the stands and join us for more than just a show. Get tickets at UtahDays of47Rodeo.com.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season. Ready? You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is Big 12 Media Days here in Frisco, Texas, as we're trying to sneak in some. I look at Big 12 Media Days. Here are the teams who are here today. TCU. We've got Colorado right next to us here at this table, and then we've got all the obviously University of Utah. Kansas is here in person. I just saw Coach Lance Lipold. We're anticipating a phone call with Utah Athletic Director Mark Harland just here momentarily. Who's going to be joining the program, and so when we get him on, as soon as we get him on, we are going to go straight to Mark Harland. Fascinating conversation we had yesterday with BYU's new athletic director, and one of the interesting things that he brought up was immediately, as soon as he got off, Brian Santiago got off the plane in Orlando for the business meetings of the Big 12. Mark Harland was that person getting off the plane, or when he was getting off the plane, greeting him there. And he joins us right now on the program from Big 12 Media Days. Mark Harland, athletic director for the University of Utah. Mark, we missed you here in person, man, but thanks for joining the program.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I heard PK was going to be there, and I was like, I got other things I can get done up here, so I thought I'd call in.
I love it. He avoided PK.
That was nice of you to.
Oh, am I talking to Whittingham here? What is it?
Whit did just harass PK for the last few minutes.
Mark, I was going to take you out to the finest steakhouse tonight, man. It was going to be on me.
Oh, wow.
For the first time.
I didn't know, but I did do you guys a favor. I was driving to a meeting, and I could tell that you guys are getting a little annoyed by my guy's swoop, so I did send a text.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
My favorite thing was that Hans got a lap dance from Swoop at Big 12 Media Days. It
was rough.
It was my favorite thing that happened.
I'm going to hold to this. I really do think that Devin Dampier's brother was in that Swoop costume, running as the hype man.
Oh, that was amazing.
I thought, you know what? There's many things the AD has to do, but I pulled over and sent a quick text. So did he fly away?
He
or is he still in your grill?
I was going to say, I thought that maybe you had sent the text to go over. Here's what Hans looks like. Let's go get him.
Go find him.
Mark, we were just having a conversation because yesterday we chatted with Brian Santiago, and he said, you know what, and we asked him about the relationship that he's already had with you and just trying to kind of get into that role down at BYU, and he said, you know what, one of the first people who, when I got off the plane in Orlando for those business meetings, was Mark Harland, and he put his arm around me, and we chatted about, some of the things, and he just talked about the hospitality of it. How important is that to you to make sure that, all the ADs seem to have a pretty good relationship, but obviously a new one comes into the fold, even if it's down at the team down south, you're gonna put your arm around him and say, hey man, welcome to the club.
Yeah, no, he's a really good man. I got great appreciation for somebody that, started where he did in that organization and just grinded and worked his way up. And, these are tough jobs, but they're tough in the job he's had too. So I've got great appreciation for him. And Tom had always told me how Brian was such an important part of the organization. It's kind of like Charmel Green is here in my senior group. So, yeah, Brian and I really got a chance to steal away and just talk about a lot of different things. And, he joked about how different the chair is and how it already feels. And, we talked a little bit about that. But, the secret is, and you guys know, like Tom and I would talk all the time about stuff. And it's going to be the same way with Brian because we got issues we got to solve together. We compete, and we compete in the living rooms as we joke around, and we compete on the fields and courts. But everything else, we're kind of aligned in the things that need to happen. There's a lot of legislative issues that he and I went and saw a bunch of legislators on the Hill. Tom and I were just in, before he retired, we were just in D.C. together meeting with the senators. I mean, that stuff's really important. And I think both of us being really good is important on the field. And doesn't mean we won't want to get after them, just like they want to get after us. But we work a lot, so maybe the secret's out now, right?
Mark, I'm curious because we had Kyle Whittingham, and he was just sitting in the chair a little bit ago, and we were talking back and forth about his years in the business, and he was talking about hiring Coach Beck, and he said, I brought in Morgan Scally because he's coaching waiting. I felt like he was owed that. I want to go back to the contract negotiations with Morgan Scally and the decisions by you and Kyle and that front office to issue him the coach in waiting. Kind of walk us through that process and what that meant to you and what that meant to Morgan in that time.
Yeah, well, I just, this whole thing that we do is all about people that are talented and people that care about young people, whether they're coaching or whether they're administrator, right? I mean, that's the thing. And so when you have somebody of the talents of Morgan, you gotta make sure that you do everything you can to keep that person in place and continue to provide the value to the organization. It's pretty simple, leadership 101 about surrounding everybody with the best you can. So really, two things came to mind, and they were all based on the fact that I knew how good Morgan was. Remember, this is my 9th season coming up. I've been around Morgan for a long time.
Crazy.
And I, Whit and I had talked about it off and on the first 3 or 4 years I was here. Fast forward, listen, the guy gets calls, right? Let's just be candid. I mean, he's the best defensive coordinator in the country. Time and time again. So he's getting calls. And so it made sense for us to really think about the future with Morgan. And that's where we really started diving into it. Coaching waiting comes with good and bad and everything in between. And I recognize that. Bad because, things can get weird at any different time, but I knew Morgan would be able to handle any of that. So, it's just made a lot of sense for us. The second thing, it's really helped us, and we really have noticed this in this recruiting class. This is coming together to be one of our better classes we've had in a while. That comes up, and for a parent to see who's next, whenever next is a real asset to the organization, and we've really seen that over these last couple of recruiting cycles. So anyway, it just made a lot of sense, and it's nice in this world of instability. It's nice to have that kind of stability as we move forward.
We had the House settlement, and I know you guys, University of Utah's all in with the $20.5 million, but you also got the NIL with this other commission that you're going to have to run stuff through. Stories are starting to come out now with Texas Tech, with their big money, giving guys 3-year deals and all that stuff, and you're like, well, what's going on here? There's a lot of confusion, so I'm going to ask you a question. How much clarity do you have about the whole situation? Because it seems like it's all over the map.
I would say I put it in two categories. What is clarity for me and the organization is certainly the cap. That's a big deal. Don't want to underestimate that. The fact that everybody can spend 20.5. If you go over, there's $7 million+ penalties. This is a federal settlement. This isn't just some negotiating in a back room. This is a federal signed by a federal judge settlement. So excited about that. Excited that payroll, if you want to call it that, began here last Tuesday. And we're settling into that, and that's a big change. That's helpful. In terms of NIL, listen, I mean, I think that the NIL Go program is very interesting. We've been on it now for a month. our athletes submit their deals. They get rejected or they don't. Most of them have been accepted. That's a range of compensation. It's a very slick system, very easy, and all that's great. The thing that's not totally clear is how is compliance going to be handled. I like the structure of it in terms of the new president. I think he's really talented. I think he's surrounding himself with a great team. But until they go after somebody that's blatantly cheating, i.e. not submitting their NIL deals or promising a junior in high school these things, all the things that are going on, the coaches are going to continue to be, and as such the athletic director is very suspect that we did all this work when there's not compliance. So until someone is nailed and proven and that coach is suspended and that kid is taken off the field or, whatever might happen, the coaches are going to just be shaking their heads. So I'm hopeful. This is outside the NCAA. They have subpoena power. There's more teeth than I've seen, but we got to see it happen.
Yeah. Mark, we've been talking a lot about scheduling, a ton about scheduling, and I know you got UCLA out of the gates, and we talked to Brett Yormark about scheduling and the importance it plays for this conference and stability. And it feels like the scheduling in football is changing more towards the kind of legislature of the scheduling in basketball, where you schedule the big names, and if you lose, it's not as painful as maybe having a lesser name and struggling a little bit, maybe losing and falling completely off the face of the earth. What is your philosophy right now moving forward? And I know it's UCLA out of the gates, and that's a great game, and fans are excited about it. And we've watched some of the openings through Pac-12 where it was Michigan or Florida, and it's been good stuff through the University of Utah. But what is your philosophy, and how much do you want to try to flex with the SEC or Big Ten scheduling in the future?
Well, I think it's going to come down to a lot to where is the CFP going to fall? If we get to 16, we get to a 5-11 format, then you're definitely going to have more space to operate and be able to get in there. We already have one AQ, set up in the system. So, if that doesn't expand, then you're really going to have to be careful because, you can overschedule. There's no question. You got to be careful on that. But don't know if you guys are aware, but within the Big 12, there is you have to have that 10th game has to be, a Power 4 school. So that's contractually in there. We're always, look at our schedule ahead. We've got, Arkansas coming in. We got LSU on the schedule. We got Wisconsin on the schedule. I think that's really important for our fan base. It's important for our program. But a big part of your question is going to be answered for all of us if this thing moves to 16. Because then you could start thinking about that 11th game maybe even being another big game. But we'll wait and see where that goes.
Part of it has to do with, how much teams get penalized for losses in football versus, basketball, where you're encouraged to make these big-time, rolls of the dice on other opponents, and you're not dinged as hardcore. Obviously there's a lot more games, but, yeah, a 16-team playoff, that's going to add to it. Brett Yormark brought up the strength of places like Utah and how additive you guys have been to this conference. And when you look at what – I can't believe it's year 9, by the way, that you're going into this thing. It's crazy. But as you see this thing going, how much has this program grown in this last few years, and obviously getting into the Big 12, and how much more growth do you think can happen in the short term here for this Utah program?
Well, listen, our ceiling continues to be very high, and we've just established such credibility. The brand has grown. You don't go to back-to-back Rose Bowls and back-to-back championships without the whole nation knowing. Obviously last year was a difficult year. It happens in sports. The way we're investing, the way Kyle's been able to keep this staff together and make hard changes when he's needed to. We're selling out again. We sold out again season tickets. We got the infrastructure here to be great. And, the fact that we were able to retain our great players, you don't retain everybody. No one retains everybody. Texas Tech didn't retain everybody, right? That's just the way it is. And, continuing to move forward. The GM position that we've seen in basketball is also really getting up to speed in football with Kyle's staffing structure. So, we're continuing to move forward. And I think, obviously when I went in front of the football team in January and there was 47 new guys, Now, mind you, the year before there was like 17, right? And I think the way our staff is adapting to integrate these guys in a fast way and build a team, which has been a little different for Utah, right? It really has. But I've seen how far they've come, and I just think that now we're kind of in a place where we're really ready to start thriving once again in this environment. So excited about what Coach has done and that staff, and certainly know that we got a real exciting year ahead.
Mark, no Arizona on the schedule. No Arizona on the schedule this year, and we got to make this quick. Why not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why not play the four corner schools every single year in this Big 12?
Yeah, I'll be quick on this. We the four ADs asked for as much as we could to do that. So basically, we're always going to have at least three of them on the schedule on every year. You know, more of that would have really thrown out of balance for everybody else. But if you look at it on most years ahead, this is the year we miss Arizona. But on most years we'll have them. Obviously, with us playing BYU every year, so it's way more intentional than just missing one. You know, as long as we're getting 75% of that group, because it's good for our fans, good for travel, etc.
Yeah. Mark Harland, athletic director for the University of Utah, nice enough to carve out some time in his busy schedule. We miss you being here in person, Mark, but we're glad to have you on. Thanks for carving out some time in your schedule.
Thank you, Mark.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Yeah,
Mark Harland.
I'm glad I don't have to see him.
You heard the click before he said that. He waited for the click, and then he goes, yeah, good riddance.
Alex said, well, we miss you. Well, I knew PK was going to be there.
You said
Guys,
PK's there, right?
They all hate me up
Right
there,
decision.
man.
Would you tell him he looks like Kevin Farkas?
I love how there's a first
It's
name to
Scott.
Farkas
It's
now.
like Scott or something. It's not
Scott
Kevin.
Farkas. Hey,
I think I did, man.
I got to go back like 8 years ago, Alex, and Christian McCaffrey walks up and PK goes, do we need to get you a booster seat, little guy?
I didn't say
You
that.
said, do we need to get you a booster seat,
I did not. I
little
said,
guy?
man, you really do look small. Because he was sensitive to that.
And
That's a good thing to bring up.
He put on the headset and just blank stared us. It's like, all right, well, that was Christian McCaffrey.
Tell me what market this is. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Well,
how about Herm Edwards? I said, dude, tell me why you're not going to get fired. Well, I haven't lost the game yet.
Well, listen, let me say something. Like, at least you got an answer out of him.
By the way, with the whole Herm Edwards recruiting through COVID, then getting fired, and then all the sanctions placed on Arizona State,
it makes it
I
even
thought
more
it was going to be 5 or 6 years before they could recover. And
yeah, I don't think you're alone.
Makes it even more insane what they did.
That came quick.
It makes Kenny Dillingham a way better coach than we probably give him credit for. A guy who came in and was 34 and a half years old or whatever, and came in and did what he did.
He was 33 when he got the job.
That's crazy.
Hey, PK, how much
last year, man?
How much of what Arizona State did was Scotty?
I think that it was a lot. It was actually more than his on-field production, which was incredible because he was the heart and soul of the team. There's stuff like we saw with Batty. I've seen stuff that ASU's put out on their social media, in terms of, guys, I'm talking, you're listening, that type of stuff. So I think that we see the on-field production, and DJ said it best. He says, when I watch Cam Scatterbo play, I laugh. And I thought that really sums it up because you just can't believe what he would do. And you go, oh, my gosh, you find yourself laughing.
Oh, he's so fun to watch.
He really was. And my wife came down to the ASU game with me and sat in the ASU section right behind the Scatterbo family. She said they were highly entertaining, too, watching them, the mom and dad and everybody during the game. But I actually think that they're talking about, and it's where I think they don't really realize as much, they're talking about the on-field production, which was a lot. But I also think the spiritual nature of guys, get on my back here. I think that is going to be missed. You can get guys to carry the ball. We all understand that. But I've found, and I've been covering college football for many, many years, when you have those strong leaders like a Connor Pay was last year with BYU, those types of kids make a difference. In Utah's first year in the Pac-12, season was getting away, and Tony Bergstrom, local kid, played in the NFL, offensive lineman. He told me, we're not going to go out this way. We're going to have a winning record. Mm-hmm. And I remember it's like in the middle of the season when they were struggling, and they ended up winning 8 games that year. Norm Chow taking a Division III guy. What was John something was his name?
John White.
John Hayes.
John Hayes.
Oh, it was Hayes, yeah.
Yeah. And masterful job. And Norm doesn't need me to compliment him. He stands on his own. But the point I'm making is that leadership that, guys, this is not going to go sideways here. We're going to get this thing right. You got guys who can catch and run and block and all that stuff, but I need to see who's going to take his spot doing that, because he was the spiritual leader of that team also.
I think we, having Mark Harland on and then having the Diana Sabo news from yesterday, we were all kind of looking at Mark and being like, he's just using this as a stepping stone at the beginning, right? I can't believe
a little bit, yeah.
I can't believe it's been 9 seasons.
A little bit,
and you know what's crazy? Is that it's been a wild ride, I think, for him.
It has.
For Kyle to be on there.
Some up and downs.
He's really dug in.
Well,
but Utah's a big-time program. You don't need to go chasing something else.
That's what I'm saying is that I think that people just assume, like, there's that little bit of that, the holdover of, but there's always other bigger schools. It's like, not really. Not really out west anymore.
There might be, but you don't want to mess with Happy.
There are bigger markets for sure.
Yeah.
But,
just in terms of Mark Harland, there's been a couple of rough edges with Mark Harland.
Yeah.
And you can see Utah fans get upset with him at times.
Right.
I think that he is standing on a current hire that could really change the perception. This Alex Jensen hire could really help kind of correct how Utah fans
They've
feel.
got to hit with Alex.
It's got to hit, PK.
If they're not hitting with Alex, who are they hitting with?
I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like Alex is the absolute right man at the right time to put in there.
The boosters wanted it. Everybody wants it. The fans wanted it. And now he's got to go do a job.
You just got to see some W's
and get some kids in there. Yeah, I was the beat writer for University of Utah when Alex was a freshman. So I was the beat writer for his first game for the Tribune, and I was the beat writer for his last game, just to give you an idea of my connection to Alex. And it doesn't surprise me that he's the coach, because the guy walked and breathed the intricacies of basketball. And so coaching X's and O's that's as good as it's going to get. He's got to get some momentum going in recruiting, and he's coming in at a time that BYU is just this juggernaut, unbelievable thing going on, to a shock of us all. So it's going to be a tough job, but I do believe he's the right man for the job.
Let's take a quick break here. We'll come back. Appreciate Mark Harland carving out some time in his busy schedule, and stay right here. More to go. It is your Big 12 Media Days live in Frisco, Texas. Stay right here with us. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Curie, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The I-215 West Belt for northbound drivers is crawling along from the 201 highway up to I-80 and the airport area, with corresponding eastbound slowing on I-80, taking the ramp to go north. In the same general area, westbound 201 also slow from 56 West over into Magna. From system installs to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Brian Gueltzer, SiriusXM NBA radio host. Now, I find Ace Bailey to be a fascinating story on multiple levels. So how high is this ceiling?
I think when you look at what Danny's trying to do to create the right atmosphere for Bailey, you want Bailey to develop, that ball's got to be in his hands a lot. And they brought in Walter Clayton Jr. to be, for lack of a better term, even though he's a young guy, the adult in the room, an experienced college player. And they cleared the decks for these younger players to be able to come in and play big roles early on. The Angels are going to do a really good job with this. And they just are. It was the right pick for the Jazz. I love it. I thought the Jazz were one of the big winners on draft night, and may take a couple of years to marinate to get there. I mean, you just kind of have to wait and see how all this plays out.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-2523. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-2523. That's 800-575-2523.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your home for the best coverage of the Utes and Cougars as they get ready for the 2025 season.
Ready?
You're locked on to Big 12 Media Day coverage, live from Frisco, Texas. Presented by Window World. Want a window quote without all the baloney? High quality, amazing prices. Check out Window World today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hey, tomorrow, when we are back in Salt Lake after Media Days finalizes here in Frisco, Texas at the Star, Hans and Scotty are going to be out at...
Kyle's coming right now.
Hans and Scotty are going to be over at RGS Exteriors starting up noon to 3 tomorrow. So I think we're walking over Kyle Whittingham here.
He is.
Trying to weave through the
The madness.
Those
the
calves
disaster,
are so
the
massive.
disaster of all the
getting through the rows.
That's why Witt's Cavs has his own
Twitter.
his own Twitter account. So Kyle Whittingham walking up here as we get him ready with the headset on here. Another year, and these guys. He's got Hans does have the farm strength. What about PK? Does
I
he
got
have
nothing. I got nothing.
Witt's gonna put the headset on here.
We're gonna get this headset on without breaking it.
Now, one of my
he did that one year, didn't he?
Yeah, he broke the thing.
Was
right
it Pac-12?
He was so intense.
He didn't
broke
throw
it in
it,
half,
right?
and he's like, and then he threw it on the ground. He's like, "You fix it."
I know. It's
Coach Kyle Whittingham is joining us here in Media Days.
Tell me if this. Coach, you tell me if you can pick this up when we go like this. Looks like they got you pushing too many pencils.
No,
what movie is that?
Is that Predator when he goes?
Yeah. They got
Dylan, you son of a.
Yeah, they got you pushing too many pencils, Dylan. Could you have guessed it?
No, I'm not a Predator guy. I saw it one time way back, 40 years ago.
Are you not a Schwarzenegger movie guy?
In general, yes. He's
okay. But just not Predator.
Yeah, that's
he likes that True Lies scene with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't? do it, Simo. Who doesn't?
Coach, thanks for being with us.
More Schwarzenegger or more Sly Sylvester? Are you more like a Stallone?
They're kind of different. They're two different categories.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say both of them.
We did the thing where we made the mistake of rewatching Rambo 2.
Did you say mistake?
I'm watching it. I hadn't seen it in years, and I'm watching it. And I'm sitting with my kids, and I'm like, and we're watching it, and he's like, Dad, this is terrible. I'm like, listen, I'm here for the action, brother, because the acting is no good.
There's nothing terrible about
You go
that.
back and you watch the acting, and you want to die. It's terrible. Speaking of PK.
He's not terrible.
No. Speaking of PK, he keeps bringing up your age, Coach, and and you know why?
Bring up his age.
And
You asked me how old he was.
Well, he goes.
and I are kind of close there.
He goes, how do I know? Because we're just a few days apart. And we had Coach Rich Rod on, and he goes, man, me and Kyle Whittingham, man, we're the old guys. And I'm like, hey, pump the brakes here on the old guy talk. I know that everybody brings that up. But the tenure part of it is the part that I think interests us because it's been such a journey. And, man, you've seen every version of college football in your time.
I have.
What's the 2025 version look like for you, and how is it that you're looking at it and going, we've gotten here to this point, and what are the difficulties in 2025 present for the
Well,
Utes?
first of all, I'm excited about this team. I think we got a good group coming back, got a lot of things going for us. Starting up front, we feel good about the line of scrimmage, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. We got two projected first-round offensive tackles, which is a great starting point. The three kids inside are all seniors and have played some really good football for us. So that's where it starts offensively. We're excited about our QB, Devin Dampier, the transfer from New Mexico. He was terrific last year. Over 1,000 yards rushing, 2,500 yards passing. There's only been 4 quarterbacks in NC2A history that have done that, if my sources are correct. And
we just had him in the seat. What a great
kid.
kid.
Yeah, he is a great kid. And on top of that, terrific leader. I mean, he was 2-3 weeks into his tenure at Utah. His time at Utah, he was voted to the Leadership Council, which is unheard of, to be around for a couple of weeks. And
he bought in immediately.
He did, and the players took to him. He's got a great personality. He's charismatic. Is that a word?
Yeah,
charismatic. Yeah, charisma.
Just like me.
You nailed it.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Exactly like PK.
Oh, boy.
And defensively, we should be, we've been good for decades, literally, on defense, so I don't expect anything different this year. And so excited about the possibilities. Of course, you got to go out and do it. And, nobody's going to do anything in the preseason. You got to go out and prove it on the field. And one thing that's becoming increasingly more difficult for you guys is to prognosticate who's going to be good with teams turning over.
They took the rights away from us.
We weren't allowed to vote this year.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody.
Did you know that? They didn't even do a preseason
I didn't know that.
poll.
What was it? What would you do? What was your egregious offense to put yourself in that situation?
Well, they said, Yormark said that it hurt teams.
Oh,
I don't really understand it, honestly, but it's a stupid poll. Who really cares?
Yeah. But anyway, I don't think we're alone in the fact that we replaced, 54% of our roster this year, and so becoming increasingly difficult to determine who's going to win conference championship, who's going to be where, and there's going to be so much change in college football from year to year, much more than there used to be.
So, speaking of change, a little bit of change in your coaching staff. I'm curious about your interview process because when I saw the offensive coordinating position was open, I put my name in. I didn't get the call back.
Me too.
Yeah, and PK put his name in. He actually called. PK called me. He's like, "Has he called you?"
I put it in for head coach.
But take us through your hiring process. How many guys do you interview? Do you get outside of kind of who you know and what you've met at different coaching functions, and then how do you zero in on Coach Beck?
Well, it started with just watching tape, and me and Coach Scally, I involved Coach Scally with it. With him being the coach in waiting, it was he deserved to have a say and be able to be part of the evaluation process. And so we together did our research independently of each other. We didn't do it at the same time, and I think we formally interviewed 2 guys. I think 2 or 3. I can't remember exactly, but because I lose track of who I talked to on the phone and in person and all that. But it came down to being very impressed with what New Mexico was doing on offense, the innovation, the creativity, just the way that he called the plays and utilized formations and personnel. We became intrigued with that. And so when we got together after our independent analysis, we both arrived at the same conclusion that Jason Beck would be a great fit for us, and just so happened he had a great quarterback that was only a sophomore. And so when Jason came over, that piqued Devin's interest and went in the portal, and of course we recruited him and ended up choosing Utah, and so it was a 2-for-1 in a lot of respects.
I think we're seeing that a little bit, Kyle. We saw it with Oklahoma,
yep.
With Washington State and all that, and it's like in the old days, particularly in basketball. If you wanted a kid, hire his high school coach, and that's a package deal. So you anticipate this happening more, that if I could bring you a player or two, I could get the job.
Well, you certainly project that, and that's part of the process. And we, having Devin be able to operate in the exact same offensive scheme that he did last year and was so successful at is a big plus for him individually. If spring is any indication, he's going to be an exciting guy to watch this fall.
Scary, I think, is what his teammates were saying, too.
It was fun to watch it in Mexico
dangerous.
Last year.
I was thinking about, too, like this is because he has such that dual threat thing going on, and not just a dual threat. It's like he's exceptional at running the football.
Right. He could be a tailback. There's no doubt about it.
But at the same time, like, you have to balance out the idea of we've seen guys who are really good at getting outside the pocket and trying to keep them healthy on top of how do you get with a guy who runs for 1,200 yards on the ground one year and then say, let's try to keep you on the field as long as possible, son.
Yeah, well, he has his strengths and he has his things that he does exceptionally well. Running the football is one of them. And you just got to, I don't want to say roll the dice, but that's his game. I mean, his game is to have a big load in the rushing attack, and that's what he wants. He's excited about that. He's proven to be durable, the last couple of years, and Jason. Jason has complete autonomy. First of all, he can do whatever he wants offensively. And that's the case with any offensive coordinator we've had there. Never put restraints or restrictions on anybody. Just don't turn the ball over is my one request. Just take care of the football. But there's more than one way to get things done. And I was very impressed as we go back. We talked about the interview process and deciding who the coordinator was going to be. Jason has really got a creativity to his offenses and the ability to put guys in position to succeed, getting the most out of each guy, and that's really what he's looking for. He's not necessarily looking for X amount of tight ends, X amount of receivers. Give me the best football players we can find, and we'll find roles for them.
I'm curious with Jim Harding because he'd been a co-coordinator for you. We talked about it, longest tenured coach on your offensive staff, and he's been kind of right-hand man for you for a lot of years. And I've got a lot of respect for Jim. A lot of respect.
You and I both.
Yeah, and I wondered, okay, coordinating positions open, is it a natural fit to rotate him in? But then I'm thinking, did he want it? Because you don't want Jim to go anywhere. He gets linemen drafted, he recruits well, and he develops well. So how did that go down with Coach?
Yeah, me and Jim had conversation during the process, and it just felt like we needed a clean break and a clean start as far as the scheme and an overhaul. We had a scheme that worked well for us for a lot of years, but in this day and age with the portal and kids coming and going, you better have a scheme that is very user-friendly. And one thing about Jason Beck's scheme is it's something that does not have a steep learning curve. A lot of signaling is going on from the sideline, telling kids what they're going to do on each particular play. And so that is another reason why we went that direction, is the simplicity of it. And we've also had to simplify the defense, because you don't have the chance to have kids soak in your system for 2 or 3 years and then be ready to play. If they're not playing in the first year or two, they're leaving.
Oh, yeah.
And so with that combined with the amount of turnover each year, you better be able to plug and play guys a lot more so than you used to, because you have so much turnover. And you don't have that much time to get them ready. You get them in January, and they be ready to play and know the scheme by August.
I'm tired of coaching.
What are you tired of?
People in the community. When's
tired.
he going to retire? I'm so sick of that question.
Yeah, put that to bed.
What's you? How about me?
Oh, I know you. And then you go.
But I brought some of it upon myself by talking about it a little bit a few years ago.
So you did, and I get it in my job too. We're the age, so be it. But the one thing I saw in the quote from Jim Rome, as long as I'm passionate, dude, that means you'll coach forever. You'll never not be passionate. You wake up every day passionate.
Well, there's a lot of truth in that.
I don't know how you could use that as a barometer.
Well, let me just say this. That last year was so frustrating and so disappointing. Couldn't possibly have said, okay, that's it. I just couldn't have walked away on that note. It was the most frustrating year of my coaching career, and it was just, I would have never been able to come to terms with that, to have that be the last of a career. And so came back, and excitement for this team is, wow, what's that?
It's Willie Fritz going to the Willie Fritz commands a lot of attention, every time he walks in.
The main stage.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to have Jeff Rudy come over here and tackle Hans if we don't wrap it up.
That'd be
here
a good
pretty
match.
quick.
Let's get these guys in Speedos and
I'll
throw them in the ring.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm out of town.
So let's call him a singlet. All right,
Yeah.
it's not a Speedo. Hey, Jeff, Coach wants you and I in a singlet to wrestle.
Grudge match.
Yeah.
$500 for Rudy to come off the table.
Hey, they got the WWE guy here today, so we might as well make the connection with the WWE. We got to make that thing happen today. Coach, best of luck this year.
Thank you.
And that'll be the last retirement question for this week.
I hope that I don't ask it. I just get asked all the time. They know I know you.
That PK brings up. We appreciate it.
Okay.
We're wishing the best of health for your team as well.
Thank
we
you. We could use that. We could use that.
Yeah.
Thank you very
We're
much.
excited for a good season.
Okay.
Yep.
Well.
Hey, by the way,
August 30th.
If there was a poll,
I'll be there.
Let's just project the poll. You were picked 16th in the poll. How did you feel about that?
Oh, that's not true.
I didn't even.
He's made that up.
I said that because all the years you love to be the underdog.
Yeah, make him the underdog so that it
back
can
in
go
it.
well.
We thrive in that role.
Yeah, you do.
In that role. If in fact what you're saying is true, then good. I'm glad.
That's why I said it.
Coach, good luck this season.
Thank you, guys.
Have fun the rest of the day.
Okay.
There you go. Coach Kyle Whittingham, head coach of the University of Utah, joining us here on Big 12 Media Days as we finalize things here with him and Coach Whittingham there. If you missed any portion of that interview, we've got much more to go with that. More to go here on the program, and we'll get you all dialed in for Big 12 Media Days Day number 2 from Frisco, Texas. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, Alex Curie will be back with more to go right around the corner, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slow and go on southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County from Murray to the county line, and in Utah County from 21 North in Lehigh down to Linden. Northbound I-15 also slow from South Salt Lake through downtown up to the North Interchange. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today, they're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't think those players ever had the value that they were hoping. Yeah, it's like sitting on a piece of memorabilia.
You can't hold on to your Zach Wilson number 2 overall draft pick card too long, or it doesn't become worth anything. You got to know when to flip it. That is the job of the front office. Your job is to acquire assets that either help you on the court or help you off the court. And I don't know if John Collins did either. And
yeah, but it's not a big mistake.
No, it's not. The Jazz still accomplished their goal last season. They had the worst record in the NBA. They fell to 5, but that wasn't John Collins' fault. That was a matter of lottery balls. The Jazz hoped John Collins would turn into something different. And even though he played well on the court, he still didn't yield any returns. That's your job, again, as a front office member, is to predict what the market's going to be. And I think the Jazz mispredicted what the market would be. A, for John, and B, what type of contracts would have value going forward, which is why you had to pay to get off of Colin and why you didn't get anything back for John Collins other than a second-round pick.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Salt Lake City fat loss for a long time. Look, we're headed down to Texas for Big 12 Media Days. You know what happens when you hit the road? You end up making a lot of compromises on, oh, let's go to this restaurant. Oh, sure, let's all get together, have this nice meal, which is great. But what you have to do is always take a look at what you're doing. And part of the program is just always being aware of not overindulging, not going too crazy. Yeah, you can have that nice meal here and there. But what you really have to pay attention to is you have to be able to stay on the commitments that you've made to yourself. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has been the most effective weight loss and keeping it off plan that I've ever followed in my entire life. Dropping 65 pounds in that first 60 days on the program more than a year ago, and now keeping it all off that entire time as well. I really feel better than I have in a long, long time. JJ lost 40 pounds on this program. He's kept it off. Look, if we, as just two regular guys who are busy, like all of you guys out there, if we can do it, then you definitely can. Let me give you the website to be able to go there and check it out for yourself. Ask the questions. Get $200 off of the program right now just by going to slcfatloss.com. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. slcfatloss.com. Just tell them JJ and Alex sent you and get that $200 off of the program.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Incubus, live. Nice to know you. Performing the album Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits. Saturday, July 12th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. With special guest, Manchester Orchestra. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Don't miss Incubus performing Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
Join Hans and Scotty Friday from noon to 3 at Mooyah Burgers, Fries, and Shakes at the District in South Jordan, your new favorite burger place.
Oh!
The 2025 football season is nearly here, and it's time to hear from all of the coaches and players.
Yeah, boy!
This is Big 12 Media Day, live from Frisco, Texas. Media Day coverage on The Zone is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It is the day number 2 of the Big 12 Media Days right here in Frisco, Texas at the Star Live. We are here on day 2. The University of Utah is highly highlighted for us here, highly highlighted at our station today because, of course, the Utes are walking through. Quarterback for the University of Utah, Devin Dampier, joining us. He's going to put a headset on here, and we're going to make this thing. Happen. Gosh, these offensive linemen getting all the attention. I don't know what it's about, man. Like, he's all for it. Here comes Devin putting the headset on. He even brought the helmet too. Now this is one we're also obviously looking forward to because we've chatted with Spencer Fono before. We've chatted with a lot of these guys who've been at the University of Utah before. But Devin Dampier, the newest quarterback at the University of Utah. You've had quite the offseason. First of all, I was reading a quote
from you. Good to see you, Devin.
Good to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Good to see you, too.
I was reading a quote from you, and it was like, the amount of connection I've had with this program for being in here, what do you attribute that to? I feel like a lot of it is, one, you're willing to just be into a new program and say, I'm going to give it all. I'm going to be here 100%. What has that connection been like being at Utah and making those, like having that connection with Coach Whittingham, coming here, you and Coach Beck, all those things that have kind of formed to where you are right now? What's been the thing that's made you connect to Utah so much in such a little time?
Yeah, again, I think it's that willingness to join a program. I keep telling people, culture is hard to find right now, just with the transfer portal and all that. So the fact that they had a set culture, and Coach Witt made it clear, no one's bigger than the team. When you come to Utah, you adapt to us, and just to have that mentality to go in there and, okay, I'm gonna trust the process, and you start to trust the other guys, and it just all builds. It just all builds. So just having that awareness to adapt was the biggest.
Let's start with this. How was it playing for Bronco Mendenhall?
It was great. It was great.
Yeah,
I tell
what was
people,
it like?
Hard. Like everything we did there was nothing easy. Like we lived by the slogan "Earn Not Given" last year, and like I promise you, everything. You guys, any of those guys that played on that team, you feel like you earned everything that you got.
He bleeds the best out of you.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you have come if Jason Beck wasn't hired?
I don't know. I guess that's a big.
Because the point is your connection to him and him to you is
right.
Strong.
I don't know. I mean that's my guy. So
why is he your guy?
I tell people, it's a lot more than football for us. I'm kind of like, he brings me around his family, all his kids and his wife. So it's a real family, and he just understands me, on the field especially. He gives me a lot of freedom on the field. He trusts me, and I feel like I play at my best when I got a coach that as talented as him with his play calling, and just be able to trust me when I think things need to go another way. So just to have that from a coach, it's great.
Yeah. What was your first meeting with Kyle Whittingham like? When you first met him, what did he say?
You can say scary too, because sometimes I feel scared by Kyle.
I wasn't more scared. I was more, everybody speaks really highly of Coach Witt. So
for sure, rightfully so.
And my older brother Dorian Singer, he played here last year. So, Coach Witt's that guy. So when I got to meet him, it's a little like nervous, like, oh, okay, I'm about to meet head man. But he's a real laid back guy. Just his mentality on what he wants out of players and what he wants out of this program. Just to hear him speak in the way that he does, you just tell he's a wise man. He's been here, he's done it. So it was like talking to Big Boss, you feel me?
So Spencer Fono, I don't know if he's going to start this year, but he's a good kid.
We'll see.
Start for
we'll
Chiefs.
see. We'll see.
But no, he brought up how
how dangerous you make the offense, and I want to know what that is. I want to know what that element is, the danger element that you bring. Obviously, you're dangerous on the feet. You throw the ball phenomenally well. What's the one that you look at and you go, do you want to sit back and throw it in the pocket more, or are you excited about, I want to get shaky and get outside that pocket too? I love doing that.
Yeah, I always tell everyone, I play football to win games. Whatever situation happens, I'm always going to do what's best for the situation and what's going to win the games. But, I am very excited to be able to, drop back there and just sit back there and be protected. It sounds very, very nice. A lot of quarterbacks don't get to have that. Sometimes you gotta throw on time a lot, and with the O-line I got, I can happily probably not be on time sometimes, and they're gonna create a lot more time for receivers to get open. So it's about to be great. I'm ready for it.
Well, I have to root for you, Devin. we got some background. I'm from Phoenix, also, just like you, where you played Saguaro, wasn't it?
Yeah, I played at SAG.
Yeah, and they've had several people have played in the NFL, so they have a good athletic program, good football program for sure. What was it like making that adjustment? Because you go from Phoenix, then you go to Albuquerque, it's kind of out there in the middle of nowhere, and then you come to Salt Lake. So in the last couple of years, you've had 3 different communities. How's that been?
Yeah, well, obviously Arizona's home, so
me too.
That's nothing to get used to. And then I always tell people Albuquerque gave me kind of like a Tucson kind of vibe,
I like it. It was small.
Yeah,
smaller.
a little smaller, but deserty, still the mountains and all that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it kind of gave that vibe a little bit.
I can see that.
Just now in Utah, the cold. This is kind of somewhat my first time. Because, I'm originally born in Minnesota, so I've been around the cold. But just to be here at an older state, it's been great. I love all the traveling and everywhere I've been.
I want to know, is this your uncle in the swoop costume? This has got to be a family member.
They must have brought him over.
That's my twin. Don't worry about it.
Because you got Swoop over here. He's your hype man.
I've never seen a mascot more excited about another person in my life.
It's got to be a family member. It's got to be.
Hey, it's both ways. It's both ways, man. You know what I'm saying? It's that family.
We got another minute here.
Speaking of which, how's it been? Just do you feel like you fit in? Just family? Do you feel like Utah's become your family?
Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. That culture, it's all built on brotherhood. Like it's all built on how much you care about the next guy, and what are you willing to put down for them to win these games. And I feel like I'm right in there.
Devin Dampier, quarterback for Utah, comes in. That offense has totally changed over, and it's totally going to look very different this year. And I think that's what Utah fans are looking forward to. The excitement level's there, and we're looking forward to you guys having a good year. Stay healthy, man.
Yeah,
obviously
for sure.
That's one of those things that we always are going. That's got to be the way to do it.
Have you built a relationship with a couple targets on the outside?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Who you feel most comfortable with?
Right now, our tight end Dallin, he's a real sleeper right now. Like it sounds like a lot of people didn't get to know about him last year, so Dallin's about to shock a lot of people coming into this year.
Dallin Porsche. Or they call him Bentley. I mean, it's I don't know, whatever you prefer.
Hey, same parent company.
Yeah.
Devin, thanks so much for your time, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate you as well.
Utah quarterback Devin Dampier on the program here with us. We appreciate him taking some time. We didn't even get to highlight the watch. We didn't even get to highlight the watch today. That watch looks pretty nice, dude. It's just an Apple Watch. We're looking forward to what he can do this year. Let's take a quick break here. We'll come back. Stay right here. More to go. It is your Big 12 Media Days live in Frisco, Texas. Stay right here with us. Hans Olsen, Patrick Kinahan, and Alex Curie, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eloquent